In his third year of university, Qin Feng unexpectedly binds himself to an all-encompassing part-time job system. As a part-time waiter, he is rewarded 30 million. As a part-time delivery worker, he is rewarded 50 million. When September arrives, his roommates learn that Qin Feng has become a billionaire. They are collectively astonished, exclaiming, "What? You earn 100 billion through part-time jobs?" Chapter 1. The all-encompassing part-time job system. The rent for 2 months is 1,000, plus a deposit of 500, totaling 1,005. Here is the rental agreement. Take a look, and if all is satisfactory, please sign. In Ningchuan City, within a modest rental unit, the slightly plump landlady beams with a smile as she hands Qin Feng a contract. The content of the contract is minimal. Qin Feng merely glances over it and, finding no discrepancies, signs his name. The rental period is 2 months to be paid in a single transaction. It is late June, and Qin Feng has just completed his 3rd year of university life. His family is not particularly affluent, so taking advantage of the summer break, he seeks a part-time job to alleviate some of the financial burden at home. Young man, I generally do not offer short-term rentals, but seeing as you are a student, should you damage any property during your stay, you will be required to compensate at the market rate. The landlady, holding a large set of keys, reminds Qin Feng before departing. The apartment Qin Feng rented is somewhat small, but furnished with all essential amenities, boasting a pleasant view and not feeling stifling. Most importantly, it is conveniently located not far from the city center, making it easy to find work and commute. Qin Feng first sets down his luggage. He possesses little: a laptop, 2 sets of clothing, and some daily necessities, simple and unadorned. After paying the rent, Qin Feng finds himself quite impoverished, with the primary cause being a lack of funds. Your bank account has received a transfer of 2,000 yuan. Qin Feng's phone suddenly buzzes with a bank notification, accompanied by a voice message from his mother. "Son, be sure to take care of yourself while you're out there. If you're short on money, remember to tell your mother." A warm feeling rises within Qin Feng as he prepares to respond. Just then, the phone screen abruptly goes black, unresponsive to any attempts to touch it. What is happening? Has it contracted a virus? Qin Feng was quite perplexed, pondering to himself that he had not engaged in any behavior that disregarded web risks recently. The all-purpose part-time system is binding. After a brief blackout, the phone screen illuminated once more, displaying a progress bar. Simultaneously, a crisp and melodious electronic sound resonated within Qin Feng's mind. 1:33:66:99. Binding of the all-purpose part-time system successful. A system? Qin Feng felt incredulous, his eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. He could never have imagined that one day a system would descend upon him. The affluent rely on inheritance, while the impoverished depend on extraordinary means. Indeed, his extraordinary life was about to commence. With the successful activation of the system, a semi-transparent information panel materialized before Qin Feng's eyes. Host, Qin Feng. Assets, 2,887.99. Skills, none. Strength, 61. Attractiveness, 89. Mentality, 60. Speed, 63. Note, the qualifying value for an ordinary person is 60. Aside from possessing a visage that rivals that of many book enthusiasts, his other statistics were rather unremarkable. In this era, university students are plentiful. Without connections or a solid background, one is likely to become merely a corporate drone after graduation. Some are born into privilege, while others are destined for servitude. Oh, the irony. Qin Feng undoubtedly belonged to the latter category, but now that he possessed a system, everything was about to change. The wheels of fate began to turn from this moment onward. "System, please elaborate on your functions," Qin Feng eagerly inquired. "The system will issue part-time tasks daily. Upon completion, the host will receive various cash or skill rewards. As a first meeting gift, the system bestows upon the host a cash bonus. Please claim it promptly." Qin Feng nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Claim. Claim successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash sum of 90 million. Qin Feng was overjoyed, for 90 million was a substantial fortune to him. Many individuals toil for a lifetime without amassing such wealth. Yet now, merely for one reward from the system, the bounty was so lavish. This left Qin Feng eagerly anticipating the subsequent rewards from the system. Ding! The first part-time task has been issued. Server, please report to the Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, working 4 hours for a duration of 3 days. There are phase rewards and a final reward. Does the host accept? Qin Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated that the tasks issued by the system would be exceedingly challenging, but instead, it was remarkably simple. Server? System, are you serious? Qin Feng queried uncertainly. The system explained, the difficulty of tasks varies. If the host is dissatisfied, they have the right to refuse. However, if refused, the system will not issue new tasks for 3 days. Hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. Refuse? That is simply out of the question. I choose to accept. As long as completing the task yields rewards, the simpler, the better. After a brief interval, the 90 million cash was deposited. Qin Feng gazed at the amount in his bank account, feeling elated. The midday heat was sweltering, and Qin Feng chose not to venture outside. During this time, he received a call from his good friend Lin Kuan. Brother Feng, I have already found a part-time job. Do you want to join me? Lin Kuan was Qin Feng's childhood friend, studying at another university in Ningchuan City. Since their families were of similar means, they opted to remain and seek summer employment rather than return home for the vacation. Sure, Kuan, you found one so quickly. Qin Feng inquired with curiosity, what job? Lin Kuan hesitated for a few seconds, feeling a bit shy. Well, a regional safety system inspector. Qin Feng's face donned a large question mark, exasperatedly responding, speak plainly. Security guard. Lin Kuan explained with a sheepish laugh from the other end of the line. Though the pay is a bit low, the hours are flexible, and there are quite a few attractive ladies in the neighborhood. Qin Feng replied, I too have found employment, temporarily working at a hot pot restaurant. The part-time jobs arranged by the system were randomized, and Qin Feng was uncertain what his next role would be. However, with the system, reaching the pinnacle of life seemed imminent. You are a security guard, and I am a server. We both have bright futures ahead. Lin Kuan inquired, where are you working? I might come to see you. Qin Feng promptly shared his workplace location, exchanged a few more words, and ended the call. 2.5 hours later, around 3 in the afternoon, Qin Feng descended to find a shared electric bike, setting off for the Shoe Flavor Hot Pot restaurant. The restaurant had just opened that day, and due to promotional activities, a considerable number of patrons were in attendance. The hot pot restaurant boasted 2 dining levels, yet all tables were occupied. Many customers were still queuing at the entrance. Although there were numerous servers and many temporary workers like Qin Feng were hired, they were still bustling with activity, a clear indication of the thriving business. The system had meticulously arranged everything, so upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, the manager immediately provided Qin Feng with a uniform. Thus, his formal employment commenced. Chapter 2. Stage Reward, 10 million. The role of a waiter is rather uncomplicated. As Qin Feng was not well acquainted with the hot pot restaurant, the manager assigned him a few elementary tasks, such as serving dishes and pouring tea. Qin Feng quickly acclimated to his duties. Time flew by, and as the clock struck quitting time, Qin Feng received his daily wage of 60 yuan. Simultaneously, the system's stage reward arrived. Short-term task completion 1, 3. Congratulations to the host for receiving a stage reward. 1 strength enhancement card. Cash of 10 million. Strength enhancement card, upon use. It can augment the host's strength value by 10 points. This seems rather promising. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, intending to utilize the strength enhancement card later. After changing back into his regular clothes, he stepped outside the hot pot restaurant, only to be greeted by a melodious and gentle voice behind him, accompanied by a waft of faint fragrance. Qin Feng, brother. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Feng felt a twinge of surprise and turned around. Standing before him was a woman clad in a flowing azure dress, tall and possessing an elegant demeanor. Her features were exquisite and fair, with long, willow-like brows framing a pair of captivating, doe-like eyes that were particularly enchanting. Even without the application of cosmetics, she exuded an extraordinary beauty. Such a stunning visage seemed to suggest that the heavens had conspired to bless her with abundance. Shohan, what brings you here? Weren't you in Yinjing? Qin Feng inquired. He and Zhao Shohan could be considered childhood sweethearts, having shared the same classes throughout elementary, middle, and high school. However, Zhao Shohan excelled academically, embodying the essence of a scholar, and eventually gained admission to the prestigious Yinjing University. With a smile gracing her crimson lips, Zhao Shohan explained, I am on break as well. I landed at 7 o'clock and, after settling my luggage, I rushed over to find you. It has been far too long, and I have missed you dearly. Qin Feng, brother, are you in dire need of money? I have 30,000 yuan on this bank card. Please take it. Zhao Shihan retrieved a bank card from her bag, extending her delicate hand toward Qin Feng. She assumed that Qin Feng had taken up a part-time job due to financial constraints, while she, fortunately, did not suffer from such worries. No, you should keep it. Qin Feng declined, despite being aware of Zhao Shihan's affluent background. Her family was engaged in the catering business, with assets exceeding 100 million. Zhao Shihan clarified, "This money is my own. You wouldn't think I am pilfering from my family, would you? Since entering university, I have seldom relied on my family's finances. As a diligent student, my scholarship is more than sufficient for my needs." Qin Feng chuckled, "I cannot accept your money. Please put it away. I am merely working part-time to experience life." He casually offered an excuse, knowing well that his bank account boasted the system's reward of 100 million. Even without that windfall, he would not accept Zhao Shihan's money. As a man, he believed dignity must be preserved. Very well then, Zhao Shihan reluctantly returned the bank card. Her gaze toward Qin Feng filled with affection. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Zhao Shihan harbored feelings for Qin Feng. He was aware of this as well. Yet he feigned ignorance, even deliberately avoiding the subject. He understood that he and Zhao Shihan hailed from entirely different worlds. Even if they were to be together, it would lead nowhere. However, with the emergence of the system, Qin Feng felt there was no longer a need to evade Zhao Shihan. After all, who could resist a gentle and understanding young lady like her? "Come, let me treat you to a meal." Qin Feng's stomach growled, and he moved forward. A flicker of surprise sparkled in Zhao Shihan's beautiful eyes as she realized that Qin Feng seemed to have changed, no longer resisting her presence as he once did. After entering university, they had been separated, and Zhao Shihan frequently messaged Qin Feng to check in, though he seldom replied. Each time she invited him out, he would make excuses to decline. Could it be that Qin Feng has had a change of heart? Zhao Shihan smiled brightly and hurried to catch up with him. The streets were aglow with neon lights, and the roads were bustling with traffic. Amidst the vibrant city, Qin Feng and Zhao Shihan walked side by side. They first ventured to a nearby snack street, teeming with people and a plethora of culinary delights. Having lived in Ningchuan City for 3 years, Qin Feng rarely visited the food street, whereas Zhao Shihan was quite familiar with it. After completing high school, her family had relocated to Ningchuan City. Although she studied in Yanjing, she would always be invited by friends to shop whenever she returned home. The snack street was a must-visit for her. "Boss, we'll have 2 grilled mackerel, mildly spicy, please," Zhao Shihan said with a smile as she led Qin Feng to a stall. "Sure thing, please wait a couple of minutes." The owner was busy grilling the fish, with several customers waiting in line. Next, the two indulged in other delicacies: grilled squid, savory pancakes, and fried chicken wings. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that they finally exited the food street, their appetites thoroughly satisfied. "Shihan, it's getting late. Perhaps you should head back to prevent your parents from worrying," Qin Feng suggested, glancing at the time on his phone. "It's all right, my parents aren't home. I want to spend more time with you," Zhao Shihan replied, unwilling to part ways so soon given this rare opportunity to be alone with Qin Feng. Noticing that Qin Feng seemed about to say something else, she interjected, "Qin Feng, brother, let us go to the riverside. The night view there is stunning." Before Qin Feng could respond, she dashed ahead. With a resigned shake of his head, he observed Zhao Shihan's joyful figure and chose not to voice any further objections. Soon, they arrived at the riverside, where a scenic path was dotted with numerous pedestrians. In the distance, a bridge spanned the Ning River, adorned with a kaleidoscope of lights reflecting beautifully on the water's surface. What a beautiful sight! Zhao Shihan stood at the riverbank, gazing at the cityscape across the water, her hands resting on her cheeks as she fell into contemplative silence. After a moment of apparent resolve, she turned to Qin Feng and said, "Qin Feng, brother, there are some things I have long wished to share with you." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I know even without you saying," Qin Feng replied, feigning ignorance. "Huh." Zhao Shihan's face reddened further. To harbor affection for someone while fearing their awareness is indeed a contradiction. However, this veil would eventually need to be lifted. Qin Feng also yearned to express his feelings to Zhao Shihan, but after a moment of hesitation, he began, "Actually." Just then, a loud crash echoed from the nearby bridge. In the next instant, a white sedan crashed through the guardrail and plunged into the river. What just happened? The tremendous noise startled Zhao Shihan, who instinctively moved closer to Qin Feng. "Ding! The system has detected someone falling into the water. The situation is urgent. Triggering a temporary mission. Save the person. Completion of the mission will yield a lucky gift pack." Does the host accept? As this was a temporary mission, it had a validity period of only 1 minute. Failure to accept would result in the mission's expiration. Chapter 3. Top-tier swimming skills. Naturally, Qin Feng would not let such an opportunity for reward slip by. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "I accept." Considering the perilous nature of the task, the host is bestowed with supreme swimming skills. Methods for rescuing someone from drowning. Two streams of information surged rapidly into Qin Feng's mind. With the presence of the system, he need not digest the information. It was as if it were instantaneously assimilated. After plummeting into the river, the white sedan was sinking at a visibly alarming rate. The individuals inside had failed to escape. Should the vehicle descend to the riverbed, the complexity of rescue would escalate significantly. It appeared a collision had occurred. Passers-by along the riverbank turned anxiously towards the site of the car's descent. Someone had fallen into the water. Shuhan, stay here for now. After giving his instructions, Qin Feng wasted no time, scaling the riverbank's railing and plunging into the water. Qin Feng, witnessing his plunge, Zhao Shuhan's face was etched with concern. Yet, at that moment, she could offer no assistance, only silently praying. Qin Feng, you cannot meet with misfortune. The river, with a breadth of 300 meters, had the drowning site situated in its center, demanding considerable strength to swim across. The risks associated with entering the water to save someone were substantial. A misstep could lead to his own demise. The news was rife with tales of well-meaning rescuers ultimately succumbing to drowning. However, Qin Feng need not ponder such matters. After all, he was a formidable individual. With the recent acquisition of the system's top-tier swimming skills, he was assured of his safety. Swimming with remarkable speed towards the site where the sedan had submerged. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves. A young man has dived in to rescue them. Can he reach them from so far from shore? Look at how swiftly he swims. Let us hope he can perform a miracle. Soon, the white sedan was entirely engulfed by the river, bubbles rising to the surface. The water in the center was over 3 meters deep, making it exceedingly difficult for an average person to dive down for a rescue. Has he sunk? It seems rescue is futile. It appears that young man must have undergone swimming training. Otherwise, he couldn't swim so swiftly. Alas, it seems unfortunate. The crowd continued their speculation. With the enhancement of his supreme swimming skills, Qin Feng propelled himself through the water with extraordinary speed, even surpassing that of professional athletes. At last, he arrived at the location where the car had vanished beneath the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove down. The vehicle had already settled at the river's bottom. And illuminated by the bridge's lights, Qin Feng quickly spotted the white sedan. The car, having sustained impact, bore severely deformed doors that refused to yield. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not pry open the door. He understood that every second wasted meant 60 seconds more of peril for those trapped within. In this dire circumstance, he could only race against time. System, activate the Strength Enhancement card, Qin Feng commanded. Strength Enhancement card is now in use. Usage successful. Host strength value, 10. In that instant, Qin Feng felt as if his body had been transformed. The power in his hands surged remarkably. The metal door began to warp, and in the next moment, it was wrenched open. Seated in the driver's position was a woman, with a 4- or 5-year-old boy slumped in the back seat, both rendered unconscious. Racing against time, Qin Feng scooped up the woman with one arm and the boy with the other, propelling himself towards the surface with powerful strokes. Although his hands were occupied, his supreme swimming skills and the strength enhancement card allowed him to swiftly breach the water's surface. Drawing a deep breath, he began his swim towards the shore. Look, he has saved them, and he rescued 2 at once. The crowd on the riverbank gasped in astonishment, incredulous that Qin Feng had genuinely retrieved individuals from the depths. It should be noted that for an ordinary person, merely reaching the river's center was a formidable challenge, let alone diving to rescue someone. Qin Feng. As he approached the shore, Zhao Shuhan exhaled in relief. Her previously anxious heart finally settled. When Qin Feng was a mere 20 meters from the bank, 2 spirited young men entered the water to assist. At last, the woman and her son were brought to shore. It appeared they had ceased to breathe. Do not move. Let me handle this. Given the boy's more critical condition, Qin Feng initiated cardiopulmonary resuscitation. This young man's technique is quite professional. Everyone, step aside. Do not disturb him. Observing Qin Feng's adeptness, the crowd expressed admiration. Zhao Shuhan edged into the throng, silently watching Qin Feng, hesitant to interrupt. After approximately a minute of concentrated effort, the boy and the woman finally regained consciousness. Upon realizing they were alive, the woman clasped her son and knelt before Qin Feng, expressing her gratitude. Her vehicle had been traveling normally on the bridge when suddenly, it was struck by a nearby truck, resulting in their plunge into the river. Fortunately, someone had rescued them, marking a stroke of luck amidst their misfortune. Though you are no longer in danger, I still recommend a visit to the hospital, Qin Feng advised the woman before taking Zhao Shuhan's hand and swiftly departing the crowd. The onlookers, having witnessed Qin Feng's valor and good looks, began inquiring about his relationship status. Overwhelmed, Qin Feng decided to take his leave. After all, the lives had been saved, and remaining there served little purpose. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Reward, 20 million. With the successful rescue, the reward was secured. Qin Feng calculated his earnings for the day, an astonishing 120 million from the system. At such a pace, amassing 3 billion in a month seemed entirely feasible. The thought alone filled him with excitement. Qin Feng, I had no idea you were such an exceptional swimmer, Zhao Shuhan beamed, her eyes sparkling as though she had discovered a treasure. From his initial plunge to the subsequent life-saving efforts, what Qin Feng accomplished was no ordinary feat. He had indeed saved 2 lives today. When you have the time, could you teach me to swim? Despite being an academic prodigy, Zhao Shuhan was averse to water and lacked swimming skills. Of course, I will teach you when I can, Qin Feng promised. Qin Feng, you're soaked to the bone. You'll catch a cold if this continues. Let me take you to buy some clothes so you can change. Noticing Qin Feng's drenched state, Zhao Shuhan was understandably concerned. Qin Feng shook his head. No need, my home is not far from here. I will change when I get back. It's late. You should head home as well and be cautious on your way. Chapter 4. The video goes viral. Feeling his pocket, Qin Feng discovered his phone was missing. It must have slipped from him during his hasty dive into the water. My phone is gone. I'll buy a new one tomorrow and contact you then. Given the late hour, he could not replace his SIM card tonight, so he resolved to procure a new phone the following day. Please jot down my number, 173. Concerned about losing contact, Zhao Shuhan also requested Qin Feng's rental address before reluctantly summoning a taxi to return home. Meanwhile, Qin Feng opted to walk back to his residence. It is indeed peculiar. After utilizing the power enhancement card, he felt invigorated and brimming with strength. Even the formidable Tyson could be felled with a single punch in his presence. Is this the essence of the power enhancement card? Truly a remarkable item. It is noteworthy that Qin Feng's strength value has only reached 71. Should it ascend to 100, the implications are beyond imagination. Soon, Qin Feng returned to his rented accommodation. And while enjoying a hot shower, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the emergence of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, with his arms also exuding a robust muscularity. This is the transformation brought about by an increase in strength. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Qin Feng awoke from his slumber. After completing his morning routine, he ventured downstairs for breakfast. He subsequently purchased a cutting-edge smartphone from a shop on the street and proceeded to replace his SIM card. As he logged into his WeChat account, a message from Zhao Shuhan appeared. Brother Qin Feng, your heroic act of rescuing someone last night has been recorded and posted online. It has gone viral. A link to a Douyin video followed. Intrigued, Qin Feng clicked on the video. The footage showcased the events of his rescue the previous night. Due to it being filmed on a mobile device in the dim light of night, the clarity was somewhat compromised. However, his face was still recognizable. The video had been edited down to a brief yet fluid sequence of mere seconds, depicting the car plunging into the river, his dive to save the victims, and the subsequent first aid on the shore, resembling a cinematic narrative, with Qin Feng undoubtedly cast as the protagonist. Upon examining the number of likes, he was astonished to find it had exceeded 1 million, with the comments tallying over 200,000. Even more surprising was the fact that the topic regarding a young man from Ningchuan rescuing 2 individuals had ascended to the 9th position on the trending list, with its popularity still on the rise. By delving into the topic, he discovered numerous videos filmed from varying perspectives, albeit with slightly less traction. Swimming back and forth for 300 meters to rescue 2 individuals certainly demonstrated remarkable stamina. Not only did he possess physical prowess, but he also exhibited an impressive grasp of first aid techniques. Had he hesitated even for a few seconds, that mother and child would have faced dire consequences. Observing the comments on the video, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. After rescuing the victims last night, he had left swiftly with Zhao Shuhan. Aiming for discretion, he never anticipated such an overwhelming response. In this era of digital information, it was only a matter of time before his identity was uncovered. Nevertheless, Qin Feng found little concern in this, as he had not committed any wrongdoing. He resolved to let things unfold naturally. Having purchased a new phone, he ceased to peruse the comments and responded to Zhao Shuhan. Shortly thereafter, she replied, "That's reassuring. Brother Qin Feng, many people are discussing your heroic act from last night. You've become a hero." Qin Feng remained composed. After all, he was someone with a system. His primary focus was on the rewards from that system. While engaged in conversation with Zhao Shuhan, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his friend Lin Kuan. "Brother Feng, I'm coming over to hang out. I'm downstairs. Just wait a moment." Qin Feng replied, "All right, I'll grab some breakfast first." After ending the call, he walked back and spotted Lin Kuan at the breakfast shop. "Brother Feng, would you like something to eat?" Lin Kuan, enjoying a bowl of beef noodles, asked with a smile as Qin Feng took a seat across from him. "No need. I've already eaten. You came all the way over so early. Don't you have work?" Lin Kuan suddenly appeared despondent as he replied, "Don't mention it. I got fired on my first day." "Why?" Lin Kuan explained, "Last night, while guarding the gate at the community, I took advantage of the quiet hours to sneak in a couple of games. Unfortunately, a returning resident caught me in the act. And that was the end of that. Qin Feng found it amusing. What are your plans now? Lin Kuan shrugged. Not a big deal. I'll keep looking for a job. In this day and age, finding a wife is tough, but jobs are plentiful. I'll figure things out after the summer. I have a distant cousin in Ningchuan who is in construction. They're currently seeking someone to handle the transport of acid-alkaline heat-resistant materials. Qin Feng quipped, speak plainly. Lin Kuan rubbed his nose and chuckled. I mean a laborer on a construction site. Lin Kuan's academic performance had been mediocre, and he had enrolled in a second-tier university. Such is life. Without connections and unable to endure the rigors of study, one must simply endure the hardships of life. Qin Feng scrutinized Lin Kuan with skepticism. With your physique, I doubt you'll last 3 days. Although Lin Kuan was not particularly thin, he had an appearance that suggested a lack of robustness. It's all right. Consider it a trial. I don't intend to do this forever. Brother Feng, will you join me for some gaming later? I have to work in the afternoon. While conversing, Lin Kuan casually browsed through short videos. By chance, he quickly stumbled upon the video of Qin Feng's rescue. Brother Feng, look. This person resembles you quite a bit. Lin Kuan handed his phone over for Qin Feng to see. After glancing at the screen, Qin Feng remarked, does it merely resemble me? Open your eyes and look closely. Lin Kuan's expression shifted as he clicked on the topic, discovering numerous videos recorded from different angles. It was undoubtedly Qin Feng. What was more significant was that the viewership of these videos was substantial. Wow, it really is you. Brother Feng, you're incredible. If I were you, I would immediately register an account and start live streaming products. With the current buzz, making a few $100,000 would be effortless. Far better than working as a waiter in a hot pot restaurant. Lin Kuan animatedly plotted Qin Feng's future. Live streaming sales. I have no intention of pursuing that. Qin Feng shook his head. He had never considered such a path. I possess a system. I don't need to rely on sales for income. Lin Kuan, feeling anxious for Qin Feng, urged, Brother Feng, once the hype dies down, it will be too late for regrets. You must seize this opportunity for wealth. Qin Feng shook his head once more. Just then, an unknown caller rang through. May I speak with Mr. Qin Feng? This is he. Hello, I am Zhu Tu, an agent with Zhongyu Media. Mr. Qin, we are highly interested in your heroic act of saving someone last night in Ningjiang. Would you be interested in becoming a streamer? Indeed, it didn't take long for others to uncover Qin Feng's identity. He was not surprised. In this age of explosive information, uncovering someone's background is remarkably easy. Chapter 5. The Lottery Win Card. Zhongyu Media, a prominent internet-based agency in the country, has signed numerous influential streamers and holds considerable recognition within the industry. Not interested. Qin Feng firmly rejected. Mr. Qin, please listen to our offer. Upon signing, you would receive a signing bonus of 200,000, with subsequent earnings split 40-60 in your favor. If you have any conditions, feel free to voice them. With your handsome looks, your willingness to help others, and being a student, how could you not gain traction online? Zhongyu Media was keenly aware of this fact. Moreover, with Qin Feng already carrying a degree of notoriety, how could they not profit? They had discovered that Qin Feng came from modest means and was currently working. Faced with a signing bonus of 200,000, he had little reason to decline. I'm afraid my response may disappoint you, Qin Feng stated, as he genuinely found the signing bonus unappealing. Mr. Qin, has another company contacted you already? Zhu Tu was utterly perplexed. Despite such generous conditions, Qin Feng seemed completely unmoved. It was indeed strange. No, I simply have no intentions in that regard, Qin Feng candidly stated. The voice on the other end of the line fell silent for a considerable moment, exuding a palpable sense of helplessness. Once the initial fervor had subsided, Qin Feng would hold little value. However, faced with Qin Feng's rejection, there was nothing more to be done. Very well, if Mr. Qin decides to pursue a career as a streamer in the future, do ensure you contact me. The contract terms we at Zhongyu Media offer are undoubtedly the highest in the industry. Qin Feng refrained from further conversation and hung up the phone. Brother Feng, is there a company that wants to sign you? Lin Kuan inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity as he had caught a hint of the conversation. Zhongyu Media offered me a signing fee of 200,000, which I declined, Qin Feng replied in a tone devoid of excitement. What? Are you not satisfied with that amount? Lin Kuan exclaimed, incredulous. Qin Feng merely smiled noncommittally. Before acquiring the system, he might have considered it. But now he had far more options. Lin Kuan, sensing the futility of convincing Qin Feng, opted for silence, feeling a twinge of regret on his behalf. Brother Feng, I must take my leave now. After finishing breakfast, Lin Kuan rose to depart. Didn't you say you wanted to team up for some gaming? Qin Feng called after him. Forget it. I'm heading to the construction site to work, Lin Kuan replied, his confidence somewhat shaken as he exited on a shared e-bike. In the ensuing half hour, several online talent agencies contacted Qin Feng, expressing their desire to mold him into an internet sensation. Yet, he turned them all down one by one. By noon, Qin Feng had hoped to invite Zhao Shuhan out for a meal, but she happened to be unavailable, forcing him to abandon the idea. Around 3 in the afternoon, Qin Feng made his way to the Shu Wei hot pot restaurant for work. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Zhao Shuhan, elegant in a flowing dress. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, and her exquisite beauty captured the attention of numerous passers-by. "Brother Qin, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zhao Shuhan greeted him with a smile as he approached. "I still have to work. What brings you here?" Qin Feng asked. "You're almost late. Just go inside, and you'll find out soon enough," Zhao Shuhan replied cryptically, leading the way into the hot pot restaurant. Curiosity piqued. Qin Feng followed her. He watched as Zhao Shuhan spoke with the restaurant manager and swiftly received a uniform. "What is this?" he inquired. Zhao Shuhan, her smile sweet, explained. "Of course, like you, I'm here to work part-time and earn some money. I'll go change now." With that, she went to change clothes, leaving Qin Feng at a loss for words. He understood that her motive for working there was likely not financial. It was more about keeping him company. Given Zhao Shuhan's affluent background, she had no need for such employment. Before long, Zhao Shuhan emerged in her work attire. Although the uniform was rather ordinary, it did little to conceal her beauty. Since she was also a temporary worker, her hours coincided with Qin Feng's. During their shift, several male patrons sought Zhao Shuhan's contact information, but she graciously declined with a smile. Even the male staff members in the restaurant seemed more diligent than usual. Finally, after 4 hours of bustling activity, the workday came to a close. Short-term task completion 2, 3. Congratulations to the host for receiving a phased reward. 1 lottery winning card. Note: the winning amount is random, and the purchase number must be bound to activate. Cash reward of 10 million. With the completion of the day's part-time task, the system's rewards followed suit. "Not bad," Qin Feng chuckled. "Brother Qin, the shift is over. Let us go to the snack street for something to eat, my treat." Zhao Shuhan, having received her daily wages as a temporary worker, appeared somewhat fatigued, her cheeks flushed, and a few beads of perspiration glistening on her smooth forehead, yet she radiated joy. Observing her, Qin Feng felt a pang of concern and remarked, "You shouldn't come again tomorrow." Zhao Shuhan replied cheerfully, "I'm a bit tired, but think of it as experiencing life. If Brother Qin can endure, so can I." Qin Feng sighed. "Suit yourself, but after I finish tomorrow, I probably won't be here anymore." "Brother Qin, what do you plan to do then?" Zhao Shuhan inquired. Qin Feng shook his head. "I'm not sure. The system assigns part-time tasks randomly, so I can't predict anything in advance." "All right then, just remember, if you ever need money, let me know." They indulged in a variety of snacks at the street stalls and then strolled along the riverbank, walking side by side. Their laughter and conversation resembled that of a couple. The night breeze tousled Zhao Shuhan's dark tresses, and Qin Feng could catch a faint fragrance wafting through the air. The night was beautiful, and so was she. He had intended to confess his feelings to Zhao Shuhan the previous evening, but a sudden incident had shattered the moment. "Wait here for me. I'm going to buy a bouquet." There happened to be a flower vendor along the greenway, and Qin Feng hastened over. Zhao Shuhan, uncertain of his intention, could only wait patiently. "Hey there, care for a bouquet?" the flower seller cheerfully offered. Qin Feng selected the largest arrangement, featuring 17 red roses complemented by baby's breath. After paying, he returned to Zhao Shuhan's side, bouquet in hand. "Brother Qin, are you buying those for someone else?" "They're beautiful," Zhao Shuhan remarked, gazing at the roses. "No, I bought these for myself. I wish to give them to someone I admire," Qin Feng replied softly, locking eyes with Zhao Shuhan's enchanting gaze. "Really?" Zhao Shuhan's cheeks reddened, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation washing over her. Could she be the one? She was unsure. "Shuhan, these flowers are for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Qin Feng extended the bouquet towards her, hands cradling the blooms. Zhao Shuhan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. "Brother Qin, do you have any idea how long I've waited to hear those words?" Chapter 6. May I have a hug? In their childhood, they lived in the same neighborhood in a county town. Zhao Shuhan's family was in business, initially struggling and burdened with debts. With her parents often absent, she frequently faced bullying from other children her age. It was Qin Feng who consistently stood up for her. Their bond was strong. They shared everything and walked home together after school, embodying the essence of childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted. However, everything changed during their first year of high school. Fortune smiled upon Zhao Shuhan's family, and her father's business skyrocketed. In just a year, they amassed over 100 million in assets. And in the ensuing 2 to 3 years, franchises sprouted across the nation. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuhan showcased remarkable aptitude in her studies, consistently ranking first in her high school. To ensure Zhao Shuhan received the best education, her parents purchased a 30 million villa in Ningchuan City. However, Zhao Shihan insisted on completing her high school education in the county, which is why they did not relocate. As their experiences diversified, Qin Feng's mindset underwent significant transformation. His academic performance was mediocre, barely fitting into a prestigious university, and he could not compare to Zhao Shihan, especially not in terms of family background. Qin Feng was acutely aware that he and Zhao Shihan belonged to entirely different worlds, prompting him to maintain a distance and evade their connection. He had hoped that time would dilute the intensity of his feelings, yet it appeared that such was not the case. Zhao Shihan remained the same as she had always been. Perhaps it could be said that her heart was small, containing only room for Qin Feng and unable to accommodate anyone else. As she accepted the rose, a hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze. Brother Qin Feng, if you like me, why didn't you say so sooner? When Qin Feng had distanced himself from her in the past, she had, for a time, questioned whether he harbored feelings of dislike towards her, which had led her to a prolonged period of depression. It's not too late to say it now, is it? Qin Feng responded with a smile. Without the system's intervention, these sentiments would have remained buried deep within him. However, he was determined not to leave any regrets in his life. A compassionate young lady like Zhao Shihan was certainly worth pursuing. I once feared hindering your progress. Given your academic excellence and affluent background, while I was merely a poor boy, Zhao Shihan pouted slightly. My family's wealth belongs to my parents. It does not pertain to me. Qin Feng countered, it certainly does matter. You are the cherished jewel of your family. Have you ever considered what would happen if your parents disapproved of our relationship? Without hesitation, Zhao Shihan replied, then we shall elope. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her response, quietly admiring her delicate features. Shihan, may I have a hug? No, there are too many people here. She shook her head, her expression brimming with shyness. Then let us find a more secluded place. Zhao Shihan glanced at the time, realizing it was still early. Brother Qin Feng, would you accompany me shopping? Of course, he replied, gently taking her fragile hand, which she did not resist. Thus, they strolled hand in hand down the bustling street, evoking envy from onlookers. After meandering for another half hour, Zhao Shihan remarked, Brother Qin Feng, there's a film that has received great acclaim recently. Shall we go watch it? She nestled closer to him, their intimacy palpable. Qin Feng opened the ticketing app and checked the movie's duration. The film is rather lengthy. Let's save it for tomorrow. That works. Please reserve the tickets, she agreed. As night fell, Qin Feng prepared to escort Zhao Shihan home. They happened upon a lottery store, where a considerable number of patrons were buying tickets. An idea struck Qin Feng, and he halted. Brother Qin Feng, what is it? Zhao Shihan inquired, following his gaze. Do you wish to buy a lottery ticket? Come. Let us try our luck, he said, pulling her into the store, intending to utilize his lottery winning card first. Do you often buy lottery tickets? Zhao Shihan asked. Not really. I only bought a few during high school, but since I never won, I stopped. He mused. Winning is all about chance, yet luck is an enigmatic force. Once inside the store, Qin Feng wasted no time selecting a popular type of lottery ticket. He chose 7 numbers, stating that matching even one would yield a prize, while matching all 7 would win the grand prize, which offered the highest payout. He requested a slip of paper from the store owner and wrote down 4 numbers. Shihan, you select the remaining 3. If we win, we shall split the prize. Am I free to choose? Zhao Shihan, being a lottery novice, didn't pay much heed to the notion of splitting the winnings. As a top student, she had calculated that the odds of being struck by a car while purchasing a ticket far exceeded the chances of winning a jackpot. Yes, just write whatever you wish. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Shihan penned 3 numbers. Owner, I'd like to purchase 20 tickets for these 7 numbers. Although Qin Feng possessed a winning card, he refrained from buying too many, as the prize amounts were random. That will be 40 yuan in total. The owner handed over the printed tickets, bearing the chosen numbers and the draw date, 9 p.m. tomorrow night. Qin Feng paid promptly, internally reciting, System, activate the lottery winning card. Lottery winning card is being activated. Binding numbers. Binding successful. Having completed this, Qin Feng guided Zhao Shihan out of the lottery store. I will escort you home, he declared. Hailing a taxi. No need, Brother Qin Feng. I can return by myself. Nonsense, he insisted, and Zhao Shihan acquiesced, appreciating the warmth of being accompanied by a boyfriend. After a brief journey, the taxi arrived at the entrance of an upscale residential area, where entry was permitted only for residents. Consequently, they exited the vehicle together. Since they had reached the gate, Qin Feng decided to walk Zhao Shihan inside. This affluent district was inhabited by the wealthy, with villas priced in the tens of millions and luxury cars abounding. Although Zhao Shihan had previously invited Qin Feng to her home, he had declined, making this his first visit. Under the moonlight and amidst the sparse stars, they strolled leisurely together. After a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Villa number 15. Through the gate, they could see a swimming pool and a fountain. This is it, Brother Qin Feng. My parents are not home. Would you like to come in for a while? Qin Feng shook his head, Not just yet. It seems your parents are quite busy, likely engaged in business meetings with clients from all over the country. Once my parents return, I will introduce you to them, Zhao Shuhan offered, unaware of her parents' potential disapproval. She was resolute in her commitment to Qin Feng. Some matters were inevitable. It was merely a question of time. All right, Qin Feng nodded. When I have the opportunity, I shall visit your hometown as well. After all, it has been quite some time since I last saw Uncle Qin and Aunt Li Ping. Prior to moving to Ningchuan City, Zhao Shuhan frequently visited Qin Feng's home, where his parents had always taken a liking to her. Sounds good. I shall head back now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Zhao Shuhan waved goodbye, watching Qin Feng depart until he vanished from sight. Reluctantly, she withdrew her gaze and entered the villa. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Qin Feng continued chatting with Zhao Shuhan for quite some time before they exchanged goodnights. The following day at noon, Qin Feng invited Zhao Shuhan out for lunch. After their meal, with half an hour remaining before the movie commenced, Zhao Shuhan said, I don't have any gifts for you. So how about I buy you 2 sets of clothes? Noticing the wear on his attire, she felt compelled to act. Looking down at his clothes, Qin Feng shrugged. Being an ordinary person, he had never placed much importance on his wardrobe. As long as they weren't torn, he deemed them wearable. Yet now, with a bit of financial means, he realized he should not compromise on his appearance. There's no need, just help me choose, he replied as they made their way to the clothing section of a shopping mall, entering a branded store. In days of yore, Qin Feng would never have dared to frequent such establishments. Gentlemen and ladies, what kind of attire do you fancy? As the duo stepped inside, the store's attendant approached them with polite inquiries. Just browsing, Zhao Shuhan replied, taking Qin Feng's hand and beginning to select garments for him. They ultimately chose 3 outfits. Brother Qin Feng, do try them on. Zhao Shuhan's taste was commendable. After changing, Qin Feng's demeanor was markedly transformed. A man is but a reflection of his attire, and he appeared far more dashing than before. He tried on all 3 outfits, each fitting him impeccably. I'll take these 3. Please pack them up. During checkout, Zhao Shuhan proactively produced her bank card. The total for the 3 outfits exceeded 3,500, a considerable sum for an average person. Shuhan, I have money, Qin Feng said helplessly upon witnessing Zhao Shuhan foot the bill. Why did it feel like he was being spoiled? Brother Qin Feng, we agreed that I would buy you clothes, so don't try to fight me for it, Zhao Shuhan insisted, handing her card to the cashier with a gesture to expedite the transaction. Qin Feng did not contest her. In the past, he would have adamantly refused to let Zhao Shuhan spend on him, as he could hardly afford it. However, circumstances had changed. To Qin Feng, 3,000 was hardly a burden now. He contemplated gifting Zhao Shuhan something in return, yet was uncertain what would suffice. As they exited the clothing store, they unexpectedly encountered a young man clad in designer apparel. Shuhan, you too. The young man's expression soured as he scrutinized Zhao Shuhan, then Qin Feng, his ire intensifying upon observing Zhao Shuhan linking arms with Qin Feng. Wang Jiahui, what brings you here? Zhao Shuhan's brows furrowed slightly. The young man, Wang Jiahui, was a familiar face to Qin Feng, as they had been classmates in high school. He hailed from a real estate family, a quintessential rich kid, and was one of Zhao Shuhan's many suitors. Since their high school days, he had persistently pursued her, but she had consistently rebuffed him. Having relocated to Ningchuan City 2 years prior, he had rushed over upon learning Zhao Shuhan was out shopping alone, intending to orchestrate a chance encounter, only to be cruelly confronted with the reality of her relationship. Shuhan, I came here to find you, but what is the nature of your relationship with Qin Feng? Wang Jiahui demanded, his teeth clenched. He was acutely aware of Qin Feng's modest background, perceiving him merely as a penniless loser. Yet now, it appeared he had stolen away his goddess. This is intolerable. Zhao Shuhan tightened her grip on Qin Feng's arm and replied, Wang Jiahui, I have told you before. We are not meant to be. As you can see, I am with Qin Feng now. Wang Jiahui's lips twitched, unable to accept the reality before him. Shuhan, this Qin Feng is nothing but a pauper. Does he truly deserve you? What can he offer you in terms of happiness? His agitation grew with each word. Seeing Wang Jiahui insult Qin Feng, Zhao Shuhan's temper flared. Wang Jiahui, whom I choose to be with is my prerogative. You have no say in the matter. She had no desire to engage further with him, tugging at Qin Feng's arm. Brother Qin Feng, let us go watch a movie. Qin Feng nodded, dismissing Wang Jiahui entirely. And together they entered the elevator hand in hand. Despite Wang Jiahui's affluent background, Qin Feng felt no fear. Watching them depart, Wang Jiahui's fury reached a boiling point. His fists clenched tightly. Brother Qin Feng, if that Wang Jiahui dares to trouble you, just let me know, Zhao Shuhan whispered to Qin Feng in the elevator. It's fine. He won't dare to do anything, Qin Feng replied confidently, aware that his well-defined abs were not merely for show. Shuhan, being at school in Yanjing, I imagine you have many admirers? As a campus belle, Zhao Shuhan had received her fair share of love letters since high school. Beautiful, affluent, gentle, And virtuous. Who could resist such a girl? In the elevator, with only the two of them, Zhao Shuhan rested her head on Qin Feng's shoulder, smiling sweetly. My heart belongs solely to brother Qin Feng. Indeed, many pursued Zhao Shuhan at Yenjing University, including numerous wealthy young gentlemen, but she held none of them in regard. For Qin Feng had long captured her heart. The elevator came to a steady halt, and they arrived at the cinema floor just as the movie was about to begin. With a long queue forming for ticket verification, Qin Feng, unhurried, purchased a couple's package at the counter, which included a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea. Given the romantic theme of the film, the audience was predominantly couples, with love abounding. Typically, these films showcase the tumultuous ups and downs of romance, and most girls, including Zhao Shuhan, found themselves captivated by such narratives. As the film progressed, Qin Feng felt his phone vibrate several times. He retrieved it to find a friend request from Wang Jiahui, with a message that read, Qin Feng, if you know what's good for you, keep your distance from Zhao Shuhan. Take a good look in the mirror. Do you think you deserve her? If it's just for money, I advise you to scram. Wang Jiahui was furious. Upon adding Qin Feng as a friend, he wasted no time sending a warning. What if I don't play nice? Qin Feng glanced at Zhao Shuhan, who was still engrossed in the film, and typed a response. Wang Jiahui, don't think that just because Zhao Shuhan is by your side, you can disregard me. I'm telling you now, if you get too close to Zhao Shuhan, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Jiahui had the audacity to act superior, given his wealth, while Qin Feng was but a poor boy with nothing to match. Get lost. Qin Feng responded tersely with a single word. He then blocked Wang Jiahui without a second thought. Such a fool was hardly worth his time. Qin Feng, say that again if you dare. Wang Jiahui's face twisted with rage, only to discover moments later that his message had failed to send. That infuriating Qin Feng had the audacity to block me. You will regret this. Wang Jiahui seethed, vowing to make Qin Feng pay. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained remarkably calm, as if nothing had transpired. Nearly 2 hours later, the film concluded, and Qin Feng escorted Zhao Shuhan out of the cinema. At the entrance, Zhao Shuhan noticed an array of claw machines, and her interest was piqued. Brother Qin Feng, shall we play a game? Qin Feng agreed, exchanging for a handful of game tokens. When she finally snagged a toy, Zhao Shuhan's joy radiated like that of a child. Time flew by in this blissful moment. And soon it was time for Qin Feng to begin his shift at the hot pot restaurant. However, Zhao Shuhan was quite elated, for the mere presence of Qin Feng made her work seem inconsequential. After 4 hours of bustling activity, Qin Feng's 3-day stint as a waiter came to a satisfactory conclusion. Ding! Short-term task completed. 3. Congratulations, host. You have received the final reward. 1 stock prediction card. Special fund for stock market, 100 million. Cash, 10 million. Note, the stock prediction card can forecast the 3 stocks with the highest potential for appreciation over the next month. Note, the special fund for the stock market can only be used for purchasing stocks and not for any other purposes. The rewards for completing the short-term task were more generous than before. The stock prediction card was indeed a valuable asset. Although it could only identify the 3 stocks with the most significant anticipated growth within a month, it felt akin to possessing a cheat code. Furthermore, the system had thoughtfully provided a dedicated fund for stock investment. Regrettably, tomorrow marked the weekend, meaning the stock market would remain closed until the following Monday, leaving Qin Feng in eager anticipation for what his next part-time task might be. After departing from the hot pot restaurant, Qin Feng addressed Zhao Shuhan. Shuhan, I will no longer be working here starting tomorrow. Zhao Shuhan replied with a smile. If you're not coming, then I shan't either. Her purpose for being there was solely to accompany Qin Feng. Without him, her presence lost its significance. Qin Feng took Zhao Shuhan's hand, stating, Today we shall skip the snack street and indulge in a grand meal. I'll follow your lead, Zhao Shuhan replied, her face illuminated with joy. Thus, the pair ventured to a renowned Chinese restaurant nearby. Situated on the 30th floor, the ambience was delightful. Qin Feng Gij, since tomorrow is the weekend, would it be possible for me to drive you out for some fun if you're free? Zhao Shuhan inquired, seated opposite him, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the vibrant cityscape beyond. It depends on the situation, Qin Feng responded, uncertain of any part-time tasks he might have the following day, thus refraining from making a commitment. Zhao Shuhan smiled. If you decide, please inform me in advance, and I shall come to pick you up. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, their meal arrived. Given that there were only 2 of them, Qin Feng opted not to order an excessive amount of dishes. They dined while engaging in light conversation. Suddenly, a middle-aged man nearby slammed his hand on the table in frustration, crumpling his lottery ticket and tossing it into the trash. Qin Feng glanced at the man and realized that the lottery draw was about to commence, precisely at 9 o'clock in the evening. Shuhan, if you were to win the lottery one day, what would you wish to do? Qin Feng asked, taking out his phone but not immediately checking the winning numbers. I've never thought about it. Zhao Shihan shook her head. Coming from a wealthy background, she felt that even if she had dreams, they did not necessitate winning a lottery to be fulfilled. Well, you can ponder it now, Qin Feng chuckled. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Shihan playfully smiled. I just want to be with Qin Feng Gij forever. Qin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, refrained from probing further and opened the lottery results website. As anticipated, all the winning numbers matched. It was undoubtedly the first prize. Qin Feng's expression remained placid. Upon checking the winning amount, he exclaimed, "Goodness! A total of 120 million. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's face. Shihan, it appears we have indeed won, he said, handing his phone to Zhao Shihan. Really? Zhao Shihan, still in disbelief, examined the winning numbers on the screen. Upon confirming they matched, she gasped, "No way, Qin Feng Gij, your luck is extraordinary." Upon seeing the winning amount, Zhao Shihan delicately covered her mouth, rendered speechless by her astonishment. 120 million? Even with her family's wealth. She felt a shiver of disbelief. She had never imagined Qin Feng would win such a grand prize. Just how lucky did one need to be? Shihan, it's all thanks to the 3 numbers you wrote. Otherwise, we wouldn't have won. He reminded her, we agreed to split it 50-50, and once we claim the prize, I will transfer your share to your bank account. The weekend would prevent them from claiming the prize until the weekdays. Nonetheless, Qin Feng was not anxious. After all, the grand prize wasn't going anywhere. Zhao Shihan, regaining her composure from the shock, waved her hand dismissively. Qin Feng Gij, I don't want it. You purchased the ticket. I merely jotted down 3 random numbers. If anyone were to be credited for luck, it would surely be him. After deducting 20% for taxes, there would still be nearly 100 million left. Zhao Shihan felt elated for Qin Feng, yet she had no desire for the money. That won't do. A promise is a promise. Qin Feng insisted with an unyielding tone. Zhao Shihan stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, her heart deeply touched. If they were to split it, she would receive over 40 million. With such a sum, Qin Feng could easily choose to keep it all for himself, yet he did not. This clearly demonstrated how much Zhao Shihan meant to him. Qin Feng Gij, you are too kind to me. After we claim the prize, you can keep the money for now. I want to need it anyway. Zhao Shihan found an excuse, as she truly did not wish to accept the money. Chapter 9. Embracing life, rejecting conformity. Qin Feng agreed. Very well, I shall hold on to it for you. After finishing their meal, the two strolled around the streets for quite some time. Around 10 o'clock, Qin Feng escorted Zhao Shihan back to the entrance of her villa. The news of their lottery win felt surreal to Zhao Shihan. She pondered whether Qin Feng possessed some kind of prophetic ability. Otherwise, such a stroke of luck was difficult to rationalize. Yet, 3 of the numbers were indeed her own. Could it be that Qin Feng's good deed of saving someone by the river had garnered divine favor? Unable to deduce a reason, Zhao Shihan could only attribute it to sheer luck. Qin Feng Gij, be sure to rest early. See you tomorrow. Zhao Shihan took the initiative to embrace Qin Feng, then blushed as she hurried into the villa. See you tomorrow. Observing Zhao Shihan's bashful demeanor, a smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. After leaving the villa area, he hailed a taxi to return home. Upon arriving at the foot of his rented apartment, Qin Feng sensed something amiss. Glancing back, he confirmed his suspicion. Someone was tailing him. Pretending not to notice, he hummed a tune as he ascended the stairs. Just as he reached the entrance of the lobby and was about to close the door, a hand suddenly pressed against the door frame. Qin Feng, I wish to settle today's score with you. The man at the door was none other than Wang Jiahao, accompanied by 3 of his young companions, all of whom cast icy glares at Qin Feng. After being reprimanded by Qin Feng earlier that day, Wang Jiahao's anger had simmered, compelling him to investigate Qin Feng's residence. After waiting downstairs for a considerable time, he was finally rewarded with Qin Feng's return. Wang Jiahao was determined not to let Qin Feng off easily. Not only had Qin Feng swept away his goddess, but he also had the audacity to insult him and ultimately block him. Wang Jiahao could no longer stand it. He was resolute in believing he could easily overpower a penniless boy with no background. What do you intend to do? Qin Feng inquired, his expression remaining largely unchanged as he turned to fill a cup of water from the dispenser. Disregarding his surroundings, he began to drink as if Wang Jiahao and his companions were non-existent. Kid, you dare to pursue our brother Hao's woman? Do you even know how to write the word death? One of his loyal friends glared at Qin Feng with malice. At that moment, Wang Jiahao's expression grew increasingly grim. Qin Feng, this is of your own making. Do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Qin Feng chuckled. What camaraderie do we share? Judging by your tone, are you here to fight? One-on-one or a group brawl? Let us make it snappy. During high school, Wang Jiahao had always been quite insufferable, with few friends in class. Wang Jiahao was infuriated by Qin Feng's words. His 3 companions, witnessing this, were equally enraged and charged at Qin Feng, intent on surrounding him. Qin Feng remained unfazed, his demeanor calm, clearly not regarding Wang Jiahao, and his entourage as a threat. With his strength now at 71, he could confidently echo the cinematic declaration, "I can take on 10. Suddenly, one of the young men in the front was struck by Qin Feng's fist on the shoulder, letting out a pained scream. Another young man had already closed the distance when Qin Feng delivered a swift kick, landing squarely on the lad's thigh, causing him to pale and collapse to his knees in agony. Yet, Qin Feng did not relent. With a resounding thud, Wang Jiahao's last companion was struck in the abdomen. After staggering back a few steps, he crashed into a table, which crumbled under the impact, perhaps due to its poor quality. Within just a few exchanges, Wang Jiahao's 3 loyal followers had failed to mount any defense and fell swiftly. Wang Jiahao himself was taken aback by Qin Feng's remarkable prowess, rendering him too terrified to move. With a sharp clap, Qin Feng approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Wang Jiahao. The force was perfectly calibrated, disorienting yet not injurious to the brain. Despite Wang Jiahao's usual arrogance, he possessed a rather timid disposition. Faced with Qin Feng's formidable presence, he promptly wilted. "Feng, brother Feng, I was wrong. Please don't hit me." Wang Jiahao knelt, shielding his head, his voice trembling. "Didn't you say you wanted to settle the score with me?" Qin Feng brushed off the dust from his hands and asked coolly. "Brother Feng, I apologize. I am truly sorry." Wang Jiahao dared not raise his head. Meanwhile, his 3 companions huddled in a corner, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to make another move against Qin Feng. "I will let you off this time. Remember, do not interfere with my girlfriend again. Otherwise, be prepared for the consequences," Qin Feng warned coldly, reminding Wang Jiahao that if he were to defy this admonition, a more severe beating awaited him. "Brother Feng, I swear I won't go near Zhao Shuhan again," Wang Jiahao declared vehemently before rising and attempting to flee. "Halt! I haven't given you permission to leave. You've damaged my table. You must compensate me before you go," Qin Feng called after him. Wang Jiahao's heart sank upon hearing this demand, but felt relieved when it was merely a matter of financial reparations. "Brother Feng, I'll pay." After obtaining Qin Feng's bank card, he immediately transferred 10,000 yuan. Initially, Qin Feng had only sought 200, yet upon receiving 10,000, he said nothing. Consider it tuition paid by Wang Jiahao. With Qin Feng's tacit approval, Wang Jiahao and his companions fled as if escaping a disaster. Utterly useless. The 3 of you couldn't even defeat Qin Feng alone. Once downstairs, Wang Jiahao's irritation grew with each passing moment. Had he known Qin Feng was this formidable, he should have brought along more people. Now, he found himself at a loss, having not only failed to reprimand Qin Feng, but also suffered a significant setback. If word of this spread, how would he face his peers? "Brother Hao, we can't be blamed for our lack of skill. It's just that Qin Feng is too powerful." "Indeed, that Qin Feng clearly has training," Wang Jiahao snapped. "Stop making excuses. No one is to speak of tonight's events. Otherwise, I'll turn against him." "Understood, Brother Hao." The following day, Qin Feng rose at 7 o'clock. Ever since his strength had increased, he had felt invigorated upon waking. With the system at his disposal, his mental fatigue had been alleviated. The confusion that had once plagued him was now a thing of the past. "System, what part-time tasks do we have today?" As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the system interface gracefully displayed a line of text. "Enjoy life. Refuse to succumb to the rat race. No part-time tasks will be assigned over the weekend, excluding temporary tasks. Additionally, the host is granted a consumption limit of 100 million yuan. Note, the consumption limit of 100 million yuan is valid only on Saturdays and Sundays. It will expire and not accumulate." Upon seeing the phrase "enjoy life, refuse to succumb to the rat race," Qin Feng silently praised the system. In an era where everyone was caught up in competition, studying, and working relentlessly, this was indeed a lamentable reality. Fortunately, Qin Feng no longer had to concern himself with such matters. After freshening up, Qin Feng descended to have breakfast, just as Lin Kuan arrived riding a second-hand electric scooter. "Boss, I'll have a bowl of beef noodles," Lin Kuan said as he took a seat across from Qin Feng. "Nice, you've got yourself a vehicle," Qin Feng remarked, glancing at Lin Kuan's second-hand ride. "Brother Feng, please don't mock me. It's second-hand. By the way, I've changed jobs again." Lin Kuan's tone carried a hint of gloom, his face etched with stories untold. "Curious?" Qin Feng inquired. "Didn't you say just the other day that you were going to work for your cousin?" Lin Kuan sighed. "Mentioning my cousin makes me furious. When I went to the construction site, I discovered he was buried in debt and couldn't even pay wages." Lin Kuan's cousin was a contractor but lacked integrity. On the second day of Lin Kuan's labor at the site, his cousin absconded with his sister-in-law, leaving him to seek new employment. Qin Feng chuckled at Lin Kuan's misadventures. "You've changed jobs twice in 3 days. That's quite impressive. So what are you doing now?" "A basic survival material distributor," Lin Kuan replied. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Speak plainly." "Delivering food," Lin Kuan clarified. "I've got my electric scooter now. If I don't make money this time, I want to change jobs easily again. Just then, the beef noodles were ready, and the boss served them to Lin Kuan. By the way, Brother Feng, I have a confession. I must come clean about something. Qin Feng looked at Lin Kuan with disdain. Go on. What have you done to betray me? Lin Kuan scratched the back of his head. Well, the other day Zhao Shuhan returned from Yanjing and asked me about you. I couldn't resist the temptation and accepted a red envelope from her, then told her about your job at the hot pot restaurant. Listening to Lin Kuan's admission, Qin Feng finally understood. No wonder Zhao Shuhan had shown up at the hot pot restaurant that night. He had wondered how she had found out. It turned out there was a traitor among them. Is that all? Qin Feng said, not overly concerned. Lin Kuan lamented, Brother Feng, I know you've been avoiding Zhao Shuhan. However, I feel there's no need. Since she likes you so much, why not just accept her? Her family is wealthy, so you wouldn't be at a loss. There's an old saying. In youth, one does not know the sweetness of living off a woman. One mistakes the vigor of youth for the toil of planting rice. Another ancient adage states, reading 10,000 books is not as beneficial as traveling 10,000 miles. And traveling 10,000 miles is not as advantageous as being guided by a rich woman. Qin Feng cast a sharp glance at Lin Kuan, retorting, You think you can pursue postgraduate studies? Do not bother, for I am already with Shu Han. Lin Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. What? Brother Feng, have you finally come to your senses? Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have. Lin Kuan chuckled and said, Congratulations. However, I must inquire. What is your secret to winning the affections of women? I believe I could manage it too. Qin Feng shook his head. No, you cannot. If you doubt me, take a look in the mirror at home. Lin Kuan replied, Brother Feng, are you mocking me? Qin Feng laughed, just teasing you. How about I treat you to a grand dinner tonight? Lin Kuan, slurping his noodles, looked up and said, No need. It's not easy for you to earn money either. We're all in similar situations. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing part-time jobs. Oh, I forgot to mention. I won 100 million in the lottery, Qin Feng stated in a nonchalant tone. Lin Kuan, clearly skeptical, exclaimed, You're just boasting without a second thought. Suddenly, Lin Kuan recalled something. Wait a moment, I just saw in the news that someone in Ningchuan won the lottery jackpot. A staggering 120 million. Brother Feng, could it be you? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Kuan shook his head vigorously, unable to believe that Qin Feng could possess such extraordinary luck. Qin Feng nodded. Indeed, it is I. As your good friend, I can grant you one wish, provided it's not too outrageous. Lin Kuan exclaimed, Brother Feng, you're not joking with me, are you? Qin Feng replied earnestly. Is there any reason for me to jest about such matters? Lin Kuan's mood darkened again. While his own failures were daunting, the success of a brother was even more disheartening. Why did such good fortune not come his way? Lin Kuan found himself pondering. All right, speak your wish. I need to think it over and make sure it's something that will cost you dearly, Lin Kuan mused, but after a long while, he still couldn't come up with anything. Never mind, I'll let you know once I've figured it out. Qin Feng smiled, no rush, take your time. After finishing breakfast, Lin Kuan departed to deliver food. Qin Feng sent a message to Zhao Shuhan, suggesting they spend the day together since he had no other plans. Zhao Shuhan quickly responded, I'm having breakfast now, and I'll drive over shortly. Qin Feng returned to his house briefly before heading to the roadside to wait. Before long, a sleek black BMW M8 pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhao Shuhan's stunning visage. Brother Qin Feng, hop in. She beamed. Qin Feng opened the door and took a seat in the passenger seat. Is this car brand new? He inquired. Zhao Shuhan replied. My father bought it 2 months ago as a spare. I usually drive another one. If a $200,000 car is merely a spare, the one she typically drives must be even more extravagant. Such is the life of the affluent. By the way, where shall we go? Zhao Shuhan suddenly asked. How about the amusement park? Qin Feng suggested. All right, let us go to the amusement park, Zhao Shuhan agreed, activating the navigation system to direct them to the largest amusement park in Ningchuan. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance. Qin Feng had already purchased tickets online, allowing them to enter directly. The park was bustling with visitors, being the weekend. Numerous free attractions were available, alongside several that required payment. Zhao Shuhan tugged Qin Feng towards the carousel and bumper cars. However, she was hesitant to try more thrilling rides like the pirate ship or roller coaster. The amusement park was vast, and it would take an entire day to experience it all. At noon, they dined at the park's restaurant. While eating, Qin Feng noticed several missed calls on his phone. Ever since that night he saved someone in Ningjiang, he had become an internet sensation, with his popularity showing no signs of waning even after 3 days. Numerous online talent agencies were eager to sign him, recognizing Qin Feng as a hot commodity. With a little bit of promotion, he could undoubtedly become a major internet celebrity. As they ate, his phone rang again. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to answer. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am an official representative from Douyin. and we would like to invite you to join our video creation platform. Once your identity is verified, you will receive official traffic support. If you are interested in pursuing a career in live streaming, we can offer you a signing bonus of 1 million. Taking into account that Mr. Qin is still a student, we will not impose any restrictions on streaming hours. The conditions presented by Douyin were superior to those of the talent agencies, given its status as a major platform. Chapter 11. The First Kiss. Qin Feng did not hesitate long before declining once more. While a signing bonus of 1 million might seem substantial to an ordinary person, for someone like Qin Feng, who possessed a system, it was inconsequential. As the saying goes, freedom is not merely the ability to do as one pleases, but rather the ability to refrain from doing what one does not wish to do. At this point, Qin Feng had achieved a form of financial independence. Even tasks assigned by the system could be refused, albeit with a slight cost. Brother Qin Feng, who was on the phone, Zhao Shuhan inquired with curiosity. It was Douyin, asking if I was interested in becoming a streamer. Zhao Shuhan chuckled. Brother Qin Feng, having won 120 million. You could live comfortably without ever working again. Although becoming an internet celebrity is lucrative, Qin Feng had far more options. By the way, Brother Qin Feng, how do you plan to spend your lottery winnings? Qin Feng replied, I haven't thought it through yet. Do you have any suggestions? Zhao Shuhan pondered for a moment and said, after paying 20% in taxes, you'd have about 96 million left. You could deposit 70 million in the bank, earning a nice interest without any risk, a steady stream of income. Then, invest 10 million in stocks, focusing on industries with promising futures, such as renewable energy or artificial intelligence, and hold on to them long term. As for the remaining 16 million, you could purchase a well-located property and a car you desire. The rest can be at your discretion. Zhao Shuhan, being a finance major, provided the most prudent investment advice. Qin Feng nodded in agreement with her financial strategy. However, the truth was, his wealth extended far beyond the lottery winnings. In just 3 days, he had amassed a total of 140 million in rewards from the system, not to mention an additional 100 million spending allowance for the weekend. It was an amount he simply could not exhaust. Yet, for the time being, Qin Feng had no intention of divulging these secrets to Zhao Shuhan. In the afternoon, the two continued their adventures in the amusement park. Since a grand fireworks display awaited them in the evening, there was no urgency to return home. At 8 o'clock, as night descended and stars twinkled above, Qin Feng held Zhao Shuhan's hand, leading her to a grassy area. The view was expansive, making it an ideal spot to watch the fireworks. A crowd began to gather around them, creating a lively atmosphere. Brother Qin Feng, the fireworks show is about to begin, Zhao Shuhan exclaimed, pulling out her phone in anticipation. Finally, a sharp whistle pierced the tranquility of the night, heralding the start of the display. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, painting it in a kaleidoscope of colors. As more and more fireworks exploded, the entire night sky transformed into a magnificent canvas. How beautiful, Qin Feng marveled. Zhao Shuhan activated the video recording function on her phone, directing it towards the sky. However, Qin Feng's gaze was not fixed upon the fireworks. Brother Qin Feng, look quickly. Zhao Shuhan tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, beaming with the exuberance of a child. She tilted her head and soon realized that Qin Feng was intently watching her. A blush, delicate and fleeting, graced Zhao Shuhan's cheeks. Brother Qin Feng, why do you keep staring at me? Is the fireworks display not captivating? Qin Feng chuckled softly, his eyes still fixed on the depths of Zhao Shuhan's autumn-like gaze. The fireworks pale in comparison to your beauty. As he beheld her luscious, red lips, Qin Feng instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist and kissed her tenderly. The sensation was sweet and soft. The moment their lips met, Zhao Shuhan felt as though she had been electrified, her body quivering slightly. Am I truly giving my first kiss to Brother Qin Feng? Her heart raced uncontrollably. This intimate scene drew the ire of the single onlookers around them. I can't believe it. These young people, flaunting their affection in public without a thought for us lonely souls. Damn it, no couple is innocent in the aftermath of this. After several seconds, a flustered Zhao Shuhan pushed Qin Feng away. Upon noticing the collective gaze of the crowd upon them, she wished for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. I'm so embarrassed. This is all your fault, Brother Qin Feng. Her cheeks aflame. She buried her face in Qin Feng's chest. I apologize, I couldn't help myself. Qin Feng, possessing a thicker skin, brushed it off, as long as he remained unembarrassed. The discomfort belonged to others. Zhao Shuhan, with a mournful glance, hesitated before pulling Qin Feng away to a different spot to enjoy the fireworks. After a quarter of an hour, the fireworks display finally concluded, leaving the night sky in a serene silence. Is it over? Zhao Shuhan gazed at the empty sky, still yearning for more. Shuhan, since you adore fireworks so much, I shall arrange a special display just for you next time, shall I? Qin Feng proposed with a smile. Such extravagant displays are quite expensive. Perhaps we should reconsider, Zhao Shuhan replied. Qin Feng, however, was unconcerned about the expense. After leaving the amusement park, they ventured to indulge in a meal. Zhao Shuhan was reluctant to head home, so they lingered in the mall for quite some time. After a long day of excitement, Zhao Shuhan felt utterly exhausted. On their way back, Qin Feng took the wheel. By the time they arrived at her home, it was quite late. Brother Qin Feng, why don't you just drive back? It would be more convenient. No need. I'll just grab a taxi from the front, he replied. Indeed. Qin Feng found the lack of a vehicle rather inconvenient. After an entire day of enjoyment, he had hardly utilized the 100 million spending limit gifted by the system. He resolved to spend it all the following day. After parking the BMW M8 in the garage, Qin Feng returned the keys to Zhao Shuhan. By the way, Brother Qin Feng, I have something to attend to tomorrow and can't accompany you. Zhao Shuhan's disappointment was palpable. That's all right, I will miss you, Qin Feng assured her. Zhao Shuhan felt a pang of reluctance. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and planted a gentle kiss on Qin Feng's lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water before darting away. Goodbye, Brother Qin Feng. With that, she hurriedly dashed into the lobby. Qin Feng chuckled softly as he left the villa, hailing a taxi to return home. He alighted not far from his building and stopped by a convenience store to purchase a bottle of mineral water. On his way back, he noticed a woman pushing a two-wheeled electric scooter. She was strikingly attractive, donning a red safety helmet, around 25 years of age, dressed in a form-fitting skirt paired with a white blouse, radiating a quintessential professional aura. The scooter had run out of battery, leaving her to push it along, which was quite a challenge in her high heels. Qin Feng contemplated whether to offer assistance, but hesitated, wary of being perceived as a stalker at this late hour. Just then, a drunken man staggered out from a nearby restaurant. Perhaps drawn by the woman's beauty, he approached her directly. Hey, is your scooter out of power? Do you need help? I'm strong. Let me give you a hand. Chapter 12 Versailles? Zhang Shuiying frowned at the drunken man, who reeked of alcohol, and replied, No. Thank you. Don't be shy, come on. The drunken man grinned lewdly, beginning to make unwelcome advances. If you continue like this, I will call the police. Zhang Shuiying was quite frightened and could only retreat. Just as the drunken man was about to press further, Qin Feng appeared. He grasped the man's hand and forcefully shoved him, causing the man to tumble to the ground. Kid, mind your own business. The drunken man, humiliated and enraged, got to his feet and swung a punch at Qin Feng. However, in his inebriated state, he stumbled and fell before he could reach Qin Feng. Damn it! The drunken man, unwilling to concede, charged at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng scoffed, seizing the man's collar and flinging him aside once more. The drunken man fell again, this time in a most undignified manner. Realizing he was outmatched, he cursed under his breath and fled. Thank you, handsome. Upon seeing the drunken man flee, Zhang Shuiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Shuiying studied Qin Feng intently. He was undeniably handsome and gave her a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. I remember now. Handsome. You're the one who recently became famous online for rescuing someone, right? She had seen the video of Qin Feng saving lives by the river, which was not far from here, but she struggled to recall his name. A few days ago, didn't you save someone by the river? Zhang Shuiying asked excitedly. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging her recollection. That is wonderful. I can't believe I ran into you here. It must be fate. By the way, what is your name? Zhang Shuiying expressed her curiosity. Online discussions had labeled Qin Feng as a student or a doctor. The opinions varied widely. My name is Qin Feng. Let us be friends. I'm Zhang Shuiying. She introduced herself and extended her hand for a handshake. What do you do? I'm a student. Oh, you're still a student? Zhang Shuiying was taken aback. Qin Feng retorted, Does it not seem like it? Not at all. You're so impressive, saving 2 people that night by the river. I never imagined you were still a student. Where do you live? I can help you push your scooter back. As Zhang Shuiying continued to inquire, Qin Feng swiftly redirected the conversation. Just ahead, she pointed to a building in the distance. Coincidentally, it was the very building where Qin Feng resided. Do you rent there? So do I, he replied. What a coincidence. Zhang Shuiying shook her head and explained, That building belongs to my mother. I live with her. It turned out Zhang Shuiying was the landlord's daughter. Qin Feng offered to help push her scooter, which she gratefully accepted, as she was quite fatigued from the effort. After securing the scooter, Zhang Shuiying suggested treating Qin Feng to a late-night snack, but he declined, as he was already full. Before ascending the staircase, Zhang Shuiying requested Qin Feng's WeChat. Upon glancing at the WeChat name, Qin Feng discovered that Zhang Shuiying was a real estate agent. As fortune would have it, he was contemplating purchasing a property the following day and could inquire about her services. After tomorrow, the system's generous 100 million consumption limit would become void. He needed to utilize it promptly. Time flew, and morning arrived. Qin Feng checked the system panel and noticed the persistent reminder. Enjoy life. Reject the rat race. As for the consumption limit, a countdown had commenced, set to expire at midnight. The funds provided by the system were not to be squandered. Qin Feng descended to have breakfast, simultaneously sending a message to Zhang Shuiying. Sistering, I would like to consult with you regarding purchasing a property. Zhang Shuiying, just waking up, received Qin Feng's message and inquired, Qin Feng, aren't you still a student? What prompted you to consider buying a house? Ningchuan City could be deemed a quasi-first-tier city, with property prices not being modest. Qin Feng replied, I happen to have some funds available and wish to purchase a property. Please hold on for a moment. I need to apply some makeup. If you do decide to buy, I won't charge you a commission. By the time Qin Feng finished his breakfast, Zhang Shuiying had finally made her appearance. As with the previous night, she donned a form-fitting skirt paired with a white blouse, exuding both innocence and allure. She held a cup of soybean milk in one hand while nibbling on a steamed bun. Qin Feng, what do your parents do? To buy a house in Ningchuan City, even with a loan, the down payment is substantial. Zhang Shuiying's curiosity about Qin Feng's family was piqued. My parents are ordinary individuals. Qin Feng responded. His mother sold vegetables in the county market, while his father, in poor health, earned just enough from their modest business to sustain the family's living expenses. Aware of his parents' hardships, Qin Feng sought part-time work. Zhang Shuiying hesitated before saying, in that case, I suggest you refrain from purchasing a property. She had witnessed numerous cases of individuals forced into foreclosure due to overextending themselves with loans. Qin Feng chuckled, it's all right, sistering. I merely wish to gather some information. Very well then, what kind of property are you interested in? What is your price range? Zhang Shuiying retrieved a tablet, inquiring further. Her device displayed numerous listings for both new and second-hand properties, with varying prices. Ideally, I'd like a villa, priced below 100 million. Uft. Zhang Shuiying, having just taken a sip of soybean milk, spewed it out in disbelief. Are you joking with me, Qin Feng? A hint of irritation surfaced on her face. You, an ordinary university student, are telling me you wish to buy a villa? Seeing Zhang Shuiying's exaggerated reaction, Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless. To be candid, while I may appear as an unremarkable university student, I am, in fact, a billionaire. He revealed his phone, displaying his bank balance. Take a good look, I assure you. I am not jesting. Zhang Shuiying's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, 140 million. She inhaled deeply, feeling as though she were in a dream. Although she had been in the real estate business for 2.5 years and encountered many affluent clients, this was her first experience with someone capable of presenting such a substantial amount of money. Now it dawned on her that his claims of having ordinary parents were merely a facade. My apologies for my earlier outburst. Zhang Shuiying endeavored to regain her composure. Her gaze towards Qin Feng transformed, recognizing that he might be the son of a prominent figure. Given such wealth, she surmised that Qin Feng was likely a second-generation rich individual. Indeed, Mr. Qin, if you have no specific price constraints, you could acquire a premier luxury residence in Ningchuan City. Chapter 13, Longhu No. 1. Observe this one, in the Wanjian Villa District, a gathering place for the affluent, priced at 32 million. And this one, Yuehai Bay No. 1, featuring European architectural style, priced at 28 million. Zhang Shuiying proceeded to introduce several villas. Yet Qin Feng remained unimpressed, primarily due to their lack of distinctive features. Noticing his subtle shake of the head, Zhang Shuiying took a deep breath. You truly are a discerning client. In that case, Mr. Qin, allow me to present this property, Longhu No. 1. It is the most luxurious lakeside villa in Ningchuan City, adjacent to the Xinghe Villa District. This villa, crafted in a traditional Chinese style, boasts a construction area of 2,100 square meters and a private garden spanning 6 acres. It includes amenities such as a swimming pool and gym. It is currently the most expensive villa on the market, listed at 80 million. As she elaborated, Zhang Shuiying attentively observed Qin Feng's reactions. It seems quite appealing. May we visit it now? Qin Feng expressed interest, particularly since the villa was near Xinghe Villa District, where Zhao Shuhan resided, facilitating future encounters. Certainly, but I must inform the management in advance. Zhang Shuiying pulled out her phone, ready to make a call. Suddenly, she remembered something and lowered her voice. Mr. Qin, the developer of Longhu No. 1 is Shengcheng Real Estate Company, which is currently experiencing some financial difficulties. They are eager to liquidate their properties. So if you are interested in Longhu No. 1, we could potentially negotiate a lower price. As a friend, Zhang Shuiying wished to ensure that Qin Feng did not suffer financially. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. I'll step outside to make a call. We can depart shortly. Zhang Shuiying exited the breakfast establishment to make her call. Mr. Qin, we are all set. We can head out now. Upon her return, a smile adorned Zhang Shuiying's face. Simultaneously, she arranged for a vehicle to arrive from the agency. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the car arrived. Mr. Qin, let us proceed. Zhang Shuiying graciously opened the car door for him, demonstrating impeccable service. Sistering, please call me by my name. Referring to me as Mr. Qin feels rather uncomfortable. Qin Feng remarked as he settled into the car. No, while at work, I find it more appropriate to address you as Mr. Qin. After learning of Qin Feng's wealth, Zhang Xueying felt a newfound sense of formality in his presence. Given that he was still her client, she felt compelled to maintain a professional demeanor. As they passed the Xinghe Villa district, Qin Feng glanced through the car window at Villa number 15. Zhao Shihan had mentioned she had other commitments today and would be unable to accompany him, leaving him curious about her whereabouts. Mr. Qin, after we pass the Xinghe Villa district, we will arrive at Longhu number 1 shortly. Over there is Xinghai Lake. The scenery is quite beautiful. Zhang Xueying provided commentary as they drove. Before long, the vehicle arrived at Longhu number 1. The villa, designed in a traditional Chinese style, exuded a classic and tranquil beauty. Upon entering the premises, the car came to a halt in front of the main villa's parking space. Mr. Qin, we have arrived. Zhang Xueying exited the vehicle first and adeptly opened the door for Qin Feng. As he stepped out, he raised his gaze, surveying the opulent traditional architecture before him. The villa boasts 3 stories above ground, with an additional level beneath, while the garden and landscaped area lie at the rear of the structure. The view here is expansive, offering a breathtaking panorama of the Star Sea Lake. At that moment, a woman clad in a professional outfit emerged from the hall. She appeared to be around 27, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile. This must be Mr. Qin, I presume? Greetings, my name is Cheng Yi. Welcome to Longhu number 1. Cheng Yi extended her hand for a handshake with Qin Feng, subsequently producing a business card. The card indicated her position as the deputy director of the sales department at Shengchong Real Estate, along with her contact information. Upon seeing the card, Zhang Xueying was taken aback, for Cheng Yi was indeed the second princess of Shengchong Real Estate, a woman of considerable stature. It was unexpected that she would personally attend to clients at Longhu number 1. Mr. Qin, Miss Cheng's father is the chairman of Shengchong Real Estate. Zhang Xueying whispered to Qin Feng. Nodding, Qin Feng scrutinized Cheng Yi anew. No wonder this woman exuded an air of aloofness. Her background certainly explained it. The fact that the chairman's daughter was personally attending to clients indicated their earnest desire to sell the villa swiftly to recoup funds. Mr. Qin, allow me to show you around the villa. Cheng Yi gestured invitingly, leading Qin Feng into the grand hall. As she introduced the villa, Cheng Yi also inquired about Qin Feng's family background, for those who could afford such luxury residences were not of ordinary standing. However, she was unable to extract much information. Half an hour later, under Cheng Yi's guidance, Qin Feng completed a tour of the villa. He finally grasped the concept of how poverty can limit one's imagination. The interior of the villa was the epitome of opulence, with decor so exquisite it felt akin to stepping into a palace. Mr. Qin, what are your thoughts? Cheng Yi inquired as they returned to the hall. Quite impressive, Qin Feng offered a measured response. I presume you are aware of Shengchong Real Estate's current situation, so I shall be straightforward. 77 million. I am offering a discount of 3 million off the original price. Cheng Yi was eager to expedite the sale of the villa to alleviate Shengchong Real Estate's pressing financial needs. Buyers for such luxurious properties were exceedingly rare. 2 wealthy individuals had visited the previous day, but had ultimately failed to reach an agreement due to their lowball offers. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's quote, Qin Feng surmised the villa's bottom line. 75 million. If Miss Cheng is amenable, I can provide full payment immediately. Cheng Yi hesitated. For Qin Feng had reduced her already discounted price by another 2 million. Although not as severe as the previous offers, it still pained her. I need to consult my father. Please hold on, Mr. Qin. Cheng Yi swiftly exited to make a phone call. About half a minute later, she returned. Mr. Qin, consider it a gesture of friendship. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Longhu number 1. Though Cheng Yi felt a twinge of regret, she had no choice but to sell the villa at a reduced price to recover funds. She then instructed someone to prepare the contract. After signing the contract and making the payment, Qin Feng successfully became the owner of Longhu number 1. Despite the hefty sum of 75 million, he felt no remorse, as the funds were a gift from the system and thus free to use. Mr. Qin, should you have any further inquiries, please do not hesitate to contact me. Cheng Yi offered, adding Qin Feng on WeChat. Miss Cheng, do you happen to know anyone in the car sales business? Chapter 14, Ferrari La Ferrari. With an additional 25 million in gifted funds remaining, Qin Feng planned to purchase a luxury sports car. After all, who among the youth does not harbor dreams of owning a sports car? Now was the perfect opportunity to realize that dream. Mr. Qin, are you considering buying a car? Cheng Yi inquired. Qin Feng nodded, confirming his intentions. I know the owner of Dolly Car Dealership. They have a wide selection of luxury cars available. I can have him at you shortly. That works. Cheng Yi then drove off, as she had numerous tasks to attend to. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, Zhang Xueying remarked, her face still reflecting a degree of astonishment. Initially, She had not expected Qin Feng to make such a bold purchase. 75 million for a villa, and he simply decided to buy it. Qin Feng smiled and asked, "By the way, sistering, how much commission do you earn from selling a villa like this?" Zhang Shuiying explained, "Our agency takes a 2% commission paid by the real estate company for a transaction of 75 million. The commission amounts to 1,500,000. However, the company retains 50%, leaving me with only 750,000. Mr. Qin, I mentioned earlier that I would not charge you a commission, so I will return that 750,000 to you." Zhang Shuiying's heart ached. That was a considerable sum. She would not earn that much in an entire year. Why had she spoken so carelessly that morning? Yet, she had not foreseen Qin Feng's wealth or that he would purchase such an expensive villa. "No need. That is rightfully yours." Qin Feng was indifferent to the money. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Zhang Shuiying hesitated. "Take it. I insist," Qin Feng stated with an unyielding tone before walking away, intending to stroll through the private garden at the back. What a stubborn brother. Yet, I find it appealing. Soon after, someone added Qin Feng on WeChat. Labeled as the owner of Dolly Car Dealership, Zhou Haiyang. "Mr. Qin, what type of car are you interested in? I'm currently out, but I will have the manager reach out to you." Zhou Haiyang, having learned from Cheng Yi about Qin Feng's acquisition of Longwu No. 1, was eager to make a good impression, recognizing the importance of this client. "I haven't decided yet. I'll stop by this afternoon to take a look." "Great. The manager will be ready to assist you." Qin Feng wandered through the villa once more. At noon, Zhang Shuiying offered to treat Qin Feng to a meal, but he declined. Shortly after 2 in the afternoon, Qin Feng arrived at Dolly Car Dealership. Due to the limited availability of certain exclusive sports cars, which often required advance reservations, he ultimately decided on a Ferrari LaFerrari priced at 20 million. The manager assured him that the car would be ready for pickup in 3 days. With the purchase of both the villa and the car, along with the additional taxes, the system's generous allocation of 100 million had now been fully utilized. Around 4 in the afternoon, Qin Feng returned to his rented apartment and began playing video games. Zhao Shihan was unavailable that day, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Qin Feng opened the door to find Zhang Shuiying. She had finished work early and was dressed in a short skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure. "Sistering, Qin Feng, I've prepared a feast. Come over to my place for dinner." Earlier, Zhang Shuiying had wanted to treat Qin Feng to lunch, but he had refused. So she decided to cook for him herself. "That's not necessary. I was about to go out for a meal. It's all ready. There's no trouble at all. You helped me tremendously today." Having closed a significant deal, Zhang Shuiying had also earned a promotion, all thanks to Qin Feng. Overwhelmed by hospitality, Qin Feng had no choice but to follow Zhang Shuiying downstairs. At Zhang Shuiying's home, the landlord, an amiable older lady, was also present. The dining table was adorned with several delectable dishes, and rice had already been served. "Little Feng has arrived. Please take a seat," the landlord exclaimed warmly, her enthusiasm palpable as she faced Qin Feng. She had already learned from her daughter that Qin Feng had intervened to chase away a drunken man who had harassed her the previous night. However, that was not the most significant revelation. The most astonishing fact was that Qin Feng was an invisible tycoon who had purchased a luxurious villa worth 75 million today. The landlord scrutinized Qin Feng intently, astonished that this young man renting her property possessed such wealth. During dinner, the landlord bombarded Qin Feng with questions, inquiring about his parents' professions and the number of siblings he had, akin to a census. Despite Zhang Shuiying's subtle signals for her mother to cease, the landlord continued her interrogation unabated. Qin Feng, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, hastily concocted an excuse to take his leave after the meal. "Mom, what was that about today? You scared Qin Feng away." Zhang Shuiying expressed her dissatisfaction after he departed. The landlord responded, "I am merely trying to assist you, my dear. You cannot miss out on an outstanding man like little Feng." Zhang Shuiying was at a loss for words. "Mom, what are you even thinking? I invited Qin Feng over just to express my gratitude." The landlord, with a serious tone, advised, "My daughter, you are not getting any younger. When you encounter a good man, seize the opportunity to marry him. Such chances are fleeting." Zhang Shuiying could only chuckle in disbelief. But Qin Feng is still a student. What if he has a girlfriend? The landlord shot her a disapproving look. Age is merely a number. Even if he has a girlfriend, it matters not. In this day and age, as long as one wields a good shovel, no wall can withstand it. As night deepened, Zhao Shuhan sent a message to Qin Feng. "Brother Qin, where did you go today?" Accompanied by a playful emoji. "It's no fun anywhere without you around." Qin Feng refrained from mentioning his villa and car purchases to Zhao Shuhan. "I'm going to collect my prize tomorrow. Would you like to join?" He reminded her that tomorrow was Monday, and he planned to claim his winnings first. Additionally, the stock market would open, and he needed to set up an account. He still had a stock prophecy card that remained unused. "I think I'll pass. By the way, Brother Qin, my dad is back. Why don't you come over for lunch tomorrow? Qin Feng inquired, should I disclose our relationship to your father? Zhao Shihan explained, I believe it's better to keep it under wraps for now. Just come as my friend and gauge my father's attitude. Qin Feng had met Zhao Shihan's father before, during his childhood visits to her home, but that was many years ago. All right then, I'll bring some gifts tomorrow. Zhao Shihan replied. No need for you to buy anything. I'll prepare it. I'll send you the address tomorrow, and you can come over with the gifts. She was concerned about Qin Feng spending recklessly, especially since he had just won the lottery. Qin Feng sighed, so you've thought it all out. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chapter 15. All in, a test of wit. The next morning, after brushing his teeth and washing his face, Qin Feng discovered that the system's part-time tasks had finally refreshed. Part-time task issued. Deliver takeout. Duration 4 hours. Valid for today. Will the host accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng replied, accepted. This part-time task presented no particular challenge. As usual, he headed downstairs for breakfast. After confirming the address for claiming his lottery winnings, he hailed a taxi and made his way to Yong'an Building. Upon arriving at the lottery center, the staff had just begun their workday. The process of claiming his prize was relatively smooth. They verified the authenticity of the ticket and completed the necessary paperwork. After deducting 20% for taxes, he was left with a staggering 96 million. The funds would be deposited within 24 hours. A journalist present sought to interview Qin Feng, but he opted for discretion, understanding the importance of maintaining a low profile after winning such a prize. Once he finished the claim process, Qin Feng proceeded to the nearest stock exchange. Sir, I see you filled out your information as a student. Are you sure you want to open a stock account? The female employee at the counter glanced at his details and then at him, seeking confirmation. With the stock market currently in a bear phase, entering now might result in significant losses. Go ahead, Qin Feng smiled, confident in his abilities. He possessed a stock prophecy card that granted him foresight, ensuring that while others might suffer losses, he would not. Very well, the employee said, not pressing further. By the way, I'd like to deposit 100 million. Excuse me? The employee's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Feng. 100 million, he reiterated, pulling out his bank card. This account contains 100 million designated for stock trading. It can only be used for purchasing stocks, not for any other expenses. He had no intention of touching the additional funds from the system's rewards just yet. The employee regarded Qin Feng with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity before stating, Mr. Qin, my authority here is somewhat limited. Clients like you, with such substantial capital, are considered VIPs at our exchange. Please follow me to the VIP lounge. I will have the manager personally attend to you. It was clear that anyone capable of producing 100 million for trading was not an ordinary individual. Thus, Qin Feng followed the employee to the VIP reception area. Mr. Qin, we offer tea and coffee here. What would you like to drink? The employee bent slightly, displaying utmost respect. Tea, please. She retreated momentarily, soon returning with a freshly brewed cup of tea placed before Qin Feng. After a short while, the manager of the securities exchange arrived. She was a striking woman, approximately 25 years old, dressed impeccably in a suit that radiated a mature charm. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the manager here. My name is Anya. Upon hearing that a client with 100 million in funds had arrived, Anya immediately prioritized Qin Feng, setting aside her work to welcome him. She was pleasantly surprised by his youth. Manager Anya, nice to meet you. If possible, could you assist me in transferring the funds to my account first? Qin Feng savored his tea, remaining composed. Of course, Mr. Qin, please hold on for a moment. Anya nodded and began processing the transaction. The VIP room was equipped with computers, typically reserved for high-profile clients. While Anya was busy with the operation, Qin Feng silently activated the stock prophecy card within his mind. System, utilize the stock prophecy card. Stock prophecy card is being used. Usage successful. As the card activated, new information emerged in Qin Feng's mind, revealing the 3 stocks predicted to experience the most significant growth over the next month. After digesting this information, he formulated a plan. Manager Anya, you should be able to leverage here, correct? While 100 million was not a small sum, Qin Feng intended to make a substantial play. Yes, that is possible. Anya was taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to desire leverage as well. While leveraging can augment the potential for profit, it concomitantly escalates the associated risks. Currently, the stock market is in a bearish phase, and few dare to employ leverage. In contrast, during a bull market, many would leverage up to 10 times. Winning could yield luxurious rewards, while losing might lead to laboring at a construction site. Mr. Qin, you are undoubtedly aware of the current market conditions. Our financing services can only provide accounts with a maximum leverage of 3 times. Qin Feng responded. Then please assist me in opening a 3 times leveraged account. With 100 million in capital, coupled with 3 times leverage, Qin Feng would have a total of 400 million at his disposal. That should suffice. Anya inhaled deeply and cautioned, Mr. Qin, you already possess 100 million. If you leverage it threefold, the risk. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Observing Qin Feng's self-assured demeanor, Anna chose not to press further. Please check the stock price of New High Technology. What is it currently? Anna queried on her computer. New High Technology resumed trading yesterday, and the current stock price is $55.30. With 100 million and the additional 300 million from financing, I will go all in. Qin Feng was aware that starting from the afternoon, New High Technology would experience a series of 10 consecutive price increases. The stock price would rise from $55.30 to $145, with its total market capitalization surpassing 600 billion, before eventually declining. Qin Feng anticipated a profit of at least 600 million. Going all in is a display of wisdom. You intend to purchase all shares of New High Technology? Anna's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time she had witnessed such audacious trading. It felt less like purchasing stocks and more akin to shopping for groceries, remarkably nonchalant. Buy everything, Qin Feng reiterated. Anna endeavored to compose herself, pondering whether Qin Feng possessed insider information. However, since this was merely speculation, she refrained from directly inquiring. Once all arrangements were complete, Qin Feng paid little heed to the stock market and departed from the securities exchange alone. Meanwhile, Anna spent the entire morning monitoring the stock of New High Technology. However, the stock price remained in a downward trend. Perhaps he is merely making reckless purchases, Anna mused, dismissing her earlier conjecture. Yet, that afternoon, news surfaced regarding a collaboration involving New High Technology, causing the stock to surge. Of course, that was a tale for another time. Shortly after 11, Zhao Shuhan called Qin Feng. Brother Qin, did you collect the lottery prize this morning? Qin Feng chuckled. I did, but it hasn't been deposited yet. What are you up to? Zhao Shuhan replied. I just returned from grocery shopping and am preparing to cook. Today, I will personally oversee the culinary endeavors. When you see my father, you should know what to say. Uncertain of her father's disposition, Zhao Shuhan requested that Qin Feng visit under the pretext of friendship. I understand. Qin Feng mused. However, our secret may not remain concealed from your father. Chapter 16. Meeting the future father-in-law. That's fine. We shall adapt as the situation unfolds. If we cannot conceal it, then we must be honest. Zhao Shuhan imparted a few instructions to Qin Feng and subsequently sent him an address, advising him to collect a gift before arriving. Qin Feng did not hasten his departure. After a brief interval, he summoned a vehicle. Upon receiving the gift, he opened it to discover 2 bottles of Matai liquor and a tin of tea. It felt peculiar to him that Zhao Shuhan had purchased gifts for her future father-in-law. Nevertheless, the liquor and tea were not inexpensive, and given that Qin Feng had yet to receive his lottery winnings, Zhao Shuhan was concerned about his financial resources. How thoughtful of her. Arriving at the Xinghe Villa district, Qin Feng stood before the entrance of Villa number 15. The gate was closed, and holding the gifts. He pressed the doorbell several times. Soon, Zhao Shuhan emerged briskly. Today, she wore a white t-shirt adorned with cartoon designs, paired with denim shorts. Exuding youthful vitality with a touch of charm. Brother Qin, she greeted with a smile, opening the door. To avoid being discovered by her father, she deliberately maintained a distance from Qin Feng, yet the affection in her gaze was unmistakable. Where is your father? Qin Feng whispered. In the living room. Zhao Shuhan gestured inward. All right, come in quickly. Do not be nervous, she added. However, Qin Feng was not anxious at all. In fact, he felt quite composed. After all, he was no longer the impoverished youth of the past. He possessed the means to bring happiness to Zhao Shuhan. Thus, he was unafraid to confront his future father-in-law. Thus, Qin Feng followed Zhao Shuhan into the living room. There, a stern-looking middle-aged man lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a business magazine, none other than Zhao Shuhan's father, Zhao Hongchang. Dad, my friend has arrived, Zhao Shuhan announced. Uncle Zhao, Qin Feng interjected, greeting him proactively. It had been years since they last met. And Zhao Hongchang's hair had acquired strands of gray, and his midsection had expanded considerably. Zhao Hongchang lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Zhao Shuhan accompanied by a young man, his brow furrowed. Earlier that morning, Zhao Shuhan had mentioned a friend was coming over, and Zhao Hongchang had assumed it would be a female acquaintance, thus he had not given it much thought. He was taken aback to find it was a boy. This was Zhao Shuhan's first time bringing a male companion home, prompting Zhao Hongchang to become alert. You are Qin Feng. It appeared that Uncle Zhao still remembered him. Qin Feng smiled casually, maintaining a balance of humility and confidence. Zhao Hongchang certainly remembered Qin Feng and had a vivid impression of him. This young man had once been quite close to his daughter, and they had mutual feelings. Zhao Hongchang could not fathom what charm Qin Feng possessed. After high school, Qin Feng had gradually distanced himself from Zhao Shuhan, and by the time they reached university, they were separated by distance. As time passed, Zhao Hongchang assumed his daughter had moved on, especially after relocating to the big city, where her horizons would undoubtedly broaden. Little did he expect that today, his daughter would bring Qin Feng home, and it seemed they were now together. Observing Qin Feng, Zhao Hongchang's expression gradually darkened. Dad, Qin Feng brought you a gift, Zhao Shihan noted, quickly taking the mitai and tea from Qin Feng's hands. Just set it down. I'm planning to quit drinking. Zhao Hongchang resumed his attention to the business magazine. Quit drinking? But Dad, didn't you drink quite a bit with your friends last night? Zhao Hongchang remained silent, fixated on the magazine, as if he had not heard her. Zhao Shihan stuck out her tongue, placing the gift on the coffee table. Qin Feng, please take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. Qin Feng nodded, taking a seat across from Zhao Hongchang, while Zhao Shihan went to the kitchen to prepare the utensils. Qin Feng, you and Shihan studied together. You'll be in your senior year in September, correct? Zhao Hongchang inquired without looking up from his magazine. Indeed. I will graduate in a year, Qin Feng replied. Time flies. What do you plan to do after graduation? Zhao Hongchang asked with a hint of probing. I plan to follow in Uncle Zhao's footsteps and start a business. With the considerable capital Qin Feng had amassed, entrepreneurship was indeed the most prudent choice. Zhao Hongchang raised his head and scrutinized Qin Feng once more, realizing that Qin Feng was not jesting. The circumstances now are vastly different from those in the past. The competition is exceedingly fierce, and achieving anything substantial has become exceedingly difficult. Zhao Hongchang did not intend to discourage Qin Feng. He was merely stating the undeniable truth. The current challenges are indeed of a hellish caliber. Times have changed. Qin Feng replied with a smile. It's all right. I have confidence. After all, he possessed a systematic advantage, rendering challenges negligible. It's admirable for a young person to be confident, Zhao Hongchang remarked. However, you are still in school, and there are certain lessons that cannot be learned within its confines. Once you enter society, you will understand. He continued, Shu Han possesses a remarkable talent for business. After graduation, I plan to entrust her with managing the family business. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Hongchang, bewildered, unsure why he was sharing this information. Dad, Qin Feng, what are you discussing? Come to eat. Zhao Shuhan had already served the meal and addressed the two. Let us eat first, Zhao Hongchang said as he set down the magazine and rose to head towards the dining room. Qin Feng followed suit and took a seat opposite Zhao Shuhan. Dad, try the pork rib soup I made. Qin Feng, you should have some too. Initially, Zhao Shuhan was concerned that her father might dismiss Qin Feng outright. But to her relief, that did not happen. This indicated that the first step had been successfully taken. At the very least, her father did not reject Qin Feng, which made things easier moving forward. However, she felt it was still too early to discuss her relationship with Qin Feng. Zhao Shuhan feared her father might not accept it, so she decided to tread carefully. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Hongchang had already discerned the situation. Qin Feng, would you care for some wine? Zhao Hongchang retrieved a prized bottle of wine from the cabinet. Dad, Qin Feng doesn't drink, Zhao Shuhan reminded him. It's fine. He can have a little, Zhao Hongchang replied. Qin Feng took the initiative to accept the bottle from Zhao Hongchang, pouring him a glass and filling his own cup as well. During the meal, Qin Feng consumed several glasses of wine. After using a power enhancement card, his body had been transformed, thereby increasing his alcohol tolerance. Observing Qin Feng's composure despite the quantity he had consumed, Zhao Hongchang's expression softened with a hint of admiration. Conversely, Zhao Shuhan was quite worried that Qin Feng might become intoxicated. Half an hour passed by the time they finished their meal. Qin Feng, you've drunk quite a bit. Are you all right? I'm fine, really, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Although he had consumed several glasses, it felt no different than drinking plain water. Chapter 17, Lin Kuan's Wish. That's good. Zhao Shuhan sighed with relief. After the meal, Qin Feng planned to take his leave, as this visit was under the pretext of being a friend of Zhao Shuhan. Uncle Zhao, I'll be heading back now. Zhao Hongchang nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Dad, I'll see Qin Feng off, Zhao Shuhan said as she accompanied Qin Feng out of the hall. Watching their figures disappear, Zhao Hongchang shook his head in resignation and took out a cigarette, deep in thought. Qin Feng, you did well today, Zhao Shuhan said cheerfully as she stood beside him. Qin Feng glanced at Zhao Shuhan's flawless profile, her delicate nose inciting a playful urge to pinch it. Uncle Zhao must already be aware of our relationship. He just hasn't addressed it, Zhao Shuhan speculated. Oh, what should we do? She asked, a hint of panic in her voice. It's bound to come out eventually. Knowing sooner rather than later isn't an issue. Especially since Uncle Zhao didn't throw me out, right? Qin Feng reassured her. Zhao Shuhan nodded in agreement, realizing that they could only confront the situation head-on. With this understanding, her worries began to dissipate. At that moment, Qin Feng felt his phone vibrate, and upon checking, he discovered that the lottery jackpot had been credited, an astonishing 96 million. Shuhan, our jackpot has arrived. Zhao Shuhan replied. Qin Feng, that's your prize. Make sure to manage the money wisely and don't squander it. She gestured toward Longhu number 1 nearby and added, Did you see that villa? I heard someone bought it for 75 million yesterday. While you could afford it now, we shouldn't live in such an extravagant place. A modest flat would suffice. Qin Feng thought to himself, but Longhu number 1 is actually my purchase. Nevertheless, he decided not to disclose this to Zhao Shuhan just yet, preferring to surprise her later. Rest assured, I won't touch that money. How about I entrust it to you for safekeeping until after we marry? Even if it were system rewards, Qin Feng knew he wouldn't be able to spend it all. Zhao Shuhan's cheeks flushed. Qin Feng go. It's still early to talk about marriage, but I will wait for you, she added. After chatting a bit longer, Qin Feng called for a cab and departed. As Zhao Shuhan walked home, she entered the villa only to find Zhao Hongchang smoking pensively in the yard. Dad, smoking is detrimental to your health. You should cut back, Zhao Shuhan advised. Shuhan, how long have you been seeing Qin Feng? Zhao Hongchang inquired. Dad, you already know? Zhao Shuhan felt flustered. Zhao Hongchang snorted lightly. I'm not blind. Do you think your little schemes could escape my notice? This visit may have been labeled as friends, but it was a test. Had he failed to see through that, he wouldn't have thrived in the business world. Zhao Shuhan lowered her head, her face reddening. It's only been a few days. Dad, do you permit me to be with Qin Feng? She asked, her heart racing as she feared her father would look down on Qin Feng, given the disparity between their families. Zhao Hongchang did not directly answer her question, but stated, you should be aware of Qin Feng's family situation. Being with him will undoubtedly bring hardships. Dad, I'm not afraid of hardship, Zhao Shuhan declared earnestly. Having harbored feelings for Qin Feng for so long, she had already contemplated many issues. Zhao Hongchang hesitated for a long while before finally saying, Shuhan, you've grown up. I don't wish to interfere in your romantic endeavors. However, I have one condition. You cannot cohabit before you graduate. Furthermore, if that boy wishes to marry you, he must prepare a dowry of 1 million, not a penny less. Zhao Shuhan's heart leapt with joy. 1 million was a trivial sum, especially since Qin Feng currently held over 90 million. Dad, you said it. You can't go back on your word. Observing Zhao Shuhan's eagerness, Zhao Hongchang sighed in resignation, on the condition that your money should not be given to that boy. Even if I give it to Qin Feng, he wouldn't spend it recklessly. I trust him. He will definitely earn 1 million after graduation, Zhao Shuhan replied cheerfully. Internally, Zhao Shuhan felt triumphant. Even without the lottery winnings, with Qin Feng's current popularity online, earning a few million as an internet celebrity was hardly a challenge. When the time came, she would discreetly assist him, making that million a piece of cake. Don't celebrate too early. Your mother has yet to be convinced. I believe Mom will support me, Zhao Shuhan said before cheerfully heading off to wash the dishes. Zhao Hongchang shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. A daughter grows up too fast. He took out his phone and opened Douyin, where he had saved a video. Clicking on it, he watched the footage of Qin Feng rescuing someone on the Ningjiang River that evening. His character seems decent. He just has an excessive penchant for heroics. Qin Feng returned to his rental apartment. He resolved to deliver takeout later that evening, but first, he needed to register an account on the delivery platform. He commenced the process, which proved to be quite straightforward. To deliver takeout, he also needed to purchase an electric bike, readily available at the shop downstairs. Just as he completed the registration, a message from Lin Kuan arrived. Brother Feng, didn't you say you could help me fulfill a wish last time? Is that still valid? Qin Feng replied, of course it is. I just won a big prize. Hurry up and tell me your wish. Lin Kuan sent a voice message, Brother Feng. You're such a good friend. If I were a girl, I'd definitely marry you. Qin Feng, growing impatient, replied, cut to the chase, state your wish. Lin Kuan said, my wish is quite simple. I just want a gaming laptop. You know my only hobby is playing games. From his tone, it was clear that Lin Kuan felt somewhat embarrassed to ask. Shortly after, Lin Kuan sent a product link, a gaming laptop priced at over 9,000. Is this it? Are you sure? Qin Feng was taken aback by the simplicity of Lin Kuan's wish. Yes, but Brother Feng, I needed to have 5 terabytes of storage. Qin Feng thought to himself, this kid always finds a way to add some flair. Does one really need 5 terabytes for gaming? I feel a bit awkward calling him out on this. Understood, I'll place the order immediately. Thank you so much, Brother Feng. Qin Feng selected a gaming laptop priced nearly 20,000 and added a 5 terabytes hard drive at the customer service's suggestion. After filling in Lin Kuan's address, he placed the order. Just then, another call came in. Mr. Qin, hello, I am a representative from Douyin. We spoke on the phone last time. Here's the deal. If you sign a contract with us now, there is still a signing bonus of 1 million. There are no restrictions on live streaming duration. And we can offer you a 70-30 split on gifts. You get 70, we take 30. Chapter 18, Temporary Task, Live Streaming begins. Qin Feng's popularity on the Douyin platform remained unabated. Thus, the Douyin officials were keen on him and made significant concessions regarding the gift split. Even if Qin Feng declined, they were determined not to allow him to be snatched up by other platforms. Just as Qin Feng was about to refuse, A voice from the system echoed in his mind. Triggering temporary task, stream for 36 hours. Accepting task rewards, perfect voice, top-tier singing skills. Completing the task will also yield a lucky gift package. Does the host accept? Qin Feng had never contemplated a career in live streaming. However, the rewards presented by the system were too tempting to ignore. Do I have a choice, system? I accept. Congratulations. The host has acquired a perfect voice and top-tier singing skills. Qin Feng felt a peculiar sensation in his throat, as if it had been refreshed. Additionally, a wealth of information regarding singing techniques surged into his mind. Mr. Qin, are you listening to me? The staff member inquired, noticing his prolonged silence. All right, I agree. How do we proceed with the contract? Qin Feng asked. Upon hearing his agreement, the Douyin representative expressed excitement, saying, Mr. Qin, I will send you an electronic contract right away. You can review it, and if everything is satisfactory, please sign it. Additionally, you will need to print a physical copy of the contract, sign it, and send it back to us. The process was indeed quite simple. Soon, Qin Feng completed the signing. He opened the software, made a few basic settings, and officially commenced his live stream. The title of the live stream, set by the officials, read The Young Man Who Saved Lives in Ningjiang. At the outset, there were no viewers in the live stream, so Qin Feng faced the camera and played some music. With the official promotion, viewers gradually began to enter the stream. Soon, there were 2, then 3. Wow, I'm the first to send a comment. Is the host the young man who saved lives in Ningjiang? It must be him. Surprised that he was also live streaming, they realized he understood the dynamics of traffic. Observing the increasing viewer count, Qin Feng began to emulate the phrases used by other streamers. Welcome to the live stream, he said, then started to engage with the audience. The host is so handsome. What do you do? This was the most frequently asked question in the chat. Although many had already uncovered Qin Feng's personal information online, it remained unverified. Now, they could ask him directly. The host is still a student, Qin Feng replied. In less than 10 minutes, over 5,000 viewers had flooded into Qin Feng's live stream. Many sent him gifts as well. After saving someone that night, Qin Feng had not left his name. He believed in doing good deeds anonymously, and being a student with good looks made it hard for him not to gain popularity. Even viewers who had never sent gifts before were compelled to do so in Qin Feng's stream, even if they only contributed a little. It added up to a considerable amount. Qin Feng received the gifts and expressed his gratitude one by one. Meanwhile, his follower count was steadily rising. The host must have undergone swimming training. His swimming speed is good enough for the national team. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that the host is definitely studying medicine, judging by his first aid techniques that night. The host is so handsome. He must be very popular in school. In Ningchuan City, at a certain restaurant, the proprietress was the woman whom Qin Feng had rescued that night. After lunchtime, with fewer customers, she idly scrolled through short videos. Soon, she stumbled upon Qin Feng's live stream. Seeing his familiar face, she felt a surge of excitement. Honey, come here. Look, she called, pulling the middle-aged man who was at the cash register over. Hey, isn't this the host who saved you that night? The day after the incident, they had tried every means to find Qin Feng to express their gratitude. Unfortunately, he had left no name, so their efforts had yielded no results. Today, however, they fortuitously stumbled upon their savior's live stream. Truly, it must be fate. Quickly, send him a private message and ask where he lives, the woman suggested. But he has over 30,000 followers now. He might not see our message, the man replied. True, then let's send him some gifts instead. Our restaurant's earnings are decent this month. The man immediately charged 3,000 yuan worth of Douyin coins. They sent the first carnival gift in Qin Feng's live stream. Shortly after, they sent a second one. Each carnival gift cost 3,000 yuan, meaning Qin Feng would receive 2,100 yuan from the 70-30 split. Such a favorable division was typically unheard of for most streamers unless they, like Qin Feng, brought their own traffic. The viewership in Qin Feng's live stream soared past 10,000 and continued to rise rapidly. In the office of Qin Feng International, Chairman in Kaigua, now in his 60s, remained in good health. His 2 sons managed the company while he had effectively stepped back. Recently, feeling out of touch with the times, he had taken to Douyin himself. Grandpa, I brought you your favorite dumplings. Eat them while they're hot. Anya entered the office, cradling a thermos in her hands. The world is truly declining, sighed in Kaigua, shaking his head at the sight of an app inundated with videos of female sprites dancing in scanty attire. Placing the thermos on the desk, Anna cast a quizzical glance at her grandfather and Kaigua. Grandfather, this software curates content based on your preferences. In essence, it delivers to you what you enjoy watching. Adjusting his reading glasses and clearing his throat, and Kaigua appeared somewhat flustered. Soon, he stumbled upon Qin Feng's live stream. Ah, this young man looks familiar. Isn't he the one who saved people that night in Ningjiang? Having previously viewed the footage of Qin Feng's heroic act, and Kaigua felt a sense of recognition. Times have changed. A mere wiggle of one's hips can garner a multitude of fans, while the true heroes receive scant recognition. Very well. Let me lend you a hand, for you certainly pique my interest. With a casual flick, Nkaigwa topped up his account with 200,000, showering Qin Feng with gifts. My dear granddaughter, allow me to introduce you to a handsome streamer. Bored, Anna remarked. There's a mountain of work waiting for me at the trading firm. I must take my leave. Had she glanced at the screen moments earlier, she would have recognized that the streamer Nkaigwa was showcasing was none other than Qin Feng, the young man who had invested in cutting-edge technology that morning. Nkaigwa continued to lavish Qin Feng's live stream with 30 carnival gifts until his fingers ached. This extravagant display ignited a frenzy among the viewers in the stream. Impressive. Who is this generous soul gifting 30 carnival prizes in succession? While other streamers might feel envious of such generosity, in this instance, they could only wish for more. For the first time, I believe that good deeds indeed receive their due rewards. Chapter 19. Has Qin Feng struck gold? Grateful for the carnival gifts from a seemingly lonely benefactor, Qin Feng was taken aback by the sudden influx of generosity. After a brief respite, Nkaigwa resumed showering Qin Feng with gifts, causing the live stream's chat to erupt with excitement. Unbelievable, more gifts are still coming. This person must be incredibly wealthy. Hey, wealthy one, let us be friends. Within a mere 30 seconds, Nkaigwa dispatched over 20 more carnival gifts, significantly boosting the stream's popularity. As the fervor heightened, so too did the viewer count, swiftly surpassing 50,000. Young man, once you graduate, I would like to offer you a position at Qin Feng International, with an annual salary of 1 million. At last, Nkaigwa had exhausted his virtual coins and sent a message in the live chat. No wonder this person is so affluent. He must be associated with Qin Feng International. Such extravagance, offering $1 million salary right off the bat. The viewers buzzed with speculation. $1 million salary? I doubt I could manage that. Qin Feng tactfully declined. Even a salary in the millions held no allure for him. What matters is your character, which I greatly admire. Qin Feng International is a prestigious establishment. Do give it some thought. Nkaigwa continued to persuade Qin Feng. You have a year until graduation. Feel free to reach out whenever you decide. Qin Feng glanced at the back end of the live stream, astonished to see that in just 30 minutes, he had received over 300,000 in gifts. This is utterly insane. Simultaneously, numerous brands reached out to him privately, seeking commercial collaborations, primarily for live-streamed sales and endorsements. However, Qin Feng chose not to respond, as he had no intentions of participating in product promotions. Thank you all for your support. Allow me to sing a song for you, he announced. Qin Feng possessed a limited repertoire, but was blessed with a perfect voice and exceptional singing talent. And he decided to test the waters. Wait, the streamer can sing too? I want to hear. At that moment, another viewer gifted a carnival prize, requesting the song Qian Li Ji Y by Jay Cho. Very well, I shall fulfill your request. Qin Feng opened his laptop, located the instrumental track for the song, and hit play. As he began to sing, his melodious voice instantly captivated the live stream audience, producing a sound that was pure and penetrating, truly celestial. Goodness, this is astonishingly beautiful. I feel like my ears might be blessed. This streamer possesses a multitude of talents. Swimming, first aid, singing. What can't he do? I'm in love. Before Qin Feng could finish the song, the live chat was inundated with messages. Some female fans even jokingly suggested wanting to have his children. Finally, the viewer count in Qin Feng's stream exceeded 100,000, landing him in third place on the leaderboard, drawing ever closer to the top spot. Lin Kuan was delivering takeout when he seized the opportunity to check Douyin, intending to unwind by watching some lighthearted content. But he was immediately drawn into Qin Feng's live stream. No way. Isn't that Brother Feng? Upon noticing the viewer count, he was astounded. Over 100,000. Incredible. Clearly, Brother Feng had taken the advice to heart and ventured into live streaming. With such popularity, he must be raking in the cash. Wait. He sings so well. Could this truly be the Brother Feng I know? In his excitement, Lin Kuan messaged Zhao Shuhan. Sister-in-law, Brother Feng is live streaming. You must check it out. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Shuhan inquired urgently, on which platform is Qin Feng streaming? I want to see. Douyin. He is currently ranked third on the leaderboard. Without delay, Zhao Shuhan opened the app and quickly located Qin Feng's handsome visage on the live stream ranking. I never realized Brother Qin could sing so beautifully. Stars sparkled in her eyes as she joined the ranks of gift givers. Meanwhile, back home, Qin Feng's mother sat alone watching television. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Li Ping, please open the door. Hearing her neighbor's voice, Li Ping approached and opened the door. As soon as it swung open, Aunt Wang held out her phone. Li Ping, take a look. Isn't this your son Qin Feng? Aunt Wang had fortuitously stumbled upon Qin Feng's live stream. It does appear to be him. Li Ping took the phone, her expression one of astonishment. Just days prior, Qin Feng had called to inform her that he wouldn't be returning for the summer vacation, and now he was live streaming. Moreover, it seemed he was quite popular. You see, your son Qin Feng is making quite a name for himself. Look at the viewer count. He.s. rivaling celebrities. Aunt Wang asserted. Li Ping was skeptical. Is it really that remarkable? Unfamiliar with the world of live streaming, she didn't grasp the significance of such numbers. Let me tell you, with Qin Feng's current popularity, earning tens of thousands a day is a piece of cake. Aunt Wang earnestly analyzed the situation for Li Ping. Is it truly that impressive? Gazing at her son's familiar face filled her with pride. Of course, your son Qin Feng has become an internet sensation. You'll be able to enjoy a life of comfort from now on. I truly envy you. Li Ping chuckled softly. Acknowledging the intense societal pressure and the overwhelming stress faced by the youth in today's world, it seemed premature to speak of enjoying life. While still youthful, she felt compelled to save more for her son. Li Ping, is Qin Feng still single? She inquired. I believe he would make a splendid match with my daughter. Xiao Qing. They are of similar age. Could you share his phone number with me? I shall encourage Xiao Qing to engage him in conversation. If they are compatible, we could become in-laws. Li Ping hesitated, recognizing that they had yet to graduate, which raised her concerns about the appropriateness of such a matchmaking endeavor. The neighbor's daughter, a year younger than Qin Feng, was reasonably attractive but possessed a rather irritable temperament. What does that matter? Many university students are in relationships nowadays. Besides, with the dwindling number of young women, surely you wouldn't want Qin Feng to remain single for life? Li Ping, however, remained skeptical of the neighbor's fanciful notions. Yet, given their close proximity and the frequency with which they encountered one another, she felt reluctant to outright refuse. Thus, she reluctantly relayed Qin Feng's phone number to her neighbor, planning to discreetly warn Qin Feng later that evening to tread carefully. In the meantime, Qin Feng had performed several songs in his live stream, captivating a considerable audience with his ethereal voice. Within just an hour and a half of commencing the broadcast, his channel had ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. The peak viewership was displayed as exceeding 100,000, yet behind the scenes, Qin Feng knew that the actual number had surpassed 150,000. Chapter 20. The Reward Contest. At the headquarters of Wangyi Music, General Manager Zheng Xiang, upon receiving a report from his agent, became intrigued by Qin Feng's live performance. His voice was delicate and enchanting, akin to a hidden gem unearthed. He promptly instructed his team to halt their tasks and convene in the conference room, where the large screen displayed Qin Feng's live stream. Let us analyze the vocal prowess of this streamer, he proposed. The attendees, all senior executives with substantial expertise in music, began to share their insights. A bespectacled woman spoke first. His voice is exceptionally pleasant, with a broad vocal range that enables him to effortlessly navigate both bass and treble. If I were to assign a score, it would be a remarkable 98. Following her lead, others chimed in with their assessments, collectively concluding that Qin Feng's singing capabilities placed him among the elite. After absorbing the feedback, Zheng Xiang nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. Such talent, he mused, was too precious to squander on mere internet fame. He then tasked his agent with the urgent mission of recruiting Qin Feng to their company, emphasizing the need for swift action lest another music label snatch him away. As the meeting adjourned, Zheng Xiang summoned his assistant. Utilize the company's official account to reward Qin Feng, ensuring we secure the top position on the leaderboard. The assistant glanced at the current data, noting, Manager, the current leader has received 200,000 in rewards. Zheng Xiang replied, then we must exceed that amount. As the general manager, he understood the implications. Securing the top spot with the official account would serve as a form of advertisement and solidify Qin Feng's favorable impression of the company, laying a foundation for future recruitment. Even if Qin Feng ultimately declined, they would not be at a loss. Act swiftly. If other music companies catch wind of this, we might miss our opportunity. The assistant nodded and began to recharge and send gifts. What is this? The official account of a music company has joined the fray? It appeared that even the music platform recognized the streamer's remarkable talent. In mere minutes, the music platform's official account ascended to the top of the leaderboard, having dispensed 25,000 in gifts, a rather extravagant display. Simultaneously, other music companies began to react, initiating a rewarding contest to successfully lure Qin Feng into their fold. Consequently, the top 3 slots on the leaderboard were swiftly occupied by these companies. Although smaller labels had less financial clout, they still contributed substantial rewards. Good heavens! What am I witnessing? The top 3 on the fan leaderboard are all music companies. What a spectacle! It was evident that these music companies were keenly interested in the streamer, marking the onset of a fierce talent competition. Typically, a streamer would be overjoyed to receive such an influx of gifts, yet Qin Feng remained unfazed. At that moment, Douyin's official account also took notice, sending Qin Feng a private message. Mr. Qin, we had no idea you possessed such a melodious singing voice. As it happens, We are preparing to launch a new music platform. Should you be interested? We can offer a new contract with an additional $2 million on top of the original signing fee. The previous contract was solely for live streaming and short video creation. We did not anticipate your remarkable musical talent. Such a gem must not be allowed to slip into the hands of competing platforms. I will consider it, Qin Feng replied, not hastily committing. Very well, Mr. Qin. Should any other music platforms reach out to you, please inform us. We will ensure our offer surpasses theirs. Nearly 4 hours later, Qin Feng concluded his live stream, with some fans vocally urging him to continue singing. However, he decided it was time to rest. Upon reviewing the back end, he noted that he had received over $1.5 million in gifts. While this sum paled in comparison to the system's rewards, he reminded himself that even the smallest of gains were worthwhile. After all, he had initiated the broadcast to fulfill the system's temporary task. Glancing at the system panel, he noted temporary task completion for 36, realizing he still had a considerable distance to cover. Qin Feng resolved to pace himself in completing the live streaming tasks. Taking his time. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing it was his mother calling, he quickly answered. Son, I just saw you live streaming on Douyin, Li Ping exclaimed. Her excitement palpable. Mom, when did you start watching live streams? Qin Feng chuckled. I had no idea until our neighbor, Aunt Wang, informed me. She mentioned that you have become an internet sensation with quite a few fans. Mom, I'll transfer some money to you shortly. Feel free to buy whatever you and Dad desire. No need to hold back. With the system in place, Qin Feng had turned his fortunes around, though he remained uncertain about how to explain this to his parents. Now that his mother was aware of his newfound fame, he felt reassured that sending $1 or $2 million back home would raise no suspicions regarding the source of the funds. Son, keep the money for yourself. Your father and I are fine. After a lengthy conversation with his mother, Qin Feng hung up. Once he found her bank account details, he promptly transferred $1 million. After such an extensive live stream, Qin Feng felt a pang of hunger. He planned to satisfy his appetite before tackling the task of delivering takeout. During his meal, several music platforms called with enticing offers to sign him. However, he politely declined each one. Qin Feng, why has your phone been unreachable? Zhao Shihan messaged him. I was on the line with someone from a music company. Suddenly, Zhao Shihan pieced it all together. The music company representatives were likely interested in Qin Feng due to his impressive singing abilities. Qin Feng, I had no idea you were such a talented singer. You indeed possess remarkable potential to become a star, Qin Feng inquired. Have you been watching my live stream? Yes, Lin Kuan informed me. Otherwise, I would have been completely unaware, she replied. Qin Feng, do you have any free time tonight? Let's go to KTV. I long to hear you sing. I regret to inform you that I have no time this evening. I must deliver takeout shortly, Qin Feng responded. Qin Feng, you seem exceedingly busy, streaming during the day and delivering takeout at night. Zhao Shihan lamented for Qin Feng's plight. No worries, it's merely a life experience. Today I received over $1 million in gifts during my stream, and the platform awarded me a signing bonus of $1 million as well. Qin Feng, you are truly impressive. Zhao Shihan exclaimed. I have delightful news to share. My father is not opposed to our relationship. However, he did mention that you must prepare a dowry of $10 million. Chapter 21. Zhao Shihan's concern. That is splendid news, Qin Feng expressed his joy. As long as Zhao Hongchang does not object, everything else will fall into place. As for the $10 million dowry, I suspect it is merely a test imposed by Zhao Hongchang. Given his immense wealth, he surely does not lack such an amount. Shihan, what does your mother think? Zhao Shihan replied. My mother has gone to the Magic City and has not returned yet, but I believe she would not oppose either. That's excellent. Qin Feng thought he would encounter significant obstacles in his relationship with Zhao Shihan, yet it seemed otherwise. Therefore, they could be together openly and without reservation. By the way, Shihan, why didn't I see your brother when I visited today? Zhao Shihan had a younger brother named Zhao Ming, 2 years her junior, whom Qin Feng knew but had not seen for many years. My brother is attending university in the Magic City and has not yet returned from his break. He might come back with my mother in a couple of days. Zhao Shihan then asked, Qin Feng, do you have any plans for tomorrow? I'm uncertain at the moment. Why do you ask? Do you wish to spend time with me? Indeed, I happen to be free tomorrow. Now that they were together, Zhao Shihan yearned to see Qin Feng every day. If I have time, I will let you know in advance, Qin Feng assured her. Zhao Shihan pondered before reminding him. Qin Feng, you just won the lottery and have started streaming. You should take time to rest and not overexert yourself. With that kind of money, you could live comfortably without working. She did not want to see Qin Feng so fatigued. It's all right, I can manage. After finishing his call with Zhao Shihan, Qin Feng quickly completed his meal. He arrived at a store selling electric bikes, intending to purchase one outright, but due to the late hour, he was unable to register it. Reluctantly, Qin Feng opted to rent an electric bike instead. With the bike acquired, he opened the delivery app and officially began his takeout deliveries. Soon, he received his first order, And he also initiated a live stream. What? Is the streamer delivering takeout? Is he in dire need of money? I'll tip him generously. Stop delivering takeout. I prefer to hear you sing. Just moments after starting the stream, over 2,000 viewers flocked into the chat room, and the numbers were swiftly climbing. The streamer isn't desperate for money. He is merely seeking to experience life. He explained while waiting at a traffic light. He rushed to the restaurant to collect the prepared meals and began his deliveries. Only at traffic lights did he interact with his audience. The streamer is delivering takeout while live streaming. What a risky endeavor. Some viewers commented on how dashing he appeared while delivering. Where is the streamer delivering? I might place an order and possibly run into him. In just a few minutes, the viewership in Qin Feng's stream surpassed 50,000 and continued to rise. Following the navigation on the delivery app, Qin Feng arrived at a residential community. The order specified delivery to the 5th floor, and without an elevator, he had no choice but to ascend on foot. After confirming the door number, he knocked. Hello, I have your delivery. Footsteps approached, and the door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Here is your takeout, Qin Feng said as he handed the food to her. You're quite handsome, young man. What brings you to deliver takeout? Come in and sit for a moment. The middle-aged woman, captivated by Qin Feng's charm, shot him a flirtatious glance. He felt a wave of nausea and hurriedly exited after delivering the food. Haha, the streamer is quite entertaining. Delivering takeout and encountering an older lady. What luck! In youth, one often fails to appreciate the allure of older women, mistaking youthful girls for treasures. If I were the streamer, I would succumb. Qin Feng hopped on his electric bike and sped off to deliver the second order, feeling somewhat exasperated by the viewers' banter. The subsequent deliveries were relatively ordinary, yet the delivery platform had pushed the time limits to their extremes, leaving Qin Feng with little opportunity to pause. He finally grasped the arduous nature of the delivery job. Fortunately, it was merely a part-time endeavor, were it a long-term commitment, he would truly struggle. Unbeknownst to him, the audience in his live stream had surpassed 100,000. The chat was lively, with many viewers sending gifts, though it was significantly less frenetic than the afternoon's excitement. Qin Feng had little time to glance at the comments. He took a moment to buy a bottle of water to quench his thirst. His next delivery destination was a certain real estate agency branch, a name that seemed vaguely familiar. Unable to recall it at the moment, he continued on his way. Arriving at the agency, the night had fallen, yet the lights were on within, revealing 3 female employees working late. Qin Feng entered, wielding 3 takeout bags. The delivery has finally arrived. After a long afternoon, let us fill our stomachs first, one of the employees remarked, standing up. Oh, Qin Feng, why are you delivering takeout? It was none other than Zhang Shuiying who recognized him. Shuiying, so you work here? Qin Feng was taken aback to encounter her while delivering. At that moment, Zhang Shuiying and the other 2 employees were dressed in white blouses and black skirts, complemented by legwear that shimmered enticingly. My, has the streamer stumbled into a den of beauties? That lady seems to know the streamer, viewers in the chat exclaimed. What is this place? Don't misunderstand. I simply wish to purchase a house. I can hear that scheme all the way from the Magic City. Streamer, give me that lady's contact information. I'll shower you with gifts. The chat erupted with excitement as viewers clamored for Zhang Shuiying's contact details. Among the 3 employees, while all were attractive, Zhang Shuiying stood out as the most beautiful. Noticing Qin Feng was sweating profusely, she walked over to the water cooler and poured him a glass of water. She was genuinely puzzled as to why someone as wealthy as Qin Feng would choose to deliver takeout, especially since he had spent 75 million to purchase Long Huno. One just the day before. No need, Shuiying. I have other deliveries to attend to. I must be off, Qin Feng replied, having sipped the water and feeling no thirst, promptly turning to leave. Why the hurry? Please be careful on the road. Zhang Shuiying's concern for Qin Feng was palpable, igniting the flames of gossip in the eyes of her 2 colleagues. Ying, who was that handsome delivery guy you were with just now? He can't possibly be your boyfriend. Can he? Zhang Shuiying's cheeks flushed. Don't be ridiculous. He is merely a tenant of my mother. One colleague interjected. Your gaze just now was quite telling. Come on. Do you have a crush on that handsome fellow? The other colleague chimed in. Ying, looks alone won't fill your stomach. Wealth is far more pragmatic. Indeed. If my boyfriend were a delivery person, I could never accept it. Her 2 colleagues echoed in unison. Working in a real estate agency, they were accustomed to dealing with affluent clients, thus their standards were rather elevated. Zhang Shuiying gazed in the direction where Qin Feng had vanished and remarked, don't underestimate him. Do you know who purchased the villa I sold yesterday? The 2 colleagues shook their heads. Zhang Shuiying had sold a villa the previous day, earning a commission of several 100,000, which left them envious. Could it possibly be that handsome guy? One speculated. Impossible. How could a delivery worker have that much money? Zhang Shuiying replied earnestly, it is indeed him. Perhaps he lost a bet with friends and resorted to delivering food, or maybe he's simply experiencing life. The two colleagues widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that a delivery person could be a concealed millionaire. Ying, is that guy really not your boyfriend? Zhang Shuiying shook her head. No? That's good. Ying, please share that handsome guy's phone number with us. Let's compete fairly. Zhang Shuiying was taken aback. What about my dignity? Are you all willing to sacrifice your integrity? Just moments ago, they had dismissed him as a mere delivery boy, yet their opinions had swiftly shifted. Can you not be so pragmatic? As Qin Feng left the real estate branch, the audience implored him to return. Is he really leaving just like that? Come back. I'll sponsor you a carnival. One broadcaster exclaimed, if a beautiful woman were to hand me water, I wouldn't bother with deliveries at all. Qin Feng, however, lacked the time to read the comments, missing out on the mirth. He continued with his deliveries. Around 9 o'clock, he arrived at an older residential complex where the streetlights appeared to have not been replaced in ages, casting a dim light. Some elderly folks were strolling along the greenway when suddenly, two slender young men dashed down the stairs, one clutching a backpack. Stop the thief! Stop the thief! A middle-aged woman shouted in a panic while chasing after them. Make way! The young man with the backpack brandished a short knife, threateningly gesturing with it. Seeing the weapon, the bystanders quickly retreated, fearing for their safety. In this day and age, it was shocking that someone would resort to theft. Qin Feng, however, did not shy away. Since he had encountered the situation, he felt compelled to intervene. The two thieves, seasoned criminals, split into different directions to escape. Qin Feng pursued the unarmed thief, setting down his delivery bag to chase after him. In mere seconds, he caught up, firmly gripping the thief's shoulder. Kid, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. The thief nearly stumbled, glaring viciously at Qin Feng before throwing a punch towards his face. Qin Feng swiftly evaded and retaliated with a kick to the thief's abdomen. The thief doubled over, his complexion turning a ghastly shade as he struggled to remain upright. How dare you steal in this neighborhood? Let's restrain him. Seeing Qin Feng take action, two young men from the community rushed over to assist. The thief was quickly subdued. Meanwhile, the other armed thief was nearing the exit of the complex. Qin Feng sprinted after him as if in a 100-meter dash. Wow, this broadcaster must be trained. He subdued one thief in just one move. It feels like I'm watching a movie. Swimming, first aid, singing, catching thieves. What can't this broadcaster do? The viewers in the live stream expressed concern for Qin Feng's safety, realizing the danger of confronting an armed thief. However, Qin Feng paid no heed to their warnings. With his current capabilities, he regarded the thieves as no threat at all. His speed was remarkable, and as the second thief burst through the gates of the complex, Qin Feng was right on his heels. You're asking for trouble, the thief seethed, wielding the knife menacingly towards Qin Feng's chest. The audience gasped, some too frightened to watch further. A scream erupted, but it was not Qin Feng's voice. The thief's knife was knocked from his grasp, and Qin Feng landed a punch on his shoulder. The backpack fell to the ground, spilling out cash, quite a substantial amount, along with 2 gold bracelets. The thief attempted to resist, but was quickly subdued beneath Qin Feng's foot. You'd better let me go, or you'll regret it. The thief seethed with rage, wishing he could tear Qin Feng apart. Breaking and entering will likely earn you several years in prison. Save those threats for later, Qin Feng replied, undeterred by the thief's menacing demeanor. At that moment, the audience was thoroughly impressed by Qin Feng's prowess. The broadcaster is incredible. He subdued those 2 thieves with ease. Where did he learn these skills? I want to learn. The viewers, accustomed to various live streams, had never witnessed such a scene before. The chat flooded with comments and gifts poured in. Just then, the middle-aged woman who had been chasing the thief emerged. Auntie, this cash must belong to you, right? Check to see if anything is missing. Qin Feng gestured towards the backpack on the ground. It's what was stolen from my home. It contains cash and jewelry. Young man, thank you so much. The woman was overwhelmed with gratitude, continuously thanking Qin Feng. You're truly impressive, taking down 2 thieves all by yourself. The residents of the complex gathered around, praising Qin Feng. I'll leave these thieves in your hands. I must continue my deliveries. Catching thieves was merely a minor detour. Qin Feng still had to complete his assigned side job. Without pausing, he picked up the undelivered food and continued his route. I'm following this broadcaster. I'm curious to know what other remarkable skills he possesses. Delivering food seems beneath his talents. The broadcaster is so charming that even as a man, I'm nearly smitten. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, he can contact me. Finally, it was past 10 o'clock at night. After completing his final delivery, Qin Feng successfully wrapped up his part-time job after 4 hours of diligent work. The system's voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the short-term mission." Chapter 23. Completion of the short-term task. Congratulations, host, for acquiring godlike driving skills. Congratulations, host, for receiving 30 million in cash. Godlike driving skills? That sounds rather impressive. In an instant, a surge of knowledge flooded Qin Feng's mind. From motorcycles to trucks, he mastered every driving technique, and most astonishingly, even that of tanks. This is indeed a remarkable feat, thought Qin Feng. However, since he was not a soldier, the likelihood of driving a tank was quite slim. Perhaps it was time to grab a bite before heading back. After such a long period of activity, Qin Feng felt famished and decided to indulge in some late-night snacks. Just then, he caught the tantalizing aroma wafting from a barbecue restaurant nearby. He swiftly rode his electric scooter to the barbecue spot, ordering a serving of fried rice noodles along with an array of grilled delicacies. His live stream had not yet concluded, and upon checking the back end, he noticed that the viewership had reached an all-time high, with numerous gifts pouring in. It seemed that his escapades of thwarting thieves had attracted many new viewers. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng finally engaged with his audience in the chat. I am quite curious, where did the host learn such impressive martial arts? Rescuing people from the water and catching thieves, surely you deserve a commendation for bravery. With your skill, you could easily become a professional bodyguard rather than delivering takeout. How much could a bodyguard earn? With your singing voice, why not pursue a career as a star? Someone inquired. Qin Feng chuckled as he read the barrage of comments and replied, I possess no martial arts training. Perhaps it is simply innate strength. Noticing many viewers asking if he had trained in martial arts, he took the liberty to clarify. The increase in his strength allowed him to effortlessly overpower ordinary individuals. To outsiders, Qin Feng appeared almost as if he were a martial arts master. Especially during the incident with the thieves, he had subdued them with ease. Much to the delight of his viewers. After waiting nearly 10 minutes, his barbecue was ready. Qin Feng relished his meal while enjoying the amusing comments flowing through the chat. Across the street from the barbecue restaurant, a bar was teeming with life. At that moment, Wang Jiahui was seen jovially shoulder to shoulder with a bald man as they exited the bar. Their camaraderie was unmistakable. Having indulged in ample alcohol, Wang Jiahui staggered slightly. Trailing behind him were several burly men clad in black. Brother Chong, no need to see me off. My car is just up ahead. Wang Jiahui gestured toward a parked Mercedes-Benz. All right, do come by often. The bald man, referred to as Brother Chong, paused but did not immediately depart. Just as Wang Jiahui prepared to drive home, he caught sight of Qin Feng, who was seated across the street, enjoying his barbecue. Wang Jiahui's brow furrowed, and his fists involuntarily clenched. That night, when he had brought a few men to teach Qin Feng a lesson, he had not anticipated that Qin Feng would prove to be so formidable, resulting in him receiving a couple of slaps instead. Even after returning home, he had been unable to shake off the humiliation. Fate had brought them face to face once more. Fueled by alcohol, Wang Jiahui's animosity intensified, distorting his features. What's wrong? Brother Chong inquired, noticing Wang Jiahui's reluctance to leave and the unsettling look in his eyes. Nothing much, just encountered an enemy. Wang Jiahui gritted his teeth and replied. Following Wang Jiahui's gaze, Brother Chong quickly spotted Qin Feng. Does this person have some sort of background? Wang Jiahui, being a wealthy heir, knew that anyone who could become his foe must possess some degree of capability. Wang Jiahui shook his head dismissively, just a poor kid. This only deepened Brother Chong's confusion. Given Wang Jiahui's privileged background, picking on a poor kid should be a trivial matter. Wang Jiahui explained, Brother Chong, you may not know, but this kid, despite lacking connections, is quite skilled. The last time I brought 3 brothers with me, we couldn't even defeat him. The recollection of the humiliation he suffered at Qin Feng's hands turned Wang Jiahui's face crimson. Brother Chong sneered as he observed Qin Feng devouring his barbecue. As long as he lacks connections, this will be easy. No matter how skilled he is, I doubt he can take on 10 men. He smirked, watch the show unfold. I will help you settle this score. Wang Jiahui felt a surge of relief upon hearing Brother Chong's offer of assistance. Brother Chong was the owner of the Chasing Wind Bar and had a notable reputation in Ningchuan City, instilling fear in those around him. Don't worry. I'll bring a few more people along. Just sit in the car and enjoy the spectacle, Brother Chong assured him. By the way, what is that kid's name? Qin Feng. Brother Chong immediately gestured to his subordinates, who promptly understood and went back into the bar to summon more men. Soon, he led a procession of 10 suited brutes toward the opposite side of the street, while Wang Jiahui settled into his Mercedes, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Feng, this is your own doing. Let's see how you extricate yourself tonight. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, oblivious to the brewing storm, continued to savor his barbecue. Although he noticed Brother Chong and his entourage approaching him, each man exuding a menacing aura, the other patrons of the barbecue restaurant, sensing the tension, lowered their heads to continue eating, ready to flee at a moment's notice if necessary. Clearly, these men were not to be trifled with. Though Qin Feng kept his head down, his demeanor remained composed. Brother Chong, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. I'll prepare some delicious food for you. The barbecue restaurant owner stammered, recognizing Brother Chong, who owned the bar across the street. The owner feared that Brother Chong had come to cause trouble. However, Brother Chong disregarded the owner's presence and took a seat directly across from Qin Feng, who continued to eat as if Brother Chong were non-existent. "You little brat. If Brother Chong wants to drink here, you better clear out," Brother Chong said, deliberately provoking Qin Feng. His brutish face was contorted with malice, his eyes glinting with menace. Most people would have cowered in fear, but Qin Feng remained unfazed. He had discerned that these individuals were specifically seeking to instigate trouble. Even if he changed tables, they would find another excuse to confront him. The host's situation seemed dire. It appeared as though he had crossed paths with a bully. This man seemed to be Brother Chong, the notorious owner of Chasing Wind Bar, a formidable character. I remember now. This guy was involved in a murder case last month, but was released due to lack of evidence. Chapter 24, 1 against 10. The host needed to escape quickly. This was someone he could not afford to confront. Some locals have already recognized Zhang Chong's identity, incessantly sending barrage messages to alert others. Moreover, Zhang Chong has brought along several companions, and should a confrontation arise, even though Qin Feng possesses martial skills, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. After all, a flurry of wild punches can defeat a seasoned master. The odds are decidedly against him, especially considering that those accompanying Zhang Chong are considerably larger than Qin Feng. He finds himself at a distinct disadvantage. I was here first. Why should I yield to you? Qin Feng shows no intention of backing down, opting instead for a direct confrontation with Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong squints, coldly assessing Qin Feng, clearly provoked by his audacity. "Kid, do you dare speak to me this way? Do you even know who I am?" Qin Feng remains unfazed, replying, "Does it matter if I know or not?" Other patrons, sensing the escalating tension, abandon their skewers and choose to vacate the premises. Remaining would clearly be unwise. In the next moment, Zhang Chong, filled with rage, barks loudly, "Get him! Beat him up!" Grabbing a beer bottle from the ground, he swings it down towards Qin Feng's head with great force. This streamer has some real guts. Oh no, it's over. We may never hear him sing again. Shouldn't he run away? Observers can easily see that the impending chaos is aimed squarely at him. Call the police. If we wait any longer, the streamer will be done for. Some compassionate viewers have already dialed for help, but the police will take time to arrive. Until then, Qin Feng must rely on himself. As the beer bottle descends towards his head, Qin Feng finally springs into action. He dodges backward and swiftly rises. Zhang Chong, missing his target, also gets to his feet, brandishing the beer bottle once more as he lunges at Qin Feng. With a huff, Qin Feng delivers a powerful kick that strikes Zhang Chong squarely in the chest. Zhang Chong's figure arcs through the air before he crashes heavily onto the street. What just happened? Why are they fighting? Bystanders hastily step aside, fearful of getting caught in the crossfire. "Brother Chong, are you all right?" Several lackeys rush to Zhang Chong's side to assist him, while the remaining few charge towards Qin Feng. Zhang Chong's face flushes with rage, the intense pain in his chest igniting his fury. "I was careless. I never anticipated this young man would be so formidable. What are you waiting for? Beat him up." Zhang Chong shouts at his companions. Nodding in agreement, they charge at Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has already dispatched two of them. Although Zhang Chong's entourage possesses some skill, they are no match for Qin Feng's prowess. Even when they wield chairs, they still cannot contend with him. The scene is chaotic, with Zhang Chong's subordinates falling one after another. The tide of battle has turned. Wow, I didn't expect the streamer to be this powerful. I worried for nothing. 1 against 10. I thought that only happened in movies. The viewers in the live stream are awestruck by Qin Feng's strength. They had initially thought his capture of 2 thieves was impressive, but never anticipated he could single-handedly take on 10 and emerge victorious. Who would believe it if they hadn't witnessed it themselves? Before long, the last of Zhang Chong's underlings is also brought down. What a bunch of useless fools. Unable to defeat a mere youth. Zhang Chong seethes with exasperation. He could never have foreseen such an outcome. With a total of 11 individuals, including himself, they failed to best Qin Feng. Inside a nearby luxury vehicle, Wang Jiahua's expression is equally grim. He too did not expect Qin Feng to triumph over Zhang Chong and his crew. Could this Qin Feng be some kind of Superman? Wang Jiahua's face darkens. Meanwhile, Qin Feng strides towards the bewildered Zhang Chong, casually snatching a grilled chicken wing from a nearby barbecue stand and taking a hearty bite. "Still want to fight?" Qin Feng inquires with a calm demeanor. Zhang Chong twitches at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, this isn't over. You'll see. I haven't allowed you to leave yet." "Who summoned you here?" Qin Feng coldly retorts. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierces the air. Zhang Chong and his crew's expressions shift again, contemplating flight. But it is too late. 3 police cars halt on the street, and a dozen uniformed officers disembark. "Don't move. Police. Hands on your heads. Get down." The officers encircle Zhang Chong and his gang, led by a striking female officer, tall and poised, with sharp features that convey a sense of authority. Fearful of the situation, Zhang Chong and his companions comply, crouching with their hands atop their heads. Thus, Zhang Chong and his crew are apprehended and taken away in police vehicles. You too. The female officer commands as she approaches Qin Feng, her expression steely. She has gathered the gist of the situation, recognizing that Zhang Chong and his gang were the instigators against this young man. Officer, I acted in self-defense, Qin Feng explains. Come with me to file a report. If it's indeed self-defense, we will let you go, the officer responds. Zhou Runan, the officer, takes Qin Feng's phone and notes the substantial viewer count in his live stream before casually shutting it off. With no choice, Qin Feng boards the police vehicle. As for Wang Jiehua, upon the police's arrival, he hastily makes his escape, narrowly avoiding trouble. After completing the report, Qin Feng is allowed to leave. It is now well past midnight. Qin Feng, are you all right? Outside the station, Zhao Shuhan anxiously awaits, rushing over upon seeing him, her face filled with concern. Shuhan, what are you doing here? I'm fine, Qin Feng replies with a reassuring smile. Zhao Shuhan, still worried, says, I was watching your live stream, so I knew you were here. She had been terrified when she saw a group attacking Qin Feng, but thankfully, he proved to be more than capable of handling the situation. It's all over now. Let me take you home, Qin Feng smiles. Zhao Shuhan had driven there, her car parked a short distance away. She tilts her head slightly, curiosity piqued. Qin Feng, how did you get involved with those people? They looked like trouble, and provoking them would lead to significant issues. Qin Feng shakes his head. I'm not entirely sure myself. He has some suspicions, but hasn't confirmed them yet. However, there are matters better left unspoken to spare Zhao Shuhan unnecessary worry. Regardless, Qin Feng is confident he can handle it. Seeing Zhao Shuhan still troubled, Qin Feng reassures her, they've all been arrested. They'll likely be locked up for a while. Even if they get out, they won't stand a chance against me. With his words, Zhao Shuhan nods, her worries easing somewhat. Qin Feng, you're so impressive. Have you really studied martial arts? She realizes that Qin Feng harbors many secrets. Chapter 25, Zhang Shuiying's Concern. Qin Feng first assisted in apprehending 2 petty thieves, and then single-handedly took on a group, ultimately emerging victorious. Such scenes typically belong in the realm of film. Yet Qin Feng has made it a reality, astonishing Zhao Shuhan. I haven't studied martial arts, Qin Feng explains, shaking his head. Perhaps I just possess a bit more strength. He certainly has not trained in martial arts. The reason he was able to triumph over those individuals was solely due to his overwhelming physical strength. Without the enhancement card, Qin Feng would undoubtedly have been unable to achieve such feats. Hee, you are quite impressive as well. Brother Qin Feng, I feel an extraordinary sense of security when I am by your side, Zhao Shuhan said, holding Qin Feng's hand with a sweet smile. Qin Feng replied, then I shall be your guardian angel. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know. I will send them flying. Zhao Shuhan felt a warmth in her heart and enveloped Qin Feng in a big hug. It's quite late now, we should head back. The two of them got into the car. Originally, Zhao Shuhan intended to drive Qin Feng home, but given the late hour, he was concerned about her returning alone. Thus, it ultimately turned into Qin Feng driving Zhao Shuhan home. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Xinghe Villa district. Brother Qin Feng, you should take this car back. It seldom gets used at home anyway, Zhao Shuhan remarked as she began to unbuckle her seatbelt. Zhao Hongchong was already aware of their relationship, so Zhao Shuhan felt no hesitation. No need. I'll just take a taxi, Qin Feng said as he exited the vehicle, waving goodbye to Zhao Shuhan inside the car. Shuhan, get some rest and don't stay up late. Brother Qin Feng, you too. After seeing Qin Feng get into his car, Zhao Shuhan finally drove into the villa district. Upon returning home, she saw her father, Zhao Hongchong, standing on the balcony, smoking. Dad, why are you still awake at this hour? Zhao Shuhan inquired. Zhao Hongchong exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, I just saw the news. Did that boy Qin Feng get into trouble? He was live streaming when he got into a scuffle with those people. The internet is ablaze with discussions about it. To be fair, Qin Feng is indeed quite formidable, which took Zhao Hongchong by surprise. It seemed that although Qin Feng did not possess a physical advantage, he still managed to defeat that group. Zhao Shuhan was momentarily taken aback. Dad, you already know? She hurriedly defended Qin Feng, explaining that it wasn't his fault. Those people had sought him out. Zhao Hongchong then asked, did he offend someone? Zhao Shuhan shook her head. I'm not sure. Qin Feng hasn't told me. Dad, you know so many people in Ningchuan City. Can you help Qin Feng? Zhao Shuhan feared that those individuals might come after Qin Feng again. Despite Qin Feng's prowess, it was still a potential threat. I'll keep that in mind. Just go to your room and get some sleep, Zhao Hongchong replied before entering his room. Zhao Shuhan returned, which signified that Qin Feng was likely all right. Given Qin Feng's abilities, he would surely handle things well. Thus, Zhao Hongchong did not plan to intervene. This could be considered a test for Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had also returned to his rented apartment. Upon opening Douyin, he discovered an influx of messages from fans. Are you okay? Have you come out yet? The messages echoed a common concern that Qin Feng might be detained. Qin Feng promptly recorded a short video to reassure everyone that he was fine and had returned safely. He then glanced at the trending list and found that the topic of Ningchuan's streamer defeating 10 opponents had reached third place. Clicking on the topic, he noticed that the videos had garnered significant attention. Various content creators had offered their commentary, even elevating Qin Feng to near-mythical status. Some speculated he was a special forces operative, others claimed he was a martial artist, and some even absurdly suggested he was an extraterrestrial. Regardless of the theories, Qin Feng chuckled and set his phone aside, enjoying a hot shower before retiring to bed. Just before turning off the lights, he sent Zhao Shihan a sweet goodnight message. The night passed swiftly. Aside from the ongoing discussions surrounding Qin Feng, nothing else transpired. At around 7 in the morning, Qin Feng was brushing his teeth when a sudden, vigorous knocking echoed through the door. "Qin Feng, are you there? If so, reply," came the anxious voice of Zhang Shuiying from outside. After rinsing his mouth, Qin Feng went to open the door and found Zhang Shuiying looking quite worried. "Sister Ying, what's wrong?" Qin Feng asked. "I just saw the video of you fighting last night. Did you get taken away? Are you okay?" Zhang Shuiying was unaware that Qin Feng had been live streaming. Had she not seen the videos that morning, she would have remained oblivious to the events of the previous night. Qin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine. It was just some paperwork, and then I returned home." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qin Feng could take on 10 opponents, it would be unfortunate if he were detained as part of a mutual fight. "That is good to hear. By the way, why did those people attack you?" Zhang Shuiying continued to inquire. Qin Feng shrugged. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps someone behind the scenes dislikes me." He immediately thought of Wang Jiahui, considering that the individual had previously brought trouble to him. "You need to be cautious," Zhang Shuiying advised kindly. "I will be. Next time I encounter that old schemer Wang Jiahui, I intend to teach him an unforgettable lesson," Qin Feng resolved. "You probably haven't had breakfast yet. Let us go downstairs to eat," Qin Feng suggested. "Sister Ying, you go ahead. I'll be down in a moment." He returned to the bedside to grab his phone and tidy up the bed before heading downstairs. Today's part-time task: drive for a ride-hailing service for hours. Accepting the task will reward you with a domestic M-Grand vehicle. Will the host accept? As he descended the stairs, the system's part-time task refreshed. "Accept." Qin Feng chose without hesitation. "Congratulations, the host has acquired an M-Grand as a means of transportation. The vehicle has been parked in the parking spot downstairs. Please check it." The M-Grand, a reasonably priced domestic sedan, was a welcome gift from the system. Why would he complain? He checked his pocket and felt a new set of keys for the M-Grand. Upon reaching the first floor, he spotted the car parked a short distance away. Looking brand new. "Qin Feng, over here." Upon seeing him, Zhang Shuiying waved. Qin Feng approached her as they entered a breakfast shop together. While enjoying their meal, Zhang Shuiying curiously asked, "Qin Feng, with all your wealth, why are you delivering food?" Having purchased a villa worth 75 million, it puzzled her that he would resort to such work. Just experiencing life, Qin Feng smiled as he explained, refraining from mentioning the task assigned by the system. Chapter 26, Signing Bonus, 5 million. "Oh, I see." Zhang Shuiying nodded, half understanding. "I noticed your streaming account is nearing 3 million followers. You must be earning quite a bit from it," she observed, realizing that Qin Feng had many secrets. Wealthy, handsome, and exceptionally skilled, truly a dreamboat. Just a casual endeavor. If it weren't for the system's task, Qin Feng wouldn't have even considered live streaming. "Casual? And you've amassed nearly 3 million followers? Imagine if you took it seriously," Zhang Shuiying exclaimed. It was indeed true. Given Qin Feng's affluence, he likely didn't regard the meager earnings from streaming. As breakfast was nearing its conclusion, Qin Feng's phone rang. It was Zhao Shihan calling him. "Qin Feng, I'm on my way to see you." Although Zhao Shihan was aware of Qin Feng's residence, this marked her first visit. "Where are you?" Qin Feng inquired. "I'm downstairs, Qin Feng. Have you finished your breakfast?" Qin Feng replied, "I'm still eating. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Qin Feng quickly devoured the remainder of his meal. "Sister Ying, my girlfriend has come to see me, so I'll take my leave now." Zhang Shuiying, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, Qin Feng, you have a girlfriend now?" Upon reflection, it made sense. Given Qin Feng's remarkable qualities, he would undoubtedly be popular among the ladies. It was not surprising that he had a girlfriend. Qin Feng nodded. "She is already here." Zhang Shuiying hastily finished her breakfast, eager to accompany Qin Feng outside. She was curious to see what Qin Feng's girlfriend looked like. Noticing Zhang Shuiying following him, Qin Feng said nothing as they stepped outside the breakfast shop, where he immediately spotted Zhao Shihan waiting by the roadside. Even without makeup, she stood out remarkably. "Shihan, why did you come so early?" Qin Feng approached her with a smile. "I had nothing to do at home, so I thought I'd come to find you." Zhao Shihan quickly noticed Zhang Shuiying trailing behind Qin Feng, her demeanor shifting to one of wariness as she asked, Qin Feng, who is this? The previous night, while delivering takeout during a live stream, Qin Feng had coincidentally visited Zhang Shuiying's workplace. It was evident that Zhang Shuiying cared for Qin Feng. Initially, Zhao Shihan intended to ask about the beautiful woman named Ying. But in the rush of events when Qin Feng was taken away by the police, she had forgotten. Zhang Shuiying, we met not long ago. Her mother is the landlord of this building. Qin Feng then introduced, this is my girlfriend, Zhao Shihan. Although Zhang Shuiying was indeed a rare beauty, she was instantly overshadowed by Zhao Shihan's radiance. Zhao Shihan exuded an elegance and grace that Zhang Shuiying lacked. As Zhang Shuiying appraised Zhao Shihan, she felt a pang of inadequacy within herself. Hello, Zhao Shihan greeted Zhang Shuiying warmly. Zhang Shuiying nodded in acknowledgement. She suddenly realized that Qin Feng and Zhao Shihan were exceptionally well matched. They were a strikingly harmonious pair. I have to go to work now. I'll take my leave, Zhang Shuiying declared, eager to avoid feeling envious, and promptly rode off on her electric scooter. Qin Feng, how did you meeting? Zhao Shihan inquired, a hint of jealousy creeping into her tone. Qin Feng chuckled, sensing her envy. Are you feeling jealous? Zhao Shihan pouted dismissively. I am not. A couple of nights ago, Sister Ying was being harassed by a drunkard downstairs, and I happened to intervene, Qin Feng recounted. Zhao Shihan picked up where he left off, saying, so you were the gallant hero who saved her, right? Qin Feng could feel Zhao Shihan's jealousy intensifying. It wasn't exactly heroism. I merely assisted her. He took Zhao Shihan's hand, smiling as he clarified. All right then, Zhao Shihan conceded. Qin Feng, I want to see where you live. Qin Feng nodded, leading Zhao Shihan upstairs. Upon entering his room, Zhao Shihan noted its small size, yet it was quite tidy. The light in the room was pleasant. Qin Feng, your place is rather small, isn't it? Qin Feng shrugged. It doesn't matter. I'm living here alone. I've paid 2 months' rent, and I'll be returning to school in September. Despite having purchased Longhuno 1, Qin Feng had no immediate plans to move there, as residing in this location was more convenient for executing the tasks assigned by the system. Moreover, Zhao Shihan remained unaware of his purchase, and should they encounter the property, it would be difficult to explain. All right then, Qin Feng, what are your plans for today? Zhao Shihan inquired further. I'll be driving for a ride-hailing service this afternoon. Zhao Shihan covered her lips with a smile. Qin Feng, you seem to switch part-time jobs quite rapidly. First, you were a waiter, then a delivery person, and now you're off to drive for a ride-hailing service. Qin Feng explained. I just want to experience the challenges of different professions. He pulled up a chair for Zhao Shihan to sit. Qin Feng, what do you plan to do tomorrow? I haven't decided yet, he replied. His activities depended largely on the part-time work assigned by the system. Zhao Shihan remarked, your idea is quite admirable. I want to join you in doing part-time work. Her primary desire was to spend time with Qin Feng, and the potential for earning money was secondary. That won't do. Some jobs are too strenuous for you, Qin Feng responded. Besides, I won't be driving for the ride-hailing service until this afternoon. Come on, let me take you out for a bit. I forgot to mention, I just bought a car. Upon hearing about Qin Feng's new car, Zhao Shihan's curiosity piqued, and she promptly followed him downstairs. It's that one. Qin Feng pointed to a white Emgrand not far away. Zhao Shihan, not well versed in cars, expressed surprise when she learned the vehicle cost only a few thousand. What? Do you think the car is too cheap? Zhao Shihan tilted her head, playfully wrapping her arm around Qin Feng's. It is indeed a bit inexpensive, but that's fine. The car is merely for transportation, not for flaunting wealth. Qin Feng, let us go. Drive me around. Zhao Shihan confidently took her place in the passenger seat. Just as Qin Feng was about to enter the vehicle, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Are you Mr. Qin Feng? Please wait a moment. Turning around, Qin Feng saw a woman in a baseball cap, in her 30s, with well-maintained skin. Who are you? He asked, not recognizing her. Zhao Shihan, noticing someone approaching Qin Feng, also stepped out of the vehicle. The woman produced a business card and handed it to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I am Li Mei, a manager from Haoyu Entertainment. I came to invite you to join our company. If you sign with us, you will receive a signing bonus of 5 million. Not only music companies were interested in Qin Feng, but also entertainment firms were keen on him. This lad must have saved the galaxy in his past life, they thought. Handsome, with a beautiful voice and remarkable skills. With a little nurturing, he could undoubtedly rise to become a top-tier star. I'm not interested. Qin Feng shook his head, declining the offer. Mr. Qin, please don't rush to reject. Perhaps you are not well acquainted with our company. Haoyu Entertainment ranks among the top 5 in the industry, with a valuation of over 50 billion, and we have many renowned artists under our wing. If you agree to join us, we will provide you with the utmost support and resources. The manager began to paint a grand picture for Qin Feng. At that moment, Zhao Shihan approached Qin Feng's side. Smiling, Qin Feng, I truly believe you have the potential to become a star. The signing bonus of 5 million shows Haoyu Entertainment's genuine sincerity. Moreover, Being a star isn't a bad idea. The potential is immense. I have no plans in that regard, Qin Feng replied with a smile. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Besides, the cost must ultimately be borne by the sheep. If they give 5 million as a signing bonus, they will surely recoup that investment from me later. Most importantly, Qin Feng perceived the entertainment industry as exceedingly chaotic. As Zhao Shuhan approached, her presence captivated the attention of the agent. Upon first laying eyes on Zhao Shuhan, Li Mei was utterly astonished. Having encountered a myriad of beauties at the company, it was rare for anyone to evoke such a transcendent aura in her. Zhao Shuhan stood there quietly, her eyes clear and transparent, exuding an enchanting beauty that bordered on the extraordinary. She could effortlessly rival the so-called fairy sister. The world is not devoid of beautiful women. It merely lacks a platform for them. With a modicum of training, Zhao Shuhan could undoubtedly blossom into a star of remarkable talent and allure. Mr. Qin, is this your girlfriend? She is truly stunning. Faced with the impossibility of signing Qin Feng, the agent set her sights on Zhao Shuhan instead. Qin Feng nodded, stating that unless there were any other matters, they would take their leave. Wait a moment, Li Mei interjected, detaining Zhao Shuhan. Miss, have you ever considered becoming a celebrity? Zhao Shuhan was taken aback by the suggestion of entering the entertainment sphere and promptly shook her head. Not at all. I might contemplate it if Qin Feng were to agree to sign, but it is evident that he is unwilling. Additionally, Zhao Shuhan was acutely aware of the treacherous depths of the entertainment industry, which were far deeper than the Mariana Trench. Unless one possesses substantial connections and a formidable background, it is prudent to refrain from venturing into this realm. Miss, please reconsider, Li Mei persisted, unwilling to depart. Should either Qin Feng or Zhao Shuhan acquiesce, it would be a significant boon for her. Zhao Shuhan waved her hand, smilingly declining the offer. Thus, amidst the agent's look of disappointment, Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan departed in their vehicle. Once in the car, Zhao Shuhan inquired, Brother Qin Feng, why did you not accept such generous terms? She was acutely aware that such opportunities were rare. Qin Feng, maneuvering the car with a smile, replied, though those stars may seem glamorous, they are merely working for capital. I cherish my freedom. Zhao Shuhan nodded in agreement. Where shall we go for some fun, Brother Qin Feng? He redirected the conversation. Zhao Shuhan pondered for a moment before suggesting, there is a scenic area nearby. Let us go there. The place was not extensive and could be traversed in half a day, thus not hindering Qin Feng's plans to drive for a ride-hailing service later in the afternoon. Qin Feng nodded and activated the map navigation. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. As it was a weekday, there were relatively few visitors. Brother Qin Feng, I will go buy the tickets. You can park the car first, Zhao Shuhan said. Qin Feng nodded, letting her out before driving their vehicle into the parking lot. As fortune would have it, just as he exited the car, a blue sedan pulled into the adjacent parking space. Hey, Qin Feng, why haven't you returned home? The driver's window rolled down, revealing Yi Zijia, a fellow university classmate. Yi Zijia, a local from Ningchuan City, had a modest background, and this vehicle was borrowed from a friend. I stayed back to work part-time, Qin Feng explained. No wonder. Spotting his classmate in the parking lot brought a smile to Yi Zijia's face as he stepped out of the car. At that moment, the passenger door also swung open, revealing a young woman wearing sunglasses, whose appearance was rather unremarkable. As she stepped out, she approached Yi Zijia. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Lin Meihui. Yi Zijia beamed proudly as he introduced her to Qin Feng. For someone of his ordinary looks and without a wealthy background, having a girlfriend was a notable achievement, especially considering many classmates remained single. Zijia, is this your friend? He looks quite handsome, Lin Meihui remarked as she scrutinized Qin Feng. Qin Feng is my university classmate, Yi Zijia replied. He leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, I finally shed my single status. Aren't you envious? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Why would I be envious of you? He retorted, as if implying that being single was a common plight. Yi Zijia clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder, continuing, bro, you need to hurry. If you can't find a girlfriend in school, you're likely to remain single in society. Enough of this. Meihui and I are heading off to have some fun. I'll treat you to a meal next time, Yi Zijia said as he took Lin Meihui's hand and headed towards the entrance of the scenic area. Watching Yi Zijia's smug demeanor, Qin Feng felt a sense of exasperation. Brother Qin Feng, I'm over here, Zhao Shuhan called out, and he soon spotted her waving, holding a newly purchased blue sun umbrella. She had already bought the tickets and was waiting for Qin Feng to join her to enter the scenic area. Let us go, it's time to check in. The two queued at the ticket checkpoint. Taking the umbrella from Zhao Shuhan, Qin Feng held it over her, shielding her from the midday sun, which, though not overly intense, still radiated heat. Are you feeling hot, Brother Qin Feng? Zhao Shuhan asked, fanning him with her hand. Her sweet smile resembled a gentle stream winding through the mountains, soft and captivating. This scene incited envy and jealousy among the men nearby. their gazes towards Qin Feng tinged with resentment. If they had a knife, they might have considered taking action against him. Meanwhile, Yi Zijie and his girlfriend were at the adjacent ticket line. Yi Zijie noticed the intimate interaction between Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan, his eyes widening in disbelief. No way. Isn't Qin Feng single? How does he have such a stunning girlfriend? He mused. This guy must have saved the galaxy in his past life. After rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, he soon found himself inside the scenic area with Zhao Shuhan. Qin Feng, you've been hiding your light under a bushel. Turns out you've had a girlfriend all along, Yi Zijie remarked as he caught up with Qin Feng, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I only became coupled up a few days ago, Qin Feng shrugged. He then introduced Zhao Shuhan to Yi Zijie. Are you Zhao Shuhan, the campus belle of Yenjing University? Before Qin Feng could introduce her, Lin Meihui recognized Zhao Shuhan, her eyes filled with astonishment. You know me? Zhao Shuhan asked, looking at Lin Meihui. She struggled to recall any memories related to her. Lin Meihui smiled as she explained. I enjoy browsing forums and happened to come across your profile online. You are the acknowledged belle and academic star of Yenjing University. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Yi Zijie immediately gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. To win over someone of such beauty was undeniably impressive. Incredible. If his girlfriend were not present, he would have sought advice from Qin Feng on how to achieve such success. Zhao Shuhan, pulling Qin Feng's hand, sighed. I'm no campus belle. That's just a label concocted by fellow students. It's certainly not a baseless claim, Lin Meihui countered. When they voted for the campus belle, you won by over 10,000 votes. Zhao Shuhan was indeed the unrivaled first belle of Yenjing University and the dream goddess of countless boys. Zhao Shuhan smiled gently, taking Qin Feng's hand without uttering another word. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Zijie, discerning the moment, tactfully led his girlfriend away, wishing not to intrude upon the intimate world shared by Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan. Zijie, your classmate is remarkable. He actually managed to win the heart of the belle of Yenjing University, he remarked, nodding in admiration towards Qin Feng. Lin Meihui continued. Do you know what other identity Zhao Shuhan possesses? Yi Zijie shook his head in confusion. Lin Meihui explained. Her father is the chairman of the Dalong Group. Dalong Group? That name sounds familiar, Yi Zijie mused, pulling out his phone to search online. He discovered that although this large catering conglomerate was not publicly listed, it boasted a valuation exceeding 70 billion. Wow. If Qin Feng were to marry Zhao Shuhan in the future, wouldn't that mean he could skip 3,000 years of hard work? Truly a paragon for our generation. Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan spent the morning enjoying the sights in the scenic area. After lunch, they returned to the base of their rented apartment. Zhao Shuhan's car was parked by the roadside, so there was no need for Qin Feng to drive her home. Brother Qin Feng, if you have time tonight, let us go shopping together, Zhao Shuhan suggested, aware that Qin Feng would be busy driving for a ride-hailing service in the afternoon and planning to return home first. Sure, Qin Feng replied, knowing his part-time job would only require 4 hours, easily manageable in one afternoon. Watching Zhao Shuhan drive away, Qin Feng settled into the driver's seat of his M Grand. He had already registered as a car owner, ready to accept orders at any moment. However, before doing so, he decided to activate his live stream, as he had yet to complete his impromptu streaming task. Suddenly, a friend request pinged on his WeChat account, with a note from Zheng Xiaoqing. What could this woman want? Qin Feng pondered. Zheng Xiaoqing was the daughter of Aunt Wang from next door, a year younger than Qin Feng and of decent looks. They often crossed paths due to their proximity. But Zheng Xiaoqing's aloof nature had left Qin Feng with no fondness for her. With a sense of curiosity, he accepted her request. Before long, Zheng Xiaoqing sent him a message. Brother Qin Feng, you've become quite the internet celebrity. When will you have time to come back? In the past, she had looked down on him, mainly due to his family's financial struggles. However, circumstances had shifted. Now, Qin Feng commanded significant popularity on Douyin. The tips he received from a single day's streaming were staggering. I'm too busy at the moment, Qin Feng replied. I understand. After all, you are a prominent streamer now. Zheng Xiaoqing then sent him a picture showing her at a market stall, helping Qin Feng's mother, Li Ping, sell vegetables. Qin Feng chuckled, recalling the saying. When one offers flattery without reason, it is either deceit or treachery. He could sense Zheng Xiaoqing's ulterior motives, even from afar in Ningchuan City. Brother Qin Feng, do you have a girlfriend now? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired further. I do, Qin Feng replied succinctly, leaving her momentarily stunned. Wait, didn't Li Ping say you were still single? Brother Qin Feng, you must be joking. Zheng Xiaoqing expressed disbelief. What would I gain from lying? Qin Feng countered, leaving her in a state of confusion for a while. Well, I wish you the best. When you come back, let me know in advance, and I will come to pick you up. Zheng Xiaoqing resolved in her heart to become Qin Feng's girlfriend. Thinking to herself that having a girlfriend was no obstacle, she excelled at stealing hearts. Ignoring Zheng Xiaoqing, Qin Feng turned on his live stream. Wow, The streamer has finally made an appearance. What happened last night? Why were those people targeting you? Not long after he started, a number of fans entered the streaming room, recalling the dramatic scene from the previous night where Qin Feng had taken on 10 adversaries. The stream had abruptly ended when the police arrived. Although Qin Feng later posted a video assuring everyone he was fine, viewers remained curious about the unfolding events. The streamer is fine. He just took a statement last night and returned home, he stated. As for the cause of the incident, Qin Feng chose not to elaborate. If the streamer doesn't want to discuss it, let us not inquire further. Honestly, I admire the streamer. He managed to take on 10 opponents and won. I suspect he might be an alien. Does the streamer take on apprentices? I can pay tuition. Within mere minutes, Qin Feng's live stream attracted over 10,000 viewers, many of whom eagerly awaited his broadcasts. A day without watching Qin Feng's stream feels uncomfortable. The streamer isn't an alien and doesn't accept apprentices, Qin Feng responded, smiling as he engaged with his audience. What special skill will the streamer showcase today? How about singing? I love hearing you sing. Why not challenge someone? I'll shower you with gifts. Suggestions poured in from the audience. Qin Feng replied, I'm about to go drive for a ride-hailing service. So I want to be performing today. Hearing this, the comments began to multiply. Are you kidding? Yesterday you delivered food. And today you're driving. Do you think we aren't generous enough with our gifts? This streamer seems to want to experience every profession. Faced with the playful banter from his viewers, Qin Feng chose not to respond further and began accepting orders. Chapter 29, Peculiar Passengers. Zhang Shuiying was comfortably enjoying the air conditioning at her office. With no clients scheduled for house viewings that day, she found herself rather idle. Suddenly, a notification popped up on her phone. The streamer you follow is now live. Having followed Qin Feng's account that morning, she quickly entered his live stream. Hey, little brother, why are you back to driving for a ride-hailing service today? Zhang Shuiying shook her head, noting how Qin Feng was unlike anyone else. Despite his evident wealth, he chose to work part-time. After delivering food yesterday, he was now driving for a ride-hailing service. She wondered if he might take up package delivery tomorrow. Let me send him some gifts. Without Qin Feng, Zhang Shuiying would not have received that hefty commission of 750,000. She promptly loaded her account with 80,000 Douyin coins. After half an hour of driving, Qin Feng had completed just 2 short orders in the city. For the third order, the customer requested a ride to the high-speed railway station. As soon as Qin Feng accepted the order, the customer called. Driver, can you hurry? I booked a train ticket for 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I'm about to be late. Checking the time, Qin Feng realized it was only 15 minutes until 2. Clearly, they would not make it in time. You might want to cancel the order. I don't think we can make it to the station in time. Qin Feng suggested. Stop with the nonsense and drive faster. The customer, a woman with a short temper, hung up immediately after speaking. Recognizing that he was dealing with a peculiar customer, Qin Feng proceeded to pick her up. When his car stopped at the intersection, a woman in a floral dress quickly opened the door and hopped in. Give me the last 4 digits of your phone number. Qin Feng requested as he verified the information. The woman, visibly impatient, urged, hurry up and drive. If we don't reach the station by 2, I'll file a complaint against you. Qin Feng remained silent as he pressed down on the accelerator, thinking to himself that the woman could file a complaint if she wished. After all, he did not rely on driving for a living. Even if she were to be late, that would be her own predicament. Who told her to leave so late? Throughout the journey, the woman incessantly glanced at the time on her phone, growing increasingly impatient. Young man, do you even know how to drive? Can't you go a bit faster? Qin Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I'm already driving quite swiftly. The woman retorted, are you taking advantage of me because I haven't been in a car before? At this tortoise pace, we won't reach the high-speed train station in half an hour. She berated him. Haha, the host has encountered quite the character today. Only with the host's good temper could he endure this. If it were me, I would have dropped her off long ago. She has no sense of time at all. Even if she were late, it wouldn't be the host's fault. Come on, host, don't indulge her. At this moment, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's live stream exceeded 100,000 once again. Just halfway through the journey, the woman became frantic, screaming in fury. Time had already passed. Even if they reached the train station, the high-speed train would have long departed. Stop the car. I want to get out. She yelled angrily at Qin Feng. He remained silent, gently steering the vehicle to the roadside. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be late. I will file a complaint against you with the platform. The woman exited the car, slamming the door shut. Whatever the complaint hotline is. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, even providing her with a number before driving away. Host, where did your courage to take on 10 adversaries go last night? If it were me, I would have given that woman a couple of slaps, someone commented. Haha, the host isn't afraid of trouble. He simply doesn't want to stir any. Everyone, stop encouraging the host. I don't want to see the live stream get shut down. Qin Feng continued to accept new ride requests. A few minutes later, the platform's customer service called, primarily inquiring about the recent incident. Qin Feng recounted the events truthfully. Afterward, the customer service representative hung up, and Qin Feng faced no repercussions. While he was en route to accept another ride, he noticed a vehicle ahead suddenly decelerate. Instinctively, he pressed the brake and controlled his speed. Soon, that vehicle came to a complete stop. A man and a woman stood in front of his car, their faces etched with anxiety. The man cradled a small girl in his arms, who appeared to be unconscious. The woman was pleading with drivers to take them to a nearby hospital. However, the drivers waved their hands and drove off. Ding! The little girl's life is in jeopardy. Host has triggered a temporary task. Deliver the little girl to the nearest hospital. Completing the task will yield a lucky gift pack. In truth, even without a triggered task, Qin Feng would not turn a blind eye to such a situation. However, the distance to the hospital was considerable, which posed a bit of a challenge. Nevertheless, Qin Feng had no other options at that moment. Wasting no time, he pressed the accelerator hard, steering the car towards the couple, rolling down the window. "Driver, can you take us to the hospital?" The woman's tear-streaked face turned towards Qin Feng with a pleading gaze. Their daughter suffered from a heart condition and had suddenly collapsed while playing, causing them immense distress. "Get in," Qin Feng instructed. Thank you. The woman opened the door, and the man quickly placed the little girl inside. The child, around 5 years old, was already breathing weakly, her face contorted in pain. It was no wonder the previous 2 drivers had declined to take them to the hospital. The distance was too far, and any mishap during transit could be catastrophic. "Buckle up," Qin Feng reminded them as they settled in, before flooring the accelerator once more. The car surged forward towards the nearest hospital. What on earth is happening? It seems the little girl is gravely ill, and the host is transporting them to the hospital. Judging by the couple's expressions, the situation is dire. Go, host. You can do it. Although the live stream was still active, Qin Feng had no time to glance at the comments. His sole focus was to deliver the little girl to the hospital in the shortest time possible. Throughout the journey, he continuously overtook other vehicles, signaling, changing lanes, accelerating, and passing with seamless precision. With his godlike driving skills, each maneuver flowed effortlessly without a hint of hesitation. The road was congested, making it a true test of his driving prowess. Fortunately, Qin Feng was adept at adapting. While ensuring safety, his speed steadily increased. On 2 occasions, it seemed he was on the verge of colliding with adjacent vehicles, yet he always managed to slip past. It wasn't that he was showing off. He was merely racing against time. Wow, can I say that the host's driving skills are phenomenal? I feel as if I'm watching a movie. Chapter 30, Speed Enhancement Card. The audience in the live stream was astounded by Qin Feng's professional racing skills. Some cheered him on, while others showered him with gifts. Finally, Qin Feng successfully delivered the gravely ill little girl to the hospital's emergency room. What would typically take 20 minutes was accomplished by Qin Feng in a mere 7. The doctors promptly administered emergency measures, and fortunately, her life was saved. Thank you so much. The couple repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Qin Feng, even attempting to offer him money. However, he declined. After lingering for a moment, he departed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary task. You have received a speed enhancement card. Cash reward of 20 million. Speed enhancement card increases the host's speed attribute by 10 points. A speed enhancement card? Qin Feng recalled receiving a strength enhancement card previously, which had granted him a significant advantage over ordinary individuals. Thus, he surmised that this speed enhancement card would yield similar effects. What a valuable item, Qin Feng mused with a smile. However, he intended to hold off on using the speed enhancement card for now, considering the live stream was still ongoing. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, he might end up being treated like a lab rat. To play it safe, he decided to use it later. Returning to his vehicle, he glanced at the live stream comments. The most frequently asked question was about the little girl's condition. No major issues. Her life was saved, Qin Feng replied. If we had been even a minute or 2 slower, the outcome would have been uncertain. I must say, the host's driving skills are indeed impressive. Where did you get your license? I want to sign up. Host, I'm the owner of a driving school. Would you be interested in endorsing us? Wow. This driving school owner knows business. At that moment, the account lonely patient began showering Qin Feng with carnival gifts once more, having already sent over 30. Thank you to the lonely patient for the carnival gifts, Qin Feng said, recalling that this account had generously gifted 20,000 in his previous live stream and even offered him $1 million annual salary. Thus, Qin Feng had a vivid impression of them. The young man possesses remarkable driving skills. Would he be interested in becoming a driver? The monthly salary is 200,000. And Kaigwa holds Qin Feng in high regard and promptly proposes generous terms. Last night, during the live broadcast where Qin Feng faced 10 opponents alone, he was preoccupied with other matters and missed it. It was only at noon, while browsing through videos, that he discovered Qin Feng's impressive combat abilities. Talents who excel in both driving and fighting are exceedingly rare. As for becoming a driver, that is not in his plans. Qin Feng smiled gently and declined politely. While a monthly salary of 200,000 might be enticing for an average person, it held no allure for Qin Feng. Just considering the recent temporary task, he earned 20 million upon completion, far beyond any comparison. What about 300,000? If that doesn't appeal to you, I can also introduce you to a potential partner, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. I guarantee satisfaction. And Kaigwa thought of his granddaughter, Anya, who was of marrying age. Despite many suitors, she found none appealing. Qin Feng's character is commendable, and he is quite handsome, making him very much to Kaigwa's liking. Although Qin Feng's family background is modest, that is inconsequential, for the family possesses ample wealth. Streamer, don't accept. Let me take your place. The demands are too high. It should be me instead. The money doesn't matter. I'll drive for you for free. Some seasoned viewers in the live chat began to tease. However, Qin Feng once again shook his head at Kaigwa's proposal. Firstly, he lacked any financial need, and secondly, he already had a girlfriend. Thank you all for the gifts. I must continue taking orders, he stated before driving away from the hospital. The subsequent orders were rather routine. Around 6 in the evening, Qin Feng transported a passenger to a factory on the outskirts. Coincidentally, the passenger was one of his fans and even took a photo with him. After completing the final order, the system notified him of the completion of a short-term task. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the short-term task. You have gained proficiency in hacking. You have earned 30 million in cash. As a computer science major, gaining hacking proficiency came as a delightful surprise to Qin Feng. A torrent of information surged into his mind. He closed his eyes, meticulously processing each piece of information. He suddenly realized that his understanding of programming had become astonishingly profound. If he so desired, he could effortlessly infiltrate anyone's phone or computer. Proficiency in hacking is indeed remarkable. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. After a long afternoon of driving rideshare, Qin Feng was famished. He sought out a nearby restaurant, parked his car, and entered to dine. While eating, he interacted with his fans in the live chat. After finishing his meal, several minutes had passed. He settled his bill, and upon exiting the restaurant and getting into his Grand, the front passenger door was abruptly opened. A woman clad in a white t-shirt and gray jeans swiftly entered the vehicle. Qin Feng quickly reacted, casting a wary glance at her. The woman wore a mask and carried a small black bag. Her stunning figure and the air of confidence in her demeanor struck him as familiar, as if he had seen her before. Police, I need to requisition your vehicle for a moment, the woman stated, producing identification and lowering her voice. Officer Zhou. As soon as she spoke, Qin Feng recognized her instantly. Indeed, she was the female officer who led the team last night, named Zhou Runin. Surprised to be recognized, Zhou Runin removed her mask, revealing a delicate yet slightly cold visage. I'm pursuing a suspect. Did you see the black Audi ahead? Follow it discreetly, she instructed, pointing towards the vehicle in front. I see it, Qin Feng responded, starting the engine and maintaining a safe distance behind the black Audi. Wow. The streamer is incredibly lucky to encounter the police in action. Viewers commented in the chat. Lucky? What if the suspect is a ruthless criminal? The streamer could be in danger. No worries, the streamer is quite capable. He'll be fine, others reassured. Meanwhile, Zhou Runin remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Feng's phone was still live streaming. Her focus was on the black Audi ahead, occasionally pulling out her phone to communicate with other officers. Qin Feng remained silent, concentrating solely on driving. Inside the black Audi, a burly man glanced in the rearview mirror, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while typing out a text message. I'm being followed by the police. How many are there? 2. But I'm not sure if there are more around. Find a way to shake them off. If that fails, lead them here. Chapter 31. Qin Feng's terrifying driving skills. The burly man stole another glance in the rearview mirror and slammed the accelerator to the floor, attempting to lose his pursuers. It seems we've been discovered, Qin Feng noted, turning to Zhou Runin. Chase him down. Don't let him escape, Zhou Runin urged Qin Feng. He nodded and pressed the gas pedal, accelerating. However, his vehicle lacked the power to match the black Audi, and the gap between them widened. Are you capable of this? Zhou Runin looked at him skeptically. A man cannot admit to inadequacy. Qin Feng displayed a confident smile. The car might be slow, but that did not imply his driving skills were lacking. Given the rural setting, the roads were relatively clear of traffic. Qin Feng overtook 3 to 4 vehicles in quick succession, and as his speed increased, the distance began to close. Damn, the streamer's luck is off the charts. He's even running into the police during an operation. The viewers were abuzz. What if the suspect is violent? That would be disastrous. No problem. The streamer is skilled. He'll handle it. Zhou Runin, still focused on the black Audi. Didn't he notice the ongoing stream? Inside the Audi, the burly man, realizing he couldn't shake off his pursuers, punched the steering wheel in frustration, continuing to accelerate. The speedometer climbed past 160. At this pace, a single misstep could lead to catastrophe. I've arranged for personnel to intercept at the next intersection. Just don't lose them, Zhou Runin reassured, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Even she had never driven this fast, and with other cars on the road. A collision could prove disastrous. Don't let the suspect slip away, or we might lose our lives in the process. Qin Feng remained calm. Rest assured. I won't lose them. Be careful. As Qin Feng approached an intersection, a white van barreled through without slowing down, seemingly on a collision course. Zhou Runin's expression shifted to one of alarm. However, Qin Feng remained unflappable. He seized the moment, slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a thunderous sound. Coming to a sudden halt at such speed was akin to courting death. Yet, the driver was none other than Qin Feng, a man endowed with godlike driving skills. He expertly maneuvered the vehicle into a 360-degree drift, narrowly avoiding the oncoming van. The intense jolt nearly made Zhou Runin nauseous. But after a brief moment of chaos, the car resumed a steady course. Are you all right? Qin Feng inquired, glancing at her. I'm fine. Even though Zhou Runin had encountered grand spectacles before, she was still taken aback. Just moments ago, she thought her demise was imminent. Having long since come to terms with life and death in her line of work, she nonetheless felt a flicker of fear when faced with the prospect of mortality. However, she quickly regained her composure and fixed her gaze ahead, noticing that the black Audi remained not far in front, not having lost ground. This prompted her to re-evaluate Qin Feng, the driver. The young man exhibited remarkable skill, both in his reflexes and driving abilities. In such a perilous situation, his calmness was a testament to a mindset far beyond the ordinary. Was he truly just an average university student? My goodness, is the host actually driving recklessly? That 36 to 60-degree spin almost made me dizzy. One might mistake this for a film shoot. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. The perspective from within the vehicle making them feel as if they were part of the action. How is it that they're still alive? The burly man in the black Audi was keenly observing the situation behind him. Upon witnessing the white and grand evade capture, he felt a surge of frustration. If this continued, he would surely be apprehended. At that moment, he spotted several cars proceeding normally ahead and devised a plan. Accelerating, he maneuvered to overtake the vehicles in front. Seizing the opportunity, he abruptly swerved, ramming the front of his car into a vehicle that was driving normally. The unsuspecting driver slammed on the brakes, resulting in a cacophony of collisions as several cars collided, blocking the road. The man in the black Audi knew the police would not be able to catch up with him now, and he brazenly extended his middle finger out the window, a gesture laden with disdain. Damn it! Zhou Runin's expression darkened at the sight of the roadblock ahead. Were they truly going to let the perpetrator escape? She felt a sense of indignation. Ding! Host has triggered a temporary mission. Assist the police in capturing the suspect. Completion of the task will yield a lucky gift package. Will you accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng responded affirmatively, eager not to miss any opportunity for reward. A glance at the map sparked an idea in his mind. He pressed the brake, turned the steering wheel, and executed a flawless drift, spinning the car around 180 degrees. Accelerating, he made a left turn at the next intersection. If he could maintain speed, he could catch up to the black Audi. If we can't catch up, just let me out up ahead. Zhou Runin sighed softly, placing her hopes in her colleagues. If they could keep pace, they should be prepared. Qin Feng's face was alight with confidence as he continued to accelerate. With increasing traffic, the black Audi slowed down. Despite having evaded the police behind him, the burly man inside was acutely aware that his presence had been compromised. It was possible that officers were lying in wait ahead. Thus, he resolved to alter his escape route, gambling on the distance to the next intersection. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The police were lagging behind. Unfortunately, he soon encountered Qin Feng's white and grand once more. Cursed fate, are you determined to pursue me relentlessly? Clenching his teeth, the man pressed on the accelerator. Once again spotting the suspect's vehicle, Zhou Runin felt a rush of excitement and alerted Qin Feng. He too had noticed, closing in on the black Audi. At that moment, a thought struck Zhou Runin, and she cautioned Qin Feng, advising him not to get too close, as the occupants might be armed. Just keep pursuing him. Meanwhile, she opened her small black bag, revealing a handgun. Although she was confident in her ability to subdue the suspect alone, Qin Feng was also in the vehicle. In the event of danger, she could not afford to neglect his safety. Thus, the optimal strategy was to pursue from a distance, buying time for the police to encircle the suspect. Hearing Zhou Runin's words, the livestream audience was thrown into a frenzy. Did I just hear that right? A gun? I remember there was a gold heist in Ningchuan City recently, and those robbers were armed. Could they be the same crew? Host, you need to escape. Don't risk your life. A gun? Zhou Runin's words ignited a sense of thrill in Qin Feng. This implied that the temporary mission he had triggered would indeed be challenging, promising substantial rewards upon completion. How intriguing. For his own safety, Qin Feng decided to utilize the speed enhancement card first. Chapter 32, Speed Boost. System, activate the speed enhancement card. He communicated with the system in his mind. Although Qin Feng was eager for the system's rewards, preserving his life took precedence. Once his speed was heightened, evading danger would become far more feasible. Speed enhancement card is being activated. Activation successful. Hostess speed value has reached 73. As the speed enhancement card took effect, Qin Feng felt a transformation within his body, invigorated and more agile than ever. He could undoubtedly break world records in a 100-meter race now. Thus, Qin Feng followed closely behind the black Audi in his M Grand. The burly man in the Audi made several attempts to shake off Qin Feng, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Zhou Runin was in contact with her colleagues, coordinating the capture of the suspect. If they could apprehend the man, they would be able to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the other robbers. You've left me no choice. The burly man gritted his teeth, continually adjusting his escape route at intersections. His objective was clear: to flee to the outskirts, for that alone might offer a glimmer of hope. After nearly 10 minutes of pursuit, the black Audi crashed through a metal gate, entering an abandoned factory overrun with tall weeds. Unfamiliar with the terrain within, Qin Feng hesitated to drive in recklessly and instead parked his car at the factory's entrance. Zhou Runin reacted swiftly. As soon as the vehicle halted, she leaned out, firing several shots toward the direction of the robber. However, due to the distance and the cover of the tall grass, her shots went wide. Upon exiting the car, the robber did not dare to linger, sprinting with all his might toward the dilapidated factory. Zhou Runin quickly disembarked, surveying her surroundings. The factory was vast, boasting multiple exits. With her colleagues yet to arrive, allowing the robber to escape would render their efforts futile. You drive away first, it's too dangerous here. Zhou Runin sent a location message to her colleagues and turned to Qin Feng. What about you? He inquired. I must continue the pursuit. Without further ado, Zhou Runin dashed in the direction the robber had fled, her figure swiftly disappearing into the tall grass. My mission remains incomplete. Qin Feng did not depart. After turning off the engine, he followed her into the abandoned factory. His mobile phone lay abandoned in the car, still broadcasting live. Is the stream recording death? How audacious to wade into such murky waters. Alas, it seems we shall no longer witness the streamer's broadcasts. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already dashed inside, oblivious to the flurry of comments in the chat room. His speed was astonishing, nearly reaching the limits of human capability. A mere leap could propel him 5 or 6 meters away. The thought of sprinting at full throttle was beyond comprehension. This was the transformation brought about by enhanced speed. Initially, Qin Feng struggled to acclimate, but gradually he grew accustomed to his newfound velocity. The dimly lit abandoned factory was strewn with shards of glass and rusted metal debris. Zhou Runin, honing in on the sounds, continued her relentless pursuit of the robber. Her own speed was impressive, and she was closing the distance rapidly. Seizing the moment, she fired 3 rounds at the robber's silhouette. A cry of pain echoed as one bullet struck the robber's right arm, blood gushing forth, forcing him to take refuge behind a massive concrete pillar. Zhou Runin's expression turned grave. She could not afford to be careless. Concealed behind the pillar, she expertly reloaded her weapon. Though the robber had been hit, the shot had not been fatal, and she was unaware of whether his accomplices lurked nearby. Surrender. You have nowhere left to run, Zhou Runin shouted. Damn woman. The robber grunted, panting heavily. At that moment, several footsteps echoed from various directions. Oh no. Zhou Runin realized that the robber's companions were also present, a grim realization dawning upon her. Retreating was now too late. She had been surrounded. One person must deal with her quickly, and then we leave, the lead robber instructed the others. Zhou Runin raised her gun, aiming at the spot where the robber was likely to appear. From the sound of the footsteps, there were 4 of them, and with the injured one, that made 5. The entire gang was here. Despite being encircled, Zhou Runin remained remarkably composed. Finally, one of the robbers revealed himself partially. Zhou Runin had been waiting for this moment and swiftly pulled the trigger. The gunfire rang out, and the robber collapsed. The distance was not great, and the bullet struck him squarely in the head. Damn woman. The remaining robbers, enraged, unleashed a barrage of fire towards Zhou Runin's position. Though their weapons were mere replicas of handguns, they still packed a significant punch. Faced with the suppressive fire, Zhou Runin had no choice but to evade. With a running start, she rolled twice on the ground, narrowly escaping the robber's bullets. However, her back was injured from the shards of glass beneath her. Was she destined to die here today? Just as Zhou Runin braced herself to meet her fate, a dark figure flashed by on the 2nd floor. Instantly, a heavy iron object, weighing around 7 to 8 kilograms, hurtled towards the nearest robber. The robber barely had time to react before the iron struck his head, rendering him unconscious. Damn it, how is there still someone here? The lead robber gritted his teeth and ceased firing at Zhou Runin, seeking cover instead. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Runin dashed to a nearby concealment. Why hasn't this kid left yet? Zhou Runin frowned, recognizing that the figure on the second floor was undoubtedly Qin Feng. This young man was audacious indeed to follow her here. Big brother, we should retreat, the previously injured robber exclaimed, revealing a handgun he had acquired. Retreat. The lead robber commanded decisively. If they did not leave now, they would all perish here. However, Qin Feng would not allow them to escape so easily. With 3 robbers still armed, he opted to confront the injured one, believing it to be a more manageable risk. Qin Feng's speed was remarkable. As soon as the injured robber turned, he discovered Qin Feng charging toward him. The robber's expression shifted dramatically, for Qin Feng's velocity was astonishing, akin to a speeding vehicle. He attempted to draw his gun to eliminate Qin Feng, but before he could even raise it, Qin Feng was upon him, with a powerful punch to the robber's chest. Qin Feng exerted all his strength. Several ribs shattered, and the robber was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Seeking death, the remaining 2 robbers aimed their guns at Qin Feng and fired multiple rounds. Qin Feng, be careful, Zhou Runin shouted. Chapter 33, Mission accomplished. Qin Feng evaded with astonishing speed. With his enhanced agility, he maneuvered nimbly, and the robber's shots went wide. Taking shelter behind cover, he noticed that the last 2 robbers were already on high alert, making a surprise attack difficult. Spotting a dropped handgun on the ground, he wasted no time in picking it up. Aware that the robbers were armed, Qin Feng remained vigilant. Clearly, however, the 2 robbers had no intention of lingering any longer. They were covering each other as they attempted to escape the dilapidated factory. Trying to flee, Zhou Runin would not allow the robbers to slip away. She fired 2 shots at their retreating figures. Yet, due to the dim lighting, both shots went astray, disrupting the robbers' escape rhythm. Although Qin Feng had no combat experience, he had played battle royale games before. In this moment, he understood that the quickest way to eliminate the threat was to establish a firing line. He swiftly retreated outside the factory. His extraordinary speed left the robbers unprepared. While they were still wary of Zhou Runin, Qin Feng had stealthily appeared. It was his first time wielding a real firearm, and he dared not be careless. Taking aim at the lead robber's head, he squeezed the trigger. The moment the bullet left the chamber, the tremendous recoil caught him off guard. Thankfully, his strength exceeded that of an average person, allowing him to maintain his grip on the handgun. Regrettably, the weapon was a counterfeit, lacking in precision, and the bullet merely grazed the robber's arm. Accompanied by a scream, the robber dropped his gun. Don't move. Drop your weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Runin charged in, her gun pressed against the last robber's head. Any movement on his part would cost him his life. Don't shoot. The robber's face paled. He had no desire to die and quickly raised his hands. The lead robber, unwilling to concede defeat, attempted to retrieve the gun from the ground, but Qin Feng had already arrived. If you wish to live, I suggest you remain still, Qin Feng warned coldly. Originally, the system had assigned him a mere temporary task to assist the police in apprehending the robbers. He had never anticipated becoming the MVP of the entire operation. Realizing the futility of resistance, the lead robber closed his eyes. Impressive marksmanship, Zhou Runin remarked, kicking the discarded handgun aside and casting a meaningful glance at Qin Feng. Without his intervention, she would surely have met her end. Yet, Zhou Runin felt a profound sense of confusion, for Qin Feng's displayed prowess was far from that of an ordinary individual. It was just a lucky shot, Qin Feng explained. Qin Feng had never before encountered a real firearm, so the fact that he hit the target just now was entirely a stroke of luck. Even a haphazard shot like that was something most ordinary individuals would find impossible. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhou Runin inquired, "Did I not tell you to leave first? Why did you follow me in?" She had already cautioned Qin Feng about the armed robber, yet this fellow seemed unperturbed. Qin Feng, of course, would not reveal that he was fulfilling a task from the system. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I cannot coexist with criminals." Zhou Runin expressed skepticism at Qin Feng's response. However, given the myriad secrets surrounding him, she refrained from pressing further. "Are you injured?" Qin Feng asked, seeing the bloodstains on Zhou Runin's back. "It's just a minor injury." She shook her head, indicating that she was not gravely harmed. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside the dilapidated factory. The voice within declared, "You have been surrounded." Recognizing the voice, Zhou Runin realized her colleagues had arrived. She called out, "The robbers have been subdued. You may enter." Soon after, a dozen police officers entered the factory. Upon witnessing the 5 robbers, some lifeless, others grievously wounded, the admiration in the officers' gazes towards Zhou Runin was palpable. Their captain had single-handedly dealt with these 5 criminals. Zhou Runin turned to Qin Feng and explained, he contributed to this achievement. The officers collectively turned their attention to Qin Feng. many of whom had never seen him before. It's a long story, Qin Feng. You'll need to accompany me back to the station. We must complete the necessary procedures. It will only take about half an hour. Since Qin Feng was involved, it was essential to take a statement. All right. Qin Feng nodded and followed Zhou Ruan out of the factory. The police had also brought an ambulance, and Zhou Ruan entered the vehicle to have her wound treated. Meanwhile, Qin Feng returned to his own car. He opened his phone to find several missed calls, one from Zhao Shuhan, another from Zhang Shuiying, and even his mother, Li Ping. They had been anxiously watching Qin Feng's livestream that afternoon, fearing for his safety. Qin Feng's livestream had been temporarily suspended, requiring an application for reinstatement. He first called his mother, Li Ping. Son, are you all right? Why didn't anyone answer your phone? Li Ping's voice was laden with concern. I didn't check my phone, Mom. I'm fine. Qin Feng reassured her to ease her worries. That's a relief, she responded. Subsequently, Qin Feng called Zhao Shuhan to inform her that he was unharmed. I'm glad to hear that. You scare me to death. Where are you? I'll come find you. You don't need to come over. I will pick you up at the Star River Villa area shortly. With no plans for the evening, Qin Feng intended to take Zhao Shuhan shopping. All right, we'll discuss it when we meet. Relieved to know Qin Feng was safe, Zhao Shuhan felt a weight lift from her heart. Finally, Qin Feng also sent a text message to Zhang Shuiying. Half an hour later, he emerged from the police station. Before he left, Zhou Ruan requested his contact details. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of crimson as nightfall approached. Ding. Host has completed the temporary task, acquired proficiency in firearms, received 35 million in cash. With the capture of the 5 robbers, Qin Feng's temporary task was accomplished. Proficiency in firearms? The acquisition of such a skill took Qin Feng by surprise. After all, he was merely an ordinary person with scant exposure to firearms. Situations like today were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, having the skill was better than not, as it could prove life-saving in critical moments. With this thought, Qin Feng drove towards the Star River Villa area. Upon arriving at the entrance, he texted Zhao Shuhan. After a few minutes, she finally emerged. Today, she wore a beige long dress, with a subtle shade of lipstick gracing her lips. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, exuding a sophistication that belied her age, prompting Qin Feng to steal a few extra glances. Qin Feng, brother, Zhao Shuhan said as she settled into the passenger seat, her eyes glistening like autumn waters. Where shall we go for fun? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Let us go to KTV. I want to hear you sing. Qin Feng, brother. Having only heard Qin Feng sing during his live stream, she now yearned to experience it firsthand. After all, his singing was simply enchanting. Very well. Just as Qin Feng prepared to drive away, a Bentley approached. The driver was none other than Zhao Shuhan's father, Zhao Hongchang, who had just returned from a client meeting. It's my dad, Zhao Shuhan announced. The Bentley came to a halt beside Qin Feng's vehicle. As the window rolled down, Zhao Hongchang's authoritative visage came into view. Uncle Zhao, Qin Feng greeted warmly. Zhao Hongchang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Qin Feng before landing on Zhao Shuhan. Where are you two off to? Dad, I'm going out to have fun with Qin Feng, Zhao Shuhan responded. Although her father had tacitly approved of their relationship, she still felt a twinge of anxiety about being allowed out at night. Don't stay out too late, Zhao Hongchang advised before rolling up the window and driving into the Star River Villa area. Did you see that, Qin Feng? My dad doesn't oppose our relationship. Zhao Shuhan beamed. Previously, she had been anxious about her father's potential disapproval, but the worst-case scenario she had envisioned did not materialize. That is certainly a good sign, Qin Feng remarked. Before heading to KTV, he learned that Zhao Shuhan hadn't eaten dinner, so he took her out for a bite to eat. Zhao Shuhan found a well-reviewed KTV online, and they drove there. The evening hours of 8 or 9 o'clock marked the city's peak vibrance. Yet the KTV was surprisingly sparsely populated. Indeed, the current generation of young people had grown less fond of KTV outings. They reserved a private room, and Zhao Shuhan ordered some fruit. Once inside the room, she began to select songs. Qin Feng, brother, what song do you excel at? I'll choose it for you. Zhao Shuhan was positively eager. Had she not tuned into Qin Feng's livestream, she might never have realized how captivating his singing was. Let us see what you enjoy, Qin Feng replied. With his perfect vocal range and exceptional singing technique, he faced no challenge in performing songs of any difficulty. All right, I've made my selections. Zhao Shuhan picked several of her favorite songs. The moment Qin Feng began to sing, she was instantly entranced. His voice was simply exquisite. After Qin Feng finished, Zhao Shuhan sang a few songs as well. While she lacked Qin Feng's extraordinary talent, her voice was nonetheless delightful. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent over an hour in the private room. With such lovely company, Qin Feng found the time far from dull. Shuhan, I recall you took dance lessons in high school. Do you wish to see me dance, Qin Feng, brother? Would you mind if I performed a casual piece? Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Zhao Shuhan pondered for a moment before beginning her dance. Her dance was ethereal and graceful, akin to a startled swan, as fluid as a drifting dragon. Each movement resonated with rhythm, reminiscent of willow branches swaying gently in the morning light. Thus, Zhao Shihan danced for over a minute, captivating Qin Feng, who was utterly entranced. "How was it, brother Qin Feng?" After finishing her performance, Zhao Shihan approached him, a smile gracing her lips. "It was beautiful," Qin Feng replied, pulling Zhao Shihan into an embrace. In such close proximity, he could perceive the faint, refreshing fragrance that enveloped her. "Brother Qin Feng, you don't speak. I wish to taste the flavor of your lipstick." In that moment, Qin Feng, unable to restrain himself, leaned in for a kiss. Zhao Shihan closed her eyes, her cheeks flushing, her heartbeat quickening. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, startling Zhao Shihan, who instinctively pushed Qin Feng away. Observing her flustered demeanor, Qin Feng licked his lips, still yearning for more. Whoever was knocking had shattered such a delightful atmosphere. A few more knocks echoed before a KTV attendant entered. "Hello. Your time is almost up. Would you like to extend your session?" Zhao Shihan glanced at Qin Feng, seeking his decision. He shook his head, opting not to extend. Having sung enough, Qin Feng planned to return Zhao Shihan home early to alleviate any worries from Zhao Hongchang. All right then, the attendant exited, and soon, Qin Feng and Zhao Shihan left the private room. As they were about to descend the stairs, they collided with three inebriated young men. The leader's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhao Shihan, instantly captivated by her beauty. "Hey, gorgeous, are you here to have fun? Join me for a drink. I'll cover all expenses tonight." Su Jianren positioned himself in front of Zhao Shihan, attempting to make a move. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, swiftly pushing Su Jianren aside, who fell clumsily to the ground. "How dare you strike Su Xiao?" The remaining two young men seethed with anger, intending to retaliate against Qin Feng. Yet, they were no match for him. With ease, he dispatched the two, leaving them sprawled on the floor. "How dare you act up on my territory? You must be tired of living." Su Jianren, getting back to his feet, stared wide-eyed, his face contorted with fury. "Kid, Su Xiao's father owns this KTV. You won't leave here easily today." One of his companions barked. "Brother Qin Feng, let's leave," Zhao Shihan urged, anxious about possible reinforcements. "It's fine," Qin Feng smiled. Regardless of how many allies they had, he was confident in his ability to handle the situation. "Su Xiao, what is happening?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over. He was the manager, Lin. "Manager Lin, you're just in time. Call the security from outside. This person dared to strike me. I need to teach him a lesson." Lin's gaze fell upon Qin Feng, his expression shifting dramatically. Isn't he the young man who single-handedly took on 10 last night and won? This was a significant internet celebrity with millions of followers. "Su Xiao, we cannot afford to provoke him. He has millions of fans on Douyin. If this escalates, it could be detrimental for us," Lin advised in a hushed tone. Su Jianren scoffed. "So what if he is an internet celebrity? I don't believe he can outplay me in Ningchuan City." Lin cautioned once more. "Su Xiao, he is exceptionally skilled. He can take on 10. Zhang Chong from Chasing Wind Bar was caught because of him, and he is still not out." Su Jianren's expression shifted abruptly. He was well aware of Zhang Chong's reputation. Zhang Chong was the owner of Chasing Wind Bar, known in Ningchuan City, where everyone referred to him as Brother Chong. A young man who could not be subdued even by Zhang Chong was someone Su Jianren could not afford to offend. "We're leaving now." Su Jianren lowered his head, his earlier arrogance dissipating, as he quickly took his two companions away. Qin Feng made no attempt to stop them. He had no desire to squander time on such individuals. "Let us go," Qin Feng said, taking Zhao Shihan's hand as they exited the KTV. Chapter 35, Eliminating Computer Viruses. "Brother Qin Feng, I didn't expect them to fear you so much." Outside the KTV, Zhao Shihan smiled. "Shall we play for a while longer?" She clung to Qin Feng's arm, reluctant to return. "Let us save it for another day. It's too late, and I fear Uncle Zhao will worry," Qin Feng replied. "All right then. By the way, Brother Qin Feng, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Zhao Shihan knew Qin Feng enjoyed switching jobs, from delivering takeout to driving for ride-hailing services. "Not sure yet. I'll see tomorrow," Qin Feng replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice for what short-term tasks might arise. After getting into the car, Qin Feng drove Zhao Shihan back to the Xinghe Villa district. Before parting, they exchanged good-night wishes. The next morning, ding, part-time task released. Head to Qin Feng International to assist the company in eliminating computer viruses and repairing data. The task is valid for 24 hours. Completion of the task will earn a reward of 200,000 from Qin Feng International. The system also offers additional rewards. Will the host accept? Upon hearing the part-time task assigned by the system, Qin Feng paused momentarily. Qin Feng International? He had some recollection of this company. As an individual with the ID Lonely Patient was a senior executive there, having sent numerous gifts during Qin Feng's live streams. The individual had even offered a high salary for Qin Feng to be his driver, which Qin Feng had declined. Although he was uncertain of that person's exact position, the monetary value of the gifts indicated it was significant. Except, this part-time task posed little challenge for Qin Feng, especially since he had recently mastered hacking. Eliminating computer viruses and repairing data were his areas of expertise. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Qin Feng went downstairs for breakfast. Coincidentally, he encountered Zhang Shuiying at the breakfast shop. Qin Feng. Zhang Shuiying greeted him with a smile. Sister Ying, what a coincidence, Qin Feng said, taking a seat across from her. What happened yesterday? Why was your live stream shut down? Zhang Shuiying had been quite concerned at the time, but felt relieved after receiving Qin Feng's message later. It's not a big deal. It should have been lifted by now. Qin Feng checked his phone and indeed found a notification confirming the unblocking. He refrained from elaborating on the specific reasons. You are quite the enigma. It seems misfortune always finds you. The day before yesterday, you were targeted by Zhang Chang's crew, and yesterday, you encountered the police chasing after robbers. If your luck had been any worse, it would have been disastrous. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhang Shuiying hesitated before asking, Isn't your girlfriend coming to hang out with you? Qin Feng shook his head. I have something to attend to shortly. I don't have time to play. I feel like you're busier than I am, Zhang Shuiying remarked. Shouldn't he someone as wealthy as you just enjoy life every day? She expressed her confusion. So what are you busy with today? I've taken a job to fix some computers, Qin Feng explained. It is not apparent that you possess a considerable array of skills. My household's faucet has malfunctioned. Could you assist in repairing it this afternoon? In return, I shall treat you to a meal, Zhang Shuiying said with a cheerful smile while gazing at Qin Feng. No problem, but let's forego the meal, Qin Feng replied. After finishing breakfast, he drove to Qin Feng International. Qin Feng International is a company dedicated to the research and production of batteries. In recent years, with the rise of new energy vehicles, Qin Feng International has experienced rapid business growth. Just yesterday, an employee responsible for cybersecurity discovered a virus infecting the company's internal computers. The system crashed, resulting in the deletion of numerous important documents. Although the cybersecurity team has been attempting to rectify the situation, they have made little progress. In the general manager's office, Wen Hong arrived early, before the official start of the workday, and summoned his secretary. What is the current situation? If we cannot eradicate the virus from our internal network, it implies that all our actions are under someone else's surveillance. The development of some core technologies would also be hindered. The secretary appeared somewhat fatigued. She had spent the entire night at the company, yet progress was disappointing. The virus implanted is quite formidable, which indicates that the individual who stole our information possesses considerable technical prowess. Completely eradicating the virus may take 2 to 3 days. And as for the deleted documents, they cannot be restored for the time being. And Wen Hong shook his head, visibly dissatisfied with this response. What has the police said? They reported the incident immediately after it happened, as it constitutes cybercrime and has resulted in significant losses. The police stated they are still investigating and will bring in higher-level experts, but this requires time. And Wen Hong gritted his teeth, vowing that if he discovered the culprit, the Yin family would ensure they faced consequences. The secretary hesitated before adding, by the way, General Manager and someone has responded to the reward we posted online. They claim they can resolve our issue within 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Wen Hong felt a surge of hope. The reward was posted through a cybersecurity association, accessible only to individuals with relevant technical skills, thus minimizing the risk of encountering fraud. Contact them and inquire when they can arrive, Wen Hong urged. Unable to wait any longer. With so many technical personnel employed, it was disappointing that none could be relied upon in such a critical moment. After this issue was resolved, a thorough overhaul would be necessary. The secretary explained, I do not have their contact information. All I know is that they go by the name Qin Feng. And they mentioned they would come today. And Wen Hong felt a twinge of frustration at the enigmatic nature of those in cybersecurity. Fine, we shall wait a little longer. He conceded, feeling there was little else he could do. Around 8 o'clock, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of Qin Feng International. What brings you here? The security guard halted Qin Feng's vehicle, approaching to inquire. I am Qin Feng, he replied, clarifying his purpose. Please wait. I must confirm with Secretary Liang, the guard stated. Returning to the booth to call the general manager's secretary. Mr. Qin, you may enter, the guard announced upon returning, his demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect. Thus, Qin Feng drove into Qin Feng International. After parking, he made his way to the first-floor lobby. To his surprise, General Manager Wen Hong himself came down to greet him. You must be Mr. Qin Feng, the secretary said, eyeing him with a trace of skepticism, for he appeared exceedingly youthful. At such an age, one would presume he was still attending university. That is correct, Qin Feng affirmed. At that moment, General Manager Wen Hong approached. Young man, are you certain you can help us resolve our issue? Chapter 36. It turns out to be you. And Wen Hong scrutinized Qin Feng, harboring doubts about his capability. Could such a young individual, and alone at that, truly assist the company in overcoming its current predicament? Moreover, it seemed he had brought no tools with him. As someone engaged in network technology, you must at least possess a laptop, correct? Qin Feng smiled and replied, if your description is accurate, I am confident I can resolve it. Eliminating computer viruses and restoring data are well within the expertise of someone like Qin Feng, who has mastered hacking. Very well, I entrust this task to you. And Wenhong conceded, recognizing he had no other choice but to place his faith in Qin Feng. Forgive my rudeness, I am Wenhong, the general manager of Qin Feng International. In truth, Qin Feng had seen Wenhong on television, as he is quite a renowned figure. Young man, let us first enjoy a cup of tea in my office. Qin Feng waved his hand, no need for that, general manager, and addressing the issue is paramount. He was eager to avoid wasting any time. All right, please follow me, and Wenhong instructed as he led Qin Feng into the elevator. Given your age, you must still be a student, correct? And Wenhong inquired. I am a student at Ningchuan University, Qin Feng replied, a fact that posed no secrecy. And Wenhong could easily verify it if he wished. And Wenhong nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor, where the general manager's office is located. And Wenhong escorted Qin Feng to the technical department, where many research and development documents are stored. It was here that the virus was first detected. At that moment, several employees responsible for cybersecurity were busily engaged in their work, all wearing expressions of anxiety. General Manager. Upon seeing Wenhong's arrival, the employees appeared somewhat tense. After nurturing their skills for an extended period, the moment had come to apply them. Yet they found themselves at a loss. Being reprimanded was the least of their worries. They might even face dismissal. What is the current situation? And Wenhong's face was devoid of expression. General Manager, we will need an additional 2 to 3 days, the head of cybersecurity said, wiping sweat from his brow in a nervous gesture. Let him give it a try, and Wenhong said, glancing at Qin Feng. Him? The employees regarded Qin Feng with skepticism. Could this young man, barely in his 20s, handle such a task? Although they harbored doubts, none dared voice them, as he was brought in by the general manager. To question the general manager would be tantamount to jeopardizing one's standing within the company. At this moment, Qin Feng approached the computer. With his fingers poised over the keyboard, he swiftly input a series of commands. As a computer expert, he was fully capable of navigating without a mouse. Thus, he worked for 3 to 4 minutes in concentrated silence. And Wenhong and the others observed quietly, refraining from interrupting. The initial skepticism on their faces gradually transformed into expressions of admiration. It became evident that this young man possessed considerable skill. Finally, Qin Feng paused his actions. How is it? And Wenhong inquired. The virus is highly covert and possesses formidable replication capabilities. Approximately 70% of your company's computers have been compromised. Furthermore, there are signs of intrusion in your server, suggesting that significant amounts of data may have been stolen. And Wenhong nodded, inquiring, so what is your solution? If it were possible to replace all the computer equipment, the situation would not be so troublesome. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that there is an abundance of valuable data within the computers that cannot be deleted. The real challenge is to eradicate the virus while preserving the data. Given that this virus is particularly adept at camouflage, the company's technical staff are unable to provide a solution within a short time frame. Give me 2 hours, and I will resolve all the issues. Qin Feng declared with unwavering confidence. Young man, you're not pulling my leg, are you? And Wenhong was still somewhat skeptical. Even though he was not a technical expert, he was acutely aware of the magnitude of the challenge at hand. Whether I am deceiving you will be evident in 2 hours, Qin Feng replied. After a moment of silence, and Wenhong nodded, deciding to allow Qin Feng the opportunity to prove himself. Then I shall leave it to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Feng responded, simply open the company's network to the outside world and leave the rest to me. At that moment, the head of the cybersecurity department finally raised a concern. The virus has not yet been eradicated. If we open the network, even more data could be compromised. While operating the computer, Qin Feng asserted, I am confident in my decision and have sufficient assurance. All eyes turned to Wenhong, awaiting his verdict. Yet at this juncture, Wenhong hesitated. If anything were to go awry, the company's losses would be even greater. Is there still no resolution? Just as Wenhong was grappling with whether to take the gamble, his father, and Kaigwa, arrived. Dad, what brings you here? And Wenhong inquired. With such a significant issue at the company, I find it difficult to remain at ease at home. And Kaigwa immediately noticed Qin Feng, his surprise palpable. Oh, how come you are here? Do you know me? Qin Feng asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. And Kaigwa, his hair silvered with age, recognized him from the conversation with Wenhong, realizing that he was the founder of Qin Feng International. You see, I have quite generously rewarded you in your live stream. And Kaigwa expressed, holding Qin Feng in high regard. To him, Qin Feng was a person of commendable character, skilled in driving, and capable of handling multiple adversaries simultaneously. Unfortunately, he had offered a high salary to recruit Qin Feng as a driver, but Qin Feng had declined. At that moment, Qin Feng understood that the person who had been sending him gifts was none other than the chairman of Qin Feng International, which explained the lavishness. "You have yet to answer me. How did you end up here?" And Kaigwa continued to press. "Dad, it turns out you know this young man," and Wenhong interjected. "Here's the situation." And Wenhong recounted the events leading to this moment. After listening, and Kaigwa scrutinized Qin Feng once more. "Young man, I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." And Kaigwa had considerable trust in Qin Feng. "Mr. In, I will not disappoint you," Qin Feng assured. "I look forward to your good news." And Kaigwa left one person behind with Qin Feng and took the others with him. Qin Feng commenced his work, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. In a hotel in Ningchuan City, a middle-aged man clad in a black tank top was fixated on his computer. Suddenly, he realized that the computer had re-established a connection with the network of Qin Feng International. "A bunch of fools. Do they think I have not stolen enough data?" He sneered, seizing the opportunity to duplicate more. Confident it would fetch a handsome price with the buyer. A malevolent smile crept across his lips as he continued to manipulate the computer. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the data on his computer was also being accessed from the back-end. Chapter 37. A contribution for you. In the offices of Qin Feng International, and Kaigwa and his son arrived. "Dad, you seem to have great faith in that Qin Feng," and Wenhong expressed, voicing his doubts. And Kaigwa replied, "Actually, I became acquainted with him through the internet." He then recounted Qin Feng's exploits, from saving lives in Ningjiang to his prowess in single-handedly taking on 10 adversaries, as well as his exceptional driving skills. His words were infused with admiration for Qin Feng. "This young man is truly remarkable." After hearing his father's words, and Wenhong nodded in agreement. Achieving such feats at a young age is indeed impressive, which clarifies his father's trust in him. "By the way, Dad, since when did you take an interest in watching live streams?" And Kaigwa responded, "Of course. To keep up with the times. You might be surprised, I've encountered quite a few new things on the internet lately." And Kaigwa was not the type to be stagnant or stuck in his ways. He settled down and said, "All right, let us sit here and await good news." And Wenhong nodded, calling for his secretary to prepare 2 cups of tea. "Mr. In, Officer Zhou has arrived," came a knock at the office door. "I'll step out to see," and Wenhong said, hastily exiting without even sipping his tea. Soon he encountered Zhou Runin, clad in police uniform. "Officer Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Please, join me for a cup of tea in the office," and Wenhong smiled. Zhou Runin replied, "No need. I am here solely to investigate the case. I must inform you that the experts we invited will not arrive in Ningchuan City until noon tomorrow." Following the report, the police took the matter very seriously. However, the technical expertise in Ningchuan City was limited and could not provide significant assistance. Consequently, the police could only invite experts from other regions to assist. And Wenhong stated, "We have already secured a specialist in this area, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the issue should be resolved before noon." Zhou Runin appeared surprised. As the case's lead investigator, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved. The virus implanted in the computer was something even the police's technical experts had struggled to tackle. "Mr. In, I would like to meet the computer expert you mentioned, as I wish to understand some details regarding the case," Zhou Runin expressed. And Wenhong responded, "That is acceptable, but not at this moment." He did not want to disturb Qin Feng during his work. "I simply wish to take a look," Zhou Runin clarified. "Very well, but regarding the details of the case, it would be best to inquire after the problem is resolved." Zhou Runin nodded in agreement. Under and Wenhong's lead, Zhou Runin was taken to the technical department. "This is him," and Wenhong pointed to Qin Feng, who was still diligently at work. "It's him," Zhou Runin exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the computer expert in Wenhong had invited was someone she already knew, Qin Feng. Could this individual truly assist Qin Feng International in resolving such a monumental challenge? Zhou Runin harbored doubts. If Qin Feng could indeed accomplish this, he must possess an extraordinary breadth of knowledge. His swimming skills rivaled those of a professional athlete, his physical prowess was formidable, and taking on 10 opponents was merely routine for him. His driving skills were equally impressive, adept at high-speed chases and executing drifts. Was such capability typical of an ordinary university student? "How did you manage to recruit him?" Zhou Runin inquired. Observing Qin Feng's operations, it was evident he was a computer whiz. His blind typing speed was astonishing. He hardly needed to glance at the keyboard. And Wenhong explained, "We offered a bounty through the Cybersecurity Association, and he accepted the task this morning." "Officer Zhou, do you know him?" Zhou Runin nodded. "Yes, I know him. His name is Qin Feng, a student from Ningchuan University. Yesterday, during the pursuit of the bandit, had Qin Feng not been present, she would have undoubtedly met her demise. In this regard, Qin Feng remains her savior. Mr. N, please attend to your matters. I shall remain here for a while longer and will not impede his work. Very well, should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me in the office, and Wenhong replied before departing, leaving Zhou Runin standing still, quietly observing Qin Feng as he operated the computer. Qin Feng was entirely engrossed in his task, unaware of Zhou Runin's arrival. Half an hour later, within a hotel in Ningchuan City, a middle-aged man gazed at the stolen data on his computer screen, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This information could fetch a considerable sum. With his skills, he had no fear of being traced. In Ningchuan City, no hacker possessed capabilities that rivaled his own. By the time Qin Feng International summoned experts, he would have long since vanished. Such was his confidence. However, as he opened the purloined files, his countenance suddenly shifted. Wait a moment, something is amiss. Why was everything a jumble of garbled text? The middle-aged man was thrown into disarray, an ominous premonition taking root in his heart. He accessed the computer's backend, swiftly entering a line of code, only to discover that not only his computer, but also his phone had been infiltrated by an unknown ID. This indicated that his identity had been compromised. He had encountered an expert. It was over. A flicker of despair crossed his eyes. With his identity exposed, Qin Feng International would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, given the substantial losses he had inflicted. His only recourse was to flee. The farther, the better, before he was apprehended. Having reached this conclusion, the middle-aged man promptly shut down his computer, neglecting to gather his belongings. Donning a mask, he departed the hotel alone. Meanwhile, at Qin Feng International, after more than half an hour of diligent work, Qin Feng had successfully crafted an extensive segment of code. Upon executing the program, the virus within the company's computers was being eradicated, leaving no place to hide. After a brief wait, the computers would be restored to normal functionality, and several deleted files had been recovered. Most importantly, Qin Feng had also identified the hacker responsible for breaching Qin Feng International's network. Mr. Qin, is it ready? The technician assisting Qin Feng marveled at his prowess. Almost. Refrain from operating the computers for now, Qin Feng advised. You must be thirsty. Here, have some water. The technician offered, handing him an unopened bottle of mineral water. Feeling parched, Qin Feng accepted it gratefully. Just then, he noticed Zhou Runin standing at the door. Officer Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Runin approached Qin Feng with a smile, explaining, I am responsible for this case. Qin Feng remarked, you truly are a busy person. Chasing bandits yesterday afternoon. By the way, weren't you injured? Why not take a leave of absence? He vividly recalled Zhou Runin sustaining a cut from glass shards during the pursuit. It's merely a minor injury. I don't need a break, she replied. Having only taken over the Qin Feng International case the previous night, Qin Feng admired her dedication to her profession and said, in that case, I have a reward to bestow upon you. What reward? Zhou Runin inquired, puzzled. Qin Feng retrieved his phone and displayed an image. This is the hacker who infiltrated Qin Feng International. All the information is right here. Zhou Runin took the phone, enlarging the image. Yang Wei, male, 39 years old. Mr. Qin, are you certain there's no mistake? Zhou Runin stared at him in disbelief. Capturing the hacker would indeed be a significant achievement. But only if there were no errors. Qin Feng shrugged. If you trust my judgment, you should apprehend him now. If you delay, he may escape Ningchuan City. Zhou Runin nodded solemnly. All right, I will arrange it immediately. She chose to place her faith in Qin Feng. After making a phone call, she added, Mr. Qin, I forgot to mention yesterday that you assisted the police in capturing those bandits. I specifically applied for a reward of 500,000 for you. Originally, providing information about the bandits would have yielded a reward of 200,000, but Qin Feng's direct involvement warranted an increase. 500,000. Why not donate it instead? Qin Feng replied, as he was not in need of the money. Zhou Runin was taken aback. Mr. Qin, 500,000 is no trifling sum. Are you truly declining? After completing his task, Qin Feng had received 35 million from the system, which rendered the reward insignificant in his eyes. As a concerned citizen, assisting the police in apprehending criminals is my duty, so I'll forego the reward, he asserted with conviction. Zhou Runin looked at him incredulously, struggling to comprehend how a university student could so nonchalantly relinquish such a substantial reward. Very well, I shall donate it on your behalf. Are you free this evening? Allow me to treat you to dinner. Having saved her life yesterday, and now bestowed upon her a significant achievement, Zhou Runin felt that Qin Feng was indeed her fortunate star. Another time, Qin Feng replied. Upon witnessing his refusal, Zhou Runin's expression shifted to one of exasperation. You aren't considering delivering takeout, are you? Or perhaps driving for a ride-hailing service? You'd forego a 500,000 reward for such laborious work. I simply cannot fathom it. Qin Feng explained, delivering takeout and driving for ride-hailing services are merely my side jobs. Zhou Runin suddenly recalled something and asked, How much can you earn for resolving Qin Feng International's current predicament? Qin Feng raised 2 fingers, 2 million. Zhou Runan was surprised by Qin Feng International's generosity. However, it was evident that Qin Feng earned his keep by virtue of his genuine skills. Most individuals aspiring to earn such a sum would lack the necessary abilities. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Runan took her leave. Although she had dispatched personnel to apprehend the hacker, she remained somewhat uneasy. An hour later, all of Qin Feng International's computers were restored to normal, and Wen Hong instructed the company's technicians to verify the systems, discovering that no trace of the virus remained. A task that would typically require a team 2 to 3 days to complete had been resolved by Qin Feng in just 2 hours. Most importantly, he had also identified the hacker who had infiltrated the company. You've been a tremendous help, young man. And Wen Hong regarded Qin Feng with newfound respect. And Kaigwa scrutinized Qin Feng, increasingly impressed. It was a pity that Qin Feng already had a girlfriend. Otherwise, he would have been inclined to introduce his granddaughter to him. Exceptional young men like Qin Feng were indeed rare finds. Now that the issue is resolved, I shall take my leave, Qin Feng stated, not intending to linger any longer. Mr. Qin, don't be in such a hurry to depart. I've reserved a table at Junwei Pavilion for lunch. Let's go together, and Kaigwa insisted, showing no intention of letting Qin Feng leave. That won't be necessary, Qin Feng replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Kaigwa's enthusiasm. And Kaigwa continued, actually, I would like to offer you a position as our company's cybersecurity consultant. An annual salary of 1 million. What do you say? In ordinary circumstances, there is no necessity for you to come to the office. Simply drop by whenever you have the time to ensure the cybersecurity of our company. Qin Feng International greatly requires talents like Qin Feng. After all, Kaigwa does not wish for a repeat of the previous incident. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. If Kaigwa were to entice him with a lucrative salary, he would certainly decline. However, the prospect of a commendable salary without restrictions on his freedom was an entirely different matter. Thus, it was decided with mutual satisfaction. Wen Hong, please transfer the bounty and this year's salary to Qin Feng, and Kaigwa instructed, displaying his generous nature to Wen Hong. And Wen Hong nodded, acquired Qin Feng's bank account details, and instructed the finance department to proceed with the transfer. Receiving an entire year's salary before even starting work took Qin Feng by surprise. Nevertheless, he did not accept the money idly. He promptly proceeded to the technical department to assist Qin Feng International in upgrading their cybersecurity measures. With these enhancements, even the most formidable hacker would find it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate the company's network. After completing these tasks, Qin Feng departed from Qin Feng International. He had promised Kaigwa to join him for lunch at Junwei Pavilion. In the chairman's office, shortly after Qin Feng's departure, Anya approached her grandfather. Kaigwa, Grandpa, has the company matter been resolved? Anya inquired, still somewhat apprehensive. Kaigwa responded with a smile, it has been resolved. The individual who helped us tackle the issue is a young man. I invited him to lunch. You should accompany us. Anya, suspecting yet another potential suitor was being introduced, shook her head. I think I'll pass. Kaigwa discerned his granddaughter's thoughts and reassured her, rest assured. I am not attempting to set you up. Besides, he already has a girlfriend. Then I want to go. It's my only day off. And I do prefer to relax, Anya replied. Kaigwa questioned, isn't it busy at the exchange? Anya, having majored in finance, had initially intended to join Qin Feng International after graduating, but instead chose to work at the securities exchange. Through her remarkable capabilities, she had risen to the position of manager there. Grandpa, you must be aware of the current stock market conditions. We are in a bear market, with trading volumes significantly diminished and widespread despair. Consequently, business at the exchange has dwindled considerably. At this point, Anya recalled Qin Feng, who had opened an account at the exchange just 2 days prior. He had deposited 100 million and even set up a 3-fold margin account to purchase a single stock entirely. Remarkably, that stock had reached its limit up for 3 consecutive days. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it seemed poised for further gains in the coming days. Anya found herself wondering if Qin Feng possessed insider information. Otherwise, how could he be so bold as to invest everything? This bear market was likely to persist for quite some time. Kaigwa nodded and began to analyze the current state of the stock market. During this period, Qin Feng International stock price had also experienced a notable decline. Fortunately, there was a robust business foundation to support it. If necessary, you can always return to Qin Feng International. Kaigwa suggested. I'll think it over, Anya replied. It was evident that Qin Feng International offered a grander stage. The reason she had previously declined to join was her desire to prove her own abilities, which she had now accomplished. Given the current unfavorable stock market, joining Qin Feng International would undoubtedly be a wiser choice, especially since it was still a family enterprise. Very well, take your time to consider it. Let me know once you've made a decision, Kaigwa said, not pressuring his granddaughter. After exchanging a few more words, Anya took her leave. With the issues at Qin Feng International resolved, she found herself unburdened. Meanwhile, Enkaigwa stood pensively before the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, hands clasped behind his back. Although Qin Feng had assisted in identifying the hacker, it was evident that there were likely others involved behind the scenes. I shall keep this account noted for now. I will settle it in due time. On his way back, Qin Feng received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the part-time task. Reward, 1 business opportunity card. Reward, 38 million in cash. Note, the business opportunity card can predict a future business opportunity once randomly. A business opportunity card? Qin Feng mused as he examined its description. System, I wish to use it. He was curious about the nature of the opportunity that the card could unveil. Business opportunity card in use. Usage successful. The price of a certain cryptocurrency today is $9.81 per coin. It will begin to rise tomorrow and will surge to $63 per coin in 4 days. After 3 days of slight increase, it will reach $68 and then swiftly decline. Based on the data predicted by the card, Qin Feng immediately went online to investigate. He discovered that this cryptocurrency could only be purchased abroad, and its market capitalization was relatively small, implying that a substantial investment would not be feasible. Nevertheless, it still presented an opportunity for a modest profit. Once he had deliberated thoroughly, Qin Feng called Lin Kuan. Kuan, are you still delivering food? He asked as soon as the call connected. No, I just woke up, Lin Kuan replied, yawning audibly. Wow, it's nearly noon. Brother Feng, I've made quite a bit from delivering food. Let me treat you to a foot bath tonight. Qin Feng did not take Lin Kuan's words too seriously. Knowing that he had only been delivering food for a few days, and likely hadn't he earned enough to splurge. A foot bath? I need to discuss something important with you, so come out now. All right, I'll be there shortly. Lin Kuan promptly washed his face and set off. Qin Feng arranged to meet Lin Kuan at a cafe, where he ordered a cup of coffee and waited patiently. While he awaited Lin Kuan's arrival, he received a message from Zhao Shihan. Brother Qin, what are you up to? The message included a heart emoji, expressing longing. As the ancients rightly said, a day apart feels like 3 seasons, especially given that they were currently in the throes of a romantic relationship. I just finished a part-time job this morning. Qin Feng replied. What kind of part-time job? Zhao Shihan inquired, intrigued. Qin Feng shared the details of his work at Qin Feng International, where he had eliminated a computer virus. Brother Qin, you're incredible. You earned 2 million in just 1 morning. Zhao Shihan exclaimed, astonished. No, to be precise, it was 3 million, Qin Feng corrected her. I am currently serving as the cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International, with an annual salary of 1 million. Hearing this, Zhao Shihan was rendered speechless, utterly astonished by how effortlessly Qin Feng was earning money. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Qin Feng was exceptionally talented. The entertainment company had even considered offering him 5 million to sign him, not only for his looks, but also for his melodious singing voice. As she contemplated this, Zhao Shihan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. After all, a man as outstanding as Qin Feng would undoubtedly attract the admiration of many young women. Brother Qin, how is it that you became a cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International before even graduating? Zhao Shihan asked. Qin Feng explained. I don't need to be in the office regularly. I only intervene when severe cybersecurity issues arise. Zhao Shihan expressed her envy. Remarking on how effortless Qin Feng's job appeared to be, it was evident just how exceptional Qin Feng's computer skills were, especially considering the high regard in which Qin Feng International held him. After a brief conversation, Lin Kuan arrived. Qin Feng invited Zhao Shihan to go shopping that evening, to which she readily consented. After ending the call, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Lin Kuan, noticing a newfound swagger in his demeanor that had not been there before. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Qin Feng inquired. Lin Kuan shook his head, chuckling. No, thank you, Brother Feng. His smile then took on a mysterious quality as he lowered his voice. Tonight, I will take you to a fantastic place, my treat. Lin Kuan's expression practically screamed 3 words. Brother has money. Have you really struck it rich? Qin Feng pondered with intrigue. Lin Kuan chuckled. I made 60,000 yuan delivering takeout yesterday. Brother Feng, I know 60,000 isn't much for you, but for me, it's a fortune. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised. Is delivering takeout really that lucrative? I had no idea. Just the other day, he had toiled for 4 hours delivering food and had earned barely a few dozen yuan, all hard-earned. Well, you ought to consider who I am. Lin Kuan boasted proudly before elaborating. Yesterday morning, while delivering, one order got delayed, and the customer was quite arrogant, berating me incessantly. I was in a foul mood and retorted, only to have him resort to violence. What happened next? Qin Feng inquired. Well, I ended up flat on the ground. And that guy ended up compensating me 60,000 yuan. Qin Feng felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. Lin Kuan continued. It turns out he is a somewhat well-known actor and didn't he want the incident to escalate. I initially considered calling the police, but he offered a bit too much. By the way, Brother Feng, what did you want to discuss? Lin Kuan returned to the main topic. Qin Feng produced a bank card, revealing that it contained 80 million yuan. I need you to assist me with something. Lin Kuan's hands trembled slightly, hesitating to accept the card. Brother Feng, this is an enormous sum. What do you need me to do? You're not asking me to commit a crime, are you? Lin Kuan feigned alarm, his eyes widening dramatically. Rest assured, it's not illegal, Qin Feng replied, pulling out his phone and sending Lin Kuan a document. This 80 million is to invest in digital currency. There are instructions included, just follow them. Remember, speed is of the essence. Lin Kuan examined the information on his phone, revealing that he had some understanding of digital currencies. Brother Feng, this is even more exhilarating than the stock market. Are you certain you want to invest? There is a real risk that this 80 million could vanish in a thin air, leaving you with no recourse. He was aware that Qin Feng had recently won a lottery jackpot and was not in need of funds. But spending 80 million yuan on digital currency seemed like a reckless extravagance. Chapter 40. Ride-hailing services, prohibited entry. Qin Feng chuckled. It's all about the thrill. How do you know I will definitely lose? Noticing the confident smile on Qin Feng's face, Lin Kuan expressed his confusion. Brother Feng, do you have insider information? Lin Kuan speculated. Qin Feng wore an enigmatic smile. I can't divulge that, but just follow my instructions. Once you make a profit, I'll share 1% of the earnings with you. If the investment forecast was accurate, that 80 million could yield nearly 400 million in returns. 1% would amount to 4 million, a tidy sum. Qin Feng was wary of giving too much, fearing it might make Lin Kuan complacent. Years later, Lin Kuan would become a renowned tycoon in the Dragon Country, often reminiscing about his first substantial earnings and the man who had guided him to the pinnacle of success. Of course, those were stories for another time. Brother Feng, you needn't share any of your profits with me. Just for that gaming laptop you gave me. I'll help you for free. But let me clarify, if things go south, you can't hold me accountable. Lin Kuan accepted the bank card, showing no intention of taking any money. It was his first time handling such a large sum, and his hands trembled slightly. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. After dinner, start preparing. Transactions involving foreign exchanges can be somewhat complicated, Qin Feng advised, placing his trust in Lin Kuan to handle the matter. Brother Feng, I promise you won't be disappointed. Lin Kuan patted his chest and then departed. After sipping his coffee and checking the time, Qin Feng realized it was nearing lunchtime. He had promised in Kaigwa to meet at Jinwei Pavilion for a meal and promptly set off. Jinwei Pavilion was a high-end restaurant with exorbitant average costs, renowned in Ningchuan City. The establishment operated on a membership basis, and ordinary individuals lacked even the privilege to dine there. When Qin Feng arrived at the restaurant's parking lot in his Grand, the security guard shot him a disdainful look. Sir, ride-hailing services are not permitted inside. It was merely a reflection of the unimpressive status of Qin Feng's vehicle, as patrons of the establishment typically arrived in luxury cars. Qin Feng explained his purpose, stating that he had been invited by Kaigwa, the chairman of Qin Feng International, who had reserved a table. The security guard clearly did not believe Qin Feng, dismissively stating, "What kind of person is the chairman of Qin Feng International? Do you really think he would invite you to dine at Jinwei Pavilion? Move along, this isn't a place for you." Feeling somewhat helpless, Qin Feng replied, "You can call to verify." The guard, visibly impatient, retorted, "No need to check. A car of your caliber doesn't qualify for entry." Irritated by the guard's condescending attitude, Qin Feng took out his phone and sent a text message to Kaigwa. At that moment, a Maserati sports car pulled up in front of the parking lot, occupied by a young man and woman. What is going on? Now even ride-hailing services can come to Jinwei Pavilion? The woman cast a casual glance at Qin Feng's vehicle. The man laughed heartily. Perhaps they've come to the wrong place. Upon seeing the luxurious sports car, the security guard's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He opened the parking lot gate and respectfully bowed. Qin Feng chose to remain silent, simply waiting in his car. After a minute or so, a man in a suit hurriedly approached from the main lobby. "Manager." The guard saluted the man, but the latter ignored him completely, striding straight to Qin Feng's car. "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. It is my oversight in managing my staff." The manager spoke with an apologetic tone. Being invited to dine by Kaigwa was no small matter, and the manager dared not display any semblance of indifference. "Please, allow me to escort you inside." Qin Feng said nothing. He couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. It was predictable that the guard's job would be in jeopardy after treating a guest with such arrogance, unless Jinwei Pavilion had no intention of staying in business. The manager nodded, gesturing courteously. "Chairman and is waiting for you inside." He turned to glare coldly at the guard. "Open the door now?" Seeing the manager's deference towards the young man in the Grand, a sense of foreboding washed over the guard. he realized that he had inadvertently provoked someone significant. The security guard promptly unlocked the door, bowing at a 90-degree angle to pay his respects to Qin Feng. "You dare offend even Mr. An's guests. You may clock out now," the manager remarked with a stern expression. "Manager, I had no idea he was Mr. An's guest," the guard attempted to explain. But the manager showed no inclination to listen. After parking his car, Qin Feng entered the first-floor lobby of the Jinwei Pavilion, where Kaigwa was awaiting him. Two burly men in black suits stood behind him, undoubtedly his bodyguards. "Mr. An," Qin Feng greeted him. "Xiao Feng, my apologies for the oversight. I invited you for a meal, but neglected to bring you inside," and Kaigwa replied. Qin Feng smiled. "It's nothing, Mr. An. You need not be so formal. Just call me by my name in the future." And Kaigwa regarded Qin Feng as a friend, appreciating him greatly. It was evident that he would not have invited Qin Feng to dine at Jinwei Pavilion otherwise. Without further ado, Kaigwa ushered Qin Feng into the elevator, while the two bodyguards maintained a vigilant presence at his side. "Xiao Feng, I've seen your skills in videos, but I wonder how you compare to my bodyguards," one of the bodyguards remarked, eyeing Qin Feng. "And Lao, we are no match for him," another bodyguard quickly interjected. Kaigwa had previously shown them the videos of Qin Feng in action. It must be acknowledged that Qin Feng was indeed formidable. Defeating 10 opponents with such ease was no small feat for any of them, even if they managed to win. It would be impossible to do so in such a brief span of time. This young man was truly exceptional. "I was merely flailing about," Qin Feng chuckled. A statement grounded in honesty, for he possessed no martial arts expertise, only sheer brute strength. "No, that was definitely not mere flailing," the bodyguard countered. "I can tell that each of your punches carries significant power." To outsiders, Qin Feng appeared to be a master. "Xiao Feng, you needn't be so modest. When the opportunity arises, I shall arrange for you to spar with them," and Kaigwa said as they soon arrived at the reserved private room. The opulence of the room was unparalleled within the Jinwei Pavilion, exuding grandeur and luxury. As the dishes were served, Qin Feng finally grasped the true meaning of extravagance. After more than half an hour, having feasted to his heart's content, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality," and Lao. Once they reached the parking lot, Kaigwa departed first, as he had other matters to attend to. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Qin Feng. Turning around, he saw Zhao Shuhan's father, Zhao Hongchang, his future father-in-law. "Uncle Zhao." Qin Feng greeted him with a smile. But Zhao Hongchang was observing him with a peculiar expression. Today, Zhao Hongchang had invited clients to dine here, but he never expected to encounter Qin Feng. What astonished him even more was the close rapport Qin Feng seemed to share with Kaigwa of Qin Feng International. Their jovial demeanor suggested a strong bond. Zhao Hongchang was somewhat acquainted with Kaigwa, given their membership in the same business association, where Kaigwa served as president and wielded considerable influence in Ningchuan City. "Uncle Zhao, are you dining here as well?" Qin Feng inquired. Zhao Hongchang nodded, stepping closer with an inquisitive look. "Qin Feng, how do you know the chairman of Qin Feng International?" He had intended to greet Kaigwa earlier, but the latter had appeared preoccupied and hurried away. "Oh, it's a long story." Qin Feng recounted his morning visit to Qin Feng International, including his remarkable earnings of 3 million. "You truly helped Qin Feng International solve a significant problem?" Zhao Hongchang's eyes widened, struggling to believe it. Earning 3 million in a single morning sounded almost fantastical. With a hint of exasperation, Qin Feng responded, "Uncle Zhao, if you have any doubts, feel free to call on Lao for confirmation." Zhao Hongchang waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that I don't believe you. I simply didn't expect you to possess such capabilities." This revelation made Qin Feng's closeness to Kaigwa comprehensible. However, Zhao Hongchang was taken aback by Qin Feng's displayed excellence. Zhao Hongchang's initial interest in Qin Feng stemmed from a video he had seen online, where Qin Feng heroically rescued someone. Later, when Zhao Shuhan brought Qin Feng home, Zhao Hongchang had some reservations, but did not oppose their relationship. Subsequently, Qin Feng began live streaming, showcasing his prowess in various encounters, including assisting the police in apprehending criminals. Zhao Hongchang had witnessed it all, and it was undeniable that Qin Feng was indeed remarkable. Now, the fact that Qin Feng had befriended Kaigwa of Qin Feng International suggested he had influential allies, promising great potential for the future. Being a cybersecurity consultant is quite a commendable position. Continue to strive for excellence. And remember, when faced with perilous situations, do not be overly reckless, Zhao Hongchang advised, expressing concern for his daughter's well-being should anything happen to Qin Feng. "Uncle Zhao, I will act within my limits," Qin Feng reassured him with a smile. "I must attend to a client now. I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Uncle Zhao." As Zhao Hongchang departed, Qin Feng got into his vehicle and left the parking lot. On the way back, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling over to the side, he answered the call. "Mr. Qin, greetings. I am Zhou Haiying, chairman of Dolly Car Dealership. The LaFerrari you ordered has arrived. If you have time, you may come in to complete the paperwork and take your car today. Zhou Haiyang was aware of Qin Feng's status as a wealthy individual and the owner of Longhu No. 1, hence his exceedingly courteous tone. When Qin Feng had previously come to purchase the car, Zhou had intended to meet him personally, but was unable due to being out of town, thus missing the opportunity. Now that the vehicle had arrived, Zhou was eager to meet this mysterious young magnate. All right, I will be there shortly, Qin Feng replied after checking the time. I should arrive in about half an hour. Very well, Mr. Qin. I shall await your esteemed presence, Zhou Haiyang said with a smile. After ending the call, Qin Feng drove his M Grand to the rented apartment, grabbed his ID, and took a taxi to Dolly Car dealership. Zhou Haiyang and the dealership manager were waiting in the showroom. Since Zhou had yet to meet Qin Feng, it was the manager who quickly recognized him as he entered the showroom. Chairman, that is Mr. Qin, the manager informed Zhou Haiyang as he rose to his feet. Zhou also stood, assessing Qin Feng as he approached him. Mr. Qin, I did not expect you to be so young. Mr. Qin, this is our chairman, Zhou Haiyang. The manager introduced. Hello, Qin Feng greeted Zhou Haiyang, shaking his hand. Zhou was in his 40s, with a square face and a slightly portly physique. Mr. Qin, please follow me. I will show you the vehicle, Zhou Haiyang offered, keen to host Qin Feng. Although he was curious about Qin Feng's background, he refrained from asking directly. Thus, Zhou Haiyang escorted Qin Feng to an indoor parking area where the LaFerrari he had purchased was elegantly parked, awaiting its new owner. The streamlined silhouette of the car is undeniably captivating, though the red hue exudes a somewhat ostentatious flair. Qin Feng conducted a brief inspection and found no issues. Indeed, the vehicle was brand new. The process of obtaining the license plates required some time, prompting Zhou Haiyang to invite Qin Feng to his office for tea. Half an hour later, all the paperwork was duly completed. Chairman Zhou, there's no need to see me off, Qin Feng stated as he settled into the sleek LaFerrari and started the engine. Mr. Qin, should you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, Zhou Haiyang remarked. Qin Feng nodded appreciatively and drove away from the Dolly dealership. While the handling of a high-performance sports car differs from that of a regular vehicle, Qin Feng, having honed his extraordinary driving skills, found no difficulty in maneuvering the sports car. As he cruised down the street, he instantly felt like the brightest star in the vicinity. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity. Look, what kind of sports car is that? It appears to be a LaFerrari, priced at 20 million. How cool. Qin Feng reveled in the experience of driving the LaFerrari along the streets. However, after an hour, the novelty wore off, and he felt a sense of ennui. He parked the car beneath his apartment building and, seeking distraction, began a live broadcast. Temporary live broadcast task completed, 12:36. Qin Feng was eager to complete the live task promptly to receive the system's rewards. As he initiated the broadcast, viewers quickly flocked to his channel. Oh my, the host finally made an appearance. I was beginning to think you had vanished. Many fans posed the same question regarding the previous day's incident when the live stream had been abruptly suspended after Qin Feng assisted the police in capturing a robber, who subsequently disappeared. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. The robber has been apprehended. I appreciate your concern, Qin Feng explained. Meanwhile, numerous fans showered him with gifts. Can the host elaborate on what transpired afterward? I am quite curious. 1100086. However, Qin Feng chose not to respond and instead shifted the topic. I noticed some fans are requesting the host to sing. Very well then. 10 minutes later, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's live stream exceeded 100,000. He spent the afternoon interacting with his audience. As the clock approached 5, Zhang Shuiying sent him a message. Qin Feng, are you live streaming upstairs? Come down for dinner. Suddenly reminded that Zhang Shuiying had mentioned a broken faucet in her home that morning, he decided to check it out since he had promised to help. I must conclude the stream for now. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to his viewers, Qin Feng closed the live stream and descended the stairs. The door to Zhang Shuiying's home was ajar, and he could already smell the tantalizing aroma of food. Pushing the door open, he discovered the landlord, an elderly lady, was also present. Xiao Feng, you're here. Please, have a seat, she welcomed him warmly. At that moment, Zhang Shuiying emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls and utensils, still donning her apron without having changed from her work attire. Qin Feng, I hope I didn't interrupt your live stream? She inquired. Qin Feng shook his head. Not at all. I was about to go out for dinner when you messaged me. By the way, about that faucet you mentioned. Zhang Shuiying smiled. No rush. Let's eat first. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs, prompting the landlord to move to the window for a better view. Mom, what's happening? Zhang Shuiying asked while serving rice. The landlord replied, someone has parked a sports car downstairs, and many people are taking pictures. Oh, and there's even a live stream happening. Zhang Shuiying added. She suddenly realized something and turned to Qin Feng. Wait a moment, Qin Feng, that red Ferrari can't possibly be yours, can it? Earlier, She had been curious enough to search online and discovered it was a Ferrari LaFerrari, valued at no less than 20 million. Such an expensive vehicle could only belong to someone as affluent as Qin Feng. Coincidentally, she remembered Qin Feng mentioning his intention to purchase a car when they were at Longhu No. 1. The landlord, hearing her question, cast a quizzical glance at Qin Feng. It is indeed mine, Qin Feng confirmed without hesitation. Zhang Shuiying appeared unfazed, while the landlord's curiosity surged. Xiao Feng, that kind of sports car must be quite expensive, right? Not too pricey, merely 20 million, Qin Feng replied with an air of calmness. The landlord was taken aback. 20 million is not expensive? I have never seen that much money in my lifetime. Xiao Feng, do tell your aunt what your family does for a living, the landlord pressed inquisitively. Mom, why are you asking so many questions? Zhang Shuiying rolled her eyes at her mother. In truth, she too was immensely curious about Qin Feng's background but was hesitant to inquire, fearing it might leave a negative impression. In due time, you shall find out, Qin Feng teased. After dinner, Zhang Shuiying led Qin Feng to inspect the faulty kitchen faucet. It turned out to be a simple fix. After Qin Feng left, the landlord remarked to Zhang Shuiying, Dear, since you don't have to work late tonight, why not ask Xiao Feng out for a stroll? The landlord was quite fond of Qin Feng and had been encouraging Zhang Shuiying to take the initiative. Zhang Shuiying felt a bit exasperated. Mom, I've told you before, Qin Feng already has a girlfriend. As long as they aren't married, there's still a chance, the landlord replied. Mom, it's hard to explain. Zhang Shuiying, feeling disheartened, retreated to her room. Just yesterday morning, she had encountered Zhao Shuhan, whose striking beauty and elegant demeanor seemed perfectly matched with Qin Feng. Standing beside Zhao Shuhan made her feel somewhat inferior. Not long after Qin Feng returned to his room, he received a message from Zhao Shuhan. Brother Qin Feng, my mom and brother are back. I'll meet you later for shopping. Qin Feng replied with a simple, okay. With some time to spare, he decided to resume his live stream. As the evening approached, around 8 o'clock, Zhao Shuhan messaged him again. They agreed to meet at the mall. Qin Feng ended his live stream and set off in his Emgrand. Upon arriving at the mall, he found Zhao Shuhan already waiting for him. The moment she spotted Qin Feng, she excitedly ran over and took his hand. Brother Qin Feng, congratulations on making so much money today. 3 million earned in just one morning. Zhao Shuhan's gaze towards Qin Feng brimmed with admiration. She leaned closer to him and whispered, my mom knows about us now. And what is her attitude? Zhao Shuhan smiled brightly. She said she trusts my judgment. She also mentioned wanting to meet you tomorrow. Brother Qin Feng, do you have time tomorrow at noon? Qin Feng replied with a grin, of course. Then I'll bring some gifts to your place tomorrow. He playfully pinched Zhao Shuhan's delicate nose, adding, this time, you need not spend a dime. During his last visit to Zhao Shuhan's home, she had graciously covered the cost of the gift. Very well, since you, Brother Qin Feng, are now financially well off. Zhao Shuhan wrapped her arm around Qin Feng's, her smile radiant. Speaking of which, I have never bought you a gift. Come, let me choose a few outfits for you. Qin Feng took Zhao Shuhan to a clothing store. They tried on 5 sets, all of which looked stunning. The primary reason was Zhao Shuhan's exceptional beauty. She looked exquisite in any ensemble. Initially, Qin Feng intended to purchase all of them, but Zhao Shuhan only selected 2. Brother Qin Feng, I know you have money now, but I still have plenty of clothes at home. Buying too many would be unnecessary. As you wish, he replied. After their shopping, Qin Feng suggested taking Zhao Shuhan to the food street. However, the little foodie Zhao Shuhan declined. Brother Qin Feng, I can't eat that much. What if I gain weight? Zhao Shuhan felt a pang of insecurity due to Qin Feng's remarkable qualities. It's all right. Gaining a little weight doesn't matter. I won't mind, he reassured her. Zhao Shuhan pouted. That won't do. Thus, they strolled until after 10 o'clock. The night had deepened when Qin Feng escorted Zhao Shuhan to the entrance of the Xinghe Villa district. Brother Qin Feng, I'm heading back now, Zhao Shuhan said reluctantly as she alighted from the car. Qin Feng nodded. See you tomorrow. Just as he was about to drive away, a BMW M8 emerged from the villa complex. Checking the license plate, it was indeed the one belonging to Zhao Shuhan's family. The driver was a young man, Zhao Shuhan's brother, Zhao Ming. Sister, why are you back so late? Oh, Brother Feng, it's been a while. The BMW M8 halted beside Zhao Shuhan, and Zhao Ming quickly noticed Qin Feng. Chapter 43, The Criminal. Zhao Ming was 2 years younger than Zhao Shuhan and had just completed his freshman year of college. In their childhood, he often played with Qin Feng. Although they hadn't seen each other in years, Zhao Ming still remembered Qin Feng, especially since he knew his sister had harbored feelings for him. Long time no see. Qin Feng acknowledged Zhao Ming with a nod. After years apart, Zhao Ming had grown taller, and his face had changed somewhat. Brother Feng, I've seen you on Douyin recently. You've become quite the internet celebrity. That night when you took on 10 opponents was incredible. People online say you know martial arts. Is it true? Zhao Ming got out of the car, looking at Qin Feng with a hint of admiration. Qin Feng chuckled. Don't believe everything you see online. I don't know martial arts at all. It's just that those guys were exceptionally weak. Zhao Ming shook his head. I don't believe that. Brother Feng, why not take me on as your disciple? I can pay for tuition. Zhao Shihan shot her brother a disapproving look. What do you need to be so skilled for? To fight with others? Zhao Ming was known for causing trouble. If he learned even a few moves, it would be chaos. Sister, if I were as capable as Brother Feng, I could protect you in the future. I don't want to fight, but I should at least be able to defend myself if someone bullies me. Zhao Shihan scoffed lightly. I don't need your protection. Brother Qin Feng will protect me. Hearing Zhao Shihan say this surprised Zhao Ming. He glanced between Zhao Shihan and Qin Feng, sensing something amiss. Their gazes were unmistakably those of a couple in love. Sister, Brother Feng, are you two together? Zhao Shihan and Qin Feng exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Congratulations to you both. Zhao Ming lowered his voice. Sister, how about I make a deal with you? What kind of deal? Zhao Shihan asked, puzzled. Zhao Ming replied, somewhat smugly. I'll keep your relationship with Brother Feng a secret from Mom and Dad, but only if you let him take me on as a disciple. Zhao Shihan replied. Mom and Dad already know, and they don't mind. Hearing this, Zhao Ming's expression instantly turned gloomy. Well, if they already know, there's nothing I can leverage against you. You would have to work on Qin Feng instead. Where are you heading at this hour? Zhao Shihan inquired. Zhao Ming grinned. I haven't been back to Ningchuan City for a while, so I'm meeting some friends for a late-night snack. I have to go now. As he approached his car, Zhao Ming also asked for Qin Feng's WeChat. Brother Feng, do you want to join us? I'll pass. Qin Feng declined. Zhao Shihan cautioned him. Brother Qin Feng, don't hang out with him too much. I'm worried he might lead you astray. Zhao Ming, taken aback, thought to himself, is this sister really my biological one? I'm off. Zhao Ming said, driving away in the BMW M8. Brother Qin Feng, you should head back too. Get some rest tonight, Zhao Shihan urged. Qin Feng nodded, got into his car, and quickly vanished into the night. It wasn't until Qin Feng's vehicle had disappeared that Zhao Shihan entered the villa district's gates. Upon returning to the building where he rented, Qin Feng felt a bit hungry. After parking, he stopped by a nearby shop to order some dumplings. While he was enjoying his late-night snack, a burly middle-aged man walked into the small shop. At that moment, the system's notification chime sounded. Ding. The system has detected the presence of a criminal near the host. A temporary mission has been triggered. Capture the criminal and deliver him to the police. Completing this mission will reward you with a lucky gift package. Valid for half an hour. Qin Feng had not anticipated triggering a temporary mission here. He continued to eat his snack while observing the middle-aged man who had just entered. The moment the man appeared, the system had issued a warning, indicating a high level of suspicion. Besides him, there were two other patrons in the shop, a couple who appeared quite ordinary. Qin Feng focused his attention on the middle-aged man. System, can you confirm it's that person? Qin Feng inquired. No. The system can only confirm that the criminal is nearby the host. Qin Feng felt somewhat exasperated. If he apprehended the wrong person, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he continued to observe. The middle-aged man ordered a plate of fried noodles and did not dine in but opted for takeout. During the wait, he glanced toward the door several times, exhibiting suspicious behavior. After 3 or 4 minutes, the fried noodles were packed, and the middle-aged man stood up to leave. Qin Feng quickly finished the last 2 dumplings and stealthily followed him. After exiting the small shop, the man entered a narrow alley, suggesting he likely lived nearby. With only half an hour for the temporary mission, Qin Feng did not wish to waste time. He decided to take a bold approach and follow the middle-aged man openly. The man soon noticed Qin Feng tailing him and furrowed his brow. Did he realize he was being followed? Casting a discreet glance over his shoulder, the middle-aged man maintained his composure and continued walking. Qin Feng, unhurried, followed closely behind. Upon reaching a corner, a shadow suddenly lunged out, attacking Qin Feng. An ambush. A glint of cold steel flashed as the middle-aged man thrust a short knife towards Qin Feng's chest. Faced with this sudden assault, Qin Feng's expression remained largely unchanged. He subtly sidestepped to avoid the man's strike and swiftly seized his wrist. After utilizing a speed enhancement card, Qin Feng's reaction time was astonishingly quick. Ordinary individuals could scarcely pose a threat to him. Who exactly are you? Why are you stalking me? The middle-aged man forcefully broke free from Qin Feng's grasp, asking coldly. At this moment, Qin Feng was certain that the system had indeed identified the perpetrator as the middle-aged man before him. After all, who would venture out carrying a knife? Moreover, the man's agility revealed that he was trained and not an average person. Who is stalking you? I live right over there, Qin Feng retorted. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow in concern. He understood that he could not overpower the young man before him. The failed ambush signified that he had run out of chances. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best option. Go to hell. The middle-aged man hurled the dagger in his hand at Qin Feng and turned to flee. Thinking he could escape, Qin Feng deftly dodged the whistling blade, propelling himself forward with the force of a 100-meter sprint, pursuing the fleeing man. The middle-aged man had not gotten far when Qin Feng caught up to him. He wished to resist, but Qin Feng would not grant him another opportunity. With a powerful punch, Qin Feng struck the man's head. The middle-aged man's vision darkened, and he collapsed, unconscious. Qin Feng took out his phone, snapped a photo of the middle-aged man's face, and sent it to Zhou Runin. Along with a message, Chapter 44, Price Surge. I was out for a late-night snack when I noticed a suspicious individual, only to discover he was armed. I've incapacitated him. Please send 2 people to handle the situation. Unsure if Zhou Runin was still awake, Qin Feng considered calling the police instead. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Runin replied. This man looks somewhat familiar from the photo. Please wait a moment while I contact the on-duty officers. Send me your location. Zhou Runin was at home, preparing for bed. Upon receiving Qin Feng's message, she opened her computer and began comparing the photo. She vaguely recalled that the man bore a striking resemblance to a fugitive perpetrator from a few years prior. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sent Zhou Runin his location information. After nearly 10 minutes, a police car arrived at the scene, and 3 uniformed officers disembarked. They took Qin Feng's statement on site. As for the middle-aged man whom Qin Feng had knocked out, his identity remained to be investigated, and the police decided to take him in for further questioning. Once the statement was completed, Qin Feng was allowed to leave. Upon returning to his rented room, Zhou Runin sent him a message. Qin Feng, we have identified the man. His name is Lin Li. 5 years ago, he was a professional bodyguard who, after suffering financial losses, murdered his employer and their entire family of 5, absconding with a substantial amount of money. The police have been searching for him ever since, but to no avail. It's quite unexpected that you would encounter him. This man is heinous and remains on the wanted list. Curious, Qin Feng inquired about the bounty. 300,000. I'll apply for it tomorrow. Qin Feng replied. If you can secure it, please donate it for me. He was unconcerned about the money itself. What mattered to him was the system's reward. Zhou Runin, somewhat exasperated, remarked. You declined the 500,000 reward this morning, and now you're turning down this 300,000. I truly cannot comprehend you. By the way, how did you notice that the man was behaving suspiciously? Zhou Runin asked about the details from that moment. I just felt he wasn't a good person. Qin Feng casually provided a reason. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Feng took a shower and rested. At that moment, the system's rewards arrived. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Acquired God-level culinary skills. Received 15 million in cash. In addition to receiving the rewards, Qin Feng discovered that the system had added a special spatial function. How does this system space work? Qin Feng inquired. The system space can store items. The host can access them merely through thought. However, please note, living beings cannot be placed in the system space. Hearing this, Qin Feng glanced at the phone on the bed, and with a mere thought, the phone vanished in an instant. It had successfully transferred to the system space. With another thought, the phone reappeared on the bed. This function is quite impressive. Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. In the future, he could simply store whatever he wished in the system space without fear of detection. The following morning, as Qin Feng arose, he received a call from Lin Kuan. Brother Feng, great news. The digital currency you had me by yesterday just surged by 13%. Lin Kuan's voice brimmed with excitement. Unlike the stock market, digital currency can be traded 24 hours a day. However, its volatility is substantial, making it unsuitable for those with heart conditions. Lin Kuan had stayed up late last night monitoring the digital currency's trends. Upon witnessing the surge, he was wide awake and immediately reported the news to Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied calmly, don't get too excited, stay composed. According to the Business Opportunity Card's prediction, this digital currency will soar 5 to 6 times within 4 days. We are only at the beginning. Lin Kuan said, Brother Feng, I calculated that if you sell now, you could earn 9 million. Given the unpredictable nature of the digital currency market, Lin Kuan wished for Qin Feng to secure his gains early. 9 million is a substantial amount, and he did not want to see Qin Feng incur losses. No, let's continue holding. Qin Feng's tone was resolute. Very well, Lin Kuan didn't press further, as it was ultimately Qin Feng's decision. In terms of intelligence, he could not compare to Qin Feng. Qin Feng said, just keep an eye on the price trends for me. When the time is right, I'll instruct you to sell. All right, Brother Feng, let us leave it at that. Lin Kuan ended the call. Qin Feng proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face before heading downstairs for breakfast. He did not encounter Zhang Shuiying that day. While enjoying his meal, the system's part-time task refreshed. Ding! Today's part-time task has been released. Designated driver. Duration, 4 hours. Accepting this task will reward you with a system-gifted folding electric vehicle for designated driving. Host, do you accept? Accept. Qin Feng had no reason to decline such a low-difficulty task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a designated driver folding electric vehicle. The vehicle will be allocated to the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time. After finishing breakfast, Qin Feng returned to his room and started a live stream. With no plans for the morning, he intended to continue increasing his streaming hours. The audience in the live stream enjoyed listening to Qin Feng sing. Qin Feng rarely paid attention to the number of followers on his account, but upon checking, he found it had surpassed 8 million. These were all genuine followers, unlike some internet celebrities whose numbers were inflated by countless fake accounts. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Feng's backend had received numerous private messages in recent days. There were messages from online talent agencies, music companies, and entertainment firms. Their sole purpose was to sign Qin Feng. Many brands also sought to have Qin Feng promote their products during live streams. However, Qin Feng merely glanced at them without responding. A little past 10 o'clock, Zhao Shihan messaged him. "Brother Qin Feng, I'm coming to pick you up. In a little while, I will first head to the supermarket to purchase some ingredients, and then I shall proceed to my home." Qin Feng has promised Zhao Shihan to visit her family today, primarily to meet his future mother-in-law. "All right, I will change my clothes first," Qin Feng replied, subsequently bidding farewell to the audience in the live stream. "You're so unprofessional with your live streaming," exclaimed one viewer. "Indeed, it's only been 2 hours since you started, and now you're signing off again. This is an outrage. A serious protest. We suggest the host continue streaming for another 24 hours. The audience expressed their discontent, as they felt they had not yet had enough of Qin Feng's melodious singing. "The host has other matters to attend to, so we must conclude for now." In truth, Qin Feng had not anticipated that his live stream would garner such immense popularity. He had quickly risen to the status of a top-tier internet celebrity. After ending the stream, Qin Feng changed into another outfit. Before long, Zhao Shihan arrived downstairs in her car. "Brother Qin Feng," Zhao Shihan beamed, her smile so sweet that it made Qin Feng want to lean in and kiss her. Once he entered the car, Qin Feng cheerfully inquired, "Where are we going to buy the ingredients?" "There is a large shopping mall not far from the Xinghe Villa area. We shall go there," she replied. Chapter 45, Qin Feng's Culinary Skills. Zhao Shihan immediately set off in her car. After a brief drive of about 10 minutes, they arrived at the mall. Exiting the vehicle, Zhao Shihan took Qin Feng's arm and playfully asked, "Brother Qin Feng, what dishes would you like to prepare?" "I have no particular preference. Let us see what uncle and aunt wish to eat. I will be cooking today." Last night, Qin Feng had acquired extraordinary culinary skills, and today was the perfect occasion to showcase them. "Brother Qin Feng, you are the guest. How can I allow you to cook?" Zhao Shihan shook her head. "What does it matter? We will soon be one family." This statement caused Zhao Shihan to blush, making her even more endearing. Subsequently, Qin Feng began selecting ingredients, explaining the process to Zhao Shihan from a professional standpoint. The selection of ingredients is crucial for creating a delectable dish. Although Zhao Shihan's cooking was indeed delightful, it was still amateurish and could not compare to Qin Feng's newfound expertise. "Brother Qin Feng, I had no idea you knew so much." Zhao Shihan observed Qin Feng intently as he carefully chose the ingredients, a smile gracing her face. Qin Feng purchased a variety of vegetables, pork ribs, and carp. Before leaving the mall, he also acquired 2 bottles of Maotai and some jewelry, primarily intended as a gift for Zhao Shihan's mother. "Brother Qin Feng, are you feeling nervous?" Zhao Shihan asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth as they approached the villa area. Qin Feng shook his head. This was his second visit here. After a short while, they arrived at villa number 15. Qin Feng stepped out of the car, taking the ingredients and gifts with him, and walked alongside Zhao Shihan into the villa's grand hall. Inside the hall, Zhao Hongchang was engrossed in his phone. Beside him sat a woman whose features bore a resemblance to Zhao Shihan's, a testament to the passage of time. Perhaps due to her recent busyness, her eyes betrayed a hint of fatigue. "Dad, Mom, Brother Qin Feng is here," Zhao Shihan announced cheerfully as she entered, greeting Zhao Hongchang and Wu Fangyi. "Uncle, Auntie," Qin Feng said politely, stepping forward to offer his greetings. Zhao Hongchang glanced at Qin Feng and nodded in acknowledgement. "Xiao Feng, it's been a while. Please have a seat," he said. Wu Fangyi rose, her face adorned with a warm smile. She had some understanding of Qin Feng's background. Aside from his modest financial situation, he did not possess any glaring shortcomings. In truth, she had never intended to meddle in her daughter's romantic affairs, especially since she felt she had neglected Zhao Shihan in previous years due to her business commitments. Thankfully, Zhao Shihan was quite understanding of their circumstances. Moreover, last night, Wu Fangyi had gleaned some recent accomplishments of Qin Feng through Zhao Shihan's recounting, and she found herself increasingly impressed by the young man before her. "Mom, Brother Qin Feng brought you a gift," Zhao Shihan said, handing the jewelry to Wu Fangyi. "You needn't have brought gifts just for visiting," Wu Fangyi remarked with a smile. After accepting the gift, she prepared a cup of tea for Qin Feng. "Xiao Feng, I hear from Shihan that you are quite the computer whiz." Qin Feng modestly replied, "I am just average. You are too humble. Being able to resolve such significant issues for Qin Feng International is no small feat. Securing 3 million in a single morning and becoming their cybersecurity consultant, There's likely no one else in Ningchuan City capable of such an achievement. Wu Fangyi was also aware that Qin Feng was presently an internet sensation with 8 million fans. After a few minutes of conversation, Wu Fangyi donned an apron, preparing to cook. Mom, let brother Qin Feng handle it. I want to taste the dishes he prepares, Zhao Shuhan insisted as she entered the kitchen, untying Wu Fangyi's apron. This is only the second time Xiao Feng has come to our home. How can I let him cook? Wu Fangyi protested. I'll take care of it, Mom. Trust me. Zhao Shuhan replied, eager to see Qin Feng's culinary artistry after having absorbed much of his theoretical knowledge while selecting ingredients. You stubborn child. Wu Fangyi relented, stepping out of the kitchen. Thus, it was time for Qin Feng to take center stage. As a man endowed with extraordinary culinary skills, his knife skills were impeccable. Even Zhao Shuhan, who watched from the sidelines, was left in awe. Brother Qin Feng, I had no idea you possessed such talents. Once the ingredients were meticulously prepared, it was time to commence the cooking process. Qin Feng moved with the finesse of a five-star chef, demonstrating remarkable proficiency. Dishes like sweet and sour carp and braised pork ribs emerged from his hands. Each played a feast for the senses. After more than half an hour, all the dishes were ready. The enticing aroma wafting from the dining table made Zhao Hanchang and Wu Fangyi impatient with anticipation. Shuhan, has Qin Feng studied culinary arts? Zhao Hanchang inquired curiously. I don't think so, Zhao Shuhan replied, equally uncertain. Yet, it seemed implausible that Qin Feng could achieve such culinary prowess without substantial experience. Turning her gaze toward Qin Feng, she expressed her confusion. Qin Feng explained, my father has a cookbook at home, and I secretly learned from it. Although he was aware Zhao Shuhan and her family might find this hard to believe, he could not conjure up any other explanation at the moment. Then I shall be the first to try, Zhao Shuhan declared, picking up her chopsticks and sampling a piece of braised pork rib. The meat melted in her mouth, the rich flavors awakening her taste buds instantaneously. Brother Qin Feng, this is absolutely delicious. Both Zhao Hanchang and Wu Fangyi followed suit, tasting the dish and similarly astonished by Qin Feng's culinary talent. It surpassed even the dishes crafted by the chefs at Jinwei Pavilion. Xiao Feng, your culinary skills are remarkable, Wu Fangyi praised. Although Zhao Hanchang did not voice his thoughts, his expression spoke volumes. Please, do try the other dishes, Qin Feng urged with a smile. At that moment, he suddenly realized he had not seen Zhao Ming. By the way, Shuhan, where is your younger brother? Zhao Hanchang chimed in. He returned home after 2 a.m. He is still asleep at this hour. His tone suggested some discontent with his son. Zhao Shuhan turned to Qin Feng, saying, my brother is like this during his holidays. Just ignore him. As they conversed, the sound of a door opening echoed from upstairs. Soon, with his tousled hair, Zhao Ming descended the stairs. The aroma wafting through the air was tantalizing. Why had no one called him for dinner? It appeared that brother Feng was also present. Zhao Hanchang, visibly irked, exclaimed, do you see what time it is? Zhao Ming, somewhat intimidated by his father, hurriedly explained, I haven't had the chance to dine out with friends for a long time, so I lost track of time last night. I assure you it won't happen again. Hunger gnawed at him, and he eagerly scooped a bowl of rice from the table. Upon tasting the sumptuous dishes laid out before him, his eyes sparkled with delight. Sister, these dishes are absolutely exquisite. Who prepared them? Of course, it was brother Qin Feng. Zhao Shuhan replied with a hint of annoyance. Zhao Ming turned to Qin Feng, exaggeratingly stating, brother Feng, why not come to my house as a chef? If I could savor such delectable meals every day, I could easily devour 5 bowls of rice in one sitting. Chapter 46, Zhao Shuhan's Secret. Qin Feng understood that Zhao Ming was joking, so he merely smiled. Undeniably, his culinary skills had reached an extraordinary level. Zhao Hanchang had initially intended to invite Qin Feng for a drink. Dad, I'm going out with brother Qin Feng soon, so please don't let him drink. Hearing his daughter's words, Zhao Hanchang reluctantly set down the bottle of wine. Uncle Zhao, I will make it up to you and drink with you another time. It was evident that Zhao Hanchang had a fondness for alcohol. The meal lasted for half an hour. Afterward, Zhao Shuhan sliced some fruits. Time flew by, and soon it was 1 o'clock. Dad, Mom, I'm going out to have some fun with brother Qin Feng. Be careful outside, Wu Fangyi merely advised. Mom, I know. Zhao Shuhan took hold of Qin Feng's hand as they exited the house. Aren't we driving? Qin Feng inquired. Zhao Shuhan shook her head and smiled. Brother Qin Feng, I want to ride in your car. Qin Feng replied. My car is too ordinary. It's not as comfortable as yours. Zhao Shuhan, beaming brightly, responded. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm with brother Qin Feng, I'd be fine riding a bicycle. With a sigh, Qin Feng agreed. All right. Let us take a taxi then. His Grand was still parked downstairs. Although he also owned a sports car, he had no intention of revealing that to Zhao Shuhan just yet. Thus, the two hailed a taxi outside the villa area. After a short while, they arrived at the apartment building. I forgot my car keys. I'll go get them. Brother Qin Feng, I need to print a contract. Is there a print shop nearby? Zhao Shihan suddenly asked. I recall there's south one across the street. Let me take you there. Qin Feng didn't rush upstairs, instead leading Zhao Shihan to the print shop. Boss, I have a contract that needs printing, 2 copies, please. Upon entering the print shop, Zhao Shihan produced a USB drive and handed it to the owner. The contract was only a few pages long and was printed within a minute. After settling the payment, Qin Feng picked up the freshly printed contract, glancing at it with curiosity. The cover page boldly declared, Adaptation Authorization Contract. What is this? Qin Feng looked at Zhao Shihan. She giggled. Hee, brother Qin Feng, here is the story. 6 months ago, I published a novel online, and unexpectedly, it became popular. Several companies are interested in adapting it for film. Qin Feng continued to scrutinize the contract. So, you sold the novel? Zhao Shihan clarified, not exactly. I only sold the rights for adaptation. The other rights remain with me. Qin Feng quickly noted the authorization fee stated in the contract, an impressive 2 million. Shihan, I had no idea you were such a prominent author. Zhao Shihan borrowed a pen from the owner and signed the contract. Brother Qin Feng, this is the result of my hard work over the past 6 months. It doesn't compare to you. You can earn 3 million in a morning. As she signed, Zhao Shihan remarked. Qin Feng smiled in silence, genuinely admiring Zhao Shihan. Her achievements were solely due to her own intellect and perseverance, unlike his own, which felt somewhat effortless. Before long, Zhao Shihan completed her signatures on both copies of the contract. Both documents were to be mailed out, and once stamped by the film company. One would be returned to her, thus making it effective, allowing Zhao Shihan to claim the 2 million in adaptation fees. After mailing the contract, Qin Feng headed upstairs to retrieve the car keys. Shihan, where would you like to go for fun? Brother Qin Feng, you previously mentioned you would teach me how to swim. Let us go to the swimming pool. Although Zhao Shihan's family villa had a swimming pool, she had no one to instruct her and often hesitated to enter the water alone. All right, Qin Feng responded, opening the map. He searched for a nearby swimming pool that was relatively upscale. Starting the car, he took Zhao Shihan out. Before entering the pool, Zhao Shihan purchased a modest swimsuit and a float, claiming it was safer. Due to the high prices, the swimming pool was not overly crowded. When Qin Feng appeared before Zhao Shihan clad in swim trunks, she was momentarily taken aback, her gaze drawn to his well-defined abs. Brother Qin Feng, do you work out often? Qin Feng shook his head, not really. Zhao Shihan didn't press further, her cheeks flushing slightly as she followed him into the water. Swimming is indeed a strenuous activity. An hour passed, and Zhao Shihan found herself utterly exhausted. With Qin Feng's guidance, she learned quickly. Let us call it a day. We can come back another time, Qin Feng suggested, pulling Zhao Shihan back to the shore. Zhao Shihan smiled. I feel like next time, I might be able to go in by myself. Qin Feng playfully brushed his finger against her delicate nose. That's because you're clever and learn quickly. No, it's because brother Qin Feng teaches well, Zhao Shihan replied, holding onto his hand. They made their way to the changing rooms, each enjoying a hot shower before dressing. Noticing Zhao Shihan's fatigue, Qin Feng decided to escort her home to rest. Hand in hand, they walked to the parking lot. Suddenly, a male voice called from behind. Shihan. Zhao Shihan turned, her brow furrowing. Zhang Jun, a young man in casual formal attire, approached her, his expression sour, followed closely by another young man. Shihan, is this your boyfriend? Zhang Jun's gaze scrutinized Qin Feng. Indeed, Zhao Shihan affirmed, inching closer to Qin Feng. Zhang Jun, a wealthy second-generation heir residing in the Xinghe Villa area, was also one of Zhao Shihan's suitors, though his reputation was less than stellar. What does your boyfriend do? Zhang Jun assessed Qin Feng from head to toe. No comment. Brother Qin Feng, let us go, Zhao Shihan urged, tugging at Qin Feng's arm as they turned to leave. Zhang Jun's eyes flared with anger at the sight of their intimacy. Young Master Zhang, that guy dares to pursue the woman you like. I'll go give him a warning. One of Zhang Jun's lackeys couldn't hold back. Zhang Jun raised his hand, signaling for him to hold off. There's no rush. Let us first check if he has any background. The lackey nodded, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Soon, he saw Qin Feng slide into the driver's seat of the M Grand. Damn, young Master Zhang, look. That guy is just a broke loser driving a domestic car. The younger brother wore an expression of disdain. At this moment, the mockery on Zhang Jun's face was utterly unmasked. I thought he possessed some ability, but it turns out he is merely living off others. The younger brother declared. Zhang Xiao, I'll take a few people over there to teach him a lesson and give him a warning. Zhang Jun replied. We are all civilized individuals. There's no need to resort to violence at the drop of a hat. Let us issue him a warning first. Chapter 47, A Warning. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's plan, the younger brother repeatedly praised him. As expected of Zhang Xiao, you are truly resourceful. Leave this matter to me. Just wait for my good news. The younger brother patted his chest, assuring him. Watching Qin Feng drive away, Zhang Jun's younger brother followed suit in his own vehicle. Qin Feng noticed, but chose not to pay it much mind. He was curious to see what the other party intended. Zhao Shuhan, sitting in the passenger seat, was not as vigilant as Qin Feng, and thus failed to notice Zhang Jun's follower tailing them. Brother Qin Feng, if you encounter Zhang Jun again, try to avoid any conflict, Zhao Shuhan cautioned. What kind of person is he? Qin Feng asked, intrigued. Zhao Shuhan explained. His father is the chairman of a publicly listed company with assets nearing 10 billion. Zhang Jun was once a notorious playboy in Ningchuan City, but for some unknown reason, he has adopted a much lower profile in recent years. Qin Feng's expression remained composed. Indeed, he had a bit of a background. However, he felt no apprehension. By the way, Brother Qin Feng, do you still have plans for your part-time job today? Qin Feng replied, I'll be working as a designated driver at night. Zhao Shuhan, initially just making casual conversation, was taken aback to discover Qin Feng had actual plans. Are you planning to experience every type of job? Brother Qin Feng, just don't work too late, she advised. Qin Feng nodded. On the way back, Zhao Shuhan yawned several times, nearly drifting off to sleep. Finally, Qin Feng dropped her off at the Xinghe Villa district. Swimming today was exhausting. You should rest well, he said before she got out of the car. Brother Qin Feng, you too. Make sure to get enough rest before your part-time job tonight. Zhao Shuhan waved goodbye as she watched him leave. Driving back to his rental apartment, Qin Feng noticed that Zhang Jun's younger brother was still tailing him. He feigned ignorance and focused on driving. Upon arriving at the building, he parked his car, took his keys, and headed upstairs. Zhang Jun's younger brother also exited his vehicle and hurried to catch up. In the stairwell, Zhang Jun's younger brother confronted Qin Feng. You are Qin Feng, right? Stop right there. Qin Feng halted and turned to face him. What's the matter? You're living on borrowed time. Daring to pursue Zhang Xiao's woman. Do you know who Zhang Xiao's father is? Zhang Jun's younger brother's attitude was arrogant. Qin Feng shook his head, genuinely unaware. Let me enlighten you. Zhang Jun's father is the chairman of Kaichuo Building Materials Group. Someone like you, a mere pauper, should know your place. If you're wise, keep your distance from Zhao Shuhan. Otherwise, you can forget about continuing to live in Ningchuan City, Zhang Jun's younger brother warned with a scoff. Why should I? Qin Feng responded calmly. Is that all you have to say? If so, you may leave. Zhang Jun's younger brother was infuriated, struggling to contain his rage. He pulled a bank card from his pocket. Since you want to live off others, here is a bank card with 200,000. Take the money and stay away from Zhao Shuhan. He secretly activated the recording function on his phone, planning to send the recording to Zhao Shuhan if Qin Feng agreed. To reveal his true nature. This was all orchestrated by Zhang Jun. With a cold laugh, Qin Feng retorted, take your money and get lost. He had seen through such petty tricks long ago. Without another word, he ascended the stairs. You have guts, you'll regret this. Zhang Jun's younger brother fumed. The plan having failed left him exceedingly irritated. However, with no one else around, he could not take action against Qin Feng. He grumbled as he descended the stairs and called Zhang Jun Zhang Xiao. The plan failed. That kid refused the money. On the other end, Zhang Jun frowned. What happened? Does he think the money is insufficient? Zhang Jun's younger brother replied. No, he clearly refused to accept it out of defiance. Don't worry, Zhang Xiao, I will handle this. I guarantee he will be brought to heel. Zhang Jun remained silent for a moment before responding. I'll give you 3 days. I don't want to see him in Ningchuan City again. Leave it to me, assured the younger brother. Back in his room, Qin Feng was feeling bored and checked his bank card balance. The lottery winnings, coupled with rewards from the system over the past few days, amounted to nearly 300 million. With such a sum, it would be a waste not to invest it. Regarding cryptocurrency, he had already invested 80 million, clearly unable to add more. Suddenly, he thought of the stock market. A few days ago, he used a stock prediction card to identify 3 promising stocks. But he had only bought one. The other 2 were still available for purchase. Not in a hurry, Qin Feng opened the Douyin backend to check his messages. He found a considerable number of private messages, and his follower count was approaching 9 million. Remarkable. After browsing through a few short videos, he went downstairs. What vexed him was that the white M Grand parked by the roadside had been splashed with red paint, the pungent odor wafting through the air. Insulting phrases were scrawled across the car doors. The paint was still wet, indicating it had been done recently. Qin Feng needed no further guesswork. It was undoubtedly the work of Zhang Jun's younger brother. Around the car, a small crowd had gathered, murmuring about the incident. What did this car owner do to deserve this? It must have angered someone important. Better to avoid trouble. Let us move along. There's nothing to see here. Oh, Zhang Jun, so you wish to play this game with me? Qin Feng remained silent for a moment, formulating a plan in his mind. Since they had dared to bully him, Qin Feng would not simply swallow his anger. With the windshield coated in paint, the car was clearly unfit to drive. Thankfully, his Ferrari was parked not far away. Qin Feng returned upstairs, retrieved the keys to his Ferrari, and set off for the stock exchange. Sir, how may I assist you? A staff member inquired as he entered the trading hall. I'm looking for manager in, Qin Feng replied, producing his identification. The staff member verified his identity and, upon recognizing him as a VIP client, became even more courteous. Mr. Qin, please proceed to the VIP lounge. I will contact manager in immediately. Qin Feng nodded and walked toward the VIP lounge, familiar with the surroundings. Shortly after, he was served tea. Before long, Anya arrived. Mr. Qin, welcome. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Anya, dressed in a sleek black business skirt, possessed a curvaceous and graceful figure, exuding a mature woman's charm. Since Qin Feng purchased the high-tech stock on Monday, it had experienced a consecutive 4-day limit up. Chapter 48, Reinvesting in Stocks. In this desolate stock market, Anya found it difficult not to suspect that Qin Feng might possess some insider information. After all, Qin Feng had invested a staggering 100 million, further amplifying his leverage threefold. Such audacity is seldom seen among ordinary individuals. Seated calmly in his chair, Qin Feng savored a sip of tea. Managerin, I have a pressing matter to discuss with you. Anya initially assumed that Qin Feng intended to liquidate his holdings. Securing profits is prudent, especially given the current climate. Earning money has become quite challenging, she remarked, her tone tinged with resignation. The market's downturn had severely impacted their exchange's operations. However, Qin Feng shook his head. No. What I wish to convey is that I need you to transfer another 200 million into my account. He placed his bank card on the table. Anya was taken aback. Mr. Qin, do you intend to increase your position? The prospect of withdrawing another 200 million piqued her curiosity about Qin Feng's background. In this prevailing environment, cutting losses and exiting the market had become the norm. Few dared to inject additional capital as Qin Feng was doing. No. I have my eyes set on another stock, Qin Feng elucidated. The stock of new high technology was not particularly large in scale, and investing too heavily could introduce uncertainties. He was already content with the prospect of earning several hundred million and had other alternatives at his disposal. Oh, what stock has captured your interest, Mr. Qin? Anya inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Initially, she had questioned Qin Feng's understanding of the stock market upon his arrival at the exchange. Yet, after observing him over the past few days, she could not help but admire his insight. Achieving profitability in such a challenging market placed him far beyond the average trader. Moreover, the stock Qin Feng had chosen had surged to its limit for 4 consecutive days. Please assist me in transferring the funds, Qin Feng smiled. Anya nodded, taking his bank card to initiate the transaction. Before long, the 200 million was transferred into Qin Feng's stock account. He promptly relayed a series of stock codes to Anya. She entered the codes into her computer for verification and soon reported, Sanin Holdings, currently priced at $11.86. How much would you like to purchase, Mr. Qin? As she spoke, Anya glanced at Qin Feng, hesitating momentarily. Qin Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, all of it. Let's go all in. Anya stared at him in disbelief, finally unable to contain her concern. Mr. Qin, this stock has been in a downward trend for the past month. Are you certain you want to invest the entire 200 million? Out of goodwill, she offered a cautionary note, not wishing for Qin Feng to become ensnared in a losing position. Nonetheless, Qin Feng nodded resolutely. He was aware that the stock would soon experience 12 consecutive price increases, with the price potentially soaring to $38. This meant that a 200 million investment could yield nearly 600 million in profit. Unfortunately, he had already opened a margin account, prohibiting him from leveraging further. Very well. Recognizing Qin Feng's determination, Anya proceeded with the transaction. Only time would reveal the accuracy of Qin Feng's judgment. One thing was certain. Qin Feng's family was undoubtedly affluent. With the previous 100 million investment, he had now committed 300 million to the stock market. Engaging in trading under such market conditions felt akin to playing a game. Mr. Qin, do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. Given Anya's background, she did not need to curry favor with clients. Her curiosity about Qin Feng was genuine. Another time, Qin Feng replied, declining the invitation despite the allure of dining with a beautiful woman, which surprised Anya. Many men had sought to take her out, but she seldom extended invitations herself. To be turned down this time left her feeling somewhat disheartened. After concluding his business, Qin Feng exited the exchange. His Ferrari LaFerrari was parked by the roadside, drawing a crowd of admirers. They fervently snapped photographs and recorded videos, some even live-streaming the spectacle. Never seen a luxury car before? Qin Feng sighed, navigating through the throng to enter his vehicle. Look, the owner has arrived, exclaimed one onlooker. Anyone who can afford such an expensive sports car must be quite wealthy. Hey, don't leave. Some women approached Qin Feng, eager to exchange contact information as he started the engine. Make way, Qin Feng feigned ignorance, driving off in his sports car. Upon returning to the building where he rented a room, Qin Feng's first order of business was to photograph the car that had been vandalized with paint. The area was under surveillance, and reviewing the footage would undoubtedly identify the culprit. Deliberately damaging someone else's property could lead to serious repercussions. And Qin Feng had no intention of letting the matter slide easily. Back in his room, he opened his laptop. With his elite hacking skills, he swiftly accessed the local surveillance network. Knowing the approximate time of the incident, he began reviewing the footage. Before long, he made a discovery. 3 individuals were involved in the act. Although they wore masks, their physiques indicated that one of them was a subordinate of Zhang Jun, the very individual who had warned Qin Feng not long ago. Subsequently, Qin Feng began to gather information on the individual and, based on that, quickly uncovered the identities of the other 2 accomplices. Concurrently, he found some unsavory details about Zhang Jun online. 2 years prior, he had severely injured a woman in a bar fight. Had it not been for his family's wealth and his ability to find a scapegoat, he would have been imprisoned long ago. In addition, Zhang Jun had previously been involved in a drunk driving incident that resulted in injuries. Threatening me, are you? Then let's play this game properly. Qin Feng compiled the incriminating evidence against Zhang Jun into an article and published it online, even investing in some promotional traffic. He also reported the incident to the police. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that Zhang Jun's accomplices would face legal consequences. It remained to be seen whether they would dare to implicate Zhang Jun. At around 7 in the evening, Qin Feng began his work as a ride-hailing driver. He soon received his first request and set off in the foldable electric vehicle designated for his driving service. The city lights began to twinkle as the vibrant nightlife unfolded. Zhang Jun had initially planned to take his underlings to a bar for a night of revelry, but after several unsuccessful calls, he grew perplexed. What's going on? He wondered aloud. What's wrong, Zhang Xiao? Asked a woman in a short skirt beside him. Nothing. Come on, let's go out and have some fun, Zhang Jun responded, wrapping an arm around her waist as they exited the hotel room. As he drove away from the hotel in his sports car, his phone rang. Seeing it was one of his subordinates, he answered. Zhang Xiao, things are not looking good. I've been taken in by the police. You need to help me out. After Qin Feng had alerted the authorities, Zhang Jun's subordinate and the other 2 accomplices had been apprehended. The police had quickly tracked them down, primarily due to the detailed information Qin Feng possessed. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. What is going on? Chapter 49, Ride-Hailing. Zhang Jun's subordinate, frustrated, said, I was involved with 2 others in vandalizing Qin Feng's car. He must have reported us. I never expected the police to trace us so swiftly. We were all wearing masks and had even changed our clothes. The rapid response from law enforcement was indeed unexpected. Zhang Jun felt a surge of anger, thinking how foolish it was that someone could fail at such a trivial task. I advise you to keep your lips sealed. Do not implicate me, he warned. Although this incident was not a grave offense, Zhang Jun wished to avoid any entanglements. Rest assured, young Master Zhang, I will ensure you remain unscathed, came the reply. However, could you leverage your connections to extricate us from this predicament? My younger brother has no desire to languish in prison. At this juncture, Zhang Jun was their only hope. Do not admit to anything for now. I will devise a plan, he instructed. When one's own was in trouble, one must protect them at all costs. Understood. Young Master Zhang, came the response. After hanging up, Zhang Jun found his enthusiasm for enjoyment had vanished. Young Master, have you encountered some displeasure? Inquired the woman in the car, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Zhang Jun nodded, offering no further explanation. After a moment of silence, he made a call to his lawyer, whose advice was to settle with a monetary compensation. This was the only avenue through which Zhang Jun's younger brother might be released. Upon hearing the lawyer's counsel, Zhang Jun's expression soured. He had merely intended to issue a warning to Qin Feng, yet circumstances had escalated. How unfortunate. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun was left with no alternative. The initiative lay with Qin Feng. Very well, proceed with this matter for me. But remember, do not disclose that I sent you, he reminded. Understood, young Master Zhang. Yet, what if the other party refused to settle? Zhang Jun's eyes darkened. If it comes to that, I will take action. He had resolved not to let Qin Feng evade consequences. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was en route to accept an order when he received an unfamiliar call, initially assuming it was from a car owner. Mr. Qin, this is a lawyer from Ningen Law Firm. I am calling to discuss the matter of your car being vandalized with paint. If you agree to a settlement, my client will compensate you with a brand new vehicle. What do you say? Qin Feng chuckled. I'm afraid I cannot accept a settlement. He knew this lawyer was undoubtedly dispatched by Zhang Jun. Did he think that once Zhang Jun's younger brother was released, he would simply let him off the hook? Qin Feng deemed it impossible. Their feud had already been established, and he had no intention of indulging Zhang Jun. The lawyer persisted. Mr. Qin, you should think carefully. From what I understand, repairing your vehicle will only cost a few thousand. Offering you a new car is our utmost sincerity. Qin Feng replied with a smirk. I do not want a new car. I want the person responsible for the chaos to be imprisoned. The lawyer was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to be so unyielding. In addition to the new car, we can also offer you 200,000. Surely that would suffice? Qin Feng retorted coldly. If I accept the money, will you not turn around and accuse me of extortion? The world is fraught with treachery. And Qin Feng had seen such stories unfold in the news. The lawyer assured him, I assure you, Mr. Qin, that will not happen. Qin Feng dismissed the efforts, stating, Save your breath. No matter what conditions you present, I will not agree to a settlement. With nothing more to discuss, he concluded the call. He was not in need of money, nor did he fear Zhang Jun. In life, one must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds. Seeing that Qin Feng was impervious to persuasion, the lawyer's tone shifted. Mr. Qin, I advise you to reconsider. There are individuals in this world you cannot afford to offend. Qin Feng chose silence, ending the call. He was keen to observe how Zhang Jun would respond. On the other end, the lawyer, having failed to fulfill Zhang Jun's directive, reluctantly reported back. Young master, Qin Feng refuses to settle. Zhang Jun was incensed, recognizing that Qin Feng was clearly intent on provoking him. Enough, I understand, he replied. He planned to leverage his connections to see if he could extricate his younger brother. If that failed, he would have no other recourse. As for Qin Feng, Zhang Jun had no intention of letting him off lightly. Qin Feng, you will pay for your choices today. With a curse inwardly, Zhang Jun sought Qin Feng's phone number from the lawyer and began composing a text. Qin Feng, it seems you do not intend to remain in Ningchuan City. Let us see how this unfolds. Qin Feng soon received the message, and without a doubt, it was from Zhang Jun. He chose to ignore it. Continuing on his way to accept the order, the car owner's location was at a restaurant. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Qin Feng called the owner. But after 2 attempts, no one answered. I forgot to start the live stream, he realized, recalling the system's requirement for a streaming task yet to be completed. He opened the live broadcast, and within seconds, viewers began to enter the stream. Finally, the streamer has started. One exclaimed, What is the streamer doing? I hope he is not acting as a chauffeur, another speculated. Observing Qin Feng on his folding electric bike while wearing a safety helmet, some viewers recognized his activity. The streamer is truly entertaining. He seems quite busy today. Qin Feng had initially intended to engage with the audience, but was interrupted by the car owner's call. I apologize. I didn't notice my phone earlier. Are you here? The voice was female and quite pleasant. I've arrived at the entrance of the parking lot, Qin Feng replied. Just come inside. I'll be waiting for you. The one in the white top is me. Qin Feng promptly rode his folding electric bike into the parking lot. It was not large, and he soon spotted the owner. A woman, around 30 years old, stood beside a black BMW, holding a designer handbag. Dressed in a white top and fitted jeans, her ordinary attire did little to conceal her devilish figure. While her features were not striking, her physique was undeniably alluring. Hello, I am the designated driver you sought, Qin Feng said as he approached her. Along with the strong scent of perfume, he could also detect the aroma of alcohol. It was evident she had indulged quite a bit. As she appeared on the live stream, the audience erupted with excitement, especially the more lecherous viewers, who bombarded the chat with comments. Wow, that figure is phenomenal. Miming to syndrome is acting up. Where's this streamer? ID drive for free. ID even pay. Chapter 50, another business opportunity card. The woman handed him the car keys. Noticing Qin Feng's handsome appearance, she couldn't help but steal glances at him. You're still live streaming? She remarked as he took the keys. I'm just trying to earn some pocket money. If it bothers you, I can turn it off. She shook her head. It's fine. I doubt many people will watch. After saying this, she opened the car door and settled into the seat. Qin Feng folded his bike and stowed it in the trunk. After starting the vehicle, he confirmed the destination with her. Once verified, he drove out of the parking lot. The woman, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, appeared quite cheerful. Young man, given your age, you ought to still be a student. What brings you out here as a designated driver? The woman appeared somewhat bored as she engaged in conversation with Qin Feng. I'm merely taking advantage of the summer break to earn a bit of money, Qin Feng replied with a smile. The woman nodded, casting another glance at Qin Feng. You seem quite responsible. How much do you earn per trip? Qin Feng explained. It varies based on the distance. After the platform takes its cut, the take-home amount is rather minimal. It's all hard-earned money, especially as designated driving typically has more orders at night, requiring one to stay up late. That does sound quite taxing. Young man, have you ever considered becoming a model? I forgot to introduce myself. I work as a model, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, with handsome features and a well-proportioned physique. Qin Feng indeed seemed well-suited for modeling. I've never thought about it, Qin Feng politely declined. At this moment, the woman retrieved a business card from her bag, which bore the name of a modeling agency. You might want to think it over. It's certainly a better prospect than being a designated driver. Qin Feng nodded, accepting the card out of courtesy, though he had no intention of pursuing that path. Throughout the journey, the woman threw several flirtatious glances at him, but Qin Feng focused on driving, feigning ignorance. The woman's destination was a nearby residential complex, and within a few minutes, Qin Feng completed the order. Before departing, she handed him a note with her genuine phone number and address. Is this a test for a cadre? What cadre could withstand such a trial? As Qin Feng rode away on his folding electric bike, he casually discarded the note into a trash bin. Being excessively handsome can indeed be a burden. Is the streamer leaving already? She even gave you her number. Do you not understand the implications? Qin Feng continued to accept orders. Time flew by, and around midnight, the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the part-time task. You have received a business opportunity card. You have earned 20 million in cash. Please to obtain yet another business opportunity card. Qin Feng planned to utilize it the following day. After finishing his part-time work, he intended to grab a bite before heading home. Bidding farewell to his audience, he shut down the live stream just as his phone rang. Brother Phone, I'm treating you to a late-night snack at Xiangxiang Barbecue. Hurry over. Lin Kuan's voice echoed through the speaker. I'm on my way, Qin Feng responded, familiar with the location, and promptly rode his folding electric bike there. At a traffic light, he encountered an acquaintance. Qin Feng, where are you off to? Zhou Runen had been busy with the task and had just left the police station. Officer Zhou, what a coincidence. I'm heading out for a late-night snack. Dressed in casual attire, Zhou Runen appeared striking and composed. Although she owned a small car, she usually opted for her electric bike for convenience. Since I'm feeling a bit hungry too, where are you going? I'll treat you. Qin Feng shook his head. No need. I have a friend joining me. Zhou Runen smiled. No worries. I can afford to treat a few more people. I wanted to invite you for dinner yesterday, but you said you were busy. All right. I'll let my friend know. Qin Feng felt it inappropriate to refuse again and sent Lin Kuan a text, confirming they would meet at Xiangxiang Barbecue. Qin Feng, judging by your outfit, are you working as a designated driver? Zhou Runen inquired curiously. Qin Feng nodded. You've guessed correctly. I feel like you're busier than I am. As the green light illuminated, they drove through the intersection. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Upon entering, Qin Feng spotted Lin Kuan already waiting. Brother Feng, come over. Lin Kuan called out. Qin Feng led Zhou Runen to him, making introductions. This is my friend, Zhou Runen. And this is my childhood friend, Lin Kuan, still in university. Lin Kuan nodded at Zhou Runen and turned to Qin Feng. Brother Feng, your friend is quite beautiful. What does she do? Zhou Runen answered, I'm a police officer. Lin Kuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Wow, that's impressive. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Feng knew a police officer. Qin Feng patted Lin Kuan on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. We're just here to enjoy a meal among friends. Despite this reassurance, Lin Kuan still felt somewhat uneasy. I'll cover the bill tonight. Don't hold back, Zhou Runen said with a subtle smile. Given that it was a buffet, they were free to indulge. Zhou Runen picked up her utensils and selected some seafood. Seizing a moment alone with Qin Feng, Lin Kuan remarked, Brother Feng. At first I thought you were going to introduce me to a girlfriend, but who knew? Qin Feng chuckled. If you had the ability, you could win her over. Lin Kuan shook his head vigorously. Brother Feng, don't joke with me. I lack that kind of ability. By the way, I invited you out for a late-night snack to update you on the cryptocurrency situation, Lin Kuan said, pulling out his phone to show a price chart. Brother Feng, the cryptocurrency you advised me to buy has doubled in value. Should we cash out now? If they successfully cashed out, that would mean 80 million in hand. Qin Feng gave Lin Kuan a resigned look. See, you're too hasty. Can't you think long-term? His ambitions extended far beyond a mere 80 million. Lin Kuan laughed awkwardly. Brother Feng, I'm just concerned about the price dropping. His worries were not unfounded, considering that 80 million was indeed a substantial sum. All right, go grab something to eat, Qin Feng suggested, choosing not to delve further into the topic of cryptocurrency, as he had already made his plans. The trio sat together enjoying their barbecue. Suddenly, Zhou Runen stated, Qin Feng, I've already donated the 80,000. Qin Feng replied, that's good to hear. Given Zhou Runen's character, he had no concerns about her misappropriating the funds. What 80,000? Lin Kuan asked, looking puzzled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng explained, a couple of days ago, I assisted the police in capturing a criminal, and they offered a reward. Lin Kuan was taken aback. 80,000 in rewards. Brother Feng, that's incredible. He was astonished that Qin Feng had chosen to donate all the money. How about a drink? Lin Kuan inquired. No drinks. I need to ride back later. Qin Feng responded. Although he was only on an electric bike, safety still mattered. Hearing this, Lin Kuan abandoned the idea of drinking. Despite it being a buffet, they didn't overindulge, as they intended to rest afterward. When it was time to leave, Zhou Runen voluntarily paid the bill. Since their routes coincided, they rode the electric bike back together. After passing through 3 or 4 intersections, they finally parted ways. Qin Feng continued alone back to his rented room. Meanwhile, 3 cars followed closely behind him. Not a friendly presence. Qin Feng noticed but maintained a calm demeanor, already suspecting the situation. Riding a folding electric scooter, he turned into a deserted alley. The hour was late, and the dim light cast an eerie glow in the silence that enveloped the surroundings. Beside a trash bin, two small Jerry mice rummaged through remnants of food. Upon hearing a disturbance, they scurried into a sewer, vanishing without a trace. As the engine's roar intensified, a car surged past Qin Feng, abruptly blocking his path, effectively cutting off his escape. Soon after, two more vehicles converged from behind, leaving Qin Feng with no avenue of retreat. The doors of the three cars swung open, and a group of burly men clad in vests emerged, their eyes glinting with malice as they stared coldly at Qin Feng. A few among them brandished long steel pipes. Qin Feng estimated their number to be 12. These men had come specifically for him. Remaining composed, Qin Feng calmly secured his electric scooter. The men encircled him, biding their time, seemingly awaiting further developments. Just then, two electric scooters passed through the alley. Upon sensing the tension, their riders turned pale and hastily retreated. Moments later, the passenger door of the car behind them swung open, and a young man dressed in a casual suit stepped out. "Qin Feng, we meet again," Zhang Jun remarked with a chilling gaze as he approached. His resentment stemmed from a subordinate being incarcerated due to Qin Feng, and the latter's refusal to negotiate for peace left Zhang Jun seething with indignation. "What do you want?" "Zhang Jun," Qin Feng replied, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond, meeting Zhang Jun's stare. "What do I want? You forced my hand, Qin Feng. I had offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Regret is futile now," Zhang Jun smirked coldly. "If you can't even handle a penniless freeloader, then you have no business in Ningchuan City. Are you looking for a fight?" Qin Feng surveyed the surrounding men with disdain, shaking his head dismissively. "These individuals were hardly worthy opponents. Kneel and apologize to me now, and perhaps I shall let you leave Ningchuan City. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to dispose of you." Zhang Jun, incensed by Qin Feng's apparent disregard, pointed at him, shouting in fury. "Is that so?" Suddenly, Qin Feng lunged forward, seizing Zhang Jun's fingers and twisting them with force. Zhang Jun's fingers contorted painfully, forcing him to half-kneel as he emitted a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. "You dare lay a hand on me? Release Zhang Xiao." The burly men in front frowned, swinging their steel pipes at Qin Feng. Taken aback by his audacity to strike in such dire circumstances, was this fool not afraid of death? The agonizing pain in his hand rendered Zhang Jun pale, immobilized. The slightest movement exacerbated his suffering. With weapons now approaching, Qin Feng finally sprang into action. He kicked Zhang Jun aside and began evading the attacks. Surrounded, his space for maneuvering was limited, yet his extraordinary agility allowed him to elude their strikes effortlessly. "Subdue him." Zhang Jun, now a disheveled mess, scrambled to his feet, drenched in sweat, cradling his injured hand as he roared in frustration. His rage had clouded his judgment. The men he brought surged forward, but they posed no threat to Qin Feng. While ordinary individuals would falter in such a situation, it was evident that Qin Feng was anything but ordinary. Dancing around their assaults, every strike from Qin Feng incapacitated one of the attackers. Within mere moments, a third of the group lay defeated. "Damn it! How is Qin Feng so formidable?" Zhang Jun watched from a distance, exasperated and stamping his feet in frustration. "What are you doing? Stand down, police." At that moment, Zhou Ruanan arrived on her electric scooter. During her departure from the barbecue restaurant, she had sensed someone tailing them. As a competent officer, her observational skills were keen, though she had chosen not to raise the alarm. After parting ways with Qin Feng, she realized those men were after him, prompting her to follow. Her instincts had proven correct. "What? The police are here?" Zhang Jun's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively seeking to flee the scene. Others halted their actions, but two recognized Zhou Ruanan as the woman who had shared a late-night meal with Qin Feng. "Zhang Xiao, this woman must be an imposter. She's friends with Qin Feng. They just had supper together." Zhang Jun snapped back to reality, eyeing Zhou Ruanan. Despite her striking beauty, her ordinary attire led him to dismiss her as a threat. "Damn, I almost fell for her ruse. You too. Apprehend her. We'll deal with her momentarily." Zhang Jun believed Zhou Ruanan was merely masquerading as an officer to intimidate them. Who was he? He would not fall for such tricks. "Do you dare assault a police officer?" Zhou Ruanan's brows knitted tightly. She had already presented her credentials, but they ignored them entirely. Thus, she resolved to take action. As the two men approached, they underestimated Zhou Ruanan, believing her to be merely a delicate woman. With a running start, she delivered a flying kick to one, striking him in the chest, causing him to cry out and collapse. So she had training. The other man, realizing his mistake, no longer regarded her lightly. However, Zhou Ruanan had already closed the distance. While her skills did not match Qin Feng's, subduing these men was not a significant challenge. Zhang Jun's henchmen fell one by one, leaving him isolated. "Damn it! How can this woman be so capable?" Panic gripped Zhang Jun as he dashed toward the car, intent on fleeing. Given the current circumstances, subduing Qin Feng was no longer feasible, he risked being overpowered himself. Zhou Ruonan had taken down 4 of the assailants, while the rest were dispatched by Qin Feng. When it came to the last one, the man fought fiercely, refusing to concede. Do you see what this is? Zhou Ruonan pinned him down, brandishing her badge once more. What? You're really a police officer. Fear washed over him, and he no longer dared to retaliate. Is it true that she is a police officer? Zhang Jun was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Assaulting an officer was a grave offense. He feared even his parents couldn't save him. This is it. Zhang Jun's complexion drained of color as he hastily entered the vehicle. Drive. He commanded the driver, aware that time was of the essence. If we don't leave now, we may never get another chance. Yes, Zhang Xiao, the driver responded. Regaining his composure and executing the order, the car reversed a distance before accelerating away from the scene. They dare flee? Zhou Ruonan noted the license plate number, promptly sending a message to nearby officers to intercept. She also called for additional patrol officers to come to the scene. Are you all right? Qin Feng approached Zhou Ruonan and inquired. On the ground, several individuals lay sprawled in disarray, emitting continuous cries of anguish. Zhou Ruonan, her hair slightly disheveled but unscathed, shook her head and replied, I am fine. What was the name of that fellow who fled? How did you provoke him? Zhou Ruonan looked at Qin Feng, posing 2 questions. That fellow is named Zhang Jun. Qin Feng briefly recounted the events of the day, also informing Zhou Ruonan about Zhang Jun's background, merely a wealthy heir. However, it is not a significant issue. He cannot escape. Qin Feng nodded and asked, Didn't you say you were going back? Why have you come here again? Zhou Ruonan explained, I felt something was amiss, so I followed. With your capabilities, dealing with these people would be more than manageable. A few minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the scene, and those who accompanied Zhang Jun were taken away. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 1 in the morning. Qin Feng and Zhou Ruonan returned to their respective homes to rest, while Zhang Jun, possessing a certain degree of cunning, remained elusive after his escape. Although he went to bed late, Qin Feng awoke the next day feeling invigorated. The first thing he did upon rising was check if the system's side tasks had reset. To his surprise, he found system upgrading. Qin Feng, filled with curiosity, asked, How long will this upgrade take? System. A maximum of 2 hours. No tasks will be issued during the system upgrade. Other functions remain operational. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly recalled the opportunity card he had acquired the previous night, which he had yet to utilize. System, use the opportunity card for me. Opportunity card successfully used. The iced lemon milk tea in Ningchuan City is on the brink of bankruptcy and urgently requires funding. In 6 months, this tea brand will become a nationwide sensation with an estimated valuation of 20 billion. Within 5 years, it will achieve the status of the #1 brand in the country. Iced lemon milk tea. After reviewing the predictive data from the opportunity card, Qin Feng felt quite astonished. In an era where milk tea shops proliferate, it was remarkable that a brand could emerge victorious and even ascend to the pinnacle of the industry. Truly impressive. Subsequently, Qin Feng scoured the internet for more information and discovered that the founder of iced lemon milk tea was a young graduate named Yao Mingjie, who emphasized green health and high-end products. Given its high-end positioning, the prices were undoubtedly steep. To date, the brand had developed its unique features, but due to its niche appeal, it had been operating at a loss. This presented a promising opportunity. Since the opportunity card had foretold such outcomes, Qin Feng was determined not to miss this golden chance. After completing his morning routine, he gathered more information online and set off in his sports car. En route, he received a call from Lin Kuan. Brother Feng, it's gone up again. Lin Kuan's voice was brimming with excitement, his words tumbling out in a rush. What has gone up? Organize your thoughts first, Qin Feng replied, exasperated. The cryptocurrency. The price has surged to 35 yuan each. More than double. It was no wonder Lin Kuan was so ecstatic. The 80 million Qin Feng had invested had now yielded nearly 200 million in returns. And this had happened in just a matter of days. Truly astounding. All right, understood. Keep an eye on it. Qin Feng shook his head, his tone subdued. While the cryptocurrency had appreciated significantly, it was still not the time to liquidate. In Ningchuan City, outside an investment firm, Yao Mingjie had arrived bright and early. She had scheduled a meeting with the company's general manager to finalize an investment deal. After waiting for quite some time, the office hours finally commenced. Yet the general manager had yet to appear. Excuse me, has Manager Qian arrived? Yao Mingjie inquired of the receptionist. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked. I called Manager Qian 2 days ago to schedule a meeting for this morning, Yao Mingjie responded. Please hold on a moment. Manager Qian should be on his way. Thus, Yao Mingjie waited an additional half hour. She had already visited several investment firms, but unfortunately, none had shown her any regard. The milk tea shop desperately needed funds, and if this continued, it would have no choice but to close its doors. after investing over 2 million and even mortgaging her home since starting her business. Yao Mingjie felt a deep sense of reluctance to fail. Finally, the portly manager Qian arrived, albeit tardily. Manager Qian, Yao Mingjie greeted him. Miss Yao, let us discuss this in the office. Manager Qian gestured for her to follow him. Would you like a cup of tea? Manager Qian asked, taking a seat and preparing to brew some tea. No, thank you. Let us get down to business, Yao Mingjie insisted. After a moment of silence, Manager Qian turned his gaze towards her and smiled. Miss Yao, I have reviewed the business plan you provided, and to be frank, I am not overly optimistic. With so many milk tea brands in existence, carving out a niche will be exceedingly difficult. Yao Mingjie replied, Manager Qian, perhaps you are not fully aware of our brand's potential. She attempted to elaborate further, but was interrupted. Miss Yao, you are putting me in a difficult position, and your funding gap is rather substantial. To secure investment from the company, you must not only pass my scrutiny, but also undergo evaluation by the chairman. Chapter 53, How to Collaborate. Manager Qian displayed a troubled expression. Yao Mingjie said, that is why I am seeking your assistance, Manager Qian. I am willing to relinquish 40% of my shares. In a bid to secure investment, Yao Mingjie made her utmost concession. Manager Qian appeared contemplative, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. Suddenly, his shifty eyes began to scrutinize Yao Mingjie from head to toe, the predatory intent in his gaze unabashed. He stood up, smiling as he approached Yao Mingjie, attempting to place a hand on her delicate shoulder. Yao Mingjie frowned, an expression of distaste flashing across her face as she swiftly stepped back to evade Manager Qian's unwelcome advance. Manager Qian, slightly embarrassed, withdrew his hand after a moment of hesitation. Miss Yao, I am more than willing to assist you. However, I am currently occupied with other matters. How about we discuss this over lunch at a different location? Yao Mingjie was about to respond when Manager Qian produced a hotel key card from his pocket. Manager Qian, what does this mean? Yao Mingjie's smile vanished. Even the most oblivious person could comprehend Manager Qian's intentions at that moment. Anger surged within her. Miss Yao, take your time to think it over. Whenever you are ready, feel free to reach out to me, Manager Qian said nonchalantly. I never imagined you would be this kind of person, Manager Qian. Yao Mingjie bit her lip. She was a woman of principles and would never acquiesce to such outrageous demands for the sake of her career. If it came to that, she would prefer to close the milk tea shop and repay her debts through hard work. At that moment, Manager Qian also wiped the smile off his face. Miss Yao, we are all adults here. What reason do I have to assist you without recompense? You must understand that it is you who seeks my favor at this moment, expecting to receive investment without offering anything in return. Where in this world does such a fortuitous scenario exist? Yao Mingjie shook her head in rebuttal, asserting, you are conflating concepts. Manager Qian, we are currently discussing a commercial partnership. If you believe in my project, then an investment is simply a matter of mutual benefit. If you do not see its potential, you may decline directly. There is no need for this. Yao Mingjie detested the unspoken rules of the game and found herself confronted with them today. Her chest heaved with anger. Manager Qian smirked, reclining in his office chair as he produced a nail clipper, beginning to groom his nails. Miss Yao, let us be realistic. Before coming here, I presume you visited several investment firms. May I ask which of them has shown faith in your project? I merely sought to extend a helping hand because I empathized with your plight. Yao Mingjie's expression stiffened. She realized there was nothing further to discuss. Without another word, she turned on her heel and exited the office. Had she known Manager Qian was such a person, she would never have set foot in his office. What a wretched woman, pretending to be above it all before me. I refuse to believe she won't return to plead for my assistance, Manager Qian scoffed. Watching her retreating figure, stepping out of the investment firm, Yao Mingjie gazed blankly at the speeding vehicles on the street. Just then, her phone rang. Noticing it was her mother, she took a moment to compose herself before answering. Mom, what is it? Yao Mingjie inquired. Dear, the bank just called again. They said if we cannot repay the loan within 3 days, they will seize the house. Given the current situation, your father and I are considering moving to the countryside. Her mother informed her. Yao Mingjie felt her eyes redden. It's all my fault. Dear, do not say that. We supported your entrepreneurial endeavors from the beginning, and we continue to do so. Do not carry this burden. Learn from the experience, for there will be future opportunities, her mother reassured her over the phone. Thank you, Mom. After ending the call, Yao Mingjie pondered her next steps. The equipment in her shop could be sold for some cash, but it would be far from sufficient to clear the debts. Well, I suppose I'll take it one step at a time, she resolved. Realizing she had no better options, just as she was about to drive home, her phone rang again. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she hesitated before answering. Are you Miss Yao Mingjie? A voice inquired. Yes, I am, she replied. I am Qin Feng. I'm currently at your milk tea shop and would like to discuss a potential collaboration, he stated. Yao Mingjie was momentarily taken aback. Collaboration? May I ask who you are? As I mentioned, I am Qin Feng. I find your milk tea quite delightful. It is distinct from others. And your shop possesses a unique charm. Aside from the slightly higher prices, I can find no other shortcomings. After all, the focus is on green and healthy ingredients, which are meticulously chosen, he continued. So, how would you like to collaborate? Yao Mingjia's eyes sparkled with hope. Qin Feng did not directly mention investment, but rather probed. Your brand is available for franchising, correct? Yao Mingjia fell silent for a moment before responding candidly. Mr. Qin, you may not be aware, but my shop is on the verge of closing down. Therefore, franchising is off the table. Appreciating her honesty, Qin Feng continued. If it is a matter of insufficient funds, I can invest directly. Yao Mingjia thought she had misheard and asked, Mr. Qin, are you serious? She had spent considerable time seeking investment, yet no one had shown interest. The prospect of someone proactively offering to invest reignited hope within her. I am indeed serious. Please come to the shop, and we can discuss this in person. All right, Mr. Qin, I will be there shortly. Filled with excitement, Yao Mingjia hurriedly drove to the milk tea shop. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was already seated there, enjoying a cup of milk tea. Before he had finished his drink, Yao Mingjia returned in haste. It was just opening time, and aside from Qin Feng, the shop had no other customers. Upon seeing her, the two employees greeted Yao Mingjia. She waved them off and walked directly towards Qin Feng. You must be Mr. Qin, she said, observing that he was quite young and uncertain. He looked up, appraising Yao Mingjia before nodding. Sitting across from him, she shared the recent operational status of her milk tea shop and her thoughts. Qin Feng listened patiently, refraining from interruption. After a few minutes, she concluded her account. What percentage of the milk tea shop do you own? 97%, Yao Mingjia replied. Initially, when she started her business, she had two significant partners, but they withdrew due to consistent losses, leaving her with the majority of the shares. However, with the shop unable to turn a profit, having more shares was of little consequence. I want 60% of your shares for $3 million. How does that sound? Additionally, I will provide another $5 million for the promotion of the milk tea brand. If that is insufficient, I can invest more later, Qin Feng proposed. Yao Mingjia was taken aback by his offer, staring at him in disbelief. Her milk tea shop had been operating at a loss and was hardly worth that amount. Mr. Qin, you must be joking, she replied, feeling as though she were dreaming. Qin Feng shook his head, his expression earnest. While it may appear that you have gained, I will not be at a loss in the future. Yao Mingjia felt a surge of excitement, yet her rationality remained intact. Mr. Qin, the shares I hold are practically worthless. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips. When she first embarked on her entrepreneurial journey, she had naively believed she could carve out her own niche. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of the business world, she realized that entrepreneurship was a formidable challenge, especially for someone without connections like herself. No, I believe they hold value, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Though I may spend millions today, the future returns will be exponentially greater. Faced with Qin Feng's enticing proposal, Yao Mingjia struggled to maintain her composure. Mr. Qin, what about the management rights of the milk tea shop? With Qin Feng acquiring 60% of the shares, he would typically assume control. I will not involve myself in the management. All future decisions will be yours to make. This can be stipulated in the contract. As long as there is profit to be made, I am unconcerned with management rights, he assured her. Furthermore, as the founder, it is best for you to dictate the shop's direction. Hearing this, Yao Mingjia finally felt reassured. Her greatest fear was having a major shareholder meddle in management. Such interference would surely stifle progress. Mr. Qin, I appreciate your trust. I will prepare the contract immediately. Yao Mingjia had a digital contract ready, but some adjustments were necessary. After a brief wait, the contract was finalized. Qin Feng transferred $8 million from his bank account, thereby acquiring 60% of the shares in Ice Lemon Milk Tea. $3 million is designated for Yao Mingjia, while the remaining $5 million is allocated for the promotion of the milk tea shop. Should there be a shortage of funds later on, feel free to contact me at any time. Understood, Mr. Qin. Yao Mingjia felt a surge of joy, for the most arduous days seemed to be behind her. Moreover, with Qin Feng's generous support, financial worries were no longer a concern. The immediate priority was to promote the brand and achieve profitability. Although this was not something that could be accomplished overnight, at the very least, a clear direction had been established. You can simply call me Qin Feng from now on. I won't keep you any longer. I shall return home first. Having successfully acquired the shares, Qin Feng intended to head back. Yao Mingjia nodded, seeing Qin Feng off from the milk tea shop. No need to see me off. Qin Feng retrieved the keys to his Ferrari LaFerrari from his pocket and unlocked the car. With a roar of the engine, the sleek sports car glided out of the parking space. It was only after Qin Feng's vehicle vanished from sight that Yao Mingjia returned inside the shop. With funds secured, she was determined not to betray Qin Feng's trust. In a certain villa, Zhang Jun sat in the hall, bearing a look of weariness. His injured hand, though bandaged with thick gauze, still throbbed with pain. After escaping last night, He had taken refuge here. The door swung open, and a lavishly dressed noblewoman hurried in. "Mom, what is the situation now?" Zhang Jun asked as he swiftly approached. Hiding indefinitely was not a viable solution. The police would eventually track him down. Upon seeing the injury on her son's hand, the noblewoman felt a pang of sorrow. "The situation is rather grim. The police are still searching for your whereabouts. Furthermore, someone has leaked a considerable amount of damaging information about you online, and public opinion is currently not in our favor." Zhang Jun's complexion paled. How could this happen? In the past, he had committed various misdeeds, but he had always managed to pay others to take the blame. If the truth came to light, imprisonment would be inevitable. The noblewoman replied, "Someone is targeting us from behind the scenes. But do not worry, your father and I will handle it." Zhang Jun nodded. But a severe question loomed in his mind. "Mom, must I continue to hide?" The noblewoman sighed. "I have consulted a lawyer, but there are no good options available. Therefore, you should leave the country for a while. Rest assured, it won't be long before we can reunite abroad." Having taken so many people into conflict and even assaulted police officers, there was no way Zhang Jun's wealthy family could extricate him from this mess. Zhang Jun felt a sense of indignation. "Mom, my injuries are all thanks to that Qin Feng. I cannot allow him to go unpunished." Hatred ignited in Zhang Jun's eyes. Upon returning from the icy lemon milk tea shop, Qin Feng discovered that the system had successfully upgraded. However, today's part-time task had not refreshed. "System, what is going on?" Yet the system remained unresponsive, as if frozen. After several unanswered inquiries, Qin Feng decided to disregard it. Bored, he turned to live streaming. Shortly after 11, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Qin Feng, I'm downstairs at your building. Come down, I need to discuss something with you." The voice of Zhou Runan came through the phone. Without asking what it was about, Qin Feng ended the stream and descended the stairs. Zhou Runan stepped out of a black sedan and waved at Qin Feng. Upon seeing her, he approached without hesitation. "What is the matter? Why the secrecy?" Qin Feng inquired as he settled into the back seat. Zhou Runan opened the driver's side door and joined him. "There is something I need your help with." "Have you eaten yet? Should we grab a bite first?" Qin Feng replied, "I haven't eaten. Just tell me what you need." "It's like this. We have a secured computer at the bureau that we can't access. You are quite skilled with computers, so I wanted to see if you could give it a try. Don't worry, there will be benefits if you succeed." Given that Qin Feng had helped Qin Feng International solve a significant problem recently, Zhou Runan believed he would be capable of assisting. "Is the encrypted computer very complex?" Qin Feng asked, not overly concerned about the promised benefits. Zhou Runan nodded gravely. "Yes, it is quite complicated. Our technical experts are at a loss." Beep. The host has triggered a temporary mission. Assist the police in cracking the computer. "System, I thought you were frozen?" Qin Feng was taken aback by the system's sudden voice. The system was not frozen. It merely entered a brief state of dormancy. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhou Runan suggested, "You can take a look first. If it's truly impossible, we can let it go." Chapter 55, Master Composer. Qin Feng nodded. Since the system had triggered a temporary task, he certainly could not refuse. The benefits promised by Zhou Runan did not particularly interest him, but the rewards from the system were undeniably appealing. Zhou Runan said, "Let us go eat first, and then we'll head over right after." It was evident that she was somewhat anxious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come in person to seek Qin Feng out. "Doesn't your police station provide lunch?" "We do. But it might not suit your taste." Qin Feng chuckled. "It's fine. As long as there is food, I'm good to go. Let us set off." He was not the type to be picky. "All right." Zhou Runan promptly drove towards the police station. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and added, "Zhang Jun has likely escaped from Ningchuan City. We didn't manage to capture him. After he fled last night, I had people keep an eye on his family. However, Zhang Jun's father has substantial connections in Ningchuan City, making it quite difficult to locate him if he is hiding his son." "Are you certain?" "Letting Zhang Jun escape would pose a significant risk, considering he has some background." Zhou Runan shook her head. "This is merely my speculation. Last night, a considerable amount of damaging information about Zhang Jun surfaced online. If all of it is true, he is likely to face severe consequences. He probably realized this, making escape his only option." Zhou Runan expressed her thoughts, her mind sharp from her experience in solving cases. After listening to her analysis, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "We have already issued a wanted notice. As soon as he is spotted, we will certainly apprehend him. However, I fear he may flee abroad." Seeing Qin Feng's silence, Zhou Runan continued, "Be cautious in the future. I have a feeling Zhang Jun's father will not easily let you off the hook." Since Qin Feng had injured Zhang Jun, a vendetta had been established. Although he was skilled in combat, open confrontation was easier to evade than hidden threats. "I understand," Qin Feng replied. If Zhou Runan's concerns held any truth, he would not be lenient. After approximately 10 minutes, the car pulled into the parking lot of the police station. "We've arrived. Let us get out." Zhou Runan turned off the engine, opened the door, and exited the vehicle. Qin Feng glanced out the window before following suit. Just follow me. Zhou Runan escorted Qin Feng into the grand hall, leading him upstairs. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an office where two individuals, one male and one female, were present. On the desk before them lay two laptops. Captain Zhou, upon noticing Zhou Runan's return, the two officers rose to their feet. Allow me to introduce this individual. The computer whiz who resolved a significant dilemma for Qin Feng International, Qin Feng. Subsequently, Zhou Runan elaborated on the identities of the two officers, both of whom were esteemed technical personnel within the department. I hear you are still serving as a cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International. It is truly remarkable to achieve such accomplishments even before graduating from university. The male officer extended his hand to Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration. They had been among the first responders when Qin Feng International was besieged by hackers, yet their abilities had proven insufficient to provide substantial assistance. Initially, they had considered bringing in outside technical experts, but they had not anticipated that Qin Feng would resolve the issue within a mere 2 hours. Impressive indeed. Now, let us not waste any more time. Please brief Qin Feng on the issues encountered. Zhou Runan was eager to proceed. The male officer nodded and guided Qin Feng to the computer desk. What we need to crack is this laptop. I have examined it. The interior has been modified, rendering the hard drive impossible to forcibly remove. The current challenge lies in the complexity of the password. We have spent the entire morning trying to decipher it, yet to no avail. Though the adversary had not explicitly stated it, Qin Feng could surmise that this laptop had likely been seized from a suspect, containing some obscure information. Being an outsider, he was not at liberty to disclose more. Let me take a look. Qin Feng took a screwdriver and meticulously removed the back cover of the laptop. As the officer had indicated, the internal components had indeed been altered. After carefully reassembling the back cover, Qin Feng pressed the power button. But access to the computer required a password. How's it looking? Do you have any confidence? Zhou Runan and the other two officers watched Qin Feng intently. I'll give it a try. Qin Feng refrained from overpromising, taking a seat to begin his attempts. I'll step out to grab some takeout, Zhou Runan announced as she exited the office. With his fingers flying across the keyboard, Qin Feng contemplated an alternative method rather than brute forcing his way through the password, which would be both time-consuming and laborious. The two remaining technical personnel observed Qin Feng's operations, and as time passed, they found themselves utterly bewildered by his techniques. Minutes later, Zhou Runan returned with the packed meal. Noticing Qin Feng engrossed in his work, she chose not to disturb him. Several more minutes elapsed. Done. With a decisive keystroke on the enter button, Qin Feng bypassed the password and successfully accessed the computer. At that moment, the two technical officers were visibly impressed by Qin Feng's skills, their gazes now laced with respect. That was incredibly swift. Zhou Runan approached, confirming that Qin Feng had indeed accomplished the task. This young man truly possesses remarkable talent. I'll go have my meal now. Qin Feng stood aside, picking up the food Zhou Runan had brought him and began to eat with gusto. Let's see if there is any useful data within, Zhou Runan instructed the two officers, who nodded in unison and began their operations. Qin Feng, we owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Zhou Runan smiled at him, acknowledging his invaluable assistance. She had come to realize that this young man continually surprised her. Not only was he adept in physical skills, but his driving prowess surpassed that of professional drivers. And his computer expertise was equally exceptional. You have been a great help. Rest assured, you will be duly rewarded. Zhou Runan continued. I will apply for a commendation for you shortly. That's not necessary, Qin Feng replied. I am merely a concerned citizen, doing what I can. So I shall waive any rewards. Given his current assets, he had little interest in monetary compensation. Zhou Runan sighed. I understand you may not value it, but it is rightfully yours. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary mission. Acquired expertise in music theory. Acquired proficiency in all musical instruments. Acquired beginner-level composition mastery. As the three skills flooded into Qin Feng's mind, he was taken aback by the unexpected windfall in musical abilities, particularly since no cash reward had been granted. Nevertheless, these new skills held potential for future endeavors in music composition. The password has been cracked. I will head back after I finish my meal. With the task completed, Qin Feng intended to return to his live stream, as he had yet to fulfill that obligation. Don't be hasty. There may be further assistance needed from you shortly. Zhou Runan interjected. You can sit outside for a while. It will only take half an hour. Regrettably, since Qin Feng was still a student, Zhou Runan contemplated how she wished to recruit him into the police force. A versatile talent like Qin Feng would undoubtedly thrive in any environment. All right then. Conceding to Zhou Runan's request, Qin Feng decided to wait. After all, he was committed to assisting others. He took his meal outside to eat. Zhou Runan, not being a technical expert herself, exited the office to attend to other matters. After finishing his meal, Qin Feng found a spot to sit. Bored, he glanced at the system panel, only to discover that today's part-time tasks had yet to refresh. System, what is going on? Are there no part-time tasks today? According to previous patterns, new tasks should have been issued in the morning. Could it be that the system had encountered a malfunction following the upgrade? There are no part-time tasks today. System upgrade successful. Future part-time task difficulty will increase. It is advised that the host prepare to face upcoming challenges. The system provided its explanation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of anticipation. An increase in difficulty implied more substantial rewards. He began scrolling through short videos. And thus, several more minutes passed. Zhou Runin approached him again. Qin Feng, I apologize for the inconvenience, but we require your assistance once more. She bore an expression of regret, fully aware of the time she had taken from him. Qin Feng nodded and stood. What I am about to share with you must remain confidential, Zhou Runin cautioned, as the information pertained to an ongoing investigation. I understand, Qin Feng replied attentively. Earlier this morning, we discovered a suspicious individual at a hotel in Ningchuan City. Unfortunately, he was quite skilled, having injured 2 officers before escaping. In his room, we found the very laptop you just decrypted. Zhou Runin paused momentarily. And now? Qin Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhou Runin's strikingly cool eyes. Zhou Runin continued, explaining that the data extracted from the computer indicated that the man was an assassin from abroad. However, the specific target of his assassination in Ningchuan City remained under investigation. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, pondering, what can I do? The computer also harbored a dark web address, which required verification to access, leading Zhou Runin to suggest that he attempt to infiltrate it. There might be information regarding the assassin within. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The dark web? As a man well-versed in hacking, he was certainly aware of what the dark web entailed. I'll give it a try, he replied, following Zhou Runin into the office. Inside, the 2 technical staff were still grappling with ways to access the dark web. Only by doing so could they gather information on the assassin. How is it progressing? Zhou Runin inquired. The 2 technicians shook their heads, their expressions filled with resignation. Let Qin Feng give it a shot. After all, our capabilities are rather limited. Acknowledging their own inadequacies compared to Qin Feng's expertise, they stepped aside, yielding their seats to him. Qin Feng did not decline. He was eager to resolve the matter swiftly and return home. To be honest, he approached the dark web with a sense of curiosity. Once seated, he commenced his operations. Instead of going through verification to log in, he directly hacked into the dark web server. While this might be a formidable challenge for others, for Qin Feng, it was merely child's play. He quickly breached the dark web and entered the back end, where all data was laid bare before him. The 2 technicians were left speechless, their jaws agape in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a skilled hacker as Qin Feng before. It is worth noting that the IP on the dark web is notoriously difficult to track, and its defenses are exceptionally robust, making back-end access a monumental task. Yet, Qin Feng accomplished it in mere seconds. It was truly unfathomable. Once inside the back end, the subsequent steps were straightforward. By analyzing the traces left by the computer, Qin Feng swiftly filtered out information regarding the assassin. His alias was Snow Wolf, a foreigner who had served in special forces. He was proficient in disguise and concealment, with a particular expertise in orchestrating bombing attacks. He had undertaken 27 missions on the dark web, with only 1 failure. As for Snow Wolf's purpose in Ningchuan City, the data did not reveal anything definitive. It was highly likely that he had received his orders offline. After reviewing the information Qin Feng had compiled, Zhou Runin's expression grew grave. The presence of such a formidable assassin in Ningchuan City, with the target still unknown, posed a significant threat. Is there anything else you need me to do? Qin Feng inquired, observing Zhou Runin's silence. No, thank you very much for your assistance today, Zhou Runin replied gratefully. Without Qin Feng's intervention, they would have never obtained this crucial information. Although identifying the assassin in Ningchuan City would be a daunting task, it could be surmised that the target was likely a prominent figure. With the adversary yet to strike, preparations were essential. I'll head back now, Qin Feng stated. As he had not triggered a temporary mission from the system, he had no intention of getting involved further. After all, the assassin was adept at bomb-making. Even with his enhanced strength and speed, he was still merely human. A single explosion could obliterate him in an instant. I'll have someone drive you back, Zhou Runin offered. No need. I can take a taxi, Qin Feng replied, waving his hand as he exited the police station. Zhou Runin, meanwhile, took the information he had gathered to report to his superiors. The infiltration of an assassin into Ningchuan City was a matter of utmost urgency, necessitating appropriate countermeasures. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qin Feng called Zhao Shuhan. Qin Feng, why are you suddenly calling me? She asked. I miss you. Qin Feng could hear her melodious laughter through the phone. I'm working on a draft. How about we go out for dinner this evening? He suggested. Sure. You can choose the restaurant. How about Jinwei Pavilion? My dad has a membership there. I'll ask him for the card shortly. No problem. Qin Feng agreed. Although dining at Jinwei Pavilion could be costly, he was now fully capable of affording it. Chapter 57. Zhao Shihan's Concerns. After chatting with Zhao Shihan for a while, Qin Feng began his live stream. As evening approached, Zhao Shihan finally completed her draft and exited her room. In the hall, Zhao Ming was engrossed in a mobile game. Where's Dad? Zhao Shihan inquired. In the backyard, Zhao Ming replied, his focus unwavering from the screen. Ignoring her brother, Zhao Shihan proceeded to the back door. There, she found Zhao Hongchang smoking, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Dad, why are you just staring off into space in the backyard? Only when Zhao Shihan approached did Zhao Hongchang snap back to reality. I was contemplating some business matters. What is up? He asked, turning to his daughter. Dad, I'm going to Jinwei Pavilion for dinner with Qin Feng. I'd like to borrow your membership card. You'll find it in my wallet in the hall. Zhao Hongchang replied, a hint of resignation on his face. Thanks, Dad. Zhao Shihan beamed, turning to head back inside. Wait. Zhao Hongchang suddenly called out to her. What is it, Dad? Zhao Shihan paused, looking back at him with a puzzled expression. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hongchang said, Shihan, the restaurant industry has been somewhat sluggish lately, and I feel that it's becoming increasingly difficult for the Dalong Group to continue expanding. The competition in the dining sector has become fierce, so I'm considering shifting to another field. Dad, are you thinking of abandoning the restaurant industry? Zhao Hongchang shook his head. Not abandoning, per se. If it can continue to develop, that would be ideal. My current thought is to invest in some promising sectors. What do you think about the new energy vehicle industry? Zhao Shihan, possessing keen intelligence and a remarkable business acumen, had accurately predicted 2 years ago that the new energy sector would experience explosive growth. As expected, in the past 6 months, several new energy vehicle companies had seen their market value skyrocket, with 3 or 4 even reaching valuations in the hundreds of billions. Unfortunately, at that time, the Dalong Group was still in a phase of rapid expansion, unable to allocate much capital, thus missing the opportunity to enter the market. Dad, investing in new energy vehicles right now might not be a wise choice, Zhao Shihan analyzed. Many companies have inflated valuations, and an adjustment is surely on the horizon. Zhao Hongchang pressed further. So, you don't have faith in new energy? I believe in the future of new energy, Zhao Shihan replied, but there is already a bubble present. Until the market stabilizes, I wouldn't recommend entering. After hearing her words, Zhao Hongchang sank back into contemplation. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that his daughter's insights held merit, especially as she approached the issue from a macroeconomic perspective. Shihan, what industry do you believe in right now? Zhao Hongchang continued to inquire. Artificial intelligence. Zhao Shihan confidently stated. Artificial intelligence? Zhao Hongchang pondered thoughtfully. Zhao Shihan elucidated that the future is undoubtedly leaning towards intelligent robotics and autonomous driving. In recent years, numerous companies abroad have emerged, dedicated to the research of artificial intelligence, and a breakthrough may be imminent. Entering this arena now is not too late, as there exists a considerable void in this domain domestically. Zhao Hongchang nodded, expressing his agreement with his daughter's insights. In truth, he had also been keeping an eye on the realm of artificial intelligence during this period, albeit without making a resolute decision. Hearing his daughter's words alleviated his remaining concerns. It seemed imperative to strategize early. Zhao Shihan continued, expressing her worries that once artificial intelligence matures, it is likely that many individuals will face unemployment. Zhao Hongchang responded, stating that artificial intelligence is merely a tool, its impact dictated by who wields it. If utilized properly, it may indeed benefit all of humanity. I believe the advantages will outweigh the disadvantages. Zhao Shihan gently nodded, hoping this would indeed be the case. The trajectory of the future is as such, and as an ordinary person, she feels powerless to affect change. Moreover, this technology resembles chips, available abroad but lacking domestically, leading to potential vulnerabilities. Dad, I'm heading out now, Zhao Shihan announced. Don't stay out too late, Zhao Hongchang advised. Upon returning to the hall, Zhao Shihan retrieved her membership card for Jinwei Pavilion and drove off to meet Qin Feng. Upon arriving at the apartment building, she found Qin Feng already waiting for her. Brother Qin, do you not have a part-time job today? She inquired. Qin Feng entered the vehicle with a smile. Today is a day of rest. Then let us set off, Zhao Shihan replied as she drove towards Jinwei Pavilion. The streets were somewhat congested in the evening, and after nearly 20 minutes, they finally reached the parking lot of Jinwei Pavilion. As they entered the lobby, Qin Feng encountered an acquaintance. Xiao Feng, what a coincidence, exclaimed Kaigua, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile as he approached Qin Feng, flanked by 2 towering bodyguards. Olden. Qin Feng did not expect to run into Kaigua here and promptly greeted him. Grandpa, Zhao Shihan recognized Kaigua and also greeted him with a smile. You are in Kaigwa scrutinized Zhao Shuhan, momentarily unable to recall her identity. Grandpa, my father is Zhao Hongchong. We met during the New Year. And Kaigwa smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. I can't believe I didn't recognize Zhao Hongchong's daughter. I remember your name is Shuhan, correct? Zhao Shuhan nodded. Grandpa, you are not at all forgetful. You are simply quite busy. One grows old. And Kaigwa chuckled, shaking his head. Xiao Feng, could it be that Shuhan is your girlfriend? Originally, Kaigwa intended to introduce his granddaughter to Qin Feng, but alas, Qin Feng already had a girlfriend. Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. What a fine match. Kaigwa remarked, observing the pair. He held a deep impression of Zhao Shuhan, who was not only poised and graceful but also a student at Yenjing University, a veritable academic achiever. Hearing Kaigwa's praise made Zhao Shuhan's cheeks flush slightly. I've booked a private room. Let us dine together, and Kaigwa extended an invitation. He had always admired Qin Feng, having shared a meal with him on a previous occasion at this very establishment. Grandpa, we wouldn't want to intrude, Zhao Shuhan interjected. It's no trouble at all. I'm merely meeting a few old friends from the business association. It's just a meal, not a business meeting. As he spoke, Kaigwa had already placed his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder, leaving Qin Feng little room to refuse. Then we shall gladly take advantage of Grandpa and S generosity. Zhao Shuhan conceded with a hint of resignation. The group entered the elevator, which swiftly ascended to the private room arranged by Kaigwa. Inside, 6 or 7 individuals were already seated. Aside from 2 who were of similar age to Kaigwa, the rest were middle-aged men. Upon Kaigwa's arrival, they all stood to greet him. Director, who is this young man? The gathering inquired, curiosity piqued regarding Qin Feng's identity. After all, being brought here by Kaigwa was no small feat. Zhao Shuhan recognized some of the attendees and knew they were aware of her being Zhao Hongchong's daughter. Qin Feng is currently our cybersecurity consultant at Qin Feng International. If you frequent the internet, you may have come across his exploits. Kaigwa's introduction prompted several to recall recent events. I remember now. Not long ago, a young man rescued a mother and daughter from Ningjiang. That story made the trending list. It was this young man. With this mention, others began to recollect. I've heard that he is quite skilled. I saw news of him taking on 10 opponents at once. They were well connected in Ningchuan and kept abreast of current affairs. Xiao Feng, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? One individual took a keen interest in Qin Feng. Qin Feng, taking Zhao Shuhan's hand, declared, Shuhan is my girlfriend. Zhao Shuhan's cheeks flushed once more. Kaigwa interjected, you all should refrain from pursuing Xiao Feng. Now, let us order some delectable dishes. The meal lasted over half an hour, during which Qin Feng consumed a fair amount of alcohol alongside Kaigwa and the others. Zhao Shuhan, well aware of Qin Feng's tolerance, felt no concern. After dining, they took the elevator down to the first floor and made their way to the parking lot. 2 individuals, having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, stumbled slightly as they walked. However, they each had their own drivers, so returning home was not an issue. Xiao Feng, I didn't realize your drinking capacity was so impressive, Kaigwa remarked, having only sipped a small amount due to health reasons. The others exhibited varying degrees of inebriation, while Qin Feng appeared as unaffected as if he had merely drunk plain water. Grandpa, thank you for your hospitality. Next time, I'll come to visit you with Brother Qin. Zhao Shuhan smiled sweetly at Kaigwa. Very well, just give me a heads up beforehand. Then we shall take our leave now. Zhao Shuhan held Qin Feng's hand, preparing to depart. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Detected an imminent explosion from a nearby bomb. The host's life is under severe threat. The system's emergency mechanism is being activated. Activation successful. The bomb has been relocated to the system's space. Danger averted. A bomb. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Looking into the system space, he noticed a bomb had indeed materialized. System, are you certain this 1T result in my demise? The bomb is activated but will detonate in 3 seconds. Time is irrelevant in the system space, thus the bomb will not explode. Unless the host chooses to remove the bomb again. With the system's explanations, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the bomb remained untouched, he was safe. System, where was the bomb located? He sought to ascertain the target of the bomber. Underneath the Rolls-Royce vehicle. Qin Feng immediately turned his gaze towards Kaigwa's car. It was unmistakable. The target of the bombing was Kaigwa. At that moment, he also recalled the earlier incident at the police station, where a killer known as Snow Wolf had infiltrated Ningchuan City with an unidentified target. The individual was skilled in bomb making. It seemed increasingly likely that this was the work of Snow Wolf. The adversary's target is Kaigwa. Fortunately, the system detected the impending danger in advance. Otherwise, even Qin Feng would have suffered the consequences. Immediately, Qin Feng scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, searching for any suspicious individuals. Xiao Feng, what is the matter? Kaigwa inquired. Lao, I sense something amiss. Just now, as I entered the parking lot, I noticed someone lingering near your vehicle. Qin Feng fabricated an excuse, intending to make Nkaigwa aware of the potential peril. To directly state that a bomb lay beneath the car would be difficult to explain, especially since the explosive device had already been concealed within the system's space. Is that so? Nkaigwa furrowed his brow. For safety's sake, why not check the surveillance footage? Qin Feng suggested. The parking lot is equipped with cameras. A quick review would provide clarity. Very well. Nkaigwa's expression remained grave as he cast a glance at his Rolls-Royce and re-entered the dining hall of Jinwei Pavilion. Brother Qin Feng, what did you discover? Zhao Shihan asked. I just have an uneasy feeling. Please wait here for me and don't wander off, Qin Feng replied, refraining from mentioning the bomb to avoid alarming Zhao Shihan. Given Nkaigwa's stature, accessing the surveillance should be a straightforward matter. The manager of Jinwei Pavilion personally escorted them to the monitoring room to review the footage. As expected, shortly after Nkaigwa exited his vehicle, a man disguised as a cleaner approached the Rolls-Royce. The man crouched down and swiftly retrieved a black object from his person, inserting it beneath the car. Upon witnessing this, Nkaigwa's complexion turned pallid. The manager of Jinwei Pavilion also bore a grim expression, though the exact nature of the object placed by the man remained unknown. It underscored the inadequacy of their restaurant's security measures. Mr. N, I sincerely apologize. I will have someone investigate immediately. Nkaigwa ignored the manager's apology and turned to Qin Feng, asking, Xiao Feng, what is your take on this? If that man had indeed inserted a bomb, entering the car would be tantamount to a death sentence. Fortunately, Qin Feng had alerted him. Perhaps we should contact the police and have them investigate, he proposed. Nkaigwa nodded, signaling to a nearby bodyguard. The bodyguard understood and stepped outside to make the call. Xiao Feng, are you in a hurry to leave? Nkaigwa inquired again. If there were indeed threats present, keeping Qin Feng nearby was a prudent choice, given his formidable skills. I have no pressing matters to attend to. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Nkaigwa called his two sons, advising them to remain vigilant outside. After a few minutes, patrolling officers arrived at the scene. Following a thorough inspection, they found no suspicious items beneath the Rolls-Royce. Naturally, Qin Feng refrained from disclosing that the bomb had already been relocated. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Runan arrived with her team. Upon seeing Qin Feng, she appeared somewhat surprised. However, considering his amicable relationship with Nkaigwa, she pondered no further. Zhou Runan conducted another search, but found nothing. How peculiar. That man clearly placed something there, she mused, confounded. Moreover, she was certain that the individual who left the object was the assassin known as Snow Wolf. The target was unmistakably Nkaigwa. Mr. N, I suspect that individual is an assassin. It would be prudent not to drive the Rolls-Royce. I will arrange for someone to escort you home. Zhou Runan expressed her suspicions. Chapter 59, Zhang Shuiying's disappearance. Nkaigwa's expression turned serious as he nodded. He pondered who could have dispatched an assassin to eliminate him and what the black object could possibly be. Furthermore, why had it vanished without a trace? Xiao Feng, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Had it not been for your warning, I would have remained oblivious to the assassin's intentions, and Nkaigwa expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks, and Lao, Qin Feng replied. I shall take my leave now. Do ensure your safety. He then departed with his bodyguards, returning home under the escort of several police officers, while Zhou Runan intended to tow the Rolls-Royce back to the precinct for further examination. Concurrently, she initiated a deployment, dispatching officers to search the vicinity for any suspicious figures. Qin Feng, were you the first to discover the assassin? Zhou Runan approached him, her instincts suggesting that the mysterious black object's disappearance might be linked to him. Qin Feng harbored many secrets, and strange occurrences surrounding him were not uncommon. I merely sensed something was off, he replied, echoing his earlier statement. Do you believe the object left by the assassin could have been a bomb? Zhou Runan pressed further. I cannot say for certain. Qin Feng maintained an air of ignorance, appearing as an outsider to the unfolding mystery. The more he divulged, the more holes would appear in his alibi. He was intent on keeping his secrets concealed. Do you have any means of tracking down the assassin in Ningchuan City? The assassin known as Snow Wolf is quite adept at disguise, which poses a considerable challenge. Zhou Runan expressed her frustration. The vastness of Ningchuan City made it impractical to conduct a thorough search. Waiting for the assassin to reveal themselves would place them in a precarious position. Identifying an assassin in Ningchuan City is a daunting task. You need only ensure Mr. N's safety. The assassin will eventually reveal themselves, Qin Feng suggested. Zhou Runan sighed, realizing that this was the only viable option. Very well, you may return now. With no further inquiries yielding results, she decided against pressing him further. Qin Feng nodded and sought out Zhao Shihan. Zhao Shihan waited alone, her concern palpable. Brother Qin Feng, has something significant occurred? Why have the police arrived? Qin Feng succinctly explained. Someone attempted to harm Lao, but their plan was thwarted. We should leave this place. By this time, darkness enveloped the land. As they exited Jinwei Pavilion, Zhao Shihan remained worried about Enkaigua. Didn't Grandpa offend someone? Qin Feng replied. And Lao oversees a company valued in the hundreds of billions. It is inevitable to make enemies in the business realm. The business world is like another underworld, rife with danger lurking behind every corner. Indeed, Zhao Shihan nodded in agreement, reflecting, sometimes, being an ordinary person has its merits. Qin Feng smiled non-committally, shifting the topic. It's still early. Shall I take you to see a movie? Sure. The two climbed into the car, with Zhao Shihan at the wheel. As Qin Feng had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Meanwhile, the assassin Snow Wolf felt disgruntled that his bombing plan had failed. However, with the police arriving imminently, he had no choice but to retreat. Disguised as a cleaner, he had successfully placed a bomb beneath Enkaigua's Rolls-Royce. Since the bomb was remote-controlled, he positioned himself in a nearby high-rise building, observing through binoculars. The moment Enkaigua entered his vehicle, it would spell his doom. After dining, Enkaigua was accompanied by several wealthy individuals, prompting Snow Wolf to alter his strategy. If he could eliminate those affluent figures alongside Enkaigua, it would undoubtedly enhance his reputation within the assassin community. However, to his astonishment, upon pressing the remote, the bomb failed to detonate. The bombs he crafted were customarily designed to detonate after a 3-second delay. However, this time, an unforeseen complication arose. Damn it! Snow Wolf cursed furiously, perplexed as to which step had gone awry. Yet, even more bizarre occurrences lay ahead, and Enkaigua and his associates re-entered the delicacy pavilion, followed swiftly by the police. Snow Wolf could not fathom how he had been compromised, having meticulously ensured that every action was executed flawlessly. This failed assault had not only proven futile, but it had also made Enkaigua wary, rendering future opportunities exceedingly elusive. For the moment, however, he could only evade the police's scrutiny and patiently await an opportune moment. After 2 hours spent watching a film, Qin Feng and Zhao Shihan returned to their respective homes. Seated in his room, boredom enveloped him, prompting Qin Feng to invite Lin Kuan to partake in a mobile game. In the dead of night, after finishing his shower and preparing for slumber, a sudden, forceful knock echoed against his door. "Xiao Feng, are you asleep?" came the anxious voice of his landlady from outside. "Landlady, what is the matter?" Qin Feng inquired as he opened the door. The landlady, drenched in perspiration, spoke in distress. "Xiao Feng, has my daughter Shuiying contacted you today?" Qin Feng shook his head. "No, she hasn't. What's wrong?" Upon hearing his response, the landlady's anxiety escalated. "This evening, Shuiying mentioned she would be working late, and I thought nothing of it. But now it's the middle of the night, and she hasn't returned, nor can I reach her by phone. Usually, if she has plans in the evening, she informs me in advance. Yet tonight, after her shift, she has gone silent." This revelation heightened the landlady's concern. "I'll give it a try," Qin Feng said, retrieving Shuiying's phone number to dial. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again later." He attempted twice. Both times met with the same disheartening result. The landlady, now nearly in tears, expressed her fears. She had only one daughter, and the thought of something amiss was unbearable. "Xiao Feng, I read in the news that in Ningchuan City, several women have gone missing over the past month, and the perpetrators remain at large. Do you think something might have happened to Shuiying?" Unable to contemplate further, the landlady's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping. "We don't know anything yet. Let us not assume the worst. I'll call the police first." Qin Feng wasted no time, promptly dialing for assistance. The police assured him they would send someone to investigate. "Xiao Feng, what should we do next?" "Wait," the landlady asked, wiping her tears, feeling utterly helpless. "Don't fret. Auntie, I have a plan." Qin Feng swiftly opened his laptop, fingers racing over the keyboard. His hacking skills enabled him to trace the last known location of Shuiying's phone. In no time, he uncovered her movement pattern. The data indicated that Shuiying had clocked out at 10:30 and had indeed been heading homeward. However, her route abruptly ceased upon entering an alley, indicating that her phone must have powered down at that moment. Chapter 60, Triggering a Temporary Task. Upon reaching this juncture, an ominous premonition washed over Qin Feng. Could it be that Shuiying had encountered a deranged killer? If that were the case, the situation would be dire. "Xiao Feng, can you track her?" The landlady inquired anxiously, her eyes fixed on him, hoping for good news. "Not yet. Ding. Host has triggered a temporary task. Rescue Zhang Shuiying. Completing this task will reward you with a lucky gift package." The system's notification sent a jolt through Qin Feng. Indeed, something had gone awry with Shuiying. He resolved to search for surveillance footage from the alley. As a top-tier hacker, such minor obstacles were trivial. However, misfortune struck as the network in the alley encountered issues. Thus, he had to settle for reviewing the footage from the street corner. To his relief, he discovered that Shuiying had indeed entered the alley on her electric scooter. Yet, The footage from the opposite corner revealed that she had not emerged for an extended period. "That's my daughter," the landlady exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency as she observed the footage. "There's no doubt. Sister Ing encountered trouble there." Qin Feng continued to scrutinize the recordings, noting that within the subsequent 3 minutes, 3 vehicles exited the alley. A thorough comparison revealed that one of the vehicle's license plates was fraudulent, heightening its suspicion. However, swiftly tracking the vehicle's whereabouts through surveillance footage would prove futile, as once it left the city limits, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, Qin Feng had an alternative. He entered several lines of code into his laptop, successfully filtering through hundreds of phone numbers that had been active in the alley during that time frame. After eliminating the majority of static numbers, the process became more manageable. 5 to 6 minutes later, through cross-referencing the vehicle's trajectory, Qin Feng successfully pinpointed one number. While he remained unaware of how many individuals occupied the vehicle, he was certain that the number belonged to one of them. At that moment, the vehicle was still in motion, albeit moving away from the city. "Auntie, I will bring Sister Ing back," Qin Feng declared, grabbing the keys to his Ferrari, ready to set off. "Xiao Feng, I'm counting on you." The landlady could do nothing but place her hopes in him. Qin Feng nodded, dashing downstairs. Once in his sports car, he called Zhou Runan to succinctly explain the situation. Zhou Runan, preoccupied with tracking down the killer snow wolf, had yet to rest. "You're saying your friend is in trouble? All right. I will notify the nearby police to intercept. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out." With Zhou Runan's assurance, Qin Feng ended the call, starting the engine and commencing his pursuit. Simultaneously, his phone displayed the movement trajectory of the targeted number. As long as the device remained powered on, he would be able to track them down. Time was of the essence, and he sped along the road. Fortunately, the late-night traffic was sparse. Once he exited the city, Qin Feng accelerated further, closing the distance. The vehicle he was tracking maintained a cautious speed, evidently wary of drawing attention, while he harbored no such concerns. After a quarter of an hour, the targeted number came to a halt at a residence in a small town. With growing concern for Shui Ying's safety, Qin Feng pressed the accelerator. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the location. Parking by the roadside, he quickly exited the car and approached the house, which still had lights on inside. Near the entrance, he could see the vehicle with the fake license plates parked in the yard. 100 meters away, several other houses stood, the sound of barking dogs echoing in the night. Qin Feng scaled the wall, entering the yard. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst from the living room, eyeing Qin Feng warily. "Who are you? Did you just bring a woman here? Hand it over if you have it." Qin Feng spoke coldly. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, perhaps due to fear, as his words became somewhat disjointed. "I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't leave, I'll call the police," the middle-aged man threatened. Qin Feng scoffed and charged towards him. "You seek death." The middle-aged man suddenly drew a knife from his person, lunging at Qin Feng. With remarkable agility, Qin Feng dodged and delivered a punch that sent the man sprawling. He rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop, a phone tumbling out from his grasp. Qin Feng recognized it immediately. It was Zhang Shuiying's phone. He picked it up, surmising that Zhang Shuiying must be inside the house. Just then, footsteps echoed as another middle-aged man rushed out from the hall. "What is going on? Brother Jiang, this kid must know what we did. We can't let him leave alive," the injured man shouted. "Mind your own business," the man called Brother Jiang replied, his eyes flashing with malice as he too drew a knife. Concerned for Zhang Shuiying's safety, Qin Feng aimed to swiftly eliminate the 2 men before him, uncertain if there were others inside the house. "What?" Qin Feng moved with astonishing speed, disarming Brother Jiang before he could react. "Where's the woman you brought back?" Qin Feng pressed the knife against Jiang's throat. Wait, don't be impulsive. The woman is in the room. We merely drugged her. We didn't do anything." Qin Feng inquired again. "Is it just the 2 of you here?" Brother Jiang swallowed hard and nodded. Without further ado, Qin Feng knocked both men unconscious with the hilt of the knife. He then dashed into the room. Zhang Shuiying lay on the bed, her clothes intact. After checking her nose, he confirmed she had merely fainted. Sister Ing," Qin Feng called out several times, but she remained unresponsive. It appeared that the 2 men had administered a hefty dose of sedative. For safety's sake, Qin Feng decided to take Zhang Shuiying to the hospital. Before leaving, he sent the location to Zhou Runan, instructing her to dispatch police officers to handle the situation. Subsequently, he carried Zhang Shuiying to his sports car and sped towards the nearest hospital. The doctor informed him that Zhang Shuiying was not in serious danger. With an injection, she would awaken in about half an hour. Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and called the landlady. "Auntie, Sister Ing is okay now." "Really? Xiao Feng, thank you so much. Where's my Shuiying?" "I'll come right away." The landlady was eager to see her daughter. "It's late. It's best if you don't come now. I'll bring her back as soon as she wakes up." Chapter 61, Skills. Bomb Expert. Due to the distance, Qin Feng decided against having the landlady come over, as it would be troublesome at such an hour. Xiao Feng, I leave Shuiying in your care. Have her call me as soon as she wakes up, the landlady instructed. Understood, Auntie, Qin Feng replied before hanging up. Shortly after he left the house, the police arrived on the scene, taking the two middle-aged men away. While waiting for Zhang Shuiying to awaken, two officers approached Qin Feng to inquire about the incident, to which he responded in detail. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary mission. You have acquired bomb expert skill. You have received 25 million in cash. A bomb expert? Qin Feng felt a rush of information flooding into his mind. This skill would allow him to proficiently master the creation, installation, and disarmament of explosives. Although it wasn't immediately useful, he appreciated the versatility it offered. After about half an hour, Zhang Shuiying's long eyelashes fluttered before she struggled to open her eyes. Where's this? She murmured, gazing at the ceiling of the hospital room. She attempted to move, but her body felt unresponsive, devoid of strength. The silence around her instilled a sense of fear. Just lie still. Don't move, Qin Feng said, rising to meet her gaze. Zhang Shuiying attempted to speak, opening her mouth, but unable to produce sound. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and you're safe. Rest a few more minutes, and you should be able to talk, Qin Feng reassured her. Zhang Shuiying's eyes darted around, seemingly acknowledging him, before shutting them again, lost in thought. After several more minutes, she finally found her voice. Qin Feng, how did I end up here? You were taken by someone. Don't you remember? Qin Feng prompted. Zhang Shuiying strained to recall. Suddenly her face twisted in fear, and her body trembled. I remember coming home from work. I saw an old man fall in an alley. I didn't think much of it, and stopped to help. Then I smelled something strange, and I just passed out. Realizing she had been taken, Zhang Shuiying's complexion paled further. She understood that she had been targeted by nefarious individuals. Qin Feng speculated that the old man she mentioned was likely one of the middle-aged men in disguise, aiming to lower her guard. Qin Feng, did you save me? She asked. Qin Feng nodded. You're safe now. We'll head back shortly. Did they do anything to me? Zhang Shuiying pressed again. No. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiying finally relaxed. Qin Feng, thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely rescue, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qin Feng handed Zhang Shuiying her phone. Your mother is worried about you. Call her. Zhang Shuiying nodded, taking the phone. She noticed the screen was cracked, yet it still functioned. She dialed her mother's number. Mom, I'm in the hospital. I'll be back with Qin Feng soon. Thank goodness. It's all thanks to Xiao Feng this time. They exchanged a few words, and after a few more minutes, Zhang Shuiying's limbs finally regained mobility. Qin Feng, let us go home, she said, looking at him. She had no desire to linger in the hospital any longer. Can you stand? Qin Feng inquired. If you help me up, I should be able to walk. With that, Qin Feng approached the bedside and assisted Zhang Shuiying to her feet. After informing the on-duty doctor, he helped her leave the hospital. In the parking lot, Zhang Shuiying settled into the passenger seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari, her first experience in such an opulent sports car. As they drove back, she gazed out at the night scenery, silent and lost in thought. After a considerable time had elapsed, the two finally descended the stairs. Zhang Shuiying had regained her strength and no longer required Qin Feng's assistance to navigate the steps. Upon seeing her daughter return, the landlady was overwhelmed with joy, and the mother and daughter embraced tightly. Xiao Feng, I cannot thank you enough. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness, the landlady said, wiping her tears. Auntie, I consider sistering a friend, so there is no need for such formalities. Please, rest early, Qin Feng replied. Having ensured Zhang Shuiying's safe return home, he made his way back to his own room. After working up a sweat, Qin Feng indulged in a soothing hot shower before retiring to bed. The following day, he awoke around 8 in the morning. His first action was to check the virtual panel of the system. Today is Saturday. No part-time tasks. Temporary tasks excluded. Enjoy life. Reject the grind. Additionally, a bonus of 100 million in spending money has been granted to the host, available for consumption or investment, with no time limit. Just like the previous weekend, the system had not assigned any part-time tasks. The only difference was the absence of restrictions on this week's spending money. Even if left and used over the weekend, it would not vanish. Indeed, the upgraded system was markedly different. Intending to head downstairs for breakfast, he received a phone call from Zhang Shuiying. Qin Feng, come over to my house for breakfast. My mom has prepared lean meat porridge. Unable to decline, Qin Feng made his way downstairs. Sistering, how are you feeling? After a night of rest, Zhang Shuiying's complexion had improved significantly. Although her head still felt a bit foggy, she no longer needed assistance to walk. She had taken 3 days off to rest adequately. I'm fine now, Zhang Shuiying smiled. Xiao Feng, you must be exhausted from last night. Eat well. Consider it your own home. The landlady served Qin Feng a generous bowl of porridge with a smile. Qin Feng, not one to be polite, consumed 3 large bowls in quick succession. Just as he was preparing to leave, a knock echoed through the door. Who is it? The landlady inquired as she went to open the door. Police, is this Zhang Shuiying's residence? We need to take her statement. Two officers entered, one of whom was Zhou Runan, accompanied by a junior officer. Zhou Runan exchanged a brief nod with Qin Feng. Come in and have a seat, the landlady invited, leading them inside and pouring a glass of water. The junior officer began to ask Zhang Shuiying for details, meticulously recording her responses. I'll head back now, Qin Feng announced after finishing his breakfast, intending to return upstairs. Zhou Runan remained silent, watching him depart. A few minutes later, she left the junior officer to continue taking notes and ascended the stairs to find Qin Feng. Officer Zhou, what brings you up here? Qin Feng asked. What? Am I not allowed to visit you? Zhou Runan retorted playfully. Chapter 62, Temporary Task. Compose a song. That's not what I meant, Qin Feng chuckled. Zhou Runan surveyed his modest room and remarked, You have no shortage of money now. Why do you still live in such a small place? Zhou Runan was aware that Qin Feng was a prominent internet celebrity with nearly 10 million followers. Given his capabilities, achieving financial independence was well within reach. I'm in the process of looking for a new place, Qin Feng responded. He indeed owned a villa but had yet to move in. Have you found that assassin known as Snow Wolf? Zhou Runan shook her head. No, the individual is highly skilled in disguise. We have no better strategy than to wait and see. What we can confirm is that the person is still in Ningchuan City and has not left. Our primary task now is to ensure the safety of Nkaigua. Zhou Runan continued. I came up to discuss last night's case with you. The two men apprehended were first-time offenders. Thankfully, you reacted swiftly. Otherwise, your friend could have been in serious trouble. Indeed, the two middle-aged men exhibited little experience. Had they turned off their phones, it would have been much more challenging for Qin Feng to rescue Zhang Shuiying in such a short time. Ningchuan City has been rather tumultuous lately. There have been 5 missing persons cases this month, all involving women. The main suspect remains at large. So please advise the women in your circle to exercise caution, Zhou Runan added, recalling something important. Is there truly no lead at all? Qin Feng expressed his bewilderment. In this age of advanced information, it seemed implausible that not a single clue could be found. There are some, but they are scant. And we currently lack the means to solve the case, Zhou Runan explained. The pressure on law enforcement is considerable. With the assassin infiltrating Ningchuan City, they have been working overtime. However, she acknowledged that it was an unavoidable situation. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhou Runan continued. Yesterday, you assisted us in cracking the computer. I managed to secure some monetary rewards for you. If you wish, I can arrange for the funds to be transferred to your bank account. Zhou Runan understood that Qin Feng would likely dismiss such a small amount. He had previously donated tens of thousands, which he had encouraged her to give away. There's no need. It was merely a small favor, Qin Feng replied, having already received rewards from the system and thus indifferent to the cash. All right. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhou Runan had other matters to attend to and departed after her statement. Qin Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Shuhan. Initially, he intended to invite her for a drive, but she was unavailable. It dawned on him that Zhao Shuhan had become quite the successful author, with numerous fans eagerly awaiting her novel updates. Bored, Qin Feng opened his Douyin backend and noticed his follower count had reached an all-time high, nearing 10 million. Just as he was about to go live, a prompt from the system chimed in. Ding! Host has triggered a temporary task. Create an original song and achieve 3 million views. No time limit. The temporary task issued by the system posed little challenge for Qin Feng, as he had acquired 3 music-related skills the day before, which were now quite useful. He promptly downloaded music composition software onto his laptop and began his work. Crafting a song required a compelling melody. After half an hour of trial and error, the primary melody was finalized. Next came the task of adding an appealing accompaniment. With his mastery of music theory and instruments, Qin Feng completed the accompaniment in 10 minutes. Finally, he needed to write the lyrics, an area where he felt less confident. After 2 hours of effort, he managed to pen lyrics that he found somewhat satisfactory. The song adopted a pop style, not necessitating profound lyrical depth. After a brief trial performance, he deemed it quite good. However, recording his voice would require professional equipment, which he lacked. He quickly searched online and soon found a recording studio available for rent. After noting the address, Qin Feng set off in his sports car. Nearly 20 minutes later, the car came to a halt outside an apartment building. Confirming the address, he took the elevator to the designated floor. The Ocean Studio awaited him. Upon arrival, he noticed the front desk was unattended and was about to proceed toward the recording room when the door swung open, revealing a man with long hair. In his 30s, the man was dressed neatly, exuding an artistic vibe. When Qin Feng arrived, he had already perused the materials and recognized that the individual before him was Su Lei, the lead vocalist of the Ocean Band and the owner of this studio. The recording studio primarily served as a facility for his band, but was frequently available for external rentals. Who are you looking for? Sule inquired, scrutinizing Qin Feng. You must be the owner of the studio, correct? I would like to rent this space for a day, Qin Feng stated, clarifying his intentions. Sule replied, I'm afraid we cannot rent it out at the moment, as our band requires it for rehearsals over the next few days. However, you may pay a deposit now, and you can use it starting Monday. Qin Feng showed no inclination to leave, responding, Yet, I wish to use it today. Sule sighed, my friend. You're putting me in a difficult position. If you had made a reservation a bit earlier, he shook his head with a wry smile. Qin Feng interrupted. How much do you charge for a day's rental of your studio? Sule explained. The cost depends on the equipment utilized and ranges from 10,000 to 50,000. I invested over 2 million in establishing this studio, not to mention additional venue rental fees. Our band lacks notoriety and mainly secures local performances, barely covering our expenses. Yet, the passion for music cannot always be quantified in monetary terms. I will offer you 100,000, and I require it now, Qin Feng insisted. Unwilling to wait until Monday. My friend, this Sule felt greatly conflicted. 150,000. Qin Feng raised his offer. This is not solely a matter of money. Sule protested. 200,000. At this, Sule's resolve finally wavered as he called out to the studio. Lazy, clear the space immediately for this gentleman. By the way, may I inquire your name, sir? Qin Feng. Sule's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Although the studio's rental fees were substantial, it often remained idle. Receiving 200,000 without hesitation was an opportunity Sule could not dismiss. Shortly thereafter, other members of the band emerged, offering Qin Feng a cup of tea. It was imperative to satisfy such a generous patron. Qin Feng requested Sule's bank account details and promptly transferred the funds. By the way, Mr. Qin, how many people are in your group? Just myself. Qin Feng replied. Sule was taken aback. Wait, just you? You're here for leisure, aren't you? Chapter 63, Accomplished. Qin Feng queried. Is there a problem? Sule quickly shook his head. No problem, of course not. I'm merely curious about what you intend to do here alone. The studio was equipped with an array of instruments, and typically required an entire team for utilization. Music creation, of course, Qin Feng stated. Sule found it hard to believe that one individual could manage such a task, as music composition often necessitated various instruments and knowledge. I won't disturb you any further. Just be cautious with the equipment and instruments. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me, Sule cautioned. Qin Feng nodded and entered the recording studio. Inside, a plethora of instruments awaited him. Pianos, guitars, violins, and most importantly, top-notch recording equipment. He was eager to complete the song recording swiftly and began to operate the controls. A master, undoubtedly a master. The studio was equipped with cameras, and the Ocean Band members, feeling uneasy, monitored Qin Feng's every move from their computer. They observed him playing the piano with remarkable fluidity, the enchanting melody captivating them. What song is this? Have you heard it before? Sule asked his bandmates. They all shook their heads in response, having never encountered it. Could it be an original composition? If so, this young man was indeed a prodigy. Contemplating this, Sule promptly switched off the camera. Let us refrain from eavesdropping. We can consult him once he has finished. It is quite unethical to intrude upon someone's creative process. Although their band lacked fame, they upheld a standard of professionalism. Before long, the afternoon had slipped away. Qin Feng completed all recordings, including vocals, and listened to the playback, feeling quite satisfied. He then transferred the original recordings to his USB drive, meticulously deleting all data from the equipment, for caution was prudent. Should anyone abscond with the data, the loss would be significant. Having accomplished this, Qin Feng was ready to depart. As he stepped out of the recording studio, the members of the Ocean Band approached him. Mr. Qin, may I inquire which music company you represent? Sule asked eagerly. I'm merely an amateur and do not consider myself a singer, Qin Feng replied. Although a few days prior, music companies had expressed interest in signing him, Qin Feng had declined. That can't be true. Sule seemed incredulous. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Mr. Qin, may we listen to your work? Rest assured, we simply wish to hear it, with no ulterior motives. And we guarantee confidentiality. Not at this moment. Qin Feng refused. However, you should be able to hear it in an hour. As I will be publishing the song on a music platform, the title will be Only Because You Are So Gentle. Sule exclaimed, Mr. Qin, let us connect on WeChat. If you encounter any creative issues, we can exchange ideas. Qin Feng provided his account details for Sule to add. Mr. Qin, should you ever wish to use this equipment in the future, I can offer it to you free of charge. Just let me know in advance. Sule was eager to befriend Qin Feng, recognizing the musical genius he had witnessed in the earlier melody. If circumstances allowed, he would have loved to have Qin Feng join the Ocean Band, but he understood that this was an unattainable dream. Talents like Qin Feng would attract the attention of many companies. Without lingering further, Qin Feng descended the elevator, drove his sports car back to his rental. The song had been recorded, and now all that remained was to upload it to the internet. With nearly 10 million followers on Douyin, achieving 300 million plays was not a daunting task. However, he planned to register a new account to release the song as an online artist, assessing its popularity. If it did not attain 300 million plays, then he would reconsider his options. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng registered an account on several mainstream music platforms in the country, naming it Maple. After completing the registration, he proceeded to upload his music, a process that was not overly complicated. Su Lei and several band members sat before the computer, refreshing the music platform's webpage repeatedly, eager to hear Qin Feng's original song. At last, the song title appeared in the search results. Su Lei and the others felt a surge of excitement as they clicked to play. The familiar and enchanting melody resonated, and they instantly recognized it. Indeed, it was the same melody Qin Feng had played in the recording studio, now enriched with additional instruments, creating a more robust sound. It is hard to fathom that this was accomplished solely by him. Soon, the vocal segment arrived, and Su Lei and the others were once again taken aback. The voice was simply exquisite. The enchanting melody, coupled with a flawless vocal performance, captivated Su Lei and his companions, leaving them entranced. The caliber of this original song could easily rival that of top-tier artists. Once the song concluded, Su Lei clicked to replay it. "Brother Lei, shall we consider bringing this young talent on board? With Qin Feng joining, our ocean band could undoubtedly soar to new heights." Su Lei felt somewhat speechless. What caliber was he? Would he even look our way, considering we are merely a small band? Let us invite Mr. Qin to dinner sometime. If he could offer some guidance, it would be invaluable to us. Let us share this song on our Douyin account to give Mr. Qin a boost. Their account had merely tens of thousands of followers. After sharing, some curious fans clicked to listen. Once they did, they couldn't stop. Many hastily downloaded the music app to add the song to their playlists. The Soda app, a music platform under Douyin, soon detected unusual data from the newly uploaded song library. "Supervisor, look at this song's data. Its play count and ratings are on the rise. Although the growth rate isn't rapid, it's quite impressive compared to other songs. Let me have a listen." The supervisor donned headphones and clicked play, quickly becoming enraptured. Which music company released this in the country? It was released by an individual. There's little information, just an address and phone number. Hearing this, the supervisor's interest was piqued. He was eager to sign the original creator of this song. Let us add this song to the new song potential chart and continue to monitor the subsequent data. Additionally, he requested Qin Feng's phone number to inquire about his interest in signing a contract. "Hello, sir. I am an employee from the Soda app. We have noticed that the original song you recently released is of exceptional quality." Chapter 64. Are you Qin Feng? If you are interested in signing with us, not only will you receive a signing fee, but we will also provide extensive support in terms of exposure. Qin Feng was taken aback by how quickly a music platform had taken notice of him. However, he still had no intentions of signing. "I'm afraid I have no such plans." "Sir, have you already signed with another music platform?" "Not at all." The supervisor sighed with relief upon hearing this. As long as Qin Feng had not signed with another platform, it meant there was still a chance. "Sir, please take your time to consider. If you have any conditions, feel free to mention them. I won't disturb you any further. I wish you a pleasant day." With Qin Feng's original song climbing the new song potential chart, many users began to take notice. Although the song title seemed unremarkable, a mere listen was enough to compel repeated plays. "I thought my brother had released new work again. This online singer named Feng has some talent. I'm following. This voice is simply too beautiful. It feels oddly familiar. The lyrics are hard to evaluate, but the voice and singing skills are absolutely top-notch. I bet a bag of spicy strips that this song will definitely be a hit." In just over an hour, Qin Feng's song had ascended to the 9th position on the new song chart, with its play count skyrocketing. After the song's release, Qin Feng paid little attention to it. At 6 in the evening, as he was preparing to go out for dinner, he suddenly received a call from Yao Mingjie. "Mr. Qin, do you have time? I'd like to treat you to dinner." Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. They arranged to meet at a Chinese restaurant. Driving his sports car there, he attracted the attention of several passers-by along the way. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Qin Feng noticed Yao Mingjie waiting at the entrance. Yao Mingjie possessed a beauty that wasn't immediately striking but grew on you. At that moment, she stood at the restaurant entrance in a long dress. The restaurant was quite large, with 5 floors. The first floor was rather ordinary, while the upper levels featured private rooms. Seeing Qin Feng arrive, Yao Mingjie immediately approached him. "Mr. Qin." Her tone bore a hint of respect, for the young man before her was her benefactor. Without Qin Feng's investment, her milk tea shop would have already gone under, leaving her in dire financial straits with uncertain prospects for recovery. Thus, Yao Mingjie harbored a sense of gratitude towards Qin Feng. "I've reserved a private room. Let us head upstairs." The two took the elevator to the 3rd floor and entered the room. It was a decent-sized private area with a pleasant ambience. "Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Yao Mingjie gestured for him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. Miss Yao, there's no need to be so formal. Qin Feng smiled as he sat down. No, regardless of anything, you helped me through a tough time. Yao Mingjie sat opposite Qin Feng, observing him. The young man was sun-kissed and handsome, but most importantly, he exuded a sense of mystery. Miss Yao, you need not think of it that way. I simply admire your ability and believe your milk tea shop has great potential. It's a win-win for us. That's all there is to it. Yao Mingjie smiled. Regardless of Qin Feng's motivations, he was indeed the one providing her with much-needed support. Take a look at the menu and order whatever you like. Yao Mingjie handed Qin Feng the menu. You order. I'm easygoing about it. With no other choice, Yao Mingjie ordered a few signature dishes. Would you like to drink something? She inquired. I want tea. I drove here. Yao Mingjie nodded, refraining from ordering any alcohol. Mr. Qin, I worked through the night to prepare a brand promotion plan, and I'd like to report it to you. Now that Qin Feng was a major shareholder. Although he had clearly stated he wouldn't involve himself in management, Yao Mingjie felt it necessary to discuss matters with him. Just handle it as you see fit. There's no need to report to me. Qin Feng trusted the data projected by the business card and believed in Yao Mingjie's capabilities. Yao Mingjie stared at Qin Feng, unsure of what to say. She found it hard to comprehend why Qin Feng would place such trust in her. Having invested so much money, didn't he fear it would go to waste? With this thought, Yao Mingjie became even more resolute. She could not let Qin Feng down. Before long, the dishes were served. As they ate, Yao Mingjie asked, Mr. Qin, judging by your age, you must be a bit younger than me. You're not still in school, are you? From the luxurious sports car Qin Feng drove, she surmised he must be a wealthy second-generation heir. I'm studying at Ningchuan University. I'm about to enter my senior year. Qin Feng did not conceal this fact. From Yao Mingjie, he learned that she was originally from Ningchuan. After graduating, with her parents' support, she had embarked on her entrepreneurial journey. However, this past year had been challenging, with consecutive losses. Fortunately, she had encountered a benefactor in Qin Feng. The meal lasted half an hour. After they had eaten their fill, they exited the private room. Mr. Qin, let me take care of the bill. Yao Mingjie approached the front desk of the restaurant. Mingjie, what a serendipitous encounter to find you here. A flamboyant voice called out from behind her. Upon turning around and recognizing the speaker, Yao Mingjie frowned slightly. Ignoring him, she continued her stride towards the front desk. Undeterred, the young man followed closely behind. Mingjie, are you dining here? No need to pay. I forgot to mention that my father owns this restaurant. He boasted, a smug expression adorning his face. His attire suggested a background of affluence. Nevertheless, Yao Mingjie remained unresponsive. Pulling out her bank card and presenting it to the female staff member at the reception. Box 8, please charge it. Not long ago, Zhang Yi had visited the milk tea shop and, captivated by Yao Mingjie's striking beauty, had launched a romantic pursuit, all of which had ended in failure. The staff member glanced at Zhang Yi, appearing somewhat conflicted. Zhang Yi took the card from Yao Mingjie's hand, asserting, Mingjie, I told you, there's no need to pay. Just mention my name the next time you come here, and it will all be complimentary. Yao Mingjie, wishing to distance herself from Zhang Yi, glanced at the bill and opted to pay via mobile scan. Mr. Qin, let us go. Having settled the payment, Yao Mingjie had no desire to linger further. Had she known this restaurant belonged to Zhang Yi's family, she would never have dined here. However, just as Qin Feng and Yao Mingjie were about to exit, they were halted by Zhang Yi's voice. Stop. Are you Qin Feng? Zhang Yi glared coldly at Qin Feng's back, his expression darkening. What do you want? Qin Feng did not turn around, perplexed as to how this Zhang Yi knew his name. Chapter 65, Zhang Yuding. Qin Feng, you don't know who I am? Zhang Yi had seen Qin Feng's photograph, thus recognizing him. His cousin, Zhang Jun, had been injured by Qin Feng, and due to the assault on a police officer, he had been forced to flee abroad. Seeing Qin Feng here only fueled Zhang Jun's anger. I truly don't know, Qin Feng replied calmly, turning to face Zhang Yi. The Zhang Jun you injured the other night is my cousin. I assure you, you will not leave here easily today. In recent days, the Zhang family had faced considerable scrutiny, and Zhang Yi had vowed to avenge his cousin. Anyone could challenge the Zhang family. But how could they maintain their standing in Ningchuan City? So, you are also part of the Zhang family, Qin Feng mused, a smile gracing his lips. It was no wonder Zhang Yi displayed such a demeanor of deep-seated grievances. Mr. Qin, Yao Mingjie appeared worried, aware that Zhang Yi was not an ordinary individual and that they were on Zhang family territory. If a confrontation ensued, Qin Feng would likely be at a disadvantage. It's fine, Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. Just nights ago, Zhang Jun had brought 12 people to confront him, yet they had failed to overpower him. He wondered what confidence Zhang Yi possessed to think he could prevail. With that, Zhang Yi summoned 3 security guards from the restaurant. Keep a close eye on him. Do not let him leave. Zhang Yi sent a text from his phone, planning to summon more reinforcements. Mingjie, this is not your concern. Step aside, he instructed her sharply. Zhang Yi, let us discuss this rationally. Don't resort to violence, Yao Mingjie pleaded, filled with trepidation as she positioned herself in front of Qin Feng. She was uncertain of Qin Feng's capabilities and felt anxious for his safety. Mingjie, who is Qin Feng to you that you would protect him so fervently? Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, growing increasingly incensed. What was it about this Qin Feng, who was merely taller and more handsome than most? Qin Feng gently patted Yao Mingjie's shoulder. This is my affair. You need not concern yourself. Observing Qin Feng's composure, Yao Mingjie instinctively stepped aside. Suddenly, she recalled Qin Feng's considerable wealth, leading her to suspect that he must possess a significant background. In comparison, she felt rather ordinary. Let us see how Qin Feng handles this situation, she decided. Do you really think these three can stop me? Qin Feng surveyed the three guards with a shake of his head. Qin Feng, don't be so arrogant. My people are on their way, Zhang Yi retorted, aware of Qin Feng's abilities. No sooner had he spoken than the elevator doors opened, and 7 or 8 young men rushed out. Zhang Xiao, they called, positioning themselves behind Zhang Yi. Shortly after, 2 burly men in suits descended, clearly bodyguards of the Zhang family. As trained protectors, they possessed considerable strength. And with numerical superiority on their side, Zhang Yi was confident he could subdue the seemingly insignificant Qin Feng. Now do you understand the gravity of your situation? Zhang Yi taunted, reveling in his perceived advantage. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Yao Mingjie hastily retrieved her phone, intending to call the authorities. With such a large group, if a fight broke out, Qin Feng would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Seize her phone, Zhang Yi commanded, noticing her dialing. The guards reacted swiftly, rushing over to snatch the device from her grasp. Don't act recklessly. Yao Mingjie's face reflected a hint of panic. Today, you shall learn that the Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Attack. Zhang Yi finally issued the order. His friends charged at Qin Feng with enthusiasm, igniting a chaotic brawl. Qin Feng moved like a flash of lightning, embodying a heroic figure as he faced multiple adversaries. Yao Mingjie, anxious, soon realized that Qin Feng resembled a protagonist from a martial arts novel, exhibiting remarkable valor. Despite their collective efforts, they could not even graze the hem of Qin Feng's garment. Each of his counterattacks sent an opponent sprawling, writhing in agony. What are you all waiting for? Attack together. Zhang Yi scolded, dissatisfied, as he turned to his bodyguards. The guards exchanged glances, neither willing to engage. Faced with Qin Feng's prowess, they hesitated. I earn merely 3,000 a month. Why risk my life? One of them muttered. Useless. Zhang Yi's face darkened, frustration evident as 2 of the Zhang family's bodyguards fell victim to Qin Feng's skill. Impressive. Yao Mingjie gasped, her hand covering her mouth, astonished by Qin Feng's capabilities. It was no wonder he had remained so composed moments earlier. He had clearly dismissed Zhang Yi and his associates as inconsequential. After dispatching the 2 bodyguards, Qin Feng pressed forward toward Zhang Yi. Qin Feng, don't be reckless, Zhang Yi exclaimed, his face paling as he stumbled back, noting Qin Feng's relentless advance. He grabbed a nearby chair, prepared to confront him. However, his speed paled in comparison to Qin Feng's. Seizing Zhang Yi by the collar, Qin Feng effortlessly lifted him off the ground, leaving Zhang Yi dangling in fear. Qin Feng, I warn you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the Zhang family will not spare you. Qin Feng responded with a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I fear your family? If I were afraid, I would not have injured Zhang Jun. By now, my conflict with the Zhang family is irrevocable. Attacking one is no different from attacking 2. Truth be told, Zhang Yi felt a pang of regret in his heart at this moment. He had severely underestimated Qin Feng's prowess. Had he known Qin Feng was so formidable, he would never have acted so impulsively. Stop. At that instant, a voice brimming with authority emanated from the direction of the elevator. Everyone turned to see a somewhat slender middle-aged man striding forward with a stern expression, flanked by 2 bodyguards. This man was none other than Zhang Yuding, the chairman of Kaichuo Building Materials Group and Zhang Jun's father. Not far away, Yao Mingjie could even sense an invisible pressure emanating from Zhang Yuding. Uncle, save me. Upon seeing Zhang Yuding's arrival, Zhang Yi felt a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yuding merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Yi before fixing his gaze on Qin Feng. So you are Qin Feng? Zhang Yuding's expression was frigid. It was this very individual who had harmed his beloved son. In truth, he had already been contemplating how to deal with Qin Feng, but had not anticipated Zhang Yi would act on his own accord at such a moment. If Qin Feng were truly so easy to handle, would he have needed to wait? He could have dispatched a few men to deal with Qin Feng and concluded the matter swiftly. Chapter 66. The Revenge Plan. However, Zhang Yuding had researched Qin Feng's profile and was aware of his formidable fighting skills. Moreover, he had a police acquaintance. If the situation was not handled with care, it could very well backfire. Having navigated the business world for so long, Zhang Yuding refrained from taking risks unless he was certain. You have already conducted a background check on me. Why bother asking? Qin Feng showed no deference to Zhang Yuding. A child's misbehavior is the parent's fault. Zhang Jun's arrogance could not exist without the support of Zhang Yuding's backing. Very well. Indeed, it seems that heroes emerge from youth. I admire your audacity, Qin Feng. Release my nephew, and I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired. In truth, Zhang Yuding was seeking an exit strategy, for he understood that his bodyguards were no match for Qin Feng. Certainly, I, Qin Feng, am not one to harbor grudges. Qin Feng smiled and released Zhang Yi. With his feet back on the ground, Zhang Yi felt a surge of relief. Crack. Accompanied by a resounding crash, Zhang Yi's right cheek received a resounding slap. The immense force caused him to spin around 2 or 3 times before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yuding had not anticipated that Qin Feng would dare to strike again, causing his eyes to twitch in fury. Qin Feng remarked coolly, I have already stated that I dislike holding grudges. Now it is time for retribution. Yao Mengjie felt a knot form in her stomach, forgetting to breathe. Good heavens. Qin Feng actually dared to stand against Zhang Yuding. It is important to note that Zhang Yuding was a prominent figure in Ningchuan City. What if there were repercussions later? Yao Mengjie genuinely felt anxious for Qin Feng. 2 individuals rushed over to assist the fallen Zhang Yi. After a considerable pause, Zhang Yi finally regained his senses. However, at this moment, his right cheek had swelled to the size of a bee sting. Uncle, we cannot allow this Qin Feng to leave today. Zhang Yi glared at Qin Feng with cold fury. Excellent. Excellent. Zhang Yuding repeated the word excellent twice, his face darkening as he strode out of the restaurant without acknowledging his nephew. Uncle. Zhang Yi was bewildered, unable to comprehend why his uncle would suddenly depart. Was he not going to avenge his cousin? That was your own flesh and blood. With confusion clouding his mind, Zhang Yi hurried after him. The others, seeing this, chose not to linger any longer and began to leave. Mr. Qin. Yao Mengjie approached Qin Feng, her eyes filled with admiration. Yet, she still harbored some concern. Mr. Qin, do you think the Zhang family will seek retribution later? Qin Feng replied, without a doubt. Zhang Yuding's expression has betrayed him. I perceive him as a cunning adversary. He is departing now because he feels incapable of dealing with me. Nonetheless, this matter will not simply end here. Please be cautious. The Zhang family is not to be trifled with, Yao Mengjie advised, knowing she could offer little assistance. She was particularly concerned for Qin Feng, who was now her benefactor. I shall. You may return now. Qin Feng did not prolong the conversation with Yao Mengjie. Nodding, she departed, and they each went their separate ways. Back at the Zhang residence, Zhang Yi returned to the hall in a sullen mood. Unable to fathom the situation, he sought out Zhang Yuding. Uncle, I cannot understand why we let that Qin Feng go just now. Given our family's standing in Ningchuan City, why should we fear a man without any backing? Zhang Yi was genuinely perplexed. Zhang Yuding, already irate, snapped at Zhang Yi. If you cannot comprehend, then continue pondering. You useless fool. All you do is bring shame upon us. Zhang Yi, still somewhat defiant, responded, but I merely wish to avenge my cousin. Slap. Zhang Yuding retaliated with a stinging slap across Zhang Yi's face, leaving him dazed. Having just been struck by Qin Feng in the restaurant, now he returned only to be hit by his uncle. Truly, he had fallen into misfortune. Even if vengeance was warranted, one should employ some wit. Is your head filled with mush? Knowing full well that Qin Feng is skilled, you still chose to act recklessly. Zhang Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, he had initially failed to anticipate Qin Feng's true strength. I miscalculated, uncle. I was wrong. Zhang Yi finally lowered his head in submission. Do not employ such petty tricks in the future. I have my own methods for dealing with Qin Feng. Zhang Yuding had already devised a plan for confronting Qin Feng. But today's events had thrown everything into disarray. Particularly infuriating was the fact that Qin Feng had shown him such blatant disregard. Qin Feng, I had intended to keep you around for a while longer, but since you seem so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhang Yuding's eyes. He resolved not to delay any longer. In recent years, Zhang Yuding had systematically transferred assets overseas, primarily to safeguard himself. Once he dealt with Qin Feng, he could finally leave and reunite with his son. After Zhang Yi departed, Zhang Yuding returned to his room, retrieved a new phone, and made a call. 20 million. Find me a reliable assassin. I will send you the target shortly. My only requirement is that it be completed within 3 days. Understood, replied the voice on the other end. You know the drill. Transfer the funds first, and I will arrange it immediately. Zhang Yuding said nothing further. After hanging up, he instructed someone to transfer the money. The transaction would be conducted via an overseas account, and Zhang Yuding had no fear of leaving evidence behind. Qin Feng, if blame is to be placed, it should be on your own arrogance. For you have provoked individuals best left undisturbed. In a hotel nestled within the suburban expanse of Ningchuan City, the assassin known as Snow Wolf lies in wait. Tasked with the covert elimination of Nkaigwa, he has assumed multiple identities, coupled with his adeptness at disguise, making it a formidable challenge for law enforcement to track him down. However, an unusual incident yesterday thwarted his plan for a bombing attack, compelling him to bide his time for a new opportunity. At this moment, he is delving into the dark web via his newly acquired computer, seeking any pertinent information that might be of use. Suddenly, a bounty catches his eye, a reward of 6 million for the assassination of Ningchuan University student Qin Feng. Ningchuan University? Intrigued, Snow Wolf clicks to gather more details and discovers that the target boasts minimal background. Although he possesses considerable skill, nothing is insurmountable when it comes to explosives. The bounty, while modest, is conveniently located within Ningchuan City, making the execution of this task all the more accessible. Should he fail to find an opportunity within Nkaigwa, this 6 million would not go unwarranted. Having made up his mind, Snow Wolf promptly accepts the mission. The bounty will initially be collected by the dark web platform, with payment released upon successful completion of the task. Chapter 67. Snow Wolf is dead. The commission fee is covered by the issuer, eliminating any further deductions. Following his acceptance, Snow Wolf downloads a comprehensive dossier on Qin Feng. It is him. Recognizing Qin Feng from a previous encounter during a dinner with Nkaigwa, Snow Wolf mutters to himself as he reviews the file. Quite capable indeed. Able to take on 10 adversaries at once. But fate has dealt you a poor hand, for the walking 6 million shall soon be mine. With a cold smile gracing his lips, Snow Wolf concludes that this assignment is significantly simpler than eliminating Nkaigwa. After all, Qin Feng is merely one individual, presenting ample opportunity for a decisive strike. With a 3-day deadline, Snow Wolf believes that such time is excessive. Glancing at the clock, he shoulders his black backpack and sets off. Downstairs at the rental property, a Ferrari LaFerrari rests in the parking space, yet this does not confirm Qin Feng's presence above. Therefore, Snow Wolf spends a small sum to trace Qin Feng's mobile number. The location reveals that the phone is indeed nearby, suggesting that Qin Feng resides just above. A sinister grin spreads across Snow Wolf's face as he observes the tracking information. Night has fallen, presenting an opportune moment to act. Within his backpack lies a freshly crafted bomb, ready to be strategically placed and detonated, ensuring Qin Feng's demise. Qin Feng resides on the 5th floor, with the 4th floor notably dark, indicating its unoccupied status. The bomb can be discreetly placed on the 4th floor, as the entrance remains unlocked due to the frequent comings and goings of tenants. After a thorough observation, Snow Wolf confidently strides through the entrance. Disguised as a middle-aged man, he harbors no fear of being traced by law enforcement. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he reconfirms the absence of occupants and retrieves a piece of wire to force open the door. Proficient in lockpicking, a fundamental skill for any competent assassin, Snow Wolf swiftly succeeds in breaching the door within mere seconds. He slips inside and shuts the door behind him. The room is enveloped in darkness. Snow Wolf produces a flashlight to identify the optimal placement for the bomb. With Qin Feng just above, a successful detonation would guarantee his immediate ascent to infamy, and the 6 million would be his. Soon, Snow Wolf decides on a location. Carefully extracting the bomb from his backpack and placing it atop the wardrobe, he activates the timer, setting it for 3 minutes to ensure his timely escape. As the countdown begins, he readies himself to leave, but upon opening the door, he is met with a shocking sight. A young man stands before him. Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression remains calm as he fixates on Snow Wolf. The moment Snow Wolf entered the building with the bomb, an alert had triggered, prompting Qin Feng to heighten his vigilance. Noticing faint sounds from downstairs, he deduced that an intruder had entered, one armed with explosives. Snow Wolf, maintaining his composure, feigns nonchalance. "Who are you, standing at my door?" Fluent in multiple languages, he attempts to project confidence. "Enough with the charade. You are the assassin known as Snow Wolf, are you not?" Though Qin Feng can discern that this man is indeed an assassin, he cannot be entirely certain of his identity. Based on what he knows, the infamous Snow Wolf has a reputation for employing bombs with deadly proficiency. Damn it! Snow Wolf realizes his cover has been blown. He cannot fathom where the slip occurred. But his immediate priority is to eliminate Qin Feng and flee, for once the bomb is activated, halting it would prove nearly impossible, even for one as skilled as he. Dismantling it within 3 minutes is a tall order. As he reaches into his backpack, Snow Wolf draws forth 2 razor-sharp claw knives, closing in on Qin Feng with lightning speed. Each strike is lethal, his intent clear, to rid himself of Qin Feng swiftly. However, he is taken aback by Qin Feng's remarkable agility. Time and again, his attacks narrowly miss as Qin Feng evades with ease. It becomes apparent to Snow Wolf why Qin Feng is reputed to take on 10 opponents at once. Regret begins to seep in regarding his decision to accept this assignment. "I expected more from you, but this is rather underwhelming." Initially, Qin Feng refrains from retaliation, opting instead to gauge Snow Wolf's capabilities. Yet, disappointment mounts as he realizes that even with weapons in hand, Snow Wolf poses little challenge. After assessing the situation, Qin Feng finally begins to fight back, forcing Snow Wolf back into the room. With a powerful punch, Qin Feng strikes Snow Wolf squarely in the chest, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he stumbles backward, nearly losing his footing. "Who sent you?" Qin Feng inquires coldly. A glint of ferocity flashes in Snow Wolf's eyes. "Qin Feng, I underestimated you. But do not celebrate prematurely. There is a bomb atop the wardrobe. One press of this remote, and we all perish." Snow Wolf brandishes a remote control from his backpack, though he is merely attempting to intimidate Qin Feng. The bomb has already begun its countdown, rendering the remote ineffective until the 3 minutes elapse. As time slips away, Snow Wolf grows increasingly anxious. Lingering any longer could spell his own demise. "Then by all means, give it a try." Qin Feng retorts with a smile, unperturbed in the least. Due to the bomb having been placed into the system space, which is entirely isolated from the outside world and devoid of any concept of time, Xuelang was utterly incapable of detonating it. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng would not fall for such trickery. Glancing at his watch, he realized that over a minute had elapsed. If he did not make his escape soon, he would be doomed. Gritting his teeth, Xuelang grasped his eagle claw knife and charged forward once more. He was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Qin Feng. He needed to find an opportunity to flee immediately. However, Qin Feng was not about to afford him such a chance. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng delivered a powerful punch. The speed was blinding, and before Xuelang could react, he felt a blow to his forehead. The force of the strike sent him crashing to the ground, motionless, thus sealing his fate. Qin Feng crouched down to inspect him once more, confirming that Xuelang was irrevocably dead. This was Qin Feng's first experience with taking a life. If Xuelang were allowed to leave, the secrets he harbored could easily be revealed to the outside world. The previous bomb incident had already raised suspicions, and this time it was no different. Therefore, eliminating Xuelang was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 68, The Revenge Plan. Fortunately, Xuelang's identity as an assassin left Qin Feng with no moral qualms. Moreover, even if Xuelang chose to remain silent, Qin Feng could deduce the truth. The puppeteer behind it all must undoubtedly be Zhang Yuding of the Zhang family. Now that events had escalated to this point, Qin Feng was determined not to remain passive any longer. Zhang Yuding must perish. Not even the arrival of Jesus could save him. At this juncture, Qin Feng needed to dispose of Xuelang's body. With a mere thought, Xuelang's corpse vanished, successfully transferred into the system space. It truly worked. Initially, Qin Feng had merely intended to test the limits of the system, but to his astonishment, it was successful. While living beings could not be placed into the system space, the dead could indeed be housed there. This was advantageous, sparing him the effort of moving the body. Qin Feng swiftly tidied up the scene, leaving no traces behind. He then took Xuelang's backpack and returned to his room. The bomb had already been preemptively placed into the system space, thus requiring no further handling. Upon opening Xuelang's backpack, he discovered a laptop inside, along with some basic tools evidently meant for bomb installation and dismantling. Qin Feng bypassed the laptop's password using the same method as before, infiltrating the dark web. As expected, Xuelang had indeed accepted a contract on the assassin platform, with the target being Qin Feng himself. "Am I truly worth 6 million? Qin Feng mused, feeling rather undervalued. After contemplating for a while, a perfect plan for revenge began to form in his mind. "Zhang Yuding, since you wish to play, I shall engage you to the bitter end." Subsequently, Qin Feng opened his own computer and began typing line after line of code. He implanted a virus into Zhang Yuding's phone, meaning that every move he made would now be under Qin Feng's control. Around 10 o'clock that evening, the opportunity presented itself. Qin Feng observed that Zhang Yuding was currently meeting with a client outside. Coincidentally, Zhao Shuhan's brother, Zhao Ming, also sent him a message. "Brother Feng, are you free? I've gathered a few friends for a late-night snack. Would you like to join us?" Though Qin Feng was not hungry, he was eager to find a reason to go out. "Sure, send me the location." Soon, Zhao Ming provided the coordinates. "I'll arrive in half an hour." Qin Feng stored Xuelang's tools and laptop in the system space and exited his room. Descending to the ground floor, Qin Feng entered his Ferrari LaFerrari, taking his time before setting off. At that moment, his phone displayed Zhang Yuding's movements. Zhang Yuding had just concluded his meeting and was heading back to the Zhang residence. Qin Feng calculated the route on the map to ensure an encounter with Zhang Yuding, and then he drove off in his sports car. After passing through 5 or 6 intersections, Qin Feng finally spotted Zhang Yuding's vehicle. Both cars halted at a traffic light, waiting for the signal. Zhang Yuding was seated in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, driven by his elder brother, while his bodyguard occupied a nearby sedan. With a mere thought, Qin Feng transferred the timing bomb crafted by Shui Lang into the trunk of the Rolls-Royce. Before departing, Qin Feng had modified the bomb slightly. The explosion time remained set at 3 minutes, but he had reduced the explosive power to avoid collateral damage to bystanders. For someone like Qin Feng, who had acquired the skills of a bomb expert, this was hardly a challenge. The timer activated, counting down 3 minutes until detonation. Qin Feng calculated that they were still some distance from the Zhang residence. Unless something unexpected occurred, Zhang Yuding would remain in the vehicle. Once Zhang Yuding was eliminated, even if suspicions were cast toward Qin Feng, it would be impossible to find any evidence against him. Having completed all necessary preparations, Qin Feng continued his drive toward the designated meeting spot with Zhao Ming. Upon arrival, Zhao Ming and his friends were already waiting for him. When Zhao Ming saw Qin Feng emerge from the luxury sports car, he was taken aback. "Brother Feng, is that Ferrari LaFerrari yours? Wow, that car is incredibly cool." Zhao Ming's friends gathered around, marveling at the vehicle. Like Zhao Ming, they hailed from affluent families but had never encountered a car as extravagant as Qin Feng's LaFerrari, which was far beyond the price range of even the most expensive cars they had driven. "It's a friend's. I'm just borrowing it for a spin," Qin Feng replied, opting not to disclose the truth. After all, Zhao Shehan was unaware of his recent acquisition, and if Zhao Ming were to spill the beans, it would lead to complications. Zhao Ming circled the Ferrari LaFerrari, commenting, "Your friend must be quite wealthy." As a car enthusiast, Zhao Ming knew that the LaFerrari was priced at a staggering 20 million. Even in Ningchuan City, it would be difficult to find a second one. "Let me introduce you. This is Brother Feng. He will soon be my brother-in-law," Zhao Ming said proudly. In truth, his friends were all fans of Qin Feng and were aware of his recent exploits. "Hello, Brother Feng, I'm Li Liang. I've been following your live stream lately and even sent you gifts." One of them introduced himself, and soon everyone took turns introducing themselves. Qin Feng quickly discerned that these wealthy heirs sought to apprentice under him, eager to learn not only his driving skills, but also his martial prowess. "You all overestimate me. I truly lack any martial arts skills," Qin Feng explained, feeling somewhat helpless. "Brother Feng, please don't be so modest. Come, let us head inside for a meal," Zhao Ming and his friends urged enthusiastically, pulling Qin Feng into the barbecue restaurant. "Brother Feng, we can pay for tuition," they insisted. "As long as you're willing to teach us, we'll do whatever you ask." Once seated, they renewed their pleas. Qin Feng, perplexed by the mindset of these affluent youths, could only reply, "I can teach you driving skills when I have the time, but as for martial arts, that's a different story." While he appeared formidable, he had merely benefited from the enhancements of power and speed cards. Teaching others was beyond his capability, but he could certainly impart some driving techniques. "Brother Feng, it's settled then." The group displayed a hint of joy. Zhao Ming ordered an abundance of barbecued delicacies, alongside several bottles of fine wine. Although they had all driven to the venue, they could easily arrange for a designated driver to take them home later. Qin Feng calculated the time, surmising that the explosive device must have detonated by now. In high spirits, he joined Zhao Ming and the others in a drink or two. "What? A bombing? Was Zhang Yuding from the Kaichuo construction group among the deceased? Can we confirm this?" Zhou Runan had just returned home from work when she received the call, her brows furrowing in concern. She had an ominous premonition that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the assassin known as Snow Wolf. Yet, hadn't Snow Wolf's target been in Kaigua? The identity was now established. Zhang Yuding was confirmed dead at the scene, while his elder brother, though alive, would likely be rendered a vegetable henceforth. Chapter 69, Investigation. Upon hearing her team's report over the phone, Zhou Runan fell into a deep contemplation. She had initially believed Snow Wolf's target to be solely in Kaigua, never anticipating that Zhang Yuding was also among the intended victims. First, let's keep this information under wraps to prevent unnecessary panic. Additionally, we should deploy more personnel to investigate. We must apprehend Snow Wolf this time. She resolved, I shall personally visit the scene. With such a grave incident occurring, sleep eluded Zhou Runan. She set off without even changing her clothes, eager to scour the site for clues. The explosion site was cordoned off in the middle of the road. The body of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was grotesquely deformed, its windows shattered. At the time of the explosion, Zhang Yuding had been seated in the rear, meeting a tragic end. Although his body remained intact, the manner of his demise was horrific. His elder brother, however, seated in the driver's position, had been somewhat fortunate and was rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhou Runan sought out the investigating officers. "Have any findings emerged?" she inquired. The officer handed her the gathered information, stating, Zhang Yuding had just concluded a meeting with a client and was en route back to the Zhang residence when the explosion occurred. It is confirmed that it was caused by a bomb, as we discovered traces of explosives at the site. Zhang Yuding's body had already been removed. But Zhou Runan couldn't help but gasp upon viewing the photographs taken at the scene. What vendetta could lead to such a fate? She pressed further. Were there any other injuries apart from the two brothers? The officer shook his head. No. The road is an 8-lane thoroughfare, and traffic was not heavy at the time of the explosion. Zhou Runan nodded, her gaze fixed on the wrecked Rolls-Royce. This strongly suggests a targeted killing. Investigate any recent feuds involving Zhang Yuding. The officer acquiesced. To be candid, Zhang Yuding did not possess a favorable reputation in Ningchuan City. He has made numerous enemies in the business world. Did Zhang Yuding linger anywhere else after meeting his client? Zhou Runan posed a critical question. The officer shook his head. No. Zhou Runan pondered for a moment, deducing, this implies that the bomb was likely planted in his vehicle during the meeting, only to detonate later. This bears a striking resemblance to yesterday's events, where Snow Wolf made a move while Nkaigwa dined. However, unlike this bombing, Snow Wolf had failed yesterday. It could only be said that Zhang Yuding had been rather unfortunate. The officer concurred. I share your sentiments. I've dispatched personnel to investigate. Any suspicious individuals will be identified shortly. Zhou Runan gazed into the darkening sky, stating, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow Snow Wolf to escape Ningchuan City. Notify me immediately if any leads arise. Unbeknownst to her, Snow Wolf had already met his demise, and at the hands of Qin Feng, no less. It was only past midnight when Qin Feng emerged from the barbecue joint. Having indulged in a few drinks, he summoned a designated driver via an app. Despite his impressive tolerance, appearing completely sober, he adhered to the principle of not driving under the influence, an understanding he held as a law-abiding citizen. Good evening, sir. Are you the one who called for a designated driver? A young man on a folding electric bike approached Qin Feng, nodding. Qin Feng retrieved the keys to his Ferrari LaFerrari, handing them over while indicating the vehicle parked by the roadside. The LaFerrari? The designated driver appeared momentarily bewildered, taken aback by the luxury of the car he was to drive, apprehensive about the potential repercussions of any mishap. Sir, perhaps you should consider another driver? He suggested, visibly troubled. What's the matter? Afraid to drive? Qin Feng challenged. Indeed, this car is extraordinarily expensive, the young man admitted. Rest assured, the vehicle is insured. Even in the event of an accident, you won't be liable, Qin Feng reassured him. After a moment's hesitation, the young man ultimately accepted the job. Realizing such an opportunity to drive a luxury sports car was rare, Qin Feng arrived back at his rental accommodation without incident. Before retiring for the night, he opened Douyin to scroll through a few short videos, primarily seeking news regarding Zhang Yuding's demise. While news of his death was present, the cause remained undisclosed, as authorities aimed to prevent unnecessary panic. Success. Confirming Zhang Yuding's death brought Qin Feng a sense of relief. He then opened his computer to check the data on his original song. To his surprise, the song had garnered significant popularity, with views surpassing 800,000. At this rate, he would meet the 3 million view target by the following day. After enjoying a hot shower, just as Qin Feng prepared to retire for the night, a message from Zhou Runan arrived. Zhang Yuding has died. Are you aware? Given Qin Feng's history with the Zhang family, Zhou Runan deemed it necessary to inform him. Just saw the news. How did he die? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. He was killed by a bomb, most likely orchestrated by the assassin Snow Wolf. Given Snow Wolf's expertise in bomb-making, Zhou Runan's suspicion was entirely reasonable. Have there been any leads on Snow Wolf's whereabouts? Qin Feng, of course, would not disclose that he had already dealt with Snow Wolf. After all, the assassin's body lay hidden within his system space, beyond the reach of any investigation. None yet. The search is ongoing. After exchanging a few more words with Zhou Runan, Qin Feng climbed into bed, untroubled by the prospect of the police tracing any suspicions back to him. A new day dawned swiftly. At around 7 in the morning, Qin Feng was roused from his slumber by a knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? He muttered, rising to open the door. Brother Feng. It's Lin Kuan. Upon recognizing Lin Kuan's voice, Qin Feng opened the door. Brother Feng, I brought you breakfast. Lin Kuan beamed with excitement. What brings you here so early? Qin Feng inquired, taking the breakfast Lin Kuan offered and placing it on the table. Goodness, Brother Feng, are you not paying any attention to the cryptocurrency market? Lin Kuan stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, aware that he had invested 80 million in digital currency. If there were losses, Lin Kuan would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy for him. Had you not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about the investment in cryptocurrency, Qin Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. Lin Kuan was momentarily speechless upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Goodness, that amounts to 80 million. An ordinary person would take 10 lifetimes to amass such wealth. Never mind, let's discuss the matter at hand. Brother Feng, the price of that cryptocurrency has surged to 63 yuan per coin. I calculated it for you, after deducting some fees. You have already garnered over 400 million in profits thus far. Chapter 70, a profit of 400 million. Cash out and exit. Earning over 400 million in just 4 days is nothing short of a legend in the investment realm. Lin Kuan stifled his excitement, and continued, Brother Feng. Given the current upward trend in cryptocurrency, it would be prudent to hold on to it a while longer. Who knows, there might be further surprises. Qin Feng shook his head, asserting that surprises were out of the question, but shocks were certainly in store. He was acutely aware that after the price surge over the past 4 days, the growth of this cryptocurrency was nearing its zenith. Though there might be slight increases over the next 3 days, Qin Feng was not inclined to chase the last coin. Now is the optimal moment to cash out before others catch on. When you return, sell your cryptocurrency in batches, Lin Kuan inquired with uncertainty. Do you mean to cash out a portion first? Qin Feng replied firmly, No, I mean all of it. Lin Kuan felt perplexed, ready to voice his thoughts. But Qin Feng spoke again. Aim to sell all your cryptocurrency by noon tomorrow. In a few days, you will understand why. Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further. Lin Kuan pondered for a while and nodded. Brother Feng, I will heed your advice. Since Qin Feng had spoken, he felt compelled to comply, especially since the money belonged to Qin Feng. After all, making over 400 million in 4 days was impressive enough. Seeing Lin Kuan's face still etched with some hesitation, Qin Feng asked, Have you also invested your own money in cryptocurrency? Lin Kuan scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Brother Feng, you truly can see through everything. I noticed the cryptocurrency's meteoric rise, so I invested 50,000 yesterday. Qin Feng was bold enough to invest 80 million, prompting Lin Kuan to take a similar risk. 50,000 was nearly all of his fortune. Qin Feng's expression turned serious, insisting that by the day after tomorrow at the latest, you must sell all the cryptocurrency you hold. Lin Kuan queried, Brother Feng, do you truly possess the ability to predict the price movements of cryptocurrency? Qin Feng replied with a mysterious smile, If you follow my guidance and comply, then yes. If you do not, then I cannot assist you. Seemingly struck by a thought, Qin Feng added, Previously, I mentioned that I would grant you 1% of the profits. Once you cash out, keep your portion. He certainly would not allow Lin Kuan to assist him without compensation. Brother Feng, no, that isn't necessary. 1% of the profits amounts to over 4 million. And Lin Kuan felt that his efforts hardly warranted such a sum. Just take it, Qin Feng insisted with an uncompromising tone. Over 4 million is negligible for him. As for what Lin Kuan makes of his future, that is beyond his control. Lin Kuan stared at Qin Feng, deeply moved. Brother Feng, it appears my significance in your eyes is quite substantial. From now on, I am yours. Direct me east, and I shall not venture west. 4 million can indeed alter the course of a person's destiny. With this money, Lin Kuan could engage in many meaningful endeavors. After a brief interlude, Lin Kuan took his leave. Qin Feng knew he had to ensure the cryptocurrency was sold as planned. Not long after Qin Feng finished his breakfast, a knock resounded at the door once more. Could today be a fortuitous day? Qin Feng approached to open the door. Officer Zhou. Upon seeing that it was Zhou Runin, Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Zhou Runin, still clad in her police uniform, appeared to be on official duty. I've come to inquire about a few matters. May I come in? Zhou Runin asked. Certainly, Qin Feng replied, promptly pulling out a chair for her. Zhou Runin sat down and produced a notebook. At 10:20 last night, what were you doing? Qin Feng surmised that Zhou Runin was investigating the bombing incident involving Zhang Yuding. Given his previous disputes with the Zhang family, most significantly, Qin Feng had been outside at the time of Zhang Yuding's misfortune. Naturally, Qin Feng understood that Zhou Runin was merely conducting an investigation. Had she possessed evidence, the questioning would not have been so straightforward. I was out having a late-night snack with friends, Qin Feng answered nonchalantly. Did you encounter Zhang Yuding on the way? No, I did not. Zhou Runin posed several questions. Yet none yielded substantial information. Her records indicated that after Qin Feng left, he had crossed paths with Zhang Yuding at a certain intersection, but both were seated in their vehicles. There was no evidence linking Qin Feng to the bombing incident last night. Whether they noticed each other was irrelevant, under such circumstances. If Qin Feng could place a bomb from afar, he would be nothing short of extraordinary. That concludes my questions. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Runin tucked her notebook away. Officer Zhou, you can't possibly suspect me, can you? Qin Feng feigned innocence. Zhou Runin sighed, exasperated. What else could she do? Given your past with the Zhang family? Now it's all settled. She had never doubted Qin Feng, but the investigation was a necessary procedure. Are you free at the moment? Zhou Runin inquired, showing no intention of leaving. Yes. Qin Feng had no other plans for the time being. Someone wishes to meet you. If you are willing, I can take you there now, Zhou Runin stated. Who is it? Qin Feng asked. How shall I put it? They are an expert in computer-related matters. Upon hearing of your exploits, they specifically traveled from Yinjing to meet you. They requested to see you by name. Qin Feng realized he had gained a degree of notoriety, especially within the police force. He sighed, could I refuse? Of course, but I still recommend you go. The individual's identity is impressive, and even a brief meeting could prove beneficial for your future endeavors. Seeing Zhou Runin speak so mysteriously, Qin Feng contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Although he now possessed a system, expanding his network could only serve him well. Then let us go now. I'll change into a different outfit. Please wait for me downstairs. Zhou Runin nodded and went downstairs. Before long, Qin Feng, having changed, descended. Zhou Runin drove him towards the police station. I sense that the Snow Wolf has likely left Ningchuan City. Last night, I couldn't track his whereabouts, Zhou Runin remarked, gripping the steering wheel and gazing ahead. It sounded as though she was speaking to herself, yet it also seemed directed at Qin Feng. Isn't it a good thing for you that the Snow Wolf is gone? Qin Feng responded. Only he knew that the Snow Wolf had become a lifeless wolf. It's a pity we couldn't capture him, Zhou Runin sighed. Qin Feng chose not to respond further. After all, this was a matter for the police, and he preferred not to involve himself too deeply. Subsequently, Zhou Runin fell silent as well, recognizing that Qin Feng was not a police officer, and discussing it further would serve no purpose. In a moment of ennui, Qin Feng glanced at the virtual panel of the system, which displayed the message, "Enjoy life. Reject involution." It was Sunday, and once again, there were no part-time tasks available. Chapter 71, Wu Zhenhao. Subsequently, Qin Feng checked the streaming statistics of his original songs and was astonished to find that the total views across several platforms had reached 2,200,000 after just one evening. For an unheralded newcomer, such an achievement was quite commendable. Moreover, due to not being contracted with any music platform, the traffic he could garner was inherently limited. It appeared that he would likely complete his task by the afternoon. This data left Qin Feng pleasantly surprised. Initially, he had planned to share his work on his live streaming account if the figures fell short, considering he had amassed 10 million followers, all of whom were genuine fans. Attaining 300,000 views would be effortlessly simple. Brother Qin Feng, are you free today? I'm coming over. On his way, Qin Feng received a message from Zhao Shihan. I just stepped out. If I have no plans this afternoon, I'll take you to the swimming pool. Qin Feng was also quite curious about what significant figure Zhou Runin intended to introduce him to this time. All right. Zhao Shihan playfully sent a cheeky emoji. The two exchanged messages, engaging in lighthearted banter. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Zhou Runin's vehicle entered the police station. We've arrived. Zhou Runin alerted Qin Feng. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Feng followed her out of the car. Zhou Runin then led him to an office on the second floor and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice with a slight magnetic quality emanated from within. Zhou Runin pushed the door open and stepped inside. Mr. Wu, I've brought him. Inside the office sat a man with a square face, in his 40s, sporting a crew cut and exuding vitality. Wu Zhenhao set down the notebook in his hand, looked up at Qin Feng, and stood to greet him. You must be Qin Feng. Youth indeed has its advantages. A smile adorned Wu Zhenhao's face as he approached Qin Feng and shook his hand. Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I am Wu Zhenhao, visiting from Yanjing. Hello. Qin Feng responded with a nod. Observing Zhou Runin's demeanor towards this individual indicated that his position was undoubtedly significant. You two take your time. I'll attend to my duties. Zhou Runin tactfully excused herself from the office. Wu Zhenhao gestured for Qin Feng to take a seat and said with a smile, I've heard of your exploits, particularly how you assisted Qin Feng International in resolving a major dilemma. Furthermore, just 2 days ago, you aided the police in decrypting a computer. Young man, your skills are commendable. Wu Zhenhao scrutinized Qin Feng with genuine admiration. He possessed detailed information about Qin Feng and was aware that he was still a student. To possess such advanced skills at a young age was indeed impressive. I merely have a rudimentary understanding of the field, Qin Feng modestly replied. Wu Zhenhao shook his head. Correcting him, you are already more accomplished than many. Take the aforementioned 2 instances. Local technical experts were at a loss, yet you resolved them with ease. Such capability at your age is rare nationwide. The purpose of Wu Zhenhao's special trip from Yanjing was to invite Qin Feng to join his team. Have you heard of the Tianwang system? Qin Feng replied, I have heard of it, albeit vaguely. The Tianwang system is a surveillance network composed of numerous cameras across the nation. The security of Longwar ranks among the world's best, largely attributed to the Tianwang system. Wu Zhenhao continued, in fact, I am the chief administrator of the Tianwang system. The first generation of the system had a significant drawback. It required a vast amount of manpower. With the development of the second generation, we incorporated facial recognition, leading to a marked increase in efficiency. However, there remains considerable room for improvement. We are currently preparing to develop the third generation, which will integrate artificial intelligence for the first time. Hardware is not an issue. The critical aspect now is software development. To refine such a monumental project, substantial manpower and resources are essential. Artificial intelligence. Qin Feng shook his head, explaining, I am not particularly adept in that area. Although Qin Feng had been recognized for his hacking expertise, it was confined to cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence, however, belonged to a different domain. Wu Zhenhao chuckled, no matter. Our team currently requires talent from various fields. Qin Feng sighed, but I haven't graduated yet. Wu Zhenhao waved his hand dismissively. That is not a major concern. Until you graduate, we will not burden you with excessive responsibilities. Being a student, Qin Feng's studies needed to remain a priority. As Qin Feng contemplated how to decline the offer, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a temporary task. Complete the design and development of the third-generation Tianwang system. Accepting the task will grant you proficiency in artificial intelligence from beginner to intermediate skill. Upon completion, you will also receive a lucky gift package. Does the host accept? Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Feng thought to himself, accepted. Such a splendid reward would be foolish to refuse. Congratulations, host, for acquiring proficiency in artificial intelligence from beginner to intermediate. As the system's voice faded, a wealth of information flooded Qin Feng's mind. Previously, he had only a cursory understanding of artificial intelligence. Now, however, he had mastered the knowledge in that domain. What's your decision? Noticing Qin Feng's prolonged silence, Wu Zhenhao inquired again. I can join your team, but I have two conditions, Qin Feng stated. Let us hear them. Wu Zhenhao responded, nodding with anticipation. First, I will only participate in tasks related to the Tianwang system. Second, I wish to determine my own work location. Qin Feng articulated his stipulations clearly, as he could not afford to dedicate excessive time to the Tianwang system. The first condition is agreeable. As for the second, I want to insist you come to Yanjing. However, I do prefer that you work in an entirely secure environment. If it's in Ningchuan City, I can arrange a suitable workspace for you. Wu Zhenhao recognized that Qin Feng detested constraints. This was evident from his role as a cybersecurity consultant for Qin Feng International, where he was not required to attend the office regularly. Were anyone else to propose such conditions, Wu Zhenhao would have dismissed them outright. However, Qin Feng was different. Such talent could shine brightly anywhere. Additionally, given the confidential nature of the work, Wu Zhenhao needed to exercise caution. No problem. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng acquiesced. As long as the location was not excessively distant, he could accept it. All right, it's settled then. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Wu Zhenhao once again shook Qin Feng's hand. Tomorrow, I will have Captain Zhou take you to a particular location and will send you some materials as well. Chapter 72, Lin Jian. As for compensation, you will receive the highest tier. Upon completion of the third-generation Tianwang system upgrade, there will also be a bonus. Wu Zhenhao possesses an abundance of information and is well aware that Qin Feng is not lacking in financial resources. This fortunate young man recently won a substantial lottery prize, which is why he only broached the topic of remuneration towards the end of their conversation. Qin Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate, regardless of the amount. No reward could rival the system's offerings. Thus Qin Feng found himself more eagerly anticipating the system's rewards upon the completion of his tasks. Wu Zhenhao offered a final reminder, indicating that the task they were involved in was rather unique, and urged Qin Feng to exercise caution. Due to other commitments, their conversation was brief, and soon Wu Zhenhao departed in a dedicated vehicle. Finished chatting? Let me take you back, Zhou Runin suggested, unaware of Wu Zhenhao's true identity. Some matters were beyond her purview. Nevertheless, she discerned that a collaboration had been established between Wu Zhenhao and Qin Feng. Wu Zhenhao's elevated status would undoubtedly benefit Qin Feng's future endeavors. All done. I can take a taxi back, Qin Feng replied with a smile, understanding that Zhou Runin was quite busy and did not wish to impose. It's fine, I need to head out too. Zhou Runin led Qin Feng to the police station's parking lot, where she drove him home. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Qin Feng opened his laptop to delve into the study of artificial intelligence. Time slipped away swiftly, and by noon, Zhao Shuhan called, inviting Qin Feng to join her for lunch. Considering their plans for the afternoon, Qin Feng readily agreed. Arriving at Villa number 15, he discovered that he was the only guest aside from Zhao Shuhan. Brother Qin Feng, my cooking may not be as delectable as yours, so please bear with me, she remarked, having prepared several dishes in anticipation of his arrival. How could I ever complain? I adore the meals you prepare, Shuhan, Qin Feng replied with a grin. Are your parents out? He inquired as Zhao Shuhan served him a bowl of rice. They had some matters to attend to, she explained as they settled down to eat. Though Zhao Shuhan's culinary skills did not match Qin Feng's, who had achieved godlike prowess in cooking, they were nonetheless quite impressive. As they dined, Zhao Shuhan took out her phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and said, Brother Qin Feng, a friend of mine shared a wonderful song with me last night. The singer's voice reminds me of yours. You should give it a listen. Zhao Shuhan began to play the music, which turned out to be the very original song Qin Feng had uploaded to various music platforms. Having a vivid recollection of Qin Feng's voice, she found the similarity striking. The performer was a newly debuted internet singer named Feng. Without reservation, Qin Feng admitted, actually, I composed this song yesterday. A spark of excitement lit up Zhao Shuhan's eyes as she exclaimed, "No wonder I found the voice so familiar. It truly is you. Brother Qin Feng, you're amazing." Previously, she had only known of Qin Feng's singing talent, but now she recognized his remarkable gift for songwriting as well. Qin Feng chuckled wryly. "Don't you think the lyrics are rather ordinary?" Lyricism was not his forte. However, given that the song belonged to the pop genre, he figured that its melodic appeal was sufficient for recognition. The success it had garnered was indeed beyond his expectations. "I think it's quite good," Zhao Shuhan replied. "By the way, Brother Qin Feng, have you signed a contract with a music company?" Qin Feng shook his head. "No, I just shared it on a whim. I have no plans to sign with any music company." Zhao Shuhan smiled. "The commercial potential of this song is quite promising. If you sold it to a music company, you'd undoubtedly fetch a good price. I believe you should seize the moment and create a few more original songs while the hype lasts." Qin Feng shook his head again. "No, it sounds too mentally taxing. As for selling the song, I have no intention of doing so at the moment." "That's fair," Zhao Shuhan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, songwriting can be quite mentally demanding and often requires inspiration. Brother Qin Feng, when you release a new song, be sure to share it with me first." "Of course," Qin Feng promised. They continued to converse as they ate. After finishing their meal, Zhao Shuhan washed the dishes, and then they departed the villa with her swimsuit in tow. "Are we heading to that swimming pool again?" Zhao Shuhan asked as she drove. "The atmosphere there is quite pleasant. Let us go," Qin Feng replied with a nod. Before long, they arrived at the swimming facility. "Shuhan, what a coincidence." Just as Zhao Shuhan was about to change into her swimsuit, a voice called out to her. "Lin Jian, what a surprise." A tall young man, around 6 feet tall, approached with a warm smile, exuding the charm of a friendly neighbor. He was handsome, with a physique that struck the perfect balance, not too slim, nor too plump. "I wish I had known you would be here. I would have come later," Lin Jian remarked, having come with friends who had already concluded their swim. "This is..." Lin Jian's gaze shifted to Qin Feng, appraising him from head to toe. Zhao Shuhan took his hand, introducing him. "This is my boyfriend, Qin Feng. I mentioned him to you before." Lin Jian, also residing in the Xinghe Villa district, was a top-tier rich second-generation heir who had recently returned from studying abroad. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Jian," he said, still wearing a friendly smile as he addressed Qin Feng. "Hello," Qin Feng replied succinctly. "Shuhan, it's been a while since we last met. Let us have dinner together tonight." "Bring your boyfriend along," Lin Jian invited. Zhao Shuhan politely declined. "No, I can't tonight." She did not agree, instead choosing to refuse gently. Many men had extended similar invitations in the past, all of which she had turned down. Her heart belonged solely to Qin Feng, leaving no room for others. "All right, just let me know when you're free next time," Lin Jian said with a smile. "By the way, may I ask what your boyfriend's family does?" Lin Jian shifted the topic back to Qin Feng. "Just a small business," Qin Feng answered candidly. His parents operated a vegetable stall in the market, which indeed constituted a small business. Lin Jian did not press further. "Then I'll be on my way. Enjoy yourselves." With that, he turned and departed, joining his friends who were waiting nearby. After changing into their swimwear, Qin Feng and Zhao Shuhan entered the pool. "Shuhan, was that Lin Jian your university classmate?" Qin Feng asked, as Lin Jian had given him an impression of being quite shrewd, prompting his curiosity. "Not at all. He lives in the Xinghe Villa district. His father is the chairman of a listed pharmaceutical company. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with him," Zhao Shuhan explained. Lin Jian was known for his humility and had a good reputation within the social circles. Chapter 73, Part-Time Task, Bodyguard. More often than not, Zhao Shuhan chose to distance herself from Lin Jian. It wasn't that he was unlikable, but rather she wished to avoid any ambiguous relationships with other males. Over the years, she had kept her feelings concealed, and now, she had finally found Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded, choosing not to inquire further. They both entered the pool, warming up on the shore before finally plunging into the water. Zhao Shuhan, having learned quickly and with Qin Feng's support, was now bold enough to swim independently. However, swimming proved to be somewhat taxing. Over the next half hour, Qin Feng imparted some swimming techniques to Zhao Shuhan. Before they knew it, more than an hour had elapsed. "Brother Qin Feng, I'm so exhausted. I feel I can't swim anymore. Let us call it a day," he replied. After leaving the swimming pool, the two went to watch a film. In the evening, while they were dining, Qin Feng heard the notification sound of the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary task. Acquired mastery in Baji Quan. Acquired mastery in Jeet Kien Do. Awarded 20 million in cash." It turned out that the data for the original song had reached the required threshold. The combined play counts on several music platforms had exceeded 3 million. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised that he had completed the task in just one day, and the rewards were rather impressive, with 2 directly related to martial arts. Previously, Qin Feng relied solely on brute strength and speed, but now he had acquired martial arts skills, effectively filling a gap in his capabilities. While engaging in casual conversation with Zhao Shihan, Qin Feng took out his phone and suddenly noticed a warning message. Just a few minutes ago, someone had attempted to breach his phone. However, as a top-tier hacker, how could his phone's defense system be easily compromised? Thus, the intrusion was successfully thwarted. Interesting. Someone dares to target me, Qin Feng mused. He began to operate his phone, curious to uncover the identity of the intruder. Unfortunately, the intruder's ID was offline, rendering any connection impossible. Cautious indeed, Qin Feng concluded, putting his phone away. Brother Qin Feng, is someone looking for you? Zhao Shihan inquired, perplexed. No. Qin Feng shook his head. After parting ways with Zhao Shihan, he returned to his rented apartment. Glancing at the system's virtual panel, he noticed that 2 temporary tasks remained unfinished, a 36-hour live streaming task and the design and development of the 3rd-generation Skynet system. With the live streaming task nearing completion, Qin Feng decided to prioritize the development of the Skynet system. After formulating a plan, he opened his computer and began to brainstorm. Though he was not the head of the Skynet system, he still had the right to offer suggestions. If Wu Jinhao accepted his input, they could proceed to the development phase. Equipped with knowledge of artificial intelligence, Qin Feng could integrate many technologies into the Skynet system. Once realized, the practicality of the Skynet system would be significantly enhanced. With his current computer skills, he was not concerned about any potential information leaks. In less than half an hour, Qin Feng had crafted a design proposal. He remained industrious, starting to plan the development of the artificial intelligence. As long as he was in a completely secure environment, Qin Feng felt there was no need to work at the location arranged by Wu Jinhao, as that would be a tremendous waste of time. Abroad, in the living room of a luxurious villa, a striking foreign man lounged on the sofa, sipping red wine. Flanking him were 2 stunning young women. Mr. Smith, let us have another toast. As the foreign man savored his drink, his phone rang unexpectedly. He rose and stepped out onto the balcony, leaving the 2 young women behind. What did you say? The Snow Wolf is missing? The foreign man furrowed his brow. The Snow Wolf had been a competent member of their organization, but he had not anticipated that he would disappear in Ningchuan City, Dragon Country. Yes, boss, it has been a day now, and I fear that the Snow Wolf may very well be dead. Members of the organization communicated through specific methods daily. If contact was lost, it was highly probable that something had gone awry. The foreign man fell silent for a moment before responding. Investigate to determine if it was the Dragon Country police. That seems unlikely. If it were the police, we would have received some intel by now. As it stands, it's as if the Snow Wolf has vanished into thin air. Therefore, I suspect that there are experts among the bodyguards of Inkaigua. The Snow Wolf has likely been quietly eliminated. After hearing the analysis, the foreign man remained silent, considering the possibility. With the mission now a failure, they would have to send someone else to carry it out. Boss, what shall we do next? Should we halt the mission? Given that the situation remains unclear, dispatching more assassins might lead to unforeseen complications. The foreign man suggested, the Shadow is in Dragon Country. Let him take on this task. Regardless, that Inkaigua must die. I have already been paid. This mission must be completed at all costs. Understood, boss. Time flew by, night faded, and day quietly approached. That morning, Qin Feng rose at 7 o'clock. While washing his face, he discovered that the system's part-time tasks had refreshed. Part-time task released. The chairman of Qin Feng International is being targeted by assassins and requires a versatile bodyguard. Duration, 5 days, with a reward of 8 million. Completion of the task will yield a super gift package. Does the host accept? Qin Feng felt perplexed. He was already aware that Inkaigua was being targeted by the Snow Wolf, but hadn't he already eliminated the Snow Wolf? Could it be that other assassins had emerged? How intriguing. System accept. The reward from the infamily was 8 million. But Qin Feng was more intrigued by the system's super gift package. Upon accepting the task, a stream of information flowed into his mind. This time, Qin Feng was to execute the task as a bodyguard dispatched by a security company. Within his system space, a new identification card appeared. The system had arranged everything for him. All he needed to do was protect Inkaigua. If any mishap occurred during this time, the system would deem it a task failure. At the infamily estate, ever since that night when their vehicle had been tampered with, Inkaigua had remained within the estate. The other members of the infamily also tried to avoid going out as much as possible, given that the assassin had not yet been apprehended. Has the police found anything? Inkaigua inquired while having breakfast, directing his question to a younger member of the infamily. If the assassin remains hidden, this situation cannot continue indefinitely. Grandfather, it seems not. The assassin is adept at concealment and has yet to show himself. Chapter 74, and Wenhong's concerns. In truth, Inkaigua had exerted considerable effort over the past few days. However, like the police, he had been unable to uncover any leads. They had attempted to bolster their security measures by hiring additional bodyguards, but some companies outright refused, while others seized the opportunity to inflate their prices. After all, the one targeting Nkaigwa was a professional assassin, armed and dangerous. Ordinary bodyguards would not dare to take such risks. Meanwhile, the police had dispatched several officers to discreetly protect Nkaigwa. Nkaigwa felt somewhat frustrated and declared, "That assassin is after me. Arrange for a car. I need to go out shortly." I refuse to believe that he can continue to hide indefinitely. Nkaigwa resolved to use himself as bait. "Grandfather, this is not acceptable," exclaimed a member of the Qin family, his expression shifting dramatically. With a determined tone, Nkaigwa replied, "I am accompanied by bodyguards. What is there to fear? After living for so long, I believe I have had enough. If worst comes to worst, I can always start anew in 18 years. Father, what is wrong?" At that moment, Wenhong entered the dining area. Noticing Nkaigwa's silence, he added, "I just received a call back from the largest security company in the country. They informed me that they have arranged for a bodyguard to meet our requirements. He should arrive shortly. Their standards are quite high, and many security firms do not possess such talent." "That is splendid news." Nkaigwa's countenance brightened. However, Wenhong continued, "The security company also mentioned that this bodyguard is only available for the next 5 days. This revelation left Wenhong feeling somewhat regretful. Nkaigwa furrowed his brow. "Is it a matter of negotiation?" "No." Wenhong shook his head. "Let us wait and meet him first." After breakfast, Qin Feng hailed a taxi to the Qin family estate. The estate was not far from the Xinghe Villa area. This vicinity was an affluent neighborhood, conveniently close to the city center. "What is your purpose here?" Upon arriving at the estate's entrance, Qin Feng was intercepted by a bodyguard. "I am the bodyguard summoned by Olden. My name is Qin Feng." He presented the credentials arranged by the system, stating, "This is a certificate issued by the security company, serving as proof of my role. Please wait." The bodyguard scrutinized Qin Feng's credentials, his gaze revealing skepticism. By all appearances, Qin Feng did not resemble a professional bodyguard. After all, he was exceptionally youthful. The bodyguard took a photograph of the credentials and sent it to Wenhong, who was still deliberating matters with Nkaigwa. Upon receiving the photo and opening it, Wenhong was momentarily taken aback. "Father, the bodyguard sent by the security company has arrived." Nkaigwa instructed, "Go out and see." "Father, my eyesight is not quite good. Could you take a look?" Wenhong handed his phone to Nkaigwa. Upon seeing the photograph on the credentials, Nkaigwa was likewise stunned. Xiao Feng, how could it be him? The name and appearance matched perfectly. Yet, it was perplexing. When did Qin Feng become a professional bodyguard? I will call to clarify this immediately. Wenhong felt that the security company might be mismanaging things. Qin Feng undoubtedly possessed remarkable skills, but whether he could fulfill the role of a bodyguard was an entirely different matter. No need to inquire. Nkaigwa interjected cheerfully. "I am quite satisfied with the bodyguard the security company has dispatched. Qin Feng's driving skills are exceptional, and his abilities surpass those of the bodyguards surrounding me." Previously, Nkaigwa had considered inviting Qin Feng to serve as his driver and bodyguard, but Qin Feng had declined. Nkaigwa believed that with Qin Feng's capabilities, he could easily handle the job. "Father, but Qin Feng is far too young. I fear he lacks experience." Wenhong voiced his concerns. Nkaigwa chuckled. "Xiao Feng has already received certification from the security company. I do not believe they would arbitrarily send someone incompetent." "All right, it shall be Xiao Feng." With that, Nkaigwa proceeded toward the door. "Father, let me send someone to fetch him. You can wait here in the hall." Wenhong, feeling helpless, promptly made a phone call. The estate's entrance was a considerable distance from the main villa. Driving would be the quicker option. Soon after, Qin Feng arrived at the main villa's entrance. It was his first visit to the Qin family estate, and he had to admit that it was indeed vast. It would take an ordinary person quite some time to traverse the entire estate. Xiao Feng, Nkaigwa, and Wenhong came out to greet him. "Olden, Mr. Qin." Qin Feng acknowledged both men. "I truly did not expect the bodyguard sent by the security company to be you." Nkaigwa patted Qin Feng's shoulder and smiled. "When did you join the security company?" Wenhong thought it prudent to clarify certain matters. It must be acknowledged that Qin Feng was indeed highly capable. He was still their cybersecurity consultant at Qin Feng International, but the profession of bodyguard required a variety of specific skills. Qin Feng explained, "I was simply idle for a while and happened to pass the security company's certification." With the credentials in hand, he felt justified in his claims. "All right, let us proceed inside," Nkaigwa invited, fully aware of Qin Feng's prowess and thus not questioning him as his son had. "Xiao Feng, why did the security company state that you could only be here for 5 days?" Nkaigwa hoped to have Qin Feng stay longer, as he genuinely appreciated the young man. Qin Feng replied, "I have other matters that require my attention. I apologize, Olden, but I can only ensure your safety for 5 days. During this time, I will endeavor to uncover the identity of the assassin." Qin Feng did not boast. He possessed the capability to accomplish this. And Kaigwa waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Leave the matter of the assassin to the police. You can simply stay by my side for these few days. And Wenhong pondered for a moment and said, Qin Feng, those assassins are likely unaware of your identity as a bodyguard. How about this? You remain by my father's side as a guest of the Yin family. Unless it is urgent, do not reveal your true identity. This will effectively provide an additional layer of protection for Kaigwa. Absolutely. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, as his mission was to ensure Kaigwa's safety. Father, did you not mention wanting to see Qin Feng spar with Liang and the others? Now would be an opportune moment for them to compete. And Wenhong, having only seen Qin Feng's prowess in videos, was eager to witness it firsthand. This would also give him a clearer understanding of the situation. Xiaofeng, what do you think? And Kaigwa inquired, seeking his opinion. He regarded Qin Feng more as a friend. Certainly. Qin Feng agreed, aware that Wenhong was testing his abilities. It was understandable, considering Wenhong had expended considerable resources to hire a bodyguard. For the Yin family's wealth, spending was trivial. What they feared was a potential failure at a critical moment. All right, follow me. Chapter 75, a suggestion. And Wenhong was the first to step out of the hall. The two bodyguards who usually accompanied Kaigwa were stationed at the entrance. Xiaofeng, let us go. And Kaigwa patted Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and followed Kaigwa outside. The group arrived at an open area. A Liang, a Ming, spar with Qin Feng for a few exchanges. Just a friendly match. And Wenhong advised. Understood. The two nodded in agreement. They had seen videos of Qin Feng taking on multiple opponents. Recognizing that this young man was not to be underestimated. Even as professional bodyguards, they knew they could not best Qin Feng in one-on-one combat. And Kaigwa also reminded them. This is merely a casual practice. No need to take it too seriously. With a smile, Qin Feng stepped forward to face Kaigwa's two bodyguards. Brothers, I hope you won't take offense. Liang was the first to make a move. His speed was remarkable as he closed in on Qin Feng. A series of fluid military boxing techniques flowed from him. Among the bodyguards of the Yin family, Liang exhibited the most formidable prowess. However, in the face of Liang's fierce onslaught, Qin Feng remained unruffled and composed. He deftly evaded the attacks, showing no urgency to retaliate. Impressive indeed. And Kaigwa observed from the sidelines, his expression betraying admiration. Soon enough, another bodyguard, a Ming, joined the fray. They coordinated seamlessly, advancing upon Qin Feng in a synchronized assault. Under the relentless barrage of their strikes, most individuals would have succumbed long ago. Yet, Qin Feng, capable of fending off 10 opponents, continued to evade with ease. To a Liang and a Ming's astonishment, their vigorous techniques bore no effect against Qin Feng. Even with their flawless collaboration, they found themselves utterly incapable of overcoming him, for Qin Feng's speed was simply too swift. After allowing them to exchange over 30 blows, Qin Feng finally decided to strike back. Having recently mastered the intricacies of Bejiquan and Jeet Kune Do, his strength had surpassed previous limits. With both hands transforming palms into fists, he unleashed two seemingly unremarkable punches, yet they were imbued with tremendous force. A Liang and a Ming opted to absorb the blows, only to be propelled back a couple of steps, feeling a dull ache in the area struck. Incredible. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting shock. Although they had anticipated their inferiority to Qin Feng, they were unprepared for just how far beyond their expectations he surpassed. Steadying themselves, the two charged at Qin Feng once more. Armed with the lessons learned from their earlier encounter, they chose not to engage Qin Feng head-on. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all technique seemed futile. After a few more exchanges, a Liang and a Ming found themselves driven back 5 or 6 meters. Little brother, we are no match for you, they admitted, their gazes towards Qin Feng now filled with respect. Had it not been for Qin Feng's deliberate restraint, they would have long since been defeated. It was hard to fathom that this young man was so extraordinarily skilled. I concede, Qin Feng said, clasping his fists in salute to the two. Truth be told, a Liang and a Ming were already quite formidable in their own right. Alas, they were up against someone with extraordinary capabilities. What do you think of Xiaofeng's prowess? And Kaigwa inquired, glancing at his son. Very impressive. And Wenhong finally acknowledged Qin Feng's martial skills. After all, defeating both a Liang and a Ming simultaneously was no small feat yet before him. Qin Feng accomplished it with apparent ease, his strength indeed beyond reproach. Qin Feng, I entrust my father's safety to you, and Wenhong declared, his earlier concerns dissipating. I will do my utmost. Qin Feng nodded resolutely. Xiaofeng, have you had breakfast? And Kaigwa asked with a smile. Old master, I have already eaten. Very well. Then I shall take you for a stroll around the estate. And Kaigwa decided, aiming to familiarize Qin Feng with the surroundings. By the way, has Xiaoyu risen yet? Have her come over. I wish to introduce her to Xiaofeng. And Kaigwa turned towards Wenhong. She left early for the exchange, and Wenhong replied. She has decided to resign from there, and has some formalities to attend to. That's good. I have long wished for her to return to Qin Feng International, and Kaiguo remarked. Father, I too must step out shortly. You should remain in the estate. And Wen Hong cautioned, concerned that his father might grow restless. With Xiao Feng by my side, what need have I to fear those assassins? And Kaiguo retorted, feeling quite bored and eager to venture out. And Wen Hong insisted, better safe than sorry. Until the assassins are dealt with, it is best for you to stay within the estate. Their methods are varied and unpredictable. Very well, I understand, and Kaiguo conceded, waving his hand dismissively before leading Qin Feng towards the rear garden. They strolled for nearly an hour, and though he was aging, and Kaiguo's health remained robust. Xiao Feng, do you play Go? I know a little. It's too hot outside. Let us play in the hall instead. Just past 10 o'clock. Qin Feng received a call from Zhou Ruanan. Qin Feng, where are you? At the infamily estate. Is there something amiss? I just received a call from Mr. Wu Zhenhao. He wants me to take you somewhere, Zhou Ruanan explained. Now, Qin Feng surmised it must pertain to the third-generation Tianwang system. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I am currently acting as a bodyguard for Old Master and, if I leave, I must inform him. Only Qin Feng was aware that Shui Lang had perished. Even if other assassins sought to target in Kaigua, the estate was undoubtedly secure. Besides the infamily bodyguards, the police had also dispatched personnel. It would be exceedingly difficult for any assassins to infiltrate the estate. What? You are acting as Old Master N's bodyguard? Zhou Ruanan expressed surprise. She was aware of Qin Feng's capabilities. Yet it seemed puzzling that he would choose to serve in Kaigua in such a role. It was a decision made this morning. Qin Feng offered no further explanation. All right, I will come find you. Realizing she could not glean any more information over the phone, Zhou Ruanan decided to visit Qin Feng, as she also had business at the infamily estate. Half an hour later, Zhou Ruanan arrived at the estate. Old Master, Officer Zhou has arrived. Please, come in. At that moment, and Kaiguo was engrossed in a game of Go with Qin Feng. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ruanan entered the hall. Old Master, she greeted in Kaigua, casting a glance towards Qin Feng across the table. Have you uncovered the whereabouts of that assassin? And Kaiguo inquired. Zhou Ruanan shook her head. Not yet. We have dispatched numerous officers to search, but no trace of the assassin has been found. Thus, I suspect that he has likely left Ningchuan City. Zhou Ruanan shared her suspicions. If that is the case, it is indeed a relief. And Kaiguo pondered for a moment before responding. Chapter 76. Qin Feng's Proposal. Zhou Ruanan continued. Old Master, this is merely my personal conjecture, and it has yet to be substantiated. Therefore, I recommend that you refrain from venturing out for the time being. Should anything go awry, I cannot bear the responsibility. Even if the assassin had departed, caution was still warranted. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. And Kaiguo turned to Qin Feng, asking, Xiao Feng, what are your thoughts? Qin Feng replied, until the threat has been neutralized, remaining within the estate is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. He had no intention of disclosing Shui Lang's demise, as it involved secrets pertaining to himself. It was unfortunate for Shui Lang to have taken on such a perilous assignment, aimed at assassinating Qin Feng, only to lose his own life in the process. Then we shall heed Xiao Feng's advice. And Kaiguo conceded with a resigned shake of his head. Old Master, is it true that Qin Feng is now your bodyguard? Zhou Ruanan inquired. And Kaiguo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have some matters to discuss with Qin Feng and wish to take him out for a bit, Zhou Ruanan stated. Taking the initiative, the manor was still under police surveillance. Thus there was no need for Qin Feng to remain on guard around the clock. Everything was fine. After all, the estate was secure. Xiao Feng, you may accompany Officer Zhou, he was instructed. And Kaiguo was well aware of Qin Feng's capabilities. And even the police held him in high regard. It could be said that wherever Qin Feng went, he was in high demand. Olden, I will return promptly once my tasks are completed, Qin Feng assured him. The development of the third-generation Skynet system was a mission, as was the protection of Olden. Qin Feng wished he could clone himself, so as to not delay either responsibility. Very well, I shall await your return to continue our game of chess, Olden replied. Subsequently, Qin Feng departed with Zhou Ruanan. As they settled into the car, Zhou Ruanan, curiosity piqued, inquired, Qin Feng, what led you to become a bodyguard for Olden? Given that Kaigua is currently being targeted by assassins, this is an exceedingly perilous assignment. It could very well cost you your life. The rewards are substantial. Qin Feng offered a pragmatic response. Zhou Ruanan shook her head, unconvinced by his words. She knew Qin Feng was not a person driven by greed. After all, he had recently donated the entire bonus he received from the police. It was evident that his decision to protect Kaigua stemmed from other motivations. However, since he remained tight-lipped, Zhou Ruanan refrained from probing further. To her, Qin Feng harbored too many secrets. For instance, even she was not privy to the details of their current destination. Where are you taking me? Qin Feng asked, noticing Zhou Ruanan's silence. To the Ningchuan City Scientific Research Institute. She replied, once we arrive, someone will be there to meet you. As for Olden, you needn't worry. I have deployed numerous personnel to ensure his safety. Moreover, assassins typically do not operate during the day. After more than 20 minutes, Zhou Runan brought Qin Feng to the institute, which was a national facility with stringent security checks. At the entrance, the guards halted their vehicle. Zhou Runan presented her identification, and after a brief inspection, they were permitted to proceed. After parking, she escorted Qin Feng to an office. Please take a seat. Someone will arrive shortly. Not long after Qin Feng settled in, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered. Officer Zhou, he greeted, recognizing her. This is Qin Feng, Zhou Runan introduced. Greetings, I have heard Mr. Wu speak of you. I hadn't anticipated you would be so young, the man, Director Yang, remarked, smiling as he approached Qin Feng. Hello, Qin Feng responded. It seemed Director Yang was the head of the research institute. I leave him in your capable hands, Yang. I must return now, Zhou Runan concluded, as the ensuing discussion was beyond her clearance. Understood. After her departure, Director Yang led Qin Feng to the basement via the elevator. Along the way, several staff members cast puzzled glances at the sight of Yang accompanied by a young man. First, Yang brought Qin Feng to the institute's control center. Xiao Feng, you are quite the computer whiz. Please examine our network defense system for potential improvements. Qin Feng immediately began to operate the computer. The system was indeed secure, as one would expect from a national institution, with a security level far superior to external networks. With your assurance, I am at ease, Yang chuckled. Now, let me take you to another location. Next, Yang guided Qin Feng to another office and opened a computer. This is a design proposal for the third-generation Skynet system. Please take a look. Mr. Wu had also mentioned that the security defense aspect was entrusted to Qin Feng for development. Yang opened a document. I will review it first. Last night, Qin Feng had also drafted a design proposal and wished to compare the two. My office is next door. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. Additionally, you can directly contact Mr. Wu using the phone here, Yang said, leaving Qin Feng to his review. Qin Feng began to peruse the initial proposal. After just a few minutes, he concluded that it was rather conservative. He shook his head and exited the office. Knocking on the door next door. Xiao Feng, have you finished already? Is there anything unclear? Yang inquired, opening the door to find Qin Feng. I have prepared my own proposal. If you could, please pass it along to Mr. Wu, Qin Feng requested, handing Yang a USB drive. Wu Jinhao is the overall supervisor, and the final decision lies with him. Oh, Yang expressed surprise, knowing that their team had deliberated extensively before finalizing that proposal, utilizing technologies that were currently well established. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to have prepared an alternative. Very well, I will review it and send it to Mr. Wu promptly. Yang accepted the USB drive, intrigued by Qin Feng's proposal. As the proposal had yet to be finalized, the subsequent development could not yet be undertaken. Yang advised Qin Feng to wait in the neighboring office while he inserted the USB into his own computer. The drive contained a document titled Design Proposal for the Third-Generation Skynet System. As Yang's gaze descended through the content, his expression turned increasingly astonished. The proposal included numerous advanced technologies, particularly in the realm of artificial intelligence, which were far more progressive than the current plans. Is this really a proposal authored by Xiao Feng? Yang wondered, incredulous. If this proposal could be realized, the functionality of the Skynet system would witness a qualitative leap, further enhancing the safety index of Longhua. At this moment, Yang felt a flicker of anticipation, yet deep within, he harbored doubts. The technologies mentioned by Qin Feng might not be feasible, and even if they were, they would require substantial human and material resources. Most critically, their budget was limited. Therefore, Yang resolved to first forward the proposal to Wu Jinhao to gauge his response. He promptly encrypted the document and sent it to Wu Jinhao. In Yanjing, Wu Jinhao was seated at his computer when he received Yang's message, informing him that Qin Feng had also prepared a proposal. Curiosity piqued, he opened the file. Upon seeing the scenarios described within the proposal, he too was taken aback. Wait, didn't Qin Feng tell me he was unfamiliar with artificial intelligence? Wu Jinhao was unaware that, at the time, Qin Feng indeed had limited knowledge of AI. His skills in this domain had only been acquired as a reward from the system post-mission. This young man has certainly kept some tricks up his sleeve, Wu Jinhao mused, feeling a surge of excitement. However, he remained uncertain whether Qin Feng's proposal could genuinely be implemented. Technology is but one facet of the equation. Funding is another. After much deliberation, Wu Jinhao resolved to call Qin Feng for clarification. He promptly dialed the landline in Yang Yu's office. Xiao Feng, Mr. Wu wishes to speak with you. Please take the call. Yang Yu made his way to the office where Qin Feng was located and informed him. It was evident that Wu Jinhao held Qin Feng's proposal in high regard, as he wasted no time in reaching out following his review. Understood, Qin Feng replied, striding over to the phone to answer. Mr. Wu, This is Qin Feng. Almost instantly, Wu Jinhao's robust voice resonated from the other end. Qin Feng, I have reviewed your design proposal. The concepts are commendable. However, some of the technologies mentioned may pose significant challenges for implementation at this stage. The plan we previously discussed is the most prudent, and our budget is adequate. Your proposal, on the other hand, presents numerous considerations that require careful thought. Qin Feng interjected. In truth, those technologies are not overly complicated to realize. I possess solutions. His mind brimmed with knowledge regarding artificial intelligence, which could undoubtedly be applied to the third-generation Skynet system. Had he not been absolutely confident, he would never have crafted that design proposal. Qin Feng, you must understand that we are discussing a matter of great gravity, Wu Jinhao emphasized. As the overall head of the Skynet system, he could not afford any oversight. Qin Feng responded earnestly, I am aware, and I am prepared to accept full responsibility for the proposal I have authored. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinhao fell silent once again. After a brief pause, he continued, there is one matter I neglected to mention. Our budget is limited. Were funds sufficient? I would endeavor to enhance the Skynet system as much as possible, but the circumstances do not permit. Qin Feng reassured him, rest assured. The financial implications will not escalate significantly. I can resolve the technical challenges, and the remaining expenses will not be exorbitant. Wu Jinhao hesitated for a moment before stating, very well, to ensure prudence, I will assign the team from Ningchuan City to you. The upgrade of the third-generation Skynet system will commence there. If it proves feasible, we can then proceed with a national upgrade. Such a monumental task must be approached incrementally. Wu Jinhao chose to place his faith in Qin Feng and thus allocated the Ningchuan City team to him. No problem, Qin Feng affirmed. By the way, Mr. Wu, there is something I must inform you of. He disclosed his engagement as a bodyguard for Nkaigua. In the coming days, I will need to remain at the estate and will be unable to work here. Therefore, the most suitable arrangement would be to operate from the estate. You may handle it as you see fit, but please ensure the confidentiality of the Skynet system remains intact. Wu Jinhao's voice carried a hint of resignation. He understood that talents like Qin Feng were rare, and imposing excessive restrictions could prove counterproductive. Subsequently, Wu Jinhao instructed Yang Yu to provide Qin Feng with the utmost support in terms of resources and to ensure his protection. Yang Yu nodded in agreement. After Wu Jinhao concluded the call, Yang Yu smiled at Qin Feng and remarked, Xiao Feng, I did not anticipate Mr. Wu's trust in you to be so profound. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Although Qin Feng was tasked solely with the system development for Ningchuan City, it was still a considerable responsibility. It is worth noting that Qin Feng was merely a university student, and being valued so highly by Wu Jinhao indicated a promising future ahead. Qin Feng nodded. I still need to refine certain details of the proposal. Once it is complete, I will reach out to you. The workload involved in developing the third-generation Skynet system was substantial, and Qin Feng could not manage it single-handedly. Fortunately, he could enlist the help of the team in Ningchuan City. Very well. Yang Yu initially wished to have Qin Feng stay a bit longer. But Qin Feng found an excuse to depart, as he was genuinely busy. He had the responsibility of safeguarding Nkaigua while also advancing the Skynet system's development. To secure the system's rewards, Qin Feng was fully committed. He took a taxi back to his rental accommodation, packed 2 sets of clothing, and brought along his laptop. In order to better protect Nkaigua, he would have to reside at the estate for the next few days. Just as he was preparing to head downstairs, he received a call from Lin Kuan. Brother Feng, all the digital currency has been liquidated. I've come to report to you. Lin Kuan had arrived downstairs. Following Qin Feng's instructions, Lin Kuan had sold off all positions at their peak. In just 4 days, the profits exceeded 400 million. I'm coming down, Qin Feng replied, shouldering his backpack as he descended. He quickly spotted Lin Kuan, whose demeanor radiated joy. After all, Qin Feng had granted him 1% of the profits. He had never envisioned a day when he would possess such wealth. Brother Feng, here is your bank card. All the earnings are deposited in it. You can check it shortly. Lin Kuan handed the card back to Qin Feng. Have you taken your share? Qin Feng inquired as he accepted the card. I have already taken it, Lin Kuan replied with a grin. Oh, Brother Feng, are you moving? Lin Kuan asked, perplexed by Qin Feng's backpack. I found a job as a bodyguard and will be staying for a few days, Qin Feng explained. Let us go grab a bite to eat. As they spoke, Qin Feng headed towards a nearby fast food restaurant. Wait a minute, Brother Feng, now that you have so much money, why are you still working as a bodyguard? Lin Kuan expressed his confusion. After all, Qin Feng had won a lottery jackpot previously, and now he had earned over 400 million from digital currency, combined. That was no small fortune.